Chapter 1. Awakening in the 141 Task Force, Universal Military Forces. Boom! What the hell? A thunderous sound jolted by you awake. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he was left utterly astonished, for he found himself in a desolate wilderness. The preceding cacophony was merely the sound of thunder on a clear day. Where am I? Wasn't I working overtime? Bayou surveyed the unfamiliar landscape, utterly bewildered. He stood up in confusion, at a loss, wondering how a mere moment of drowsiness could lead him here. Hey, is anyone there? Bayou shouted, but only the echo of his voice responded. Ding! A suitable host has been detected. Initiating binding of the World Dominator System. Please hold while the system loads. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in Bayou's ears, startling him. Who is it? Bayou frantically scanned his surroundings, yet there was not a soul in sight. The World Dominator System has finished loading. This time, Bayou realized the voice seemed to emanate from within his own mind. A system? Bayou, who often indulged in light reading during work hours, quickly pieced it together to confirm he wasn't hallucinating. He cautiously called out, System, are you there? Yet, after a moment of silence, there was no response. Am I imagining things? Bayou clutched his head and crouched down. Host, you can communicate with me through your thoughts. Just when Bayou thought he was hearing things, the voice returned. Haha, it's not a hallucination. He finally accepted the existence of a system. But then a thought struck him. Could he be dreaming? In a moment of impulse, he slapped his own face. The resounding smack echoed. Ouch, that hurts, Bayou winced, holding his face. Host, please refrain from self-harm. The system's voice chimed in, now imbued with a hint of exasperation. Am I bound to a fool? It's not a dream. Bayou laughed heartily, despite the lingering pain on his cheek. Detected heightened emotional state in the host. Releasing electric current to enforce calm. The system's emotionless voice rang out once more. Yet this time, Bayou was taken aback. Did it just mention electric current? In the next moment, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, as if electricity surged within him. Bayou convulsed as if struck by an electric shock. Stop. Please stop. Ceasing release. The system obediently halted the current. Breathless, Bayou gasped for air, feeling as though his very essence had been electrified. Are you calm now, host? Yes, I am calm. Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the World Dominator System. My mission is to assist you in becoming the sovereign of this world. Sovereign of the world. Bayou was taken aback after all. He was just an ordinary office worker who dreamed of owning a home and a car, marrying a wife, and living a comfortable life. He never imagined he would entertain the notion of becoming a world ruler. Indeed, this system will ardently support you. I hope you will strive to achieve this modest goal. That aside, where am I right now? Did you bring me here? Bayou inquired, gazing at the barren wilderness. You currently reside in the black state of Blue Star, a parallel world. Parallel world? Are you saying I crossed over? Bayou was astonished. He never expected to find himself in a parallel universe. Yes, host. During your overtime, you fell asleep and accidentally knocked over a cup of water beside your computer, causing a short circuit that resulted in your untimely demise. Upon hearing his cause of death, Bayou's expression darkened. He never anticipated such an absurd and unfortunate end. He had only encountered such ludicrous death scenarios in fiction, yet now he found himself a part of it. System, what should I do next? Please explain. Bayou accepted the reality of his situation. After all, life on Earth had not been particularly fruitful, and with the system at his disposal, he might as well focus on the present. The primary objective of this system is for you to establish a renowned multinational military defense corporation. Other goals will be addressed later. The system outlined its expectations. A multinational military defense corporation. Just me? How am I supposed to do that? Bayou was taken aback by the daunting task. This requires your own planning. I will now issue your starter pack. Please accept it. Starter pack. Bayou, who had been fretting over how to accomplish his first objective, was suddenly filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating what the starter pack contained. Would you like to open the starter pack? Confirm opening. Starter pack opening. Congratulations, host. You have received a summoning card for the 141 Task Force, a small military base equipped with defensive facilities, command and communication facilities, living quarters, and medical institutions, staffed with a relatively fixed military personnel contingent, equipped with a certain number of alert, air defense, and logistical support troops, stocked with essential technical equipment and military supplies, and featuring an airport. Congratulations, host. You have gained proficiency in firearms and martial arts, and received a body enhancement potion along with 10,000 merit points. Bayou gazed at the bountiful starter pack, his mouth watering. It was simply too enticing. System, I adore you. Apologies, this system does not possess a gender. Please maintain decorum, the system replied coolly. Bayou remained silent, transfixed by his extraordinary starter pack. I hope the host can make good use of the starter pack and swiftly complete the first task. Additionally, The host may exchange precious metals for merit points within the system. Merit points can be utilized in the system's shop to acquire weapons, equipment, technology, and summoning cards. Understood. Bayou committed the system's instructions to memory. System, where exactly are we located? Bayou was eager to establish the military base, but reconsidered, wary of placing it in a location devoid of water and resources. 50 merit points. The system began to showcase its mercantile nature. Fine, here you go. Bayou, somewhat exasperated, complied, reasoning that with 10,000 merit points, he could afford it. The host is situated in a region of the Black State known as Libya. This parallel universe's Black State is far more chaotic than Earth's, yet it is abundant in resources. Currently, Libya is embroiled in a warlord conflict, presenting an excellent opportunity for your rise. The host is located merely 50 kilometers from the nearest town in Libya, which is under the control of a warlord. The system suggests that you first seize control of that town. The system's information was practical and left Bayou feeling quite satisfied. Got it. After expressing his gratitude, Bayou resolved to establish a military base and summoned the 141 task force at this location. He first selected an optimal location and then retrieved the summoning card for the military base from the system's inventory. Deploy, he murmured, having learned the method of summoning from the system. Are you certain you wish to deploy? Affirmative. As soon as he uttered this, a sound resonated, and buildings began to materialize in the once barren wilderness. The structures appeared as if they were printed, manifesting in less than half a minute. A military base, sprawling over an area equivalent to dozens of football fields, emerged, fulfilling the description of being compact yet fully equipped. The base boasted all the necessary facilities, including an airport and runway, fortified with air defense missiles and ground-based artillery for ample protection. Moreover, he observed armored vehicles, tanks, helicopters, and drones. Enclosing the base were iron walls and barbed wire. The base has been successfully deployed. Please customize the personnel. The system's prompt echoed once more. Customization is possible, he exclaimed in astonishment. The host can define the race, gender, and skin color of the personnel. Very well then, I shall choose both Caucasian and Asian individuals. As for those with darker skin, I shall pass. I prefer the former. All shall be male, he concluded after some contemplation. Understood. Shortly thereafter, in accordance with his specifications, a multitude of soldiers clad in military attire appeared, both Caucasian and Asian. My goodness, how many are there? He marveled at the sheer number of soldiers before him. There are 800 personnel, including combatants and logistical staff, the system responded. 800? Do they all heed my commands? Indeed, to them. You are their leader to whom they pledge unwavering loyalty. Commander, at your service. The 800 soldiers stood in formation before him, saluting in unison. Hello. Please return to your posts, he awkwardly replied, feeling somewhat flustered by the attention. Yes, sir. Upon receiving his order, the soldiers dispersed without hesitation, resuming their duties. How do you find it, host? Are you satisfied? Extremely satisfied. He grinned foolishly as he gazed at the 800 loyal soldiers. Then he recalled the summoning card for Task Force 141 and promptly utilized it. With a flash of white light, 8 heavily armed Western men materialized before him. Reporting, Commander. John Price and Task Force 141 are at your service, one of them declared. As he looked at Price, the moment felt surreal after all. Task Force 141 were characters from a game, now vividly present before him. John Price, John Soap McTavish, Simon Ghost Riley, Gary Roach Sanderson, Joseph Allen, Yuri, Nikolai, and Gaz. These 8 were undeniably formidable operatives. Based on Task Force 141's performance in the game, they could very well represent the pinnacle of special forces in reality. Pleasure to meet you, Captain Price, he said, regaining his composure with a subtle smile. Your Excellency, from this day forth, Task Force 141 shall be your sword, ready for your command, Price replied earnestly. Excellent, Captain Price. The Universal Military Defense Company welcomes your team. Universal Military Defense? A commendable name, Price remarked, pleased with the company's title, finding it quite fitting. Ghost and the others similarly appreciated the name. Chapter 2. Benin Town, having consumed the enhancement potion, Bayou, finding no immediate military tasks at hand, directed the members of Task Force 141 to familiarize themselves with the base. Meanwhile, he proceeded to the highest operational command room within the base. Attention, Commander. Upon Bayou's entrance, the soldiers and technicians within the command room immediately rose to their feet, saluting him in a display of respect. Ahem. Please be seated and attend to your duties, Bayou said, attempting to maintain his composure amidst the grandeur of the setting, nodding slightly before gesturing for them to resume their work. Once the personnel settled back into their tasks, Bayou began to survey the interior of the command center. He noted the presence of numerous high-tech instruments, many of which he could not name. There were massive 4K ultra-high-definition displays, an array of military computers, communication devices, and various other military apparatus. You can command all your troops from here, the system reminded him. I see, understood, Bayou replied, taking a seat in the commander's designated chair, contemplating the next steps. The system's primary objective for him was to establish a multinational military defense corporation. While the company had indeed been established, it was little more than a name, as most people had never heard of it. Thus, the immediate task was to cultivate its reputation, bringing the Universal Military Defense Corporation into the public eye. Where is the nearest town to the base? Bayou inquired. Report. Commander, we are currently uncertain of its location. However, our reconnaissance drones are on standby, ready to be deployed to gather regional information, responded Zhang Yu, the highest-ranking officer in the command room. Deploy the reconnaissance drones and explore the surrounding towns, Bai Yu commanded. Yes. Zhang Yu promptly relayed Bai Yu's orders to the personnel in the command room. The order was disseminated through the ranks, and the airport staff immediately began preparations. They transported the reconnaissance drone to the runway via a towing vehicle, placing it in a state of readiness. As the control tower and drone operators took their positions, the reconnaissance drone powered on, igniting its engines and swiftly ascending into the sky. During its ascent, the highest command center established a connection to the drone's camera feed. After departing from the base, the drone headed eastward, following a rough location provided by the system. Under the operator's guidance, the drone flew in cruise mode for over 10 minutes before finally spotting a long stretch of asphalt road. Surprisingly, there is a road in such a backward area? Arthur remarked, gazing at the pristine asphalt with a hint of astonishment, having assumed that the roads in Heizhou were merely dirt paths. Continuing its flight, the drone soon arrived at a town of moderate size, roughly estimated to cover over 10,000 acres. The town's layout resembled that of Heizhou, with shanties lining the outskirts, akin to a slum, while the center revealed more substantial buildings, even showcasing a sprawling, verdant estate. What is the name of this town? Bai Yu silently inquired. 50 merit points. Bai Yu gazed at the system, which was as unscrupulous as ever, feeling somewhat speechless, yet he acquiesced. This place, known as Benin, was originally under the jurisdiction of the Libyan government. However, as Libya descended into chaos, it fell under the dominion of a warlord named Negro Ans, who commanded a militia of 1,000 men. The system suggested that he could initiate contact with this warlord, who was currently embroiled in a fierce battle with another military leader and was in dire need of weaponry. Negro, how intriguing, Bai Yu mused, stroking his chin with curiosity. Commander, shall we dispatch troops to flatten the town of Benin? Zhang Yu, fervently loyal to Bai Yu, assumed that he had taken an interest in Benin and immediately proposed action. No, Bai Yu replied, shaking his head. If we engage recklessly, sacrifices will be inevitable, and I do not wish for my soldiers to perish in vain. Zhang Yu nodded in admiration, then fell silent, standing faithfully at Bai Yu's side. Given his desperate need for arms, we shall establish contact through weaponry, Bai Yu contemplated, glancing at the introduction of Negro, whose inherently greedy nature was evident. It seemed that initiating a military trade connection would suffice. With that thought, Bai Yu accessed the system's marketplace. The first items that caught his eye were extraordinarily expensive, and their names left him astounded. Dragon-class starships, stellar-class battleships, interstellar vessels, black hole-grade weaponry, two-dimensional foils, water droplets, and light particle weapons, each capable of obliterating worlds. However, their prices were staggering, with the lowest starting at several billion, and some reaching into the hundreds of billions, or even thousands. With his current mere 9,000 merit points, he could scarcely cover a fraction of the cost. Bai Yu swiftly scrolled down and let out a sigh of relief. Now, he discovered prices within his reach. Let's see. The AKM, M16, RPG, Type 81, QBZ 191, M4A1, for 116 Hong Kong dollars, AK-12. These are all mainstream weapons from my past life, and their prices are quite reasonable. A mere few dozen merit points can secure several units, complete with maintenance kits and ammunition. Elated by the marketplace's affordable offerings, Bai Yu felt a surge of affection for the system. Never mind, the people of Heizhou favor the durable and reliable AK. So let us procure some AKMs as a token of our first meeting. After all, the AKM is the most economical choice here. After a moment of contemplation, he settled on the AKM, the beloved weapon of the Heizhou people. Ding! You have spent 1,000 merit points. Congratulations on purchasing 500 brand new AKMs, complete with 500 maintenance kits and 50,000 rounds of 7.62 caliber ammunition. Thank you for your patronage. As the system's notification chimed, Bai Yu's system warehouse filled with the newly acquired AKMs, maintenance kits, and ammunition. Observing his dwindling merit points, now just over 8,000, Bai Yu felt a twinge of regret. System, how can I acquire more merit points? Merit points can be obtained through monetary exchange or any precious metals. $20 can be exchanged for 1 merit point, while conversely, 1 merit point can be redeemed for $20. Gold, platinum, and silver can also be used for this exchange, the system elucidated. I see, Bai Yu exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him, followed by a sly smile befitting a savvy merchant. If one simply engages in the practice of buying low and selling high through the system, financial freedom is surely within reach. Quickly prepare a vehicle for me. I must make my way to Benin town. Bai Yu is already feeling somewhat impatient. If I can sell these weapons at a price of $500 each, I would amass 12,000 merit points. Commander, is this truly prudent? After all, we have no knowledge of that fellow's disposition, cautioned Zhang Yu. His words served to temper Bai Yu's enthusiasm. Indeed, to venture forth with a substantial cache of arms would be akin to delivering a feast to the wolves. Host, I recommend that you first utilize the body enhancement potion, the system advised. That makes sense, Bai Yu nodded in agreement. After conferring a few matters with Zhang Yu, he departed from the operations command center. He arrived at his exclusive private quarters as a commander. One must admit, being a commander has its perks: an entertainment room, a personal bar, a private cinema, a grand bedroom, and even a personal chef. It was the very embodiment of a capitalist's dream. Bai Yu entered the bathroom, disrobed, and retrieved the body enhancement potion from the system's repository. Please prepare yourself mentally before consuming the body enhancement potion. There may be some discomfort, the system kindly warned him. Understood, Bai Yu replied.
Holding the potion, he took a few deep breaths to calm his anxious heart, then twisted off the cap and consumed it in one swift motion. It had a sweet flavor reminiscent of glucose solution. He then focused on the changes occurring within his body. Initially, he felt no discomfort, but after a brief moment, his breathing became rapid, and he sensed his blood boiling within him. His skin temperature began to rise. Suddenly, Bayu felt lightheaded, bracing against the wall to avoid collapsing. Overwhelmed by an intense heat, he turned on the shower, setting it to the coldest setting, allowing the icy water to cascade over him, yet it proved ineffective. Gasping for breath, he felt as though his muscles were slowly tearing apart, first with a prickling pain followed by a violent tearing sensation. Bayu cried out in agony. Hold on, host. It will be over soon. The system encouraged him with fervor. Bayu gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. After what felt like an eternity, he finally sensed the pain beginning to subside. However, he was also beset by an unbearable stench emanating from his body. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he hastily filled the tub with water to cleanse himself. After a thorough wash, Bayu stood before the mirror, astonished at his reflection. His once handsome visage now radiated an even greater charm, imbued with a unique aura. The slight pudginess he once bore had transformed into a physique adorned with 8 perfect abdominal muscles. His previously slender arms and legs had become remarkably robust, reminiscent of the divine forms of ancient Greek statues. Moreover, Bayu noticed he had grown taller, where he once stood at 1 meter 80. He now appeared to soar to 1 meter 85. Additionally, his endowments had also significantly increased in size. Is this truly me? Bayu marveled, barely able to comprehend the transformation. Congratulations, host. Your physical prowess now surpasses that of an ordinary human by several multiples, the system proclaimed. Several multiples? Do you not feel your senses sharpening and an immense power surging within you? Indeed, Bayu responded, meticulously attuning to his body. As the system had indicated, his 5 senses were remarkably acute, and his mind was exceptionally clear. It felt as if an inexhaustible energy coursed through him. Grasping the aluminum rod adorned with a towel, he squeezed gently, and the hollow rod crumpled effortlessly in his grip. Impressive, Bayu exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. Do not forget, host, that you have yet to utilize your mastery in combat and firearms, the system reminded him. Promptly, Bayu activated both skills. Upon doing so, it was as if a deluge of knowledge regarding fighting techniques and firearms flooded his mind. It felt as though he could effortlessly wield any weapon before him, easily disassemble and reassemble them. The sensation was akin to having practiced martial arts since childhood, with a profound muscle memory already formed. Splendid. Now, it is time to confront that Negro, Bayu declared with unwavering confidence. Chapter 3. Journey to Benin Town. After his enhancements, Bayu sought out the 141 task force, who were idly passing time at the shooting range. Soap, you still seem rather inexperienced compared to me, Gates boasted, having accurately struck a row of targets. Please. That was merely luck, Soap retorted defiantly, drawing his P890 and taking aim at the targets once more. With 8 shots fired, all 8 targets fell. It appears we are evenly matched, Soap mused, satisfied with his performance. Let us have another round. I refuse to believe that this veteran cannot outshine you. We must determine a victor today. Gates' competitive spirit surged, clamoring for a rematch. Who are you betting on? Price, leisurely smoking a cigar, interjected playfully. Let me think. I'll place my bet on Soap. Ghost pondered for a moment before placing $50 on the table. I'm betting on Gates. Nikolai chimed in with his thick Russian accent, producing another $50 from his pocket. I'm also betting on Soap. Yuri, sipping vodka, joined in. I will wager $100 on Gates, Alan declared confidently. Perhaps I will bet on Soap as well. After all, I was brought here by him. Xiao Chang contemplated before placing his wager. I'll wager $500. Bayu approached, retrieving 5 crisp $100 bills from his wallet with a smile. Commander. Upon seeing Bayu, Price hastily extinguished his cigar, standing at attention to salute. The others quickly followed suit, standing rigidly. Haha, no need for such formality. Continue. After this contest, you will accompany me on an outing, Bayu said warmly, gesturing for them to proceed. The team, pleased by their approachable commander, felt a sense of camaraderie, as they detested those who wielded authority without merit. Soap, it seems you must give it your all, as the boss is currently watching you. Price remarked with a grin. The two nodded in agreement and took their positions. Within 10 seconds, the one who could strike down the most targets would emerge victorious. Soap was the first to take his turn. He was utterly focused, his hand resting lightly on his holster, with a sharp sound signaling the start. Soap swiftly drew his pistol and commenced firing. After 10 seconds, his score was revealed, 16 targets. Oh yeah, that was absolutely exhilarating. Soap cheered, having once again pushed his limits. Don't celebrate too early. I haven't taken my shot yet, Gates said confidently as he replaced Soap and prepared himself. As the countdown began, Gates, an experienced member of Task Force 141, quickly took aim. When the 10 seconds concluded, his score was unveiled, just 1 target more than Soap, thereby winning the contest. Ha ha ha. Soap, you must accept your defeat, Gates chuckled, patting Soap, whose face was tinged with frustration. It seems Gates has the upper hand after all, Fish applauded, acknowledging Gates' expertise, while harboring faith that Soap would someday surpass him. Boss, would you like to give it a try? Price inquired, offering a pistol. Me? Why not? I'll give it a go, Fish replied, initially taken aback but then eagerly accepting the challenge. He had long wished to engage with firearms, a desire stemming from a man who had once shunned their presence. Furthermore, he was keen to experience the prowess that comes with mastery of weaponry. As Fish grasped the handgun, he felt an uncanny familiarity, as if he were a seasoned marksman. He inspected the pistol with a meticulous gesture, drawing the attention of the Task Force 141 members, for one's skill with firearms can often be discerned from their grip. Fish's hold was so adept that it left everyone astonished. "Raise the targets," he commanded, holstering the pistol and addressing Alan, who was in charge of the targets. "Certainly," Alan replied, promptly elevating dozens of targets. "Price, how many targets do you think the boss can take down?" Ghost inquired curiously. "I believe he will surpass Soap," Price responded, puffing on his cigar. As a top-tier Special Forces operative, he could discern from Fish's gaze that he possessed remarkable abilities. "I concur. That kind of aura is not something an ordinary person possesses," Ghost agreed wholeheartedly. Fish focused intently ahead, his fingers twitching slightly. When the signal sounded, he drew his pistol with lightning speed, firing without even taking aim. In a mere 2 seconds, he had downed 8 targets, swiftly reloading with remarkable efficiency before executing another flawless 8-shot sequence. As the 10-second countdown concluded, the members of Task Force 141 stood in awe, for Fish had astonishingly struck down 22 targets. Phew, that was exhilarating. The scent of gunpowder lingered in the air, intoxicating Bayou as he meticulously inspected the unloaded handgun before returning it to Price. Was this the formidable prowess of a commander? It was nothing short of terrifying. Soap, astounded, reflected on the fact that even the mightiest, Price and Ghost, had only recorded a mere 19 shots. Remarkably, Bayou had executed several double taps, hitting the same target with 2 bullets, a testament to his years of solitary practice. Price and Ghost initiated applause, which soon resonated among the others. Bayou raised his hand to silence them. "All right, everyone, your respite has come to an end. We shall now proceed to Benin Town, located near the base." Bayou announced to the members of Task Force 141. "Task Force 141 is ready for deployment, Commander," Price replied, standing at attention and saluting. "Always prepared," the others echoed, adopting the same stance. "Excellent. Now, let us head to the armory for preparations. Assemble at the base entrance in 30 minutes. Dismissed." After nodding and providing a few instructions, Bayou turned to leave. "Listen closely, you all heard him. Hurry up," Price urged as he watched Bayou depart. The team quickly made their way to the armory to arm themselves. "Good heavens, I've never seen so many weapons in my life." Soap marveled at the dazzling array within the armory. Assault rifles, submachine guns, battle rifles, shotguns, designated marksman rifles, sniper rifles, and an assortment of grenades, demolition charges, thermite grenades, tear gas, gas grenades, flashbangs, and even rocket launchers, machine guns, light machine guns, and mortars filled the space. Truly an arsenal of endless variety. "I have received directives from the commander. All cutting-edge weaponry in the armory will be prioritized for Task Force 141. Please follow me," the armory supervisor informed Price, leading them to a designated area. Soon, the members of Task Force 141 were armed to the teeth, equipped with the latest tactical body armor, ballistic helmets, tactical cut-resistant gloves, personal digital assistants, and combat systems. Most notably, they possessed the highly coveted full-color night vision goggles, rare treasures within the base, with only a limited stock available. As for weaponry, the team was equipped with the base's exclusive tactical arsenal, namely the ICR series, comprising the ICR assault rifle, ICR designated marksman rifle, ICR light machine gun, ICR sidearm, and ICR sniper rifle. The ICR series boasted rapid fire rates, extended range, exceptional stability, low recoil, formidable power, modularity, high precision, ease of operation, and reliability. It was truly a versatile weapon family. However, due to their exorbitant cost, these weapons were not widely distributed. The soldiers at the base primarily utilized the truncated SR series of the ICR family, which, despite being less advanced, remained a formidable choice. Soon, the armed Task Force 141 swiftly arrived at the entrance. At this moment, the impeccably dressed White Fish was already waiting in the vehicle. His suit was no ordinary attire. It was procured from the system's marketplace, crafted from specialized materials, capable of withstanding bullets like the suit seen in the film John Wick, all while providing utmost comfort. It cost White Fish a substantial 500 merit points. With everyone gathered, it was time to depart. "Price, for this operation, your task is to serve as my bodyguards," he instructed. "Understood, boss. We will certainly excel in our mission," Price confidently replied. "I have faith in your abilities," White Fish said with a smile and a nod. They then boarded the armored Humvee, while members of Task Force 141 split into 2 vehicles, positioned to safeguard White Fish's safety from both the front and back. "Let us move," White Fish commanded. Following his order, the convoy began to advance towards Benin Town. In addition to Task Force 141, White Fish brought along several dozen Marines, along with 2 armored vehicles and several military trucks. This mission was not only to meet with Negro but also to demonstrate his strength, making it clear to these individuals, whose maturity was questionable, that he was not someone to be trifled with. After more than half an hour, the convoy reached the outskirts of Benin Town, where they encountered a forward outpost. It appeared that Negro was not foolish and had established some reconnaissance points. However, this outpost consisted of merely a handful of soldiers wielding poorly made AK-47s, resembling products from a makeshift workshop. Upon seeing the convoy, they appeared alarmed, shouting in a disjointed manner. "A group of uncivilized monkeys," White Fish mused, frowning slightly, unsure of how to communicate with these individuals. Fortunately, among the soldiers was one who understood English, and, upon learning that White Fish and his companions were there for arms trade, the leader promptly reported this information. After a prolonged wait, they were granted passage. However, a dilapidated pickup truck followed closely behind the convoy. "Remain vigilant," White Fish reminded them through the intercom. "Yes." Shortly after, the convoy arrived in Benin Town, traversing through the filthy and chaotic slums, eventually entering the core area of the town. Whitefish was astonished to spot a few Caucasians and even some individuals of Asian descent, seemingly tourists or journalists. Who could fathom why they would venture into such a desolate place? The sight of the convoy, adorned with desert camouflage reminiscent of military vehicles, surprised these onlookers, some of whom pulled out their phones, seemingly eager to document the moment. However, they were quickly admonished by patrolling soldiers. Before long, dozens of armed personnel emerged before the convoy, accompanied by several modified pickups, some of which were mounted with RPK machine guns. This scene ignited a sense of tension among Bayou and his companions, while Price and a cadre of Marines tightened their grips on their weapons, poised for combat. At that very moment, within the confines of the base, Jean Yu anxiously focused on the large screen, where the drone was relaying real-time footage. He observed the commander's team being intercepted. Had the commander issued a command, he would have already launched the armed drones on standby for a precise strike. Fortunately, the individuals who halted Bayou were merely confidants of Negro, seeking to ascertain whether Bayou genuinely intended to negotiate with him. Their astonishment was palpable upon viewing the pristine ACAM, prompting the small leader to begin reporting back to Negro. Shortly thereafter, Bayou and his companions were permitted to proceed, albeit under the condition that they follow their captors. Thus, they trailed Negro as confidants through the streets towards his location. Along the way, they witnessed the various scenes of Benin town: hotels, small hospitals, clinics, schools, and police stations. It was astonishing to discover that Benin town boasted such complete infrastructure. Before long, the convoy was directed to a vast estate. Gazing at the manor, Bayou realized it was indeed the same one depicted in the drone's feedback. It seemed Negro had a taste for the finer things in life. Chapter 4. The completion of the transaction, the naive yet affluent Negro. As the convoy entered the estate, they were immediately surrounded by a contingent of Negro-S soldiers. This sudden encirclement heightened the alertness of Bayou's subordinates, all of whom chambered their rounds, ready to carve a path through any opposition. Everyone, remain calm, Bayou reassured his team over the radio. The members of Task Force 141 remained acutely focused, wary of any misstep. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance drone in the sky transmitted images back to the operational command center. Armed drones were on standby for immediate deployment. Zhang Yu declared solemnly, and the command center buzzed with activity as they began coordinating operations. Hand me the vehicle's loudspeaker, Bayou instructed the Marine driver. The Marine promptly complied, presenting the loudspeaker to Bayou, who then began addressing the assembly in English. As for the reason for his English proficiency, the answer lay in the system shop, where he had acquired it at a discount for 10 merit points. Lord Negro, is this how you treat a friend who comes to negotiate with you? Upon finishing his statement, a moment later, a man clad in military attire, adorned with a beret and bearing a grotesque scar across his face, emerged onto the villa's grand balcony. At his appearance, the soldiers saluted him with respect. Clearly, this individual was Negro. Lower your weapons. Negro gestured for his men to disarm, and they obediently lowered their firearms. I have shown my sincerity. What about you, sir? Negro remarked with a smile. In response, Bayou opened the car door and stepped out, followed closely by the members of Task Force 141, who assumed their positions as his personal bodyguards. Likewise, the Marines accompanying Bayou disembarked, standing vigilant before the vehicle, keeping a watchful eye on the surrounding soldiers. Negro gazed longingly at the impressive array of equipment possessed by the white fish and his entourage, marveling at the advanced technology before him. It was a sight he had only encountered once before, during his tenure as a government army officer when he visited Europa for discussions. However, the military gear observed among the troops there paled in comparison to that of white fish and his companions. As a warlord ruling over his own territory, Negro was not naive. He had recently found himself beleaguered by his arch-nemesis, Rosa. The scoundrel had somehow acquired a substantial cache of equipment, amassing a force of several hundred men, with both manpower and weaponry exceeding Negro's own by more than double. Were it not for some hidden resources he had retained, he might have already been consumed. Initially, he had been preoccupied with his 8 wives, reveling in their company. When he received word from his subordinates about potential arms dealings with individuals who possessed military-grade trucks and Humvees typically found in advanced nations, this revelation piqued Negro's interest. Your Excellency Negro, shall we commence the transaction? Whitefish inquired, displaying an unflappable demeanor akin to negotiating with clients in the corporate realm. Of course, Moda. Please escort our esteemed guests inside. I shall await you in my office. Negro instructed one of his guards, who wielded a golden Alaska and sported 2 ammunition belts. Understood. Commander, Modo replied with an affirmative gesture. Subsequently, Negro retreated to the villa while Modo approached Whitefish, brandishing his golden Alaska. I shall be your guide. Please follow me. Modo beamed, revealing a mouth adorned with gold teeth. These are my personal bodyguards. They will accompany us, if that poses no issue. Whitefish gestured towards the formidable members of the 141 task force behind him. That is acceptable, but they must relinquish their weapons. Modo contemplated the imposing figures before him for a moment before acquiescing. Leave behind our weapons? Soap expressed his reluctance, understanding that their arms were vital for survival. For the sake of my security, they must retain their weapons. You may discuss this with Negro. As an arms dealer, my life is of great interest to many. Whitefish firmly stated, refusing to concede on this matter. Moda hesitated but ultimately contacted Negro via radio for guidance, who eventually concurred. They may carry weapons, but only sidearms. Recognizing that pushing for more could backfire, Whitefish accepted the terms. Gentlemen, you have heard the directive. Leave your weapons behind and carry only a sidearm. With that, Price returned his ICR assault rifle to the vehicle, opting for the ICR special handgun instead. The others followed suit, stowing their rifles and only retaining their handguns. Under Moda's guidance, Whitefish and his party entered the villa. Impressive, quite luxurious, Soap remarked, taken aback by the palace-like construction of the villa. How else could one be deemed a warlord? Ghost commented, noting that those in the cactus-laden land of drug lords certainly knew how to indulge. Enough chatter, Price interjected, cutting off further conversation. Soon, Moda led Whitefish and his companions to Negro's office. Negro languidly reclined on the genuine leather sofa, idly spinning the revolver S cylinder. General, the individual has arrived, Moda respectfully announced. Excellent, you may leave now. And may I inquire how to address you? Mr. White, came the reply. I apologize for the inconvenience. But your bodyguard must wait outside. This transaction requires only the two of us. Negro expressed a look of regret. Understood, Mr. White nodded, subsequently signaling to Price. Price, comprehending the cue, escorted the others into the corridor to wait. Once the door was firmly shut, Mr. White and Negro commenced their earnest discussion. Greetings, Mr. White. Your name is somewhat cumbersome, so I shall refer to you as Mr. White henceforth. It was evident that Negro struggled with the pronunciation of Chinese names. That is perfectly acceptable, Mr. White replied amiably. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Negro Dwight, the overseer of Benin Town, and one of the warlords in northern Libya. Negro extended his hand in a gesture of friendship, which Mr. White reciprocated. Very well, Mr. White. Let us get straight to the point. Have you truly summoned me for an arms transaction? Indeed. We have heard that your forces are somewhat lacking in weaponry, so I have brought 500 brand new AKMs for trade. I trust this supply will sufficiently meet your current needs, Mr. White declared confidently, tapping the table. 500 brand new AKMs. Negro was taken aback, recalling the truck he had seen earlier. Could the weapons be concealed within? While this quantity may not be vast, it would certainly alleviate his immediate predicament and allow him to assemble a contingent of 500 men. Of course, this is merely an appetizer. Should you find this initial shipment satisfactory, we can arrange for larger quantities of arms, including heavy weaponry, Mr. White said with a mysterious smile. Heavy weaponry. Can you truly procure such items? Negro exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. His forces were in dire need of these decisive tools of warfare. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Universal Military Defense Corporation, abbreviated as UMDC. Mr. White produced an exquisitely gilded business card and placed it on the table. Universal Military Defense? Negro stared at the logo and name on the card, momentarily lost in thought, as he had never heard of this PMC. We are a newly established company, so it is understandable that you may not be familiar with us, Mr. White elucidated. Oh, I see, Negro replied, nodding in realization. As long as you possess the funds, UMDC can procure any weaponry for you, Mr. White asserted with unwavering conviction. Negro scrutinized Mr. White, sensing no deceit. The armaments worn by Mr. White's bodyguards and soldiers bespoke a company of considerable repute. Mr. White, may I take a look at the arms for this transaction? Negro inquired. Certainly, that is your fundamental right as a buyer, Mr. White affirmed, promptly retrieving a walkie-talkie to communicate with the Marine guarding the transport truck. Shortly thereafter, two Marines entered the office, bearing crates filled with AKMs. After prying open the lid, Negro could hardly contain his eagerness to inspect the contents. As a seasoned veteran of the government forces, his first glance at this batch of weapons evoked immense admiration. For their condition was impeccable, showing no signs of wear whatsoever, and exuding a faint scent of pine resin and gun oil. These were far superior to the AKs produced in their small workshops, which often bore significant flaws, posing risks of accidental discharge or even catastrophic failures. General Negro, are you satisfied? These are freshly manufactured, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. Should there be any defective piece, we will compensate you tenfold as suppliers, White coaxed Negro. Please allow me a moment. I must have my men extract a few samples for testing. If you don't mind, Negro replied with a meticulous demeanor, preparing for a practical assessment. Of course, came the prompt response. Subsequently, Negro instructed Mortar to randomly select several AKMs from the weapon crate in the truck for evaluation. Before long, Mortar returned with practical data. None of the selected firearms had jammed, though the smoke output was somewhat excessive. A minor issue attributed to an overabundance of gun oil. General, the handling of these firearms is simply exquisite. I feel they surpass even my prized possessions, Mortar exclaimed, unable to conceal his delight. Seeing his subordinate so satisfied, Negro felt a wave of relief wash over him. Mr. White, may I inquire about the price for each AKM? Negro began to negotiate, clearly intent on purchasing this remarkable stock. $800 each, but should you decide to buy the entire lot, we will graciously include 50,000 rounds of ammunition along with 50,000 maintenance kits. What do you say? White, embodying the role of a seasoned salesman, persistently enticed Negro. Negro, taken aback by the added incentives, found himself grappling with the price, which still seemed rather steep. The AKs from the small workshops were merely $100 each. Yet he was reluctant to forego such a finely crafted batch. Thus, he commenced the bargaining process. $800 is rather exorbitant. Could you possibly lower the price? Negro said, rubbing his hands together with a hint of shyness. In response, White feigned difficulty, causing Negro to feel a twinge of anxiety. Since you, General Negro, are our company's first client, we shall reluctantly offer a discount. $600 each. This is our absolute lowest price. White presented with an expression as if he had suffered a great loss. Seeing the price drop by $200 brought a glimmer of joy to Negro. Mr. White, then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. He promptly extended his hand to seal the deal. To a successful partnership, General Negro, you have made a wise choice. This batch of weapons will undoubtedly turn the tide in your favor on the battlefield. White stood, smiling as they shook hands. Negro felt he had struck a favorable bargain, unaware that White was the true victor, having gained an extraordinary profit from each firearm. Following the transaction, the weapons were unloaded from the truck by Marine Corps personnel. From now on, we shall rely on you for our arms, Mr. White, Negro said, sipping red wine as he gazed at the crates below, a smile gracing his face. I have previously mentioned that this batch of arms is merely an appetizer. I wonder if you possess the capability to procure an additional 1,000 AKMs. Along with 200 RPK light machine guns and 100 PKM general-purpose machine guns, Bayou inquired with a jovial smile while sipping red wine. What? Negro displayed an expression of disbelief. Just like this batch, they are all brand new from the factory. The price for an AKM is $600, $1,000 for an RPK, and $1,200 for a PKM. Are these terms acceptable to you? Certainly, absolutely. Negro replied with palpable excitement. Once he possesses these weapons, that scoundrel Rosa will be of no consequence. The funds spent on arms could be reclaimed by seizing Rosa's assets. It is, indeed, a guaranteed profit. Therefore, in addition to the funds for this transaction, I require a deposit of $300,000, bringing the total to $600,000. I shall deliver the weapons to you by tomorrow afternoon. What do you think? Bayou raised an eyebrow, seeking Negro's opinion, as this was not a trivial sum. After some deliberation, Negro, recalling the scoundrel Rosa, begrudgingly acquiesced. Soon, Bayou's account was credited with $600,000, which he promptly converted into merit points. Observing nearly 40,000 merit points, Bayou could hardly contain his amusement. Negro was truly a fool with money. Investing a mere 8,000 merit points to reclaim over 30,000 was an extraordinary gain. After finalizing the delivery time and location with Negro, Bayou bid him farewell and departed from Benin Town. He was eager to return to the base and devise a plan for utilizing these merit points. Chapter 5. Purchasing the Red Alert Base. Elite bodyguard Long Wu. After successfully completing his initial transaction with Negro, Bayou had turned an investment of 1,000 into a profit exceeding 30,000. Upon returning to the base, he immediately spent nearly 8,000 merit points to redeem the remaining arms from Negro. The following day, he called Negro to inform him that the requested weapons were ready. Upon learning that the arms were prepared so swiftly, Negro joyfully dispatched his subordinates for the handover. After inspecting the goods, Negro's subordinate, Morta, transferred the remaining $620,000 into Bayou's account. Bayou then converted the entire sum into merit points, totaling 31,000. Now, with the addition of his original merit points, Bayou possessed a substantial total of 70,000 points. With such a wealth of merit points, he began to contemplate his purchases. Lying on his grand bed, he accessed the system mall to browse. The first offerings were the unattainable cosmic-grade weapons, compelling Bayou to scroll to the bottom for items within his financial reach. At this moment, he also discovered the pricing for various raw materials in the system marketplace. 1 ton of assorted materials required only a handful of merit points. Should he establish an armory, the possibilities would be limitless. These raw materials can be utilized to manufacture weapons, which can then be sold to warlords for a handsome profit. The returns may even surpass the cost of purchasing finished products directly from the system's marketplace by several folds. Consequently, Bayou decisively began to peruse the summoning cards for the arms factory. Is it really that expensive? Bayou gazed at the numerous summoning cards for the arms factory, only to be rendered bewildered by the figures listed below. Even the least expensive option required 5,000 merit points. Think carefully, host. 5,000 merit points equate to merely $100,000, yet the profits it yields far exceed the expenditure. It is practically a surefire investment. At this juncture, the system suddenly emerged, resembling a slime merchant, incessantly persuading Bayou to make a purchase. I'll take a look first, Bayou replied, refraining from an impulsive buy and instead delving into the detailed descriptions of the arms factories. He commenced with the most extravagant option, which was beyond Bayou's current imagination: an automated production chain, AI management, and workshops for manufacturing combat robots. Alongside, there were facilities for producing spacecraft, armored vehicles, and rapid assembly platforms for fighter jets. From these descriptions alone, it was evident that this arms factory was worth every penny. The reasonably priced options also appeared to be reminiscent of a futuristic arms factory, featuring numerous elements incomprehensible to the average person. The most affordable choice, costing 5,000 merit points, was tailored to the present environment. While it focused on modern weaponry, it encompassed an extensive range, including workshops for firearms, ammunition, artillery, and shells. Furthermore, it contained a laboratory dedicated to testing weapon data, and upon purchase, the host would also receive sufficient technical personnel to operate the entire factory, along with an elite weapons designer. Upon discovering that an elite weapons designer would be included as a bonus, Bayou promptly clicked to confirm the purchase. Thank you for your patronage. With the system's notification chime, Bayou's warehouse was enriched with a summoning card for a basic modern arms factory. However, he did not rush to summon it. Instead, he continued to browse the marketplace. Ding! The host has some delightful news to share. The system chimed in once more, adopting a buoyant tone. What is it? The system will occasionally initiate discount days, during which many originally expensive items will be offered at reduced prices. If the host is fortunate, it is quite possible to acquire a cosmic-level weapon for a mere fraction of its original cost, or even for free. The system then displayed an array of products before Bayou. Indeed, he discovered that numerous costly items were now discounted, with prices slashed by several multiples. I absolutely adore you, system, Bayou exclaimed in excitement. I do not share your sentiments. Thank you, the system retorted, dampening the mood. Bayou, undeterred, resumed browsing the discounted items. I am truly lucky. As he continued scrolling, he stumbled upon a thrilling discovery. He found that the originally priced 300,000 for a red alert base was now available at a mere 10% discount, meaning he could acquire it for only 30,000. Your luck is remarkable, host, the system remarked, surprised by Bayu's extraordinary fortune in securing such a significant bargain. Perhaps it was the grace period for novices. Bayu chuckled and, after rolling up his sleeves, pressed the purchase button. In an instant, 30,000 merit points were deducted, yet he felt no pang of regret. Instead, he was filled with excitement as he gazed at the red alert base summoning card in his inventory. Speaking of the red alert base, it was an extraordinarily formidable creation, a true marvel of black technology. Here, the red alert base refers to the one from Red Alert 2, enhanced with the technological advancements of Huaxia. As long as one possesses wealth, they could establish barracks to churn out troops, and once a research center was constructed, a plethora of powerful superweapons could be unlocked, such as the lightning storm, nuclear bombs, the space-time teleportation device, and the mind control device. Any one of these weapons could send shockwaves across the globe. Any fool who merely bides their time to grow stronger could, with the red alert base, establish a nation rivaling the top 5 rogue states, if not dominate the world. System, how is the funding for this red alert base calculated? Bayu inquired cautiously, for this was no mere game. Did he truly have to mine for gold to develop? US dollars, gold, and gems can all serve as resource points for the development of the red alert base. $1 equals 1 resource point. The system reported faithfully. Oh my goodness, I am destined for greatness. Bayu laughed heartily. You'll see for yourself, host. The system replied, tinged with amusement, though Bayu remained oblivious. With 30,000 merit points still at his disposal, Bayu decided to reserve half, spending the remainder. He began perusing the marketplace once more and soon spotted an elite-level bodyguard card, which promised the summoning of a versatile and fiercely loyal protector. Though he had the 141st Special Forces, it was impractical to always be accompanied by such a large entourage, so he seized the opportunity during the sale and purchased it. True to its elite status, it cost him 2,000 merit points. Subsequently, Bayu exchanged for several weapon blueprints. The SR gun series was more than adequate. With an armaments factory now at his disposal, it was time to commence mass production of heavy weaponry capable of influencing the battlefield, such as tanks, armored vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, transport helicopters, and armed helicopters. Bayu had devised a meticulous plan to gradually transform the Huanyu Military Corporation into a globally renowned military enterprise. Chapter 6. The burdensome Red Alert Base and Bayu's financial struggles after redeeming the weapon blueprints. Bayu found himself with merely 15,000 merit points left, and he wisely chose to cease further expenditures. This sum was reserved for acquiring the raw materials necessary for manufacturing weapons and ammunition, as well as the finished weapons required by Negro, essentially a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. After making significant purchases, Bayu eagerly approached the perimeter of the base and located a suitable spot for the armaments factory. Once the summoning card was utilized, the armaments factory began to materialize. Soon, a large-scale armaments factory, comparable to the base itself, emerged in the vicinity. Among those present were 100 skilled technicians from the armory, accompanied by elite weapon designers. Greetings, Commander. The group of technicians exclaimed, their eyes ablaze with admiration as they gazed at Bayu. Bayu responded with a warm smile. At that moment, he noticed a middle-aged man with yellow skin, wearing glasses and appearing somewhat disheveled. This was evidently the elite weapon designer. Greetings, Commander. My name is Li Hui, the elite weapon designer. Before Bayu could address him, Li Hui stepped forward and offered a clumsy salute. Welcome to our team, Li Hui. The Huanyu military arsenal greatly needs talented individuals like you, Bayu said with enthusiasm. Oh, it is my great fortune to serve under you, Commander, Li Hui replied, somewhat taken aback by the warm reception. Since your talent in weapon design is unparalleled, I would like you to take charge of managing this armory, Bayu suggested. However, Li Hui was quick to decline. Oh no, Commander. I am certainly adept at designing weapons, but managing people is beyond my capabilities. I would prefer to focus solely on weapon design to enhance the military strength of the company. Understanding that he could not impose upon Li Hui, Bayu nodded. In that case, how about you serve as the head of the weapon design department at the armory? That should not be too demanding for you, I hope. Bayu proposed as a compromise. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hui agreed. Very well, excellent. Here are the weapon design blueprints. You need not seek my approval for raw materials. Feel free to retrieve them directly from the logistics warehouse, Bayu instructed. Handing Li Hui the weapon designs along with a USB drive containing core data. I shall not fail in my mission, Li Hui declared confidently, clutching the designs as he began to study them, alternating between admiration and regret as he noted their flaws. Such was the eccentric nature of genius. Li Hui, do you think you can produce these weapons? Bayu inquired. Absolutely. There is no weapon on these designs that I cannot create. Once produced, they will undoubtedly turn the tide on the battlefield. However, there are some deficiencies. Rest assured, Commander, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, we can manufacture all these weapons within a month. Li Hui assured, thumping his chest in promise. Excellent. I have faith in you. Should any difficulties arise, remember to inform the company. We will do everything possible to assist the armory, Bayu expressed, patting Li Hui on the shoulder with joy. You are all invaluable assets to the company. I hope you work diligently to contribute to its development. Bayu addressed the 100 technicians, who raised their fists in enthusiastic agreement, their faces alight with fervor. Very well, return to your tasks. Bayu then proceeded to an open area outside the base and utilized the summoning card from Red Alert. Truly, It was an item worthy of its 30,000 merit points, exuding an air of distinction right from the factory. Suddenly, a vast azure vortex manifested in the wilderness, from which a colossal base vehicle, towering 50 meters high, gradually emerged. Upon reaching the designated location of White Fish, it began to transform and unfold, akin to a scene from a video game, ultimately morphing into a futuristic steel base. The magnificent gantry crane and the main structure, reminiscent of a sci-fi establishment, dazzled White Fish's eyes. Reporting to the commander, Tanya at your service. A sweet voice unexpectedly resonated beside White Fish, snapping him out of his stupor. He found himself momentarily entranced by the stunningly beautiful and alluring figure before him. Tanya, what on earth? White Fish exclaimed, utterly bewildered, as he distinctly remembered not purchasing Tanya's summoning card. Commander? Tanya waved her hand in front of the dazed White Fish. He regained his composure, clearing his throat as he realized he had momentarily lost his bearing. What is happening with the system? He silently pondered. What is the matter? Is the host not pleased? A strikingly attractive companion stands beside you, the system teased. I did not acquire Tanya's summoning card. Why has she suddenly appeared? White Fish asked again, exasperated. Consider it a hidden benefit from your purchase of the Red Alert base. What? Do you not desire it? Then I shall retract it, the system explained. Yes. Of course I want it. White Fish thought it unwise to let go of an impressive character from the game. Upon returning to reality, he found himself somewhat entranced by Tanya. She was even more beautiful than her animated counterpart in the game. Her sun-kissed skin, alluringly curvaceous figure, and exquisite features, coupled with a chest that surely boasted at least a D cup, made her the quintessential dream woman for any man. Feeling a stirring in his loins, White Fish hastily composed himself to avoid an embarrassing display as the commander. Ahem, hello Tanya, it's a pleasure to meet you, he coughed lightly, redirecting his focus and smiling at her. Greetings, Commander. From today onward, I shall serve you, Tanya replied respectfully, offering a salute. Excellent. The Galactic Military welcomes your addition. Commander, do you have any tasks for me? Perhaps infiltration or assassination? Tanya twirled a pair of Beretta pistols in a combative manner. Not at the moment. For now, Tanya, you will serve as my secretary. I will inform you when tasks arise, White Fish replied, resting a hand on his forehead. Upon hearing this, Tanya smiled seductively and slowly leaned closer to White Fish. Is it the role of a secretary for work, or something more intimate? She whispered, her breath brushing against his ear, her fingers lightly grazing his chest. Before his transition, White Fish had been a novice in matters of romance, having only witnessed such encounters through the works of Eastern educators. Now, faced with Tanya's tantalizing advances, he found it challenging to maintain his composure. Fortunately, after receiving a physical enhancement, his self-control had significantly improved. Instead of blushing, he regarded Tanya with a bemused smile. Suddenly seizing her hand, he countered. Which do you think it is? I would wager it is the latter, she replied playfully. As she gazed at the domineering Bayou, Tanya felt a twinge of surprise. Her cheeks flushed with an added allure. Tanya, teasing the commander is rather inappropriate, Bayou remarked with a playful smile while gently pinching Tanya's chin. And how will the commander punish Tanya? Tanya inquired in a voice that sent shivers down one's spine. Bayou, taken aback by Tanya's tenacity, delivered a firm slap to her backside, asserting his authority. Tanya let out a soft gasp, her face aglow, as she looked at Bayou with a bashful expression. That is your punishment. Should you err again, the consequences will be more severe, Bayou declared, relishing the softness of Tanya while maintaining a facade of seriousness. More severe? Tanya's eyes sparkled with intrigue, sensing mischief in Bayou's demeanor. After dealing with the mischievous Tanya, Bayou began to explore the functionalities of the Red Alert base. He first entered the core area, specifically the control room of the main base vehicle. Is this the interior? It truly feels futuristic. Bayou marveled at the sci-fi ambience of the Red Alert base. Indeed, Commander, a playful voice chimed in. Who? Bayou instinctively became alert, glancing at Tanya to confirm that it was not her voice. Greetings, Commander. I am your aide, Isabel, the artificial intelligence of the Red Alert base. A sweet and charming girl dressed in a uniform materialized before Bayou. Is this a holographic projection? Bayou asked, reaching out to touch Isabel, only for his hand to pass through her image. Correct, Commander. Isabel employs holographic projection to converse with you directly, she confirmed, validating Bayou's thoughts. You are an artificial intelligence? Bayou inquired, astonished to discover that the Red Alert base was equipped with such advanced intelligence. A stark contrast to the rudimentary AIs of his past life. Indeed, Isabel exists to assist the base commander. And I shall devote myself to supporting you in developing the Red Alert base, she affirmed with a nod. At that moment, a management panel for the Red Alert base appeared before Bayou, revealing information about constructible buildings, available energy, and current funds. Why is there 200,000? Bayou exclaimed in surprise at the resource points displayed on the panel. This is the initial funding provided by the Red Alert base for the commander. Future resources will need to be acquired by you, Isabel explained. I see, Bayou responded with newfound understanding. He began to peruse the panel of base buildings, which included a power plant, barracks, radar station, airport, vehicle factory, nuclear reactor, research center, combat laboratory, dock, or refinery, and or mining facility. However, upon viewing the prices of these structures, Bayou's jaw dropped in astonishment. The originally priced 800 credits for the Maglev power plant has now skyrocketed to 1,500 credits. The barracks have also multiplied in cost, now standing at 2,500 credits, while the ore extraction facility astonishingly demands 10,000 credits. The armored vehicle factory now costs 50,000 100,000 credits. The Combat Laboratory 200,000 credits. The Airport 100,000 credits. And the Research Center a staggering 500,000 credits. Observing these soaring prices left Bayou utterly astounded. System, he shouted in exasperation. What is happening here? He demanded. Ah, how exorbitant indeed. The system replied nonchalantly. I am merely responsible for sales. Once a product leaves the shelf, I bear no responsibility. The system's tone was rather smug. Bayou was on the verge of unleashing a tirade, but the words died on his lips upon hearing the activation of an electric punishment. Young man, what were you about to say? Speak boldly. The system encouraged him to voice his remaining thoughts. You truly are the finest system in the world, Bayou reluctantly uttered, suppressing his true feelings to avoid the punishment. Just know that, and do not call me unless necessary. The system replied before falling silent. What an injustice. Bayou could only lament in frustration. What's wrong, Commander? Both Isabel and Tanya inquired, puzzled by his demeanor. Nothing, Bayou responded, his face darkening, sensing his discontent. The two wisely chose to remain silent. Bayou then began to examine the roster of personnel. Fortunately, the prices for personnel had not inflated excessively. The cost for soldiers had risen from 200 to 500 credits, with other units experiencing slight increases as well. This news somewhat alleviated Bayou's spirits. Next, he turned his attention to the defensive weapons and armor sections. Though the prices had risen, they remained within an acceptable range. He resolved to establish the rudimentary form of a red alert base, investing his initial capital of 200,000 credits into acquiring 10 power plants, followed by 3 barracks, a vehicle factory, and an airport. Additionally, he procured defensive measures such as walls, combat bunkers, guard towers, Patriot missile systems, and machine gun bunkers. Before long, his funds were depleted, and he had to exchange some merit points for additional credits just to scrape by. Nevertheless, this effort transformed the nascent red alert base into a formidable military stronghold. Bayou also connected the initial base, the armory, and the red alert base with walls, creating an expansive military zone. As for why Bayou did not invest in a mine, the answer was simple. He had no knowledge of potential mining sites. The time-traveling mining vehicle could indeed locate gold mines, but that required the establishment of a combat laboratory and a research center first. As it stood, he could only purchase Soviet-armed mining vehicles, which were not cost-effective. Therefore, Bayou planned to exploit opportunities from Negro to foster his development. Currently, his finances were severely constrained, necessitating a delicate balance between converting merit points into goods and transforming resources to advance his red alert base. Bayou was in dire need of funds. Chapter 7, Striking Gold, News of the Gold Mine, and an explosion of troops. Several weeks passed in this manner. Bayou reclined in his office chair, listlessly watching the news on television. Currently, they found themselves in the desolate region of Huzhou. Yet it remained imperative to keep a vigilant eye on international affairs. Through his search, he stumbled upon news concerning Libya and began to watch intently. In the broadcast, a Caucasian war correspondent was covering an ongoing conflict. To Bayou's astonishment, he discovered that one of the factions involved in the war was comprised of Negro soldiers, a revelation he had never anticipated. The Negroes had rapidly commenced warfare using the weapons he had provided. The footage revealed these soldiers armed with AKMs, RPKs, and PKMs unleashing a devastating barrage upon their adversaries, overwhelming them with formidable firepower. Witnessing this group of soldiers recklessly expending ammunition left Bayou somewhat speechless. It was no wonder that not long ago, the Negroes had spent $3 million to procure 1 million rounds of ammunition from him. It was evidently for the purpose of waging war against rival warlords. As observed, the situation in Libya had deteriorated significantly, seemingly drawing the involvement of unknown arms dealers in this factional strife, with a plethora of Russian-made weaponry surfacing in the hands of Libyan warlords. The war correspondent, microphone in hand, urgently advised, we recommend that any civilians considering travel to Libya think carefully. The situation here has become increasingly volatile. We hope for a return to tranquility in Libya. Global Report brings you live updates from the front lines of war. Following this, the correspondent hastily beckoned his assistant to escape in their vehicle. As the footage concluded, the host appeared on screen. Due to political reasons, Libya had been mired in prolonged turmoil, with warlords running rampant, leading the once prosperous nation into despair. Global Report urged arms dealers to recognize that continued sales of weapons to these warlords would only incite greater chaos. Upon the host's remarks, a short video clip emerged, showcasing a convoy of military trucks. Bayou, upon seeing the convoy on screen, inadvertently spewed the red wine he had just sipped. What the hell? Is that me? He exclaimed, astonished that he could find himself in such a sensational moment. He had not anticipated that footage of the first transaction with the Negroes would be captured. Fortunately, his and the soldiers' faces had not been recorded. Listening to the host's dismissive comments urging arms dealers not to sell weapons to warlords, Bayou couldn't help but scoff. His meager stockpiles of arms paled in comparison to the world's largest arms dealers, the so-called 5 great rogues. To them, he was merely a small fry. After turning off the television, Bayou began to peruse the panel of the Red Alert base. Following several weeks of development, the Red Alert base had once again expanded with numerous building units and defensive structures, and Bayou had unlocked a research center and a combat laboratory with $1 million. The remaining $300,000 were promptly allocated to recruit soldiers, effectively translating into an acquisition of 400 troops, each equipped with their own gear. Notably, these soldiers could also be customized in terms of skin color and ethnicity. The $500 soldiers were armed with weaponry configurations akin to that of the American Army, featuring the M4A1 as their primary weapon and the Beretta military pistol as their sidearm. complemented by tactical bulletproof vests, helmets, and goggles. Subsequently, with the remaining $100,000, Bayou procured 10 Gray Bear tanks at $3,000 each and 4 Rhino tanks at $5,000 each. Furthermore, with the last $50,000, he acquired 5 Nightingale transport helicopters at $5,000 each, in addition to 2 armed Moose helicopters priced at $10,000 each. After this expenditure, Bayou found himself out of funds once again. Continuing on this path was unsustainable. Currently, the sole client was Negro, and solely relying on him for profit was not a long-term strategy. It would be prudent to cultivate additional clients, thus preventing Negro from monopolizing the market and ensuring Bayou did not have to depend solely on arms purchases. Resolute in his decision, Bayou promptly secured a loan of merit points. Gritting his teeth, he invested in an elite political and business talent, customizing him as a Caucasian. Before long, a sharply dressed, blonde individual adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles stood before Bayou. "Commander, Edward reports for duty." Edward saluted Bayou with the utmost respect. "Indeed, Edward. I have a significant task to entrust to you," Bayou stated. "Please, go ahead. From this day forth, you will assume the role of a manager in an arms company, tasked with establishing connections with other warlords in Libya and selling them arms. Are you capable of this?" Bayou inquired. "I assure you, I will accomplish the mission," Edward replied with unwavering confidence. "Excellent. I will assign you a contingent of guards to ensure your safety. And you may requisition weapons from the armory as needed for transactions," Bayou expressed, patting Edward's shoulder with satisfaction. "Understood, Commander. I shall commence my duties immediately. My first target will be Rosa, the nemesis of Negro. I imagine Rosa is currently fraught with distress over his battlefield losses," Edward remarked, adjusting his spectacles as he identified his initial objective. "Proceed boldly, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, do not hesitate to seek assistance from headquarters," Bayou instructed, handing Edward a direct line for communication. Yes, Edward accepted the phone with great care, treating it as a precious item. After bidding farewell to Bayou, he exited the office, while Bayou dispatched 50 soldiers from the Red Alert base to serve as Edward's personal escort. He also placed an order with the armory for weapons and ammunition to be prepared for Edward's dealings with Rosa. After an hour of meticulous preparation, Edward set out with his convoy. His objective was to engage with Rosa through another military defense company known as Black Skull, facilitating a transaction that would enable Rosa to acquire weaponry capable of countering Negro's forces. In turn, Negro would procure arms from Bayou to confront Rosa's troops. Thus, a lengthy chain of transactions could be established, potentially leading to a significant financial surge for Bayou. In anticipation of good news from Edward, Bayou spent his time aimlessly at the base, either practicing his aim or teasing Tanya. As dusk approached, Edward, true to expectations, brought forth splendid news. He and Rosa had successfully made contact, while Rosa was indeed overwhelmed by the troubles caused by the Negro forces. Upon receiving Edward's timely assistance, Rosa welcomed him as if he were a savior. The excitement grew as he beheld the weapons and ammunition Edward had brought, leading him to promptly sign a purchase agreement and express a desire for a long-term partnership. In this manner, Edward, by merely engaging in conversation, secured $8 million. "Commander, I have not disappointed you," Edward said with a grin. "I knew I had chosen the right person. You have done exceptionally well." Bayou, thrilled by the $8 million reflected in his account, gestured for a bottle of fine red wine, toasting with Edward as a mark of respect. "My subordinates shall dedicate themselves to the commander," Edward fervently exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Edward, I hope you can cultivate more clients in the future." "Indeed, Commander. There is another crucial matter I must report," Edward said mysteriously. "Go on." "I have discovered that Rosa seems to control a substantial gold mine, which explains why he had the audacity to purchase all the arms outright." Edward shared his findings with Bayou. A gold mine. The mere mention of it invigorated Bayou. The existence of a gold mine would mean that his or collection facility could be constructed, allowing him to extract greater profits from the gold. Yes, a gold mine. Rosa has enslaved many laborers to work in his private mine. I even saw gold nuggets the size of human heads on his desk. Gold nuggets the size of human heads. Bayou was further astonished. If such large nuggets existed, it would indicate the immense reserves within Rosa's gold mine. "Commander, should we dispatch troops to seize Rosa's gold mine?" Edward sensed Bayou's growing interest. "Are you aware of Rosa's military strength?" Although Bayou was keen on the gold mine, he sought to understand Rosa's military capabilities before making any plans. Under the assault from Negro, Rosa's forces had suffered considerable losses. However, with the weapons we provided, it was evident that they could quickly regroup. Yet, I believe that if the commander intervenes, Rosa's troops would be nothing more than a collection of insignificant forces. Edward replied confidently, "Let us wait for a while. We will allow Rosa to continue depleting Negro's resources, compelling Negro to purchase arms from me again. After a few more profitable ventures, we can dispose of Rosa." Bayou deliberated before outlining his plan. He intended to reap a few more rewards before eliminating Rosa and claiming the gold mine for himself. The esteemed commander, upon returning, Rosa expressed a desire to procure further weaponry from us, necessitating my request for additional resources from the armory. "Understood," I replied. "Such matters no longer require my approval. As I have previously stated, feel free to retrieve supplies directly from the armory as needed. The only constraint we face is a lack of funds. And Rosa and Negro have become my lucrative avenues." Bayou gestured for Edward to take initiative. "Understood, Commander." Edward nodded in agreement. "You may take your leave to rest. I have several matters to attend to," Bayou remarked, glancing at the late hour. Edward, without further ado, promptly exited the office. Subsequently, Bayou converted half of the $8 million into funds for the Red Alert base, while the remaining 4 million was exchanged for 200,000 merit points. This transformation restored Baiyu from a state of poverty to that of wealth. With such abundant resources at his disposal, Baiyu's foremost objective was to bolster his troops and expand the base. Rather than investing in seasoned soldiers, he opted for mobilized troops, which cost merely 200 each. Although they initially lacked the prowess of the $500 Marine units, with military training, they could evolve into competent Marines. Thus, Baiyu swiftly recruited 2,000 mobilized troops and an additional 1,000 Marines, bringing the total personnel at the base to nearly 5,000. With 4,000 combatants and 1,000 support and technical staff, Baiyu then procured the heroic figure Boris, valued at 50,000, alongside 100 SEAL team members, each costing 1,000. He organized them into a SEAL team and expended 10,000 merit points to purchase SEAL Team 6 from the system marketplace for their management, ranking just below the base's elite task force 141. With ample resources still available, Baiyu began to enhance the base's defensive measures, rapidly establishing laser turrets, watchtower cannons, magnetic storm coils, Gatling guns, machine gun bunkers, rift generators, and Patriot missiles. Concurrently, reconnaissance satellites were launched, granting the base global surveillance capabilities. On the ground, armored units such as Rhino tanks and Grizzly tanks, war fortresses, multifunctional infantry vehicles, self-propelled artillery, tank destroyers, armed helicopters like the Stag and Apache, Nighthawk helicopters, and the large transport helicopter Super Stallion, along with the crucial V-2 missile vehicles, were produced. From this moment forth, the Universal Military Arms became a formidable military corporation capable of dual ground and aerial assaults. As for military strength, it is evident that no PMC could rival it globally. For which other PMC has missiles and fighter jets? Chapter 8. Has Negro discovered? Since devising this profitable scheme, Baiyu and Edward seized the opportunity to capitalize on Negro and Rosa. Within a mere month, Baiyu had amassed several tens of millions of dollars from the two. One wonders the origin of their wealth. However, this also bestowed immense developmental opportunities upon the White Fish. Within a month, the White Fish transformed the base into an expansive military district, constructing numerous roads that gradually established a coherent transportation network in the previously desolate Libya. Yet, this thoroughfare remained firmly under the control of the White Fish. During this brief span, the White Fish amassed a military force exceeding 10,000 personnel, complemented by thousands of skilled professionals from various fields. Simultaneously, the White Fish ventured into the realm of scientific research, investing heavily to acquire a research center distinct from the one associated with the Red Alert base. This research center, considerably larger in scale, encompassed a broader spectrum of technologies, including nanomaterials laboratories, controllable nuclear fusion labs, aerospace rocket development centers, missile research facilities, superconducting materials research centers, and ultra-capacity battery technologies. Any technology capable of catalyzing a global industrial revolution was under investigation and development at this research center, which the White Fish aptly named the Ark Research Base. To safeguard this vital establishment, the White Fish stationed heavy security, with soldiers and military dogs patrolling around the clock, supplemented by dynamic biological sensors and ultra-high-definition surveillance, including thermal imaging. This was implemented to deter any unauthorized personnel from approaching. Any unidentified individuals would be executed without warning. Furthermore, to ensure the safety of the high-value technical staff and the confidentiality of their work within the Ark Research Base, the White Fish had Isabel brought to this location and instituted a system of identity verification and tiered access for research personnel. Beyond the visible structures, the base concealed a core component underground, reminiscent of the Hive in Resident Evil. The overall trajectory of the base was steadily ascending, largely thanks to the unfortunate circumstances surrounding Negro and Rosa. However, the warlords were not entirely naive. After prolonged conflict, they began to notice a pattern. Whenever one side received weaponry support, they would initially excel on the battlefield, only to be countered by a resurgence from the other side. This cyclical pattern aroused suspicion in both Negro and Rosa, leading them to engage in a confrontation to disclose their respective sources of weaponry. Upon revealing their origins, they each believed they had merely misheard when they learned they were receiving arms from different companies. It was not until Negro discreetly sent subordinates to track developments that he chanced upon the White Fish's convoy coinciding with Edwards, both heading in the same direction. Enraged by this revelation, Negro found himself seething with fury. He had never imagined he would be manipulated like a puppet, nor that the White Fish would sell him weapons only to subsequently supply Rosa, inciting a conflict between them while he merely observed from a distance, profiting from their strife. Damn it! Damn it! Negro shouted in rage, smashing everything in his office. He had unwittingly played the fool, consistently funding the White Fish, foolishly believing he could usurp Rosa's territory to become the most powerful warlord in Libya. However, he has only now come to realize that he has merely been a fool, ensnared in a web of deceit. How infuriating! Why did I not perceive this sooner? Negoro pounded the table, lamenting that had he been more astute, he would not have suffered such financial losses. Now, not only has he failed to gain anything, but he has also incurred significant losses. What if the general had not eliminated that man named Bai? Modu cautiously reminded him, observing Negoro's fury. Now is not the time. His ability to procure such an arsenal indicates that he has formidable backing. I am merely a small warlord in Libya. Should I provoke an arms dealer with substantial influence, I might not even know how I would meet my demise. Negoro did not acquiesce, for he valued his life. Thus, he resolved to conduct an investigation to ascertain whether Bai possessed any national support or was affiliated with a world-renowned PMC. Once he confirmed that Bai had no backing, he would unite with Rosa to confront this audacious schemer. Very well, General, Moda replied, agreeing to Nagoro's directive to investigate Bai's background. However, Bai was a time traveler. What information could be found? Despite Nagoro investing $1 million to uncover details about Bai, no information surfaced. This led Nagoro to believe that Bai was merely an insignificant pawn, perhaps a fortunate heir to an arms factory, thus acquiring such a vast array of weapons. Consequently, Nagoro began to covet Bai's arms factory. If he could eliminate Bai, he could seize control of the factory. With the weapons produced by the factory, he could decisively vanquish Rosa and ascend to become the paramount warlord of Libya. As this thought crossed his mind, a sinister laugh escaped him, his scarred visage appearing particularly menacing. He instructed Modu to contact Rosa, stating he wished to form an alliance, promising a 50-50 split of the arms factory once Bai was dealt with. 50-50? Why would the general share the arms factory with that man? Modu queried, puzzled. You fool. I'm deceiving him. This is merely to compel him to assist me. Once he engages Bai, and they have weakened each other, we shall reap the benefits. Nagoro chastised him fiercely. The general is wise. Moda quickly began to flatter him profusely. Ha ha ha. Go now, Nagoro said, pleased with the flattery, gesturing for Modu to depart. Once Modi exited the office, Nagoro gazed at the photograph of Bai on his desk, seemingly assured of his impending triumph. Everything you have taken from me, I shall reclaim. You yellow-skinned monkey. I will chop off your fingers one by one and feed them to my hyenas. Nagoro plunged a knife into Bai's photograph, as if he were already claiming Bai's life. Little did he know, his words were being captured by a listening device. It appears these apes are not entirely foolish. Huh, they wish to kill me? How laughable. Bai savored his Romani Conti, while Tanya gently massaged his shoulders from behind. Did the boss require me to take care of that fellow? Tanya leaned closer to Bayu's face, and the storm had already settled on Bayu's back. Did such a petty character necessitate your intervention? Bayu shook his head. In his opinion, Negro was nothing more than an inconsequential nuisance. He set down his glass and seized Tanya's wrist. Ah, Tanya exclaimed, falling into Bayu's embrace. You seem to relish teasing your superior every day. Have you forgotten my words? It appears you require some punishment. With that, Bayu assertively carried the dazed Tanya into the bedroom of his office. After closing the door, the room soon echoed with sounds that ignited the imagination. After an indeterminate amount of time, the clash concluded with Bayu's low growl and Tanya's high-pitched cry. On the bed, Bayu gazed at the now slumbering Tanya, feeling quite satisfied. Following the injection of a body-enhancing agent, his endurance had significantly increased, rendering him invulnerable. Even a fiery and assertive woman like Tanya was unable to withstand him. Negro, since you are so intent on eliminating me, you need not be spared. Bayu's mind was already concocting plans to eradicate both Negro and Rosa. Once he had made his decision, he embraced Tanya and peacefully drifted into slumber. Chapter 9. The Feast at Hongmen. Do you even deserve mutual destruction? Ever since Negro discovered the situation, he commenced collaboration with Rosa, strategizing on how to deal with Bayu. However, their plans were entirely eavesdropped upon by Bayu. Negro sought to lure Bayu to a banquet under the pretense of discussing a substantial arms deal, intending to seize control of him at the event and ultimately compel Bayu to submit. Following this, the joint forces of Negro and Rosa would launch an assault on Bayu's base. Upon hearing the absurd scheme from these two knuckleheads, Bayu found himself doubled over with laughter. He never anticipated that these dimwits would presume they could contend with him. The very weapons he had sold them would be turned against him. It nearly overwhelmed him with mirth. Just a handful of incompetent fools. If enemy jets and armed helicopters were to drop a few bombs on them, it could easily send these simpletons into a panicked retreat. Nevertheless, Bayu did not immediately dispatch troops to eliminate Negro and Rosa. Instead, he resolved to attend Negro's banquet, curious to observe the methods these fools would employ to coerce him into submission. Indeed, within a few days, Bayu received an invitation from Negro. He accepted the invitation and arrived directly at Negro's banquet. Boss, everything is prepared. The 141 Task Force and the Alloy Squad are on standby outside, ready for action. A tall man with a square face respectfully bowed. Well, Long Wu, look at you, stern-faced again. I've said to relax. It would take them eons to even dream of taking my life, Bayu admonished playfully. Yes, boss. Long Wu nodded, then adopted a more relaxed demeanor, standing behind Bayu like a devoted bodyguard. Boss, the reconnaissance drones have detected numerous thermal signatures. They are lying in ambush around the estate. Please exercise caution. At that moment, the concealed earpiece emitted the voice of Zhang Yu from the Operations Command Center. Understood. Have the aerial support on standby at all times, and ensure that the missile and rocket units are ready. Once the engagement begins, we will annihilate Negro and Rosa's forces without leaving any survivors. Bayu stated with a calm demeanor. Yes. Meanwhile, the 141 Task Force and the Alloy Squad, stationed on the periphery, remained vigilant, utilizing advanced military binoculars and sniper rifles to monitor Bayu within the estate. Keep your eyes wide open. It is imperative to safeguard the boss's safety. Price. Shrouded in darkness, communicated over the channel. Rest assured, this pack of guerrillas will not lay a finger on the boss, Soap replied, his gaze fixed intently on the ICR sniper rifle. Why does the boss choose to attend this banquet of danger, knowing full well its nature? Xiao Chang inquired, perplexed as he observed the patrolling guards. The boss has his own motives. Refrain from asking too many questions, Ghost replied. It is truly a pity that such advanced equipment is only suited to deal with these guerrillas, Yuri lamented, stroking his ICR rifle. Feeling disdain for a confrontation with adversaries he deemed inferior to regular troops. It was a battle of overwhelming superiority. Price, it has been a while. Shall we arrange a headcount competition between our two squads? provided we ensure the boss's safety? A strange man's voice echoed over the communication channel. Frost. You still possess that wicked sense of humor, Price chuckled. Feel free to engage, Frost, just don't hit me, Bayou interjected. How could that happen, boss? Frost from the Alloy Squad replied with an awkward laugh. Since the boss has agreed, let the contest commence. The loser shall forfeit the funding for this operation, shall we? Price proposed. What do you say, lads? Frost glanced at his Alloy Squad teammates, Sleepwalker, Tucker, Grinch, and McCoy. We're fine with it, Captain, after all. The food at the base is free, Sleepwalker, the observer, shrugged. Us too, the other three concurred. Then let the competition begin, Price, Frost remarked. Noticing the consensus among his team. Very well, the loser must accept the outcome with grace, Price replied with a smile. Of course. Isn't this a bit inappropriate, boss? Longwu remarked with a frown as he listened to the communications. Not at all, Bayou waved dismissively. Mr. Bai, how is the experience? At that moment, Negro approached with several subordinates, a smile adorning his face. Quite satisfactory. I must say, General, your estate is uniquely designed, and the wine is commendable. Bayou replied with an unaffected demeanor. Haha, that's wonderful to hear. Your satisfaction is what matters, Mr. Bai. Thanks to the weapons and equipment you sold us. We have turned the tide on the battlefield. I hope our cooperation endures. Come, let us drink. Negro warmly invited the waiter to bring a bottle of whiskey. The Macallan La Villa Series 65-year-old single malt whiskey. I never anticipated that your excellency would possess such a remarkable vintage. Bayou raised an eyebrow as he gazed at the bottle of whiskey. Mr. Bai, are you familiar with this particular spirit? Of course, Bayou replied. Not making a random guess. He distinctly recalled witnessing his superior indulging in this whiskey in a previous life, and he had even researched its price, which was nearly 4 million RMB. Negro nodded and personally uncorked the bottle, pouring 2 glasses, one for himself and one for Bayou. Bayou accepted the glass but refrained from drinking, for he was well aware that the whiskey contained a slow-acting poison. Should he consume it without an antidote, he would surely meet his demise, a fate Negro had devised to coerce him into submission. Come, Mr. Bai, let us toast to a prosperous future in business. Negro said with great exuberance as he invited Bayou to clink glasses. However, Bayou deftly pushed Negro's hand aside, causing Negro to flinch slightly, while his confidant subtly reached for his waist. Your Excellency, perhaps we should enjoy this exquisite drink while discussing business, Bayou replied with an unwavering smile. Negro, momentarily taken aback, then donned a benevolent smile. Of course, Mr. Bai. In that case, let us proceed to my office. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at Negro's office, where Long Wu awaited outside. What are you staring at? Long Wu shot back defiantly at Negro's men, who regarded him with predatory gazes. The intense hostility emanating from their stares made Negro's subordinates uneasy, causing them to lower their heads. Damn those gorillas, just wait and see how I deal with you. Long Wu muttered under his breath in a floral dialect. Inside the office, Negro observed as Bayou consumed the poisoned whiskey. He suppressed his elation, maintaining a facade of composure. General Negro, why aren't you drinking? Bayou feigned confusion. Drink? What nonsense. Negro could no longer maintain his act, slamming his palm against the table and exclaiming, why is General Negro so suddenly enraged? Bayou inquired, lightly tapping his fingers on the table while observing Negro's abrupt shift from performance. Mr. Bai, do you truly believe me to be a fool? You cannot possibly think that I am oblivious to the fact that while selling weapons to me, you were simultaneously supplying that scoundrel Rosa? You have certainly plotted well, Negro exclaimed, pulling several photographs from his drawer and placing them before Bayou. Bayou did not even glance at the images, merely regarding Negro with a bemused smile. Negro, agitated by Bayou's unwavering gaze, brandished a golden desert eagle threateningly before him, poised to fire. Now, divulge the exact location of your base. To be frank, you have just ingested a glass of poison, and should I withhold the antidote, you will succumb to the toxin and die in agony. Negro menaced fiercely. Yet, Bayou regarded Negro as one would a jester. Aren't you afraid of death? Negro queried, pressing his finger toward the trigger, as if ready to pull it at any moment. Negro, Whitefish said, I must admit you are quite clever, but do you truly believe you hold the upper hand? As he spoke, the waiter standing behind Negro, holding a tray, suddenly drew a silenced pistol and pressed it against Negro's temple. Instantly, Negro was taken aback. You think you can kill me? You aspire to ally with Rosa? What makes you believe you possess the capability? Whitefish scoffed, unperturbed. Negro was struck with horror. He had not anticipated that Whitefish was fully aware of his scheme. Do you think you can walk out of here? He gritted his teeth. Why not? Today is your last day, Negro, Whitefish replied with a grin. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Long Wu, followed by the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Boss, those few have been dealt with. Team 141 and Alloy have commenced their operations. Understood. Outside, gunfire and shouts erupted. Damn it. Negro realized he had been outmaneuvered and understood his imminent demise. In a desperate attempt, he resolved to take Whitefish down with him. Let us perish together. Negro screamed, pulling the trigger. To his astonishment, no bullet was discharged. Did you not think to check if your gun was loaded? Whitefish lamented. You wish to die together? You are hardly worthy. Moreover, I am aware that the wine is poisoned, but do you know why I drank it despite that knowledge? Why? Because I consumed the antidote, fool. Upon hearing this, Negro felt utterly defeated, aware he had lost comprehensively. Be swift, Whitefish commanded, and he and Long Wu exited the office. Meanwhile, the waiter, a spy, pulled the trigger under Negro's unwilling gaze. As a bullet pierced Negro's forehead, the once mighty warlord met his end. Chapter 10. Seizing control of Benin Town and Lar Town upon exiting Negro's office, Whitefish elegantly retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands. Noticing the bodies on the floor, he frowned. Long Wu, will you not tidy up the scene? He chided lightly. My apologies, boss. I have been remiss, Long Wu replied, scratching his head, a sheepish grin on his face. Who would have thought such a seemingly simple man was a ruthless elite bodyguard? Never mind. What is the status of our operations? Our forces have surrounded both Negro's and Rose's troops, with the weapons they possess. How could they possibly contend with fighter jets and armed helicopters? Our ground armored units are compressing the encirclement. It should not be long before the enemy is entirely annihilated. Long Wu reported on the battle situation to Whitefish. Has the estate been secured? Aside from scattered armed personnel holed up in rooms, most of the estate has been taken control of. Team 141 and the Alloy Squad are on standby in the hall, while the spies and Marines are clearing the remaining enemies. Very well, those who cower within their shelters shall directly face the onslaught of underground bombs and gas canisters. I am eager to witness how long they can remain in their shells. Baiyu nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. Long Wu acknowledged with a nod, and then turned to convey Baiyu's orders. Subsequently, the two made their way to the hall, where Price and Frost appeared to be embroiled in a debate. Price, our Alloy Squad has clearly eliminated more foes. Are we not to adhere to our wager? Frost inquired, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. We emerged victorious. Shall we not review the combat records upon our return to base? Price retorted, equally unyielding. Their respective team members joined in the banter, while the composed Ghost observed quietly. Baiyu, seeing the impasse, let out a wry smile. He clapped his hands to draw both teams' attention. Enough of this matter for now. Your current task is to root out everyone in Benning Town associated with Negro. From this moment forth, we shall take control of Benning Town. Yes. Both teams recognized the gravity of the situation and replied in unison. Let us proceed. Tonight shall be a sleepless night in Benning Town. With Baiyu's command issued, both teams dashed from the manor, boarding their vehicles to meticulously cleanse each household. Anyone linked to Negro would be apprehended. Boss, the main forces bring good tidings. Negro and Rose's united front has been entirely eradicated. Aside from a few individuals sustaining minor injuries, we have suffered no casualties. The enemy barely resisted before collapsing and surrendering. Rosa has confirmed her demise by self-inflicted gunshot. And now, Lartown is ours. As Baiyu savored fine wine, while listening to classical music, Long Wu also brought forth good news. Excellent. All injured personnel from this campaign shall receive the finest medical care. Additionally, I command the complete annihilation of all prisoners. We have no need for captives. All of them. Boss, why not utilize these guerrillas as labor? Long Wu questioned, perplexed. What purpose do they serve? Tasks easily performed by machines do not necessitate this band of guerrillas. Moreover, we would then need to provide them sustenance. It is far more efficient to eliminate them. Baiyu believed that mining vehicles would far outperform these guerrillas in productivity. Were it not for the absence of a troop reclamation facility, Baiyu would have repurposed these guerrillas directly into resource points. Understood. Long Wu nodded in realization, subsequently relaying Baiyu's orders. Meanwhile, Tanya, who was in charge of leading the main forces, acted swiftly upon receiving the command, instructing her troops to execute the hundreds of surrendered guerrillas. To stave off any potential plague, she also ordered the flamethrower troops to incinerate the bodies. Advance to Lartown. As per the boss's orders, we shall secure control over Lartown. Following this, thousands of main troops marched towards Lartown, their demeanor suggesting not mere acquisition but rather the intent to level the town. Let us go, Long Wu. Let us return to base. This wretched place is beginning to vex me. After finishing an entire bottle of wine, Baiyu felt perturbed by the gunfire echoing from Benning Town. Yes, boss. Under the protection of a squad of special forces, Baiyu departed from Benning Town and returned to the base. In the operations command room, Baiyu observed the real-time footage transmitted from various units displayed on the screens, as well as the recently recorded combat scenes. Report from Nest. Eagle 1 support formation has completed the ground strike mission and requests to return. Return authorized. Nest, here is Ground Unit 3. We have encountered the enemy engaging us in urban combat in Laurel Town and are currently exchanging fire. Requesting reconnaissance, drone marking. Received. We are dispatching the nearest reconnaissance drone to your location. Ground Unit 3 received. Over. The entire operations command room operated with remarkable order, coordinating and monitoring all battlefield information. Under the conditions of informationized warfare, how could these uncultured apes possibly prevail? They were like headless flies, mercilessly slaughtered. The battle lasted a full 2 hours. As the tallest buildings in Benning and Laurel Town were adorned with the insignia of the Cosmic Military Corporation, it signified the complete takeover of both towns. In this campaign, our forces totaled 6,000 personnel, including 2 special teams, 3 fighter aircraft formations for armored formations, and 12 armed helicopter formations, with 0 fatalities for severely injured, and 62 lightly injured. The estimated number of enemy casualties exceeded 3,000. End of report. Zhang Yu handed the statistical report of the campaign to Baiyu. As Baiyu perused the report, a satisfied smile graced his face. He rose and began to address those present. Thank you all for your hard work, and my gratitude extends to all combat personnel involved in this campaign. You executed this operation beautifully. From today onward, Benning and Laurel Town will serve as the new stronghold for the Cosmic Military Corporation. To celebrate our success, I have decided to hold a 3-day jubilation at the base. With Baiyu's proclamation, thunderous applause erupted in the operations command room. Simultaneously, the troops outside were filled with excitement, cheering joyously. Chapter 11. A great change the following day. Throughout the night, all individuals associated with Negro and Rosa were completely eliminated. Baiyu adhered to the principle of preferring to mistakenly kill than to let any potential threats slip away, mercilessly slaughtering everyone, regardless of age or gender, to prevent them from becoming obstacles on his path to success. Baiyu also ordered military control over Bening and Laurel Town to thwart any ill-intentioned individuals from causing unrest. Clearly, Baiyu's actions were justified, as some of the apes dared to seize the chaos to loot. However, their fates were foreseeable, as they were summarily executed to set an example. To ensure complete dominion over Bening and Laurel Town, Baiyu stationed more than half of his forces within the two towns. Until the gold mines were developed, he could only temporarily burden these 3,000 soldiers. Baiyu intended to transform Bening and Laurel Town into his true stronghold in Huzhou, as the main base must remain concealed from outsiders. After all, the extraordinary black technology, conjured from thin air, would surely drive the entire world into a frenzy. The asset report for Negro and Rosa has been completed, and I humbly present it for your review. The alluring Tanya, akin to a devoted secretary, gently massages Baiyu. As Baiyu enjoys Tanya's soothing touch, he begins to peruse the statistical report. Indeed, the wealth amassed by the warlords is astounding. Baiyu is taken aback upon seeing the figures, which reveal a combined cash total of $50 million for Negro and Rosa, not including various gemstones and a staggering ton of gold, an amount that is not entirely outrageous, considering the global annual production is merely 600 tons. As for the villas and cars, they pale in significance. Our generals Negro and Rosa have been exceedingly generous, leaving us with such a remarkable gift. Baiyu lightly flicks the report, smiling. With these funds, he can once again bolster his forces and acquire 2 military bases, thereby solidifying his control over Benin Town and Lyre Town. Boss, our technical team has already surveyed the gold mine. Rosa's subordinate possesses over 10 tons of gold, Tanya announces, delivering yet another piece of good news. 10 tons. Baiyu sits up abruptly. Typically, a gold mine yielding several hundred kilograms is classified as small, while a large mine produces around 23 tons, and anything exceeding 3 tons is deemed exceptionally large. Rosa, who would have thought your luck was this fortuitous? Baiyu muses, envious of Rosa's extraordinary fortune. Should Rosa wisely exploit this gold mine, he could easily become the hegemon of Black State. Alas, his expedition was thwarted, and he fell before achieving success. Splendid. With this gold mine, financing our base will be a breeze in the near term. Baiyu exclaims, pulling Tanya into his embrace. Surprised, Tanya gasps but soon ceases to resist. Before long, the room is filled with sounds that evoke the imagination. In the ensuing months, Baiyu meticulously converted the $50 million into 5 million merit points, achieving financial independence. The remaining gemstones and gold were exchanged for resource points at the Red Alert base. 1 ton of gold, valued at $50 per gram, provided a remarkable $35 million, translating to 35 million resource points. This newfound wealth elevated Baiyu to a status where finances were no longer a concern. With such abundant resource points, Baiyu's immediate priority was to establish infrastructure in Benin Town and Lyre Town. This included the installation of surveillance systems, cameras, roadways, hospitals, police stations, fire departments, power plants, schools, and government buildings. To mitigate any potential shock or exposure for the indigenous inhabitants of Benin and Lyre Town due to these sudden constructions, Baiyu invested heavily in mind control devices capable of covering both towns, effectively brainwashing them. Simultaneously, he relocated the indigenous people to peripheral areas, embarking on a comprehensive transformation of Benin Town and Lyre Town. He delineated core areas, urban zones, military control regions, old districts, slums, and suburbs. Baiyu aspired to cultivate Benin Town and Lyre Town into the most prosperous cities in Black State. Baiyu aspires to transform the universal military into an entity akin to the Titan Corporation from a past Life Fest game, aiming to ascend to the status of a 6th-tier rogue within the global alliance. Thus, he intends to use Huzhou as a launchpad, progressing step by step towards this ambition. As the adage goes, one must pave the way to prosperity. Baiyu has invested heavily to connect 2 towns with an extensive highway spanning 80 kilometers. This route is constructed with the scale of a strategic corridor in mind, capable of serving as a temporary military runway during times of conflict. Along the way, he has established checkpoints and military outposts to deter any unwitting warlords from invading with their troops. Access to Lyre Town and Benin Town is contingent upon entering without any weaponry and obtaining authorization to state their intentions. Baiyu is acutely aware that his influence will eventually be revealed to the public. Thus, he plans to fortify the 2 towns as shields. This strategy will enhance the prestige and recognition of the universal military. Following these undertakings, Baiyu has commenced the endeavor of strengthening his military through technological advancements and troop expansions. He continuously acquires a variety of cutting-edge weapon technologies, such as carbon fiber composite ballistic materials, optical all-terrain tactical scopes, full-color night vision devices, suicide drones, portable reconnaissance drones, detection grenades, and anti-mine ambush tactical vehicles, all aimed at elevating the technological prowess of the universal military to a level on par with, or surpassing, global standards. The array of weaponry has begun to fall into place. If one were to identify the branch of the military experiencing the most significant transformation, it would undoubtedly be the Air Force. For instance, the newly developed Phoenix I, a next-generation ground-based heavy fighter, rivals the capabilities of a 4th-generation aircraft, alongside the Chi-Long I, a 4th-generation light fighter. The heavy electronic warfare aircraft, Thunder, has augmented the Air Force's capabilities, which previously relied solely on 3rd-generation aircraft, by introducing 3 formidable new assets. Furthermore, new weaponry has been deployed, including the stealth reconnaissance and strike drone, Wood Kite, ground attack aircraft, Executioner, akin to the Q-5 and Warthog, The AC-130X gunship, which has undergone enhancements to its radar and thermal imaging systems, significantly improving its endurance. Additionally, aerial refueling aircraft, large airborne early warning systems known as listening, and the large transport aircraft, Kunping-I, have seen considerable upgrades. The Nightingale transport helicopter has undergone significant improvements, while various enhancements have been made to the Osprey and the Mustang. In terms of armed helicopters, the Apache S radar system, fire control system, and weaponry have been upgraded and modified, employing a new coating that has been tested to evade even Stinger missiles successfully. The new vertical takeoff and landing armed helicopter, Razor, has also been introduced on the ground. In addition to upgrading and replacing the individual equipment of the Army, the armored units have received numerous new weapons. Foremost among these is the anti-mine and ambush tactical vehicle, and essential for Marines, which has been rigorously tested to adapt seamlessly to any battlefield environment, boasting maximum blast resistance. The innovative composite materials have fortified the vehicle's exterior armor to a hardness comparable to that of a tank. After rigorous inspection by technicians, it was astonishingly discovered that the vehicle could withstand multiple RPG rocket attacks, while also being impervious to landmines. Both the tires and the entire chassis were constructed from special alloys and composite materials. Once equipped with a machine gun, this tactical vehicle could effortlessly function as a mobile artillery platform, providing support and suppression whenever and wherever needed. Next, there were military transport trucks. Designed with durability and all-terrain capability in mind, albeit with slightly compromised comfort, a minor detail that could be overlooked. In terms of armored vehicles, 3 new members were added to the fleet. The wheeled all-terrain infantry fighting vehicle, Lynx, armed with a 35mm autocannon and 2 127mm heavy machine guns, as well as a smokescreen system and short-range guided missiles. The Hyena fire support armored vehicle and the Xiangui-I transport armored vehicle, both utilizing the most advanced alloy and composite materials, were similarly outfitted with cutting-edge weapon stations to deliver formidable firepower to ground forces. Moreover, the tank division, previously comprised solely of the Bear and Rhino tanks, welcomed a new addition, the heavy-tracked multi-purpose tank, Flashpoint. This tank not only boasted all the latest systems, equipment, and engines, but also featured modular capabilities, allowing for the swift conversion of its smoothbore cannon into an anti-aircraft gun, akin to interchangeable gun barrels. The emergence of Flashpoint heralded a new milestone for the main battle tanks of Huanyu military arms. To claim that all current main battle tanks in the world would be obliterated in a direct confrontation with Flashpoint is no exaggeration. After discussing the armored units, we turn to the long-range fire support units, commonly known as rocket forces. The Air Force and rocket units were prioritized for resources, receiving the lion's share of attention and support. The rocket forces underwent a significant overhaul, with the mainstay V-3 missile vehicle being extensively modified and rebranded as the Executioner, capable of striking targets within 1,000 kilometers. Additionally, the formidable Divine Arm ground-based medium-range missile could accurately target any location up to 5,000 kilometers away, with the potential to be equipped with a nuclear warhead for total annihilation if desired. This encapsulates the entirety of Huanyu military arms' current weaponry configuration. Following months of development, the organization has quietly made significant strides. Today, its military prowess ranks among the top echelons globally, especially when compared to national military machines. In a direct comparison with the forces of any single nation, Huanyu military arms would undoubtedly dominate. Baiyu firmly believes that with sufficient funding and time, Huanyu military arms will inevitably ascend to become the most formidable power in the world. Chapter 12, Negotiating Road Construction. After several months of development, Huanyu military arms has surged from an initial workforce of 10,000 to an impressive 30,000, beyond the over 10,000 personnel remaining at the original base. The remaining 20,000 are now distributed between Benin Town and Lair Town. Within just a few months, both towns have thrived, attracting not only local inhabitants but also visitors from afar. There are individuals of Caucasian and Asian descent, and one cannot help but ponder why they have chosen to come to Libya, especially considering the current state of unrest. Tourists gaze in astonishment at the revitalized towns of Benin and Lair, utterly surprised that the underdeveloped region of Hezhou possesses such vibrant and well-equipped urban areas. Is this truly Libya? Were it not for your words, I might have thought I was in summer country, remarked a bespectacled young man, his face reflecting disbelief as he surveyed his surroundings. Zhou Shua, did you not claim that there was nothing here? Inquired a sweet-faced girl beside him, her tone laced with irritation. Guiyu Shua, I assure you, I did not deceive you. When I visited last, it was nothing like this. Has the transformation been so profound in just a few months? Zhou Shua exclaimed, slapping his face in disbelief. All right, young Zhou must have misremembered, a middle-aged man interjected, patting Zhou Shua on the shoulder with a smile. Our mission is to investigate the surrounding soil, as the nation is currently engaging in diplomatic cooperation with Libya. The development of Libya is not necessarily a negative outcome. Mr. Wang, it is indeed peculiar, Guiyu Shua remarked, tilting her head. Why are there so many individuals of Asian and Caucasian descent here? We were just stopped and questioned on the road, and their weaponry does not resemble that of a national army. I am uncertain. We are not military personnel, and it is quite normal not to recognize certain weaponry. These individuals likely belong to local armed factions, and their demeanor was quite cordial. They did not trouble us, Mr. Wang replied. Mr. Wang. At that moment, 2 young men and a woman rushed over, the leader shouting, Ouyang, why are you being so reckless? Mr. Wang regarded the commotion with mild discontent. I apologize, Mr. Wang, Ouyang said, awkwardly scratching his head. Do you realize how late you are? Have you brought all the necessary equipment? Yes, yes, we have everything. Ouyang and his companions nodded vigorously, patting their backs. Then let us hasten our departure. We must consult with the local officials. I wonder if this document will be of any use. Mr. Wang retrieved a credential from his bag, stamped with the seal of the Libyan government and the emblem of the Chinese diplomatic mission. Mr. Wang, do you know anyone here? Ouyang asked, curious. What do you think? This is my first visit. It is improbable that I would know anyone. I can only hope that the officials we are to consult recognize this document. Otherwise, I shall have no recourse, Mr. Wang replied, somewhat exasperated. Aha! Ouyang chuckled awkwardly, while the others exchanged glances, baffled by his seemingly foolish question. Before long, the group found themselves walking along the street, en route to the nearby government building for negotiations. The shouts of merchants, the pristine streets, and the orderly shops conjured a sense of dreamlike wonder. Who would have thought that the underdeveloped Libya could possess such a thriving locale? What an extraordinary sight. Was I truly led to a slum by a deceitful guide during my last visit? Zhou Shua pondered, grappling with his sense of reality. Perhaps you've truly been taken for a ride, Gui Yushua chuckled. Damn it, that scoundrel. If I ever cross paths with him again, I shall certainly give him a good thrashing, Zhou Shua exclaimed, his irritation evident. Who would have thought our brother Zhou could be so easily deceived? Truly a stroke of bad luck, Ouyang remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Hey, don't be too surprised. This isn't the first time. Remember when brother Zhou bought that antique and ended up losing 5,000? When it was appraised, guess what? It was worth merely 20 bucks. That means the shopkeeper profited by a lamentable 4,980. A bespectacled chubby fellow chimed in with a humorous Tianjin accent. Damn it, Wang Xiongli. Fatty Wang, didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut? Zhou Shua exploded in frustration. Fatty Wang smirked mischievously. Who would have guessed brother Zhou had such a shameful past? A girl beside Gui Yushua exclaimed, astonished. Oh, he has plenty of such histories. Gui Yushua waved her fan and shook her head. Li Pingping, don't you dare believe your sister Gua. I have no such sordid history. Zhou Shua quickly defended himself. If I don't trust you, who should I trust? Gui Yushua shot him a glare. Young people must learn to discern wisely and not act rashly. Fortunately, it was only 5,000. Had it been tens of thousands, you wouldn't know where to cry. Teacher Wang sighed, imparting wisdom like a caring elder. At that moment, several fully armed soldiers suddenly appeared before them, the patrolling Marines responsible for maintaining order. Halt! The squad leader commanded in fluent English, stopping the group. Zhou Shua and the others quickly complied, aware that they were in Libya, not their homeland, and a single misstep could cost them dearly. What is the matter, officer? Teacher Wang inquired, glancing at the somewhat anxious students behind him. Nothing serious, just a routine check. Please show us your passports and identification, the squad leader replied. Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of relief. We're all here. We hail from the land of flower planting. Teacher Wang presented their documents to the squad leader. The leader took the documents, opened them one by one, and matched the information before returning them. He then saluted. Thank you for your cooperation, and welcome to Benin Town. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult the patrol or visit the nearest outpost or police station for assistance. Of course, Teacher Wang and the others responded, somewhat taken aback by the soldiers' friendliness, as they had expected to be extorted for protection money. This was their first encounter with such amiable soldiers. Soon, the patrol formed a line and continued their route along the street, occasionally stopping tourists for checks. Their attitude is remarkably pleasant, akin to encountering our own military. Li Pingping remarked in surprise. They resemble mercenaries. If they were black, they would undoubtedly make things difficult for us, Wang Xiongli speculated. Mercenaries? I find it hard to believe. It resembles a formal military force more than anything else. Have you ever seen mercenaries patrolling the streets? Zhou Shua countered. Indeed, that is a valid point. It seems that some unforeseen changes have occurred here. The actual power holders must have been replaced, and it remains uncertain whether this cooperation will succeed. Teacher Wang did not exhibit any joy, but rather a hint of melancholy. After all, in the past, even if the rulers were warlords, they would still acknowledge documents stamped by the Libyan government. However, with the emergence of an unknown force, the situation has become unpredictable. Nevertheless, Teacher Wang resolved to visit the government building. Even if success eluded them, at least they would have made an attempt. Thus, the group continued their journey toward the government edifice. Upon reaching the core administrative district, they distinctly sensed a substantial increase in both defensive forces and patrolling personnel. Along the way, they were questioned once more, but after explaining their purpose, they were escorted into the administrative area by a special vehicle. This is a heavily monitored zone. We kindly ask you not to wander about. An official will soon arrive to converse with you. The captain of the guard instructed as he led the group to a meeting room within the government building. Understood. Thank you very much, Teacher Wang replied appreciatively. There is a water dispenser and cups available. Please help yourselves if you feel thirsty. I shall take my leave now. With that, the captain turned and exited. Zhou Shua and the others sat in the meeting room, enjoying the air conditioning while awaiting the arrival of the designated official. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and a well-dressed Caucasian gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses entered. This individual was Edward. He had been specifically dispatched by the White Fish to negotiate with Teacher Wang and his party, preferring to remain inconspicuous, as the timing was not yet right. Greetings, Mr. Wang Yiping. My name is Edward White, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Edward began, astonishing Wang Yiping and the others with his fluent Chinese. Observing their astonishment, he smiled gently. There is no need for surprise. I have studied the culture and language of your esteemed nation. Ah, that explains it, Wang Yiping acknowledged with a nod, while Zhou Shua and the others also expressed their approval. They were indeed taken aback by Edward's proficiency in Chinese, as it is no small feat for a foreigner. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Edward and Wang Yiping swiftly proceeded to the matter at hand. Edward, glancing at the documents stamped by the Libyan government in his hand, adopted an apologetic demeanor. I regret to inform you, Mr. Wang Yiping, that we do not recognize this document, and at present, we have no intention of collaborating with your side on railway construction. We are currently engaged in the development of a major highway, which sufficiently meets our daily needs. Wang Yiping felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this, yet he refrained from expressing discontent, understanding that one cannot impose their will in the face of unforeseen circumstances. However, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he continuously articulated the myriad advantages of completing the railway in hopes of persuading Edward to reconsider. Mr. Wang Yiping, you are undoubtedly aware that the political climate in Libya is exceedingly unstable. Currently, both Benin Town and Lal Town have been seized by the Universal Military Company. We shall continue to develop these two towns. Hence, I regret to inform you that Edward has not made any concessions. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Wang Yiping realized that the Universal Military Company had indeed taken control, and although he had never heard of them before, he understood that this visit had been in vain. He did not press further, and instead rose with a wry smile. Should your side reconsider, please feel free to contact us. I believe the completion of the railway would be mutually beneficial. Of course, we will reach out if we have any relevant intentions. Edward, ever the gentleman, stood up and extended a friendly handshake to Wang Yiping. To further emphasize goodwill, he ordered his men to escort Wang Yiping and his companions back to their accommodations. Upon returning, Wang Yiping promptly reported the negotiation process to the embassy. The embassy was taken aback upon learning that Benin Town and Lal Town had been occupied by a company named Universal Military. Although the ambassador felt a tinge of regret upon discovering the lack of cooperative intent from the other party, he did not press the matter and informed Wang Yiping and his team that they could return. The following day, Wang Yiping and his party departed from Benin Town, heading back to the Chinese embassy in Libya. Meanwhile, Bayu received news of their departure immediately. He was aware that his company's name and influence would soon be known to the Chinese embassy, yet he felt no panic. On the contrary, he eagerly anticipated the growing recognition and prestige of his company, which would aid him in achieving his primary objective. Chapter 13. The Great Uprising in Libya. A call for help from the Chinese embassy after a peaceful week. Libya, already in chaos, faced an unprecedented event. Today, the government forces were defeated by the rebel Red Scarf Army, leading to the fall of the capital, Chidaka, into their hands. The occurrence was abrupt, catching the world off guard. Following a brief period of shock, nations swiftly dispatched their fleets and notified their citizens to seek refuge and evacuate. After capturing the capital, the Red Scarf Army commenced a spree of violence and looting. Meanwhile, various local warlords reacted differently. Some surrendered, while others sought ways to flee Libya overnight. And the remaining warlords clung to their power without taking further action. The entire country descended into utter chaos, with civilians flooding to the airports, desperate to escape. They were acutely aware that if the Red Scarf Army seized power, a multitude of nightmares awaited them. Bayu, upon learning of this news, was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated the government forces to be so feeble that they could not withstand the rebel onslaught. He soon realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the midst of Libya's turmoil, he could seize the moment to gain complete control over the nation. He could not believe that, with his technologically advanced forces, he would be unable to outmaneuver this band of marauders. With swift decisiveness, Bayu immediately commanded the two towns to bolster their defenses. Aware that the Red Turban Army might soon arrive to wreak havoc, he ordered the spy satellites to monitor the movements of the Red Turban forces incessantly. Additionally, armed helicopters and reconnaissance drones were dispatched for round-the-clock surveillance, and all outposts were illuminated and placed on high alert. The Libyan government forces, truly inept, had succumbed to the rebels. Bayu shook his head in disappointment as he observed the chaos in Libya through the news. He had initially intended to offer arms to the Libyan government forces, for a government's coffers are typically more substantial than those of warlords. However, he had not anticipated the sudden emergence of a formidable adversary that thwarted his plans. According to intelligence gathered about the Libyan government forces, while their weaponry could not be deemed advanced, it was not entirely obsolete either. They possessed a mix of equipment from various sources, including some American-made arms. It seemed implausible that they could be so swiftly overrun. Bayu sensed that there was something amiss. Just as he was deep in thought, a knock echoed through the office. "Come in," he called out. The door swung open to reveal Edward. "What brings you here, Edward? Is there something amiss?" Bayu inquired, knowing that Edward would not approach him without significant cause. "Boss, I've just received a call from the embassy of the Flower Nation. Due to the unrest in Libya, several doctors and a virologist dispatched by them are trapped in a hospital within the conflict zone and require our assistance. They have offered a sum of $10 million. $10 million? Bayu straightened in surprise, not expecting such a generous offer from the Flower Nation. "Yes, it must be due to the virologist's involvement," Edward replied as he presented a file to Bayu. Dr. Chenhua, a virologist specializing in the Ramallah virus. Understanding dawned on Bayu. No wonder the embassy was willing to pay such a hefty price. He had heard of the Ramallah virus, notorious for its high mortality rate of over 90%. Those infected would initially experience respiratory distress and confusion, followed by fever and severe skin necrosis. Ultimately, the body would succumb to grotesque decay, with organs turning to liquid. A truly brutal fate. Moreover, there was no serum or vaccine available for treatment. Thus, upon first hearing about the Ramallah virus, Bayu had promptly implemented preventive measures. ensuring that all visitors to Benin Town and Lar Town underwent thorough disinfection checks. So, boss, shall we take on this task? Edward sought Bayou's approval. Relay to the Flower Nation's embassy that we, Huanyu Military Arms, accept this mission. An opportunity like this cannot be overlooked. And I have complete confidence in my troops to sweep through the entire Black Province. This small conflict zone, I could dispatch a large force there at any moment. Bayou asserted. Understood, boss. Edward nodded and retrieved the secure communications device to contact the embassy. Meanwhile, far away, the embassy of the Flower Nation was bustling with activity, as its citizens thronged outside, eager to escape the turmoil of war. What news from the Navy? Have they arrived? Inquired a bespectacled gentleman in a suit, radiating an air of cultured urgency. His name tag read Fan Xinhua. They have just communicated. They are approaching the port of Libya, responded an embassy staff member. A smile broke across Fan Xinghua's face. But Ambassador, what about Dr. Chen? They are trapped in the occupied zone. And we have just received another plea for help, a male staff member interjected. Has Huanyu military responded? Fan Xinhua asked, maintaining his composure. Not yet, came the reply. Just then, the embassy's landline rang. The staff member swiftly answered the call. Hello? Yes, I understand. I will transfer you to the ambassador immediately. The microphone was passed to Fan Xinhua. Ambassador Fan, this is Edward from Huanyu military. After deliberation, we have decided to take on the mission to rescue Dr. Chen, but a deposit of $3 million is required first. Edward's words brought immediate relief to Fan Xinhua. Wonderful. The funds are not an issue. Our priority is the safety of Dr. Chen and the other citizens of the Flower Nation. This is not a problem. Once the deposit is received, we will commence the rescue of Dr. Chen and the remaining citizens, Edward assured him. Please provide your company's account details. We will transfer the amount promptly. After finalizing the rendezvous details, they ended the call. Ambassador, can we truly rely on Huanyu military? Why not seek assistance from the Navy? A young man, seemingly Fan Xinghua's secretary, questioned. At this point, we have no choice but to gamble on this option. Only a PMC can rescue Dr. Chen. Our military can only engage in evacuation. Any military action on foreign soil would provoke serious political repercussions, Fan Xinhua sighed. After all, we are in another country's territory. Engaging local rebels would lead to unnecessary complications and could be manipulated by ill-intentioned parties to accuse us of violating their sovereignty. Subsequently, Fan Xinhua authorized the transfer of $3 million to the account provided by Edward. Boss, the funds have been credited, Edward notified Bayou, who was meditating in the office as he observed the transaction. Prepare Task Force 141 and the Alloy Squad for deployment. They will enter the occupied zone to rescue the target. Considering the distance, both teams will travel by helicopter, accompanied by armed aerial support. Understood, Edward nodded. Turning to relay the orders. Elizabeth, he called. I am present. What can I assist you with, Commander? Elizabeth's virtual projection appeared before Bayou. How has the training of the mobilized troops progressed? Approximately 10,000 mobilized soldiers have completed their training and are ready to be deployed to the battlefield. Indeed, you heard correctly. Bayou has raised another 10,000 troops. Unlike the Marine Corps, mobilized soldiers are considerably inexpensive, as they are essentially fresh recruits straight from the assembly line, which accounts for their low cost. Aside from their combat uniforms, they are devoid of any weaponry. However, these mobilized troops can undergo subsequent training to ascend to the ranks of qualified Marines. Furthermore, they are not limited to becoming Marines, depending on the training methods employed. They can also evolve into other roles, such as junior officers or technical personnel. Following the establishment of a replication center, Bayou now ensures that with every soldier unit constructed, an additional soldier is provided. Presently, Bayou is not short of funds or weaponry, yet he finds a significant shortage of personnel. Although Libya is not vast, its geographical significance necessitates a considerable number of individuals. Currently, Bayou commands a mere 40,000 personnel, including non-combatants. If he intends to secure Libya, he must recruit more soldiers, technical staff, and grassroots management personnel. Thus, Bayou is focused on rapidly increasing troop numbers to expand the Universal Military Force. At this moment, the Universal Military Force comprises 2 mechanized infantry divisions totaling 20,000, a 3,000-strong airborne regiment, a 5,000-strong Army aviation unit, and a remote fire support unit of over 5,000, commonly referred to as missile forces or rocket troops. While this may seem substantial, Bayou believes that more troops would be even better, considering he operates a PMC military company. Chapter 14, The Rescue of Dr. Chen, with interference from peers upon receiving Bayou's orders. The 141 Task Force and the Alloy team stationed at the base promptly made their way to the operations room to comprehend the mission's intricate details. Bayou was already awaiting them in the operations room. Once both teams had assembled, Bayou wasted no time in briefing them on the task at hand. Earlier, our company received a mission from the embassy of the Flower Kingdom. Due to the rampant unrest in Libya, a virologist from their nation, along with several doctors of Flower Kingdom nationality, has become trapped in a Chinese-funded hospital located within the war-torn area. Your objective is to board a helicopter and swiftly reach the hospital to rescue the individuals and escort them to a designated location for handover to the diplomatic embassy. Are there any specific requirements? Price inquired, gazing at the photo of the target individual. None. The only requirement is to ensure the safety of the target and the other doctors from the Flower Kingdom. This is the company's inaugural mission, so I hope you all will carry it out with utmost seriousness. Additionally, the aviation regiment will accompany you during the operation, providing aerial fire support as needed. That will suffice. I have little faith that these red bandits possess anti-aircraft missiles. Captain Sandman of the Alloy Squad exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Apologies, comrades. I mistakenly identified the leader of the alloy squad earlier as Frost. Nonetheless, you two teams should proceed to the armory and commence preparations for armament. The transport helicopters are on standby at the airport, ready for immediate takeoff. Yes, both teams saluted in unison. In a remarkably brief period, the two elite squads were fully equipped and ascended into their respective Nightingale transport helicopters. As they took to the skies, two modified Type 2 Deer helicopters and two Apache 2 helicopters also lifted off to escort the transport aircraft. A team, B team, while our equipment is indeed advanced, we must remain vigilant. I wish you safe travels. By you instructed from the Operations Command Center. A team acknowledged. B team acknowledged. By you turned to Edward and said, inform the embassy of the Flower Nation that the rescue operation has commenced and asked them to notify Dr. Chen to await our arrival. Edward nodded and retrieved a specialized communication device to relay the message regarding the initiation of the rescue mission. Meanwhile, Fan Qinghua was leading embassy personnel in organizing the evacuation. They had recently received news that their navy had docked. Consequently, they promptly arranged buses to transport their citizens to the port. Observing his compatriots boarding the vessels in an orderly fashion, Fan Qinghua wiped the sweat from his brow. At that moment, a man in a navy uniform, bearing the rank of colonel and possessing a square jaw, approached, flanked by two fully armed guards. The officer stood at attention before Fan Qinghua, saluted, and introduced himself. Ambassador Fan, greetings. I am Captain Ding Haifeng, responsible for this evacuation operation. Ambassador Fan quickly extended his hand for a handshake. Captain Ding, it is a pleasure to meet you. Your arrival is most timely. The situation in Libya has shifted dramatically. The government, once stable, has been abruptly overturned. Such is the nature of change. The turmoil in Libya is no mere coincidence, Captain Ding continued, sighing as he spoke. Our investigations indicate that a third-party foreign military company has intervened in this conflict, resulting in the government forces being defeated by the Red Scarf Army, leading to a usurpation of power. A foreign military company. Fan Qinghua was taken aback. Indeed, it appears to be a notorious entity known as Dane Military Resources, frequently assisting certain nations' rebels in toppling government forces for profit, Captain Ding affirmed. I see. Captain Ding, I have another matter to discuss. Upon confirmation, there are 47 employees of our country's Flower Nation at the Huazi factory in Sengkujia town, and Dr. Chen Hua, a virology expert, is located 55 kilometers away with the aid to Black State team. While we may temporarily set aside Dr. Chen, can we dispatch personnel to rescue the factory employees? Upon hearing this, Captain Ding's expression changed. Ambassador, you must understand that the routes to both locations have been completely sealed by the Red Scarf Army, and international treaties prohibit foreign military forces from entering another nation's territory, Captain Ding remarked, furrowing his brow. Is there truly no way out of this predicament? We have reached out to a private military company named Universal Military Defense for assistance in rescuing Dr. Chen Hua, but what shall we do about the employees? Fan Qinghua's frustration deepened. A PMC company? Ambassador Fan, you have contacted a PMC company? Ding Haifeng expressed his astonishment. Indeed, Dr. Chen Hua is currently focusing on research related to the Raman virus, and he is one of the few virology experts in the country. Furthermore, Dr. Chen's superiors have specifically requested his safe return, which is why we sought the help of a third-party PMC. Can we truly trust this Universal Military Defense Company? Ding Haifeng questioned, as he had never heard of such a PMC on the international stage. I cannot say for certain, but it appears we have no other option at this moment, Fan Qinghua admitted, his concern palpable. Just then, the assistant of Ambassador Fan rushed in, breathless. Ambassador, Universal Military Defense has responded. They have dispatched a rescue team to the hospital where Dr. Chen is located and are expected to arrive in 2 hours to bring him and others to safety. Excellent. A look of joy spread across Fan Qinghua's face. Ding Haifeng wore an expression of disbelief, surprised that this PMC could navigate through the occupied territory to reach Dr. Chen. Since Dr. Chen has assistance on the way, let us discuss the matter concerning the Huazi factory. How do we bring back the 42 employees of Huahua nationality? Another dilemma confronted Fan Qinghua. I will do my utmost to seek approval from higher-ups, but I cannot guarantee success. At that moment, a voice interrupted as a man approached. If Bai Yu were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim that it was none other than Lung Feng. What is your business? The guard raised his hand to stop Lung Feng. Fan Qinghua and Ding Haifeng exchanged puzzled glances at Lung Feng. Lung Feng snapped a salute and declared, I am Lung Feng from the Southeast Military District of the Huahua Army, Special Operations Brigade, Wolf Squadron. After introducing himself, Lung Feng pointed to a chubby little black boy behind him and said to Fan Qinghua and Ding Haifeng, this child's mother works at that Huazi factory. I have a rough idea of its location. Sir, please allow me to go. With a resolute expression and unwavering gaze, he looked to Ding Haifeng, hoping for approval. Comrade Lung Feng, you must understand that, in accordance with international treaties, we cannot provide you with any assistance. This means you will have to traverse the occupied territory to reach the Huazi factory on your own, and you are well aware of the dangers involved. Sir, I am a soldier of Huahua, and in my dictionary, the word fear does not exist. Lung Feng stood his ground. Ding Haifeng, looking at Lung Feng with appreciation, patted his shoulder and saluted him. You are authorized to proceed. Comrade Lung Feng, the 42 compatriots at the Huazi factory are counting on you. Lung Feng nodded, then turned to the chubby little black boy to share a few words before departing in a vehicle from the port. Chapter 15. The clash. As Lung Feng left the port, he began his journey toward the Huazi factory. As for the White Fish, the 141st Task Force and the Alloy Squad have already penetrated the besieged area. Fortunately, the Red Scarf Army lacks anti-aircraft weaponry. allowing the rescue teams to advance towards their destination unimpeded. Attention, everyone. We are 15 minutes away from our target. We have just received information from the embassy of the Flower Nation. The ongoing Libyan turmoil has attracted the involvement of another PMC, which likely has its sights set on Dr. Chun, indicating that you may encounter mercenaries from their company. White Fish, stationed in the command center, relayed this recent intelligence to both teams. Another PMC? This situation is becoming intriguing. Price, savoring his cigar, observed the incoming data regarding military resources from Dang. The finest mercenaries of Europa. I shall see what talents these individuals possess. Frost was somewhat dismissive. Do not underestimate them. Arrogance will only lead to your demise, Frost. The captain, Sleep Demon, cautioned. Ghost, what do you think of their capabilities? Soap inquired, as he polished his sniper rifle. Who knows? We'll find out upon engagement. Ghost replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, I doubt they possess air support. Once our armed helicopters unleash a barrage of rockets, they will be done for, Yuri stated confidently. 5 minutes to the destination. All right, everyone, stay sharp and check your gear. Upon encountering enemy mercenaries, eliminate them immediately. Repeat, eliminate them immediately. Price declared, discarding his finished cigar. The wolf cubs need to wake up. In another nightingale, Sleep Demon began to rally his team. Just as the rescue forces were nearing the Huazi hospital where Dr. Chin was located, a red scarf soldier on the ground, armed with an RPG, took aim at the helicopter and pulled the trigger. The rocket surged forth, trailing a long plume of flame, heading straight for the Nightingale, transporting the 141st Task Force. RPG. Fortunately, the helicopter pilot noticed in time and executed evasive maneuvers to avoid the rocket. However, those aboard the Nightingale felt the impact. Soap was violently thrown from his seat, grunting in pain. The operator of the Gatling gun, Xiao Chong, barely managed to hold on, nearly being flung out as well. Meanwhile, the escorting stags and Apaches, upon spotting the RPG on the ground, commenced retaliatory fire. Rockets and cannon fire rained down, quickly reducing the targeted building to rubble. Damn it, that hurt, Soap exclaimed, returning to his seat while rubbing his bruised spot. Little John, I told you to fasten your seatbelt, Ghost remarked, reveling in his misfortune. Report to headquarters. The escort team has detected numerous heat signatures. It has been confirmed as the Red Scarf Army. Engagement has commenced. At this moment, the escort team observed a significant number of heat signatures on the ground. Headquarters acknowledged the report. White Fish had not anticipated that the Red Scarf Army had already established a defensive perimeter around the Huazi hospital, yet he felt no concern for the rescue team, confident that their aerial heavy firepower would completely dominate the situation. The roar of the Eagles and Apaches echoed incessantly, unleashing a relentless barrage of projectiles upon the Red Scarf troops below. The 30mm round struck the ground with such ferocity that they reduced the soldiers to mere splinters of flesh in an instant. The escort fleet, equipped with thermal imaging, executed a dimensional assault, while rockets cascaded downwards, igniting the earth in a conflagration of fire and explosions. Amidst this chaos, Xiao Chong and Grinch, aboard 2 Nightingale transport helicopters, operated their Gatling guns, firing upon the ground. Not far from the battlefield, a group of well-equipped mercenaries with fair skin observed the scene. What the hell? How can there be armed helicopters here? And Apaches and Eagles at that? Have the Americans and the Russians intervened? Exclaimed a burly man with a thick beard, taken aback. I don't know, but I sense trouble. They are likely here for Dr. Chun, replied Athena, a ponytailed female mercenary, her expression darkening. What should we do, Big Bear? Should we engage? Inquired a yellow-haired mercenary, resembling a hoodlum. Wait, let me consult the old man first, Big Bear retorted, slamming his fist on the hood of a nearby vehicle before reaching for the radio to contact their leader. Could you repeat that? You said there are armed helicopters. The old man, stationed far at the base, was taken aback by the news. Yes, the Eagles and Apaches, along with 2 unfamiliar transport helicopters. They seem to be targeting Dr. Chun. Should we proceed with the mission? Big Bear asked, glancing at the nearly concluded skirmish. Mission aborted. Return to base. The old man decided after careful consideration, opting to prevent Big Bear and the others from walking into a death trap. After all, no matter how formidable, they were still merely human, and confronting armed helicopters, airborne assassins, was tantamount to courting disaster. Understood, we will return to base at once, Big Bear replied. Exchanging a glance with Athena and the yellow-haired mercenary, the trio climbed into their vehicle and began their retreat, unaware that every move was being meticulously monitored by high-altitude reconnaissance drones. It was confirmed that they were mercenaries from Dane Resources Military Company. The technicians projected the faces of the 3 onto a large screen, accompanied by their profiles. Boss, should we launch missiles to send them to the afterlife? Or continue tracking them? Zhang Yu queried, seeking White Fish's opinion. Hold on, let's track them and pinpoint their base, White Fish replied, shaking his head. He intended to take a long-term approach, aiming to ensnare them all at once. Simultaneously, he felt an insatiable curiosity about this world. It was astonishing to encounter characters reminiscent of those from cinematic tales. Could it be that Cold Front was also present? How intriguing. White Fish was increasingly captivated, and, to be honest, he yearned to find Cold Front and recruit him, as he was indeed a rare and exceptional Special Forces operative. Chapter 16. Safe withdrawal. In a brief 10 minutes of combat, the Red Scarf troops below were left in disarray, abandoning their posts and crying for mercy. Then began the retreat, with the escort formation opting not to pursue relentlessly. After confirming that there were no remaining threats on the ground, they informed Task Force 141 and the Alloy Squad. A team, B team, all ground threats have been neutralized. You are cleared for landing. Repeat, you are cleared for landing. Over and out. Received. Commencing descent. Over and out. The pilot of the transport helicopter, upon receiving the confirmation of ground safety, began to maneuver the Nightingale downwards. Ultimately, a flat expanse was selected for landing. Action. Action. Once the helicopter had landed smoothly, Price and Ghost signaled to their team members to disembark. Apart from Little Ant, Grinch, and McCoy, who were outside on standby, the remaining members advanced in a long, serpentine formation towards Huazi Hospital. Price, Sandman, be advised. We have detected numerous heat signatures in Sector C of Huazi Hospital. It is highly likely that hostages are gathered there. Exercise extreme caution. Nikolai, the helicopter pilot, cautioned. A team received. B team received. Soon, both teams arrived at the periphery of Sector C of Huazi Hospital. Price gestured to Soap and Yuri, who nodded in agreement and approached the tightly sealed main door. However, it was evidently locked from the inside by the enemy. Seeing this, Price promptly issued orders. Ghost, check the side door for any potential entry. He communicated to Sandman over the comms. Received. Stay safe. Over and out. Sandman nodded in agreement, leading Frost and Tucker towards the side door. Soap, Ghost, see if you can find a way to the rooftop. Absolutely. Ghost nodded and swiftly departed with Soap. Gates, Yuri, prepare yourselves. Once the others are in position, we will breach. Yes. The two readied their weapons, bracing for action. Price, we are in position. Ghost and Soap had reached the rooftop, stealthily making their way near the skylight. Price, we have arrived at the side door of Sector C, Sandman reported. Ghost, can you observe the situation inside? I see many hostages, approximately a dozen guards. They are using the hostages as human shields, which complicates matters. Ghost assessed the interior and relayed the overall situation to Price. What about the target? I can see him. He is currently being held hostage. Gazing through the skylight with his scope, Ghost meticulously scanned the faces inside, finally spotting Chenhua. Fuck! Price exclaimed, his frustration evident. Indeed, these bastards are well prepared. One misstep could result in hostage casualties. Yuri utilized a mini-probe to observe every movement within the room through the door's gap. What about tear gas? Frost suggested. Negative. Their emotions are highly unstable, and this could incite the hostages, worsening the situation. Ghost countered after observing the positions of the hostages. Price, Sandman. You must eliminate all enemies the moment we breach to ensure the safety of the hostages. Whitefish, stationed in the command center, understood the gravity of the situation facing the two teams. Understood. Report to the command center. We have discovered that the side door is unguarded. Allowing Team B to infiltrate Area C, Sandman, after employing a miniature probe to observe the interior of the side door and confirming the absence of personnel, reported back. Permission granted for action. You must coordinate with Team A to eliminate the enemy. Bayou acknowledged. Understood. Upon receiving the authorization, Sandman swiftly pried open the side door with two team members and entered the premises. Bayou monitored the footage transmitted by B Team's individual combat cameras on the large screen. Sandman, along with Han Shuang and Tucker, stealthily approached the area where the hostages were held. Soon, the trio arrived at the hostage confinement zone and quickly concealed themselves behind a hidden barrier. There, they observed dozens of hostages being guarded by a dozen Red Scarf soldiers. Among them were some doctors, but the majority were patients. The Red Scarf soldiers incessantly threatened the hostages with their AK-47s, muttering incoherently. Price, we have gained entry and are prepared to act at any moment. Over. Received. Ghost, Soap. Do you have any shooting angles? Price inquired of the duo positioned on the roof. No, Captain. Soap and I can take out the enemies holding the hostages from above. Ghost replied. Excellent. We will create a diversion at the main entrance to attract their attention. Sleepwalker, your team is responsible for neutralizing the internal enemies. Ghost, Soap. Prioritize eliminating the Red Scarf soldiers holding the hostages. Price outlined the plan over the communication channel. The others concurred, deeming the strategy sound. Gates, proceed. Gates nodded. Retrieving C2 explosives from his tactical backpack and affixing them to the main door. The three then retreated to a secure area. With a wave of Price's hand, Gates detonated the explosives. Boom. The door to Area C was blown apart, plunging the interior into chaos. The Red Scarf soldiers were drawn toward the main entrance. Seizing this opportunity, Sleepwalker, Han Shuang, and Tucker emerged, opening fire on the enemy soldiers. Meanwhile, Ghost and Soap, positioned above, took down the assailants holding the hostages. At the main entrance, Price and his team swiftly surged in, taking aim and firing. In nearly half a minute, the Red Scarf soldiers within Area C were eradicated. Area secure, over. Price and his team quickly checked for any remaining enemies, and upon confirming none were left, they relaxed their vigilance. At that moment, Dr. Chun, cradling a young black girl in her arms, looked bewilderedly at Price and his team. Nearby, a strikingly mixed-race female doctor displayed a wary expression. Price approached Dr. Chun amidst the crowd and inquired in English. You are Dr. Chenhua, correct? I am. Who are you? Chenhua asked cautiously. We are mercenaries from the Universal Military Company, tasked by the embassy of your homeland to rescue you and the other nationals. Are you the rescue team sent by the embassy? Chenhua was somewhat taken aback. Not long ago, he had received a message from Fan Qinghua. Yet he had not anticipated that the Red Scarf army would infiltrate the hospital. He originally believed that he and his colleagues were doomed, but unexpectedly, salvation had indeed arrived. Time was of the essence. We need you to evacuate with us immediately. Price nodded and then glanced at the other Chinese doctors. All right. I'll gather all the experimental data. It won't take long. Chenhua quickly assented, and the other Chinese doctors were equally elated. Dr. Rachel, where are you headed? A black female nurse, displaying urgency, inquired of the mixed-race doctor. The doctor, referred to as Rachel, was at a loss for words. She understood that if they left, The fate of these individuals would likely be death. Other black patients, nurses, and hospital staff also gathered around. Step back, Yuri and Tucker threatened, raising their guns at the crowd. Upon seeing the dark muzzles of the firearms, the people recoiled in fear. Wait, please don't shoot, Rachel implored, instinctively positioning herself in front of her former colleagues and patients. Rachel, what are you doing? Get back here. The other Chinese doctors called out, their expressions shifting to alarm. Rachel, there's nothing we can do. We must leave, Dr. Chunhua said with a bittersweet expression. Although he wished to save these people, he knew it was utterly impossible. Lower your weapons, Price approached and pressed down on the two men's gun barrels. He then addressed Rachel, saying, Ma'am, our mission has but one objective, Dr. Chunhua and the other Chinese doctors. These individuals are not within our purview. Please board immediately, we shall not linger. Listening to Price's words, Rachel found herself in a profound quandary, recalling her own life and her family. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately turned back to join Chunhua and the others. Rachel, we are powerless in this situation, Chunhua reassured, gently patting her hand, understanding her turmoil. Rachel remained silent, striving to avoid the gaze of her former colleagues and patients behind her. Once all the experimental data had been collected, Chunhua and his group boarded the Nightingale helicopter under the protection of Price and his team. Report to headquarters. The target has boarded. Preparing to proceed to the handover point. Over and out. Headquarters received. Wishing you a safe return. Baiyu expressed relief upon learning that Chunhua and the others had been safely rescued. Boss, our drone has located the enemy mercenary base. Zhang Yu informed Baiyu of the drone's recent findings. Excellent work, Baiyu acknowledged with a nod, reviewing the intelligence regarding the enemy base. The drone reconnaissance revealed that there were no aerial vehicles at the enemy base, but it did detect 3059D model tanks, along with armored vehicles and numerous heat signatures. Tanks? Baiyu was somewhat astonished, as he began to comprehend why the Red Scarf Army could overpower the government forces. Chapter 17. The Valued Universe of Military Might. After successfully rescuing Dr. Chunhua and a group of doctors from the Flower Nation, the Nightingale helicopter ascended into the sky, proceeding towards the handover point under the protective cover of the escort formation. Eagle 1 called the nest, reporting that the Eagle formation was en route to the designated handover location. Over. The nest acknowledged the message, indicating that they could return after the handover was complete. Over. Eagle acknowledged. Over. As the Eagle formation advanced towards the handover point, Whitefish instructed Edward to notify the embassy of the Flower Nation regarding this news. Meanwhile, Fan Xinhua, who was awaiting updates at the port, received this good news with great excitement. Wonderful. Dr. Chun and the others have been safely rescued, he exclaimed to Ding Haifeng. I never expected this PMC company to possess the capability to penetrate the disaster zone for a rescue operation, Ding Haifeng remarked, astonished, given the current chaos in Libya. Even if he had dispatched rescue forces in violation of international treaties, there could have been unforeseen incidents in the disaster area. They stated they would arrive at the port within 15 minutes. Let us prepare for the handover. Understood. I will arrange for the soldiers to clear a temporary helipad for their landing. Also, Ambassador Fan, you need to provide them with a temporary friend or foe identification code to prevent any friendly fire from my vessel. All right. Fan Xinhua nodded and relayed the temporary identification code to Edward, who then transmitted it to the Eagle Formation. After a 15-minute flight, the Eagle Formation traversed the disaster zone and reached the vicinity of the port. As expected, upon arrival, they detected radar signals from the Flower Nation's 054A frigate. Report. Radar has identified an aerial formation, confirmed to consist of 6 helicopters, and has recognized our friend or foe identification code. Defense systems are disengaged. The technician aboard the frigate reported this information to Ding Haifeng. Guide them to the temporary helipad. At this moment, Ding Haifeng also spotted the helicopters in the sky, and his expression shifted slightly upon recognizing their model. Apaches and a moose? I never anticipated that this PMC company would possess such aerial assets. Aren't those weapons of the eagle and the bear? Fan Xinhua, somewhat familiar with these weaponry, noted, indeed. It is quite astonishing, and they seem somewhat different. Could they be export versions? Ding Haifeng frowned, perplexed. What about the other two? Have you seen them? Fan Xinhua inquired, gazing at the peculiar shape of the Nightingale helicopter. Never seen them. In my experience, I have not encountered this type of transport helicopter from any country. It resembles a Black Hawk and AZ-20, yet there are many distinctions. Ding Haifeng contemplated, beginning to take this universal military company seriously. After all, typical PMC companies do not possess armed helicopters. Even if they did, they would likely be outdated models or retired equipment, unlike the pristine condition of those before him. Under the guidance of the ground personnel, the 2 Nightingale helicopters gradually descended. Eagle, you must expedite the handover. Our fuel is nearly depleted. The escort formation reminded Nikolai from the sky. Understood, we will expedite the process. Nikolai agreed, and then turned to Price, saying, Price, you all heard that. We must hasten our pace, or we will have no one to cover us. Understood, Price acknowledged, then signaled Dr. Chunhua and his daughter to disembark. Another Nightingale aircraft brought down Dr. Rachel and the other doctors from the Flower Tribe. Fan Xinhua, upon seeing the unharmed Dr. Chun, displayed a joyful expression and hurriedly approached him. Hello, Dr. Chun. I am Fan Xinhua, the ambassador of the Flower Tribe to Libya. I am delighted that you have returned safely. Ambassador Fan, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. We have always believed that our nation would never abandon us. Dr. Chun said, gripping Fan Xinghua's hand in gratitude. It is our duty. The welfare of the people surpasses all else. After exchanging a few more polite words, Ding Haifeng commanded the soldiers to escort Dr. Chun and the group of Flower Tribe doctors onto the warship for their accommodation. Ding Haifeng meticulously observed the mercenaries under the banner of Huanyu military. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became. For he realized he had never seen any of the equipment worn by Price and the others. Not only the weapons, but also their tactical bulletproof vests, combat uniforms, tactical helmets, and tactical goggles, alongside what appeared to be bionic spider-eye-like multifunctional tactical night vision devices. With over a decade of military experience, Ding Haifeng concluded that this group was undoubtedly the elite of the elite, likely comparable to the finest special forces in the country. Ambassador Fan, we have delivered the personnel. It is time for us to depart, Price said with a smile. Oh, all right. Thank you for your assistance. We will promptly transfer the remaining payment to your company's account. Fan Xinghua nodded in response. After receiving the remaining $7 million, Price led his team back to the helicopter. As the rotor blades began to spin slowly, the helicopter gradually ascended and moved away from the sight of Fan Xinghua and Ding Haifeng. Captain Ding, what are you pondering? Fan Xinghua inquired, observing Ding Haifeng, who was gazing intently at the helicopter's departing direction. Ding Haifeng snapped back to reality. It's nothing, just curious about the PMC company named Huanyu Military. Curious? Fan Xinghua asked, somewhat perplexed. Any updates from Lung Feng? Ding Haifeng shifted the topic. Not yet. The last communication was half an hour ago, and the signal indicated he was 10 kilometers away from the Huazi factory. Fan Xinghua remarked, a worried expression emerging as he thought of the 42 employees at Huazi factory. Although Lung Feng was originally a special forces soldier, placing our hopes on a single individual is indeed a gamble. I have contacted higher-ups and hope they will apply to the United Nations for authorization to deploy a rescue team, though this seems somewhat unrealistic. Ding Haifeng sighed. Should we consider hiring Huanyu military again? You just witnessed their efficiency, Fan Xinghua suggested, seeking Ding Haifeng's opinion. If all else fails, it may be worth a try. I will report to my superiors, Ding Haifeng nodded. At that moment, the phone in Fan Xinghua's pocket suddenly began to ring. Upon checking, he saw that the caller was Zhuo Yunkai, and his expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. It's old Zhuo calling. Old Zhuo refers to the chairman of the Zhuiyue group in China, and his son is currently at the Huazi factory, likely prompting this call regarding his son's situation. Chapter 18. Journey to the Huazi factory. With that, Fan Xinghua answered the phone. As soon as the connection was made, a rugged middle-aged man's voice resonated through the line. Ambassador Fan, this is Zhuo Yunkai. Has my unaccomplished son been evacuated yet? Old Zhuo, the situation in Libya is quite complex at the moment. Your son and 42 other Chinese employees are currently trapped in the factory, and we are exploring ways to conduct a rescue, Fan Xinghua replied, unsure of how to respond. And he relayed the grim reality to Zhuo Yunkai. What? Zhuo Yunkai was taken aback on the other end of the line. Beside him sat a distressed woman, clearly Zhuo Yunkai's wife. Upon hearing this news, her expression also changed drastically, and she immediately shouted at Zhuo Yunkai, Zhuo Yunkai, if Xiaofan doesn't come back, I will divorce you. Zhuo Yunkai, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly continued speaking to Fan Xinghua. Ambassador Fan, surely you can't deploy troops for a rescue? You know this is the only heir of the Zhuo family. He is meant to inherit the Zhuiyue group. Chairman Zhuo, I understand your sentiments. But Libya is not our country, and we cannot unilaterally violate international treaties. Otherwise, it might escalate into an international issue. We have already dispatched a comrade to the factory where your son is located, Fan Xinghua explained patiently. What? Just one person? Zhuo Yunkai felt a rush of anxiety upon hearing that only a single individual was being sent to rescue his son. That brat insisted on venturing into Huzhou to start a business. Now look at the mess. Zhuo Yunkai cursed angrily. I don't care. You must bring Xiaofan back safely. Otherwise, I will divorce you and then end my life. Zhuo Yunkai's wife was evidently very protective of their son, throwing a fit in despair. Chairman Zhuo, if you truly cannot place your trust in our comrade, we do have another option. Fan Xinghua recalled the services of Huanyu military and presented this alternative. He then explained to Zhuo Yunkai how Huanyu military could rescue his son, given sufficient funds. Zhuo Yunkai and his wife's anxiety turned to relief. Zhuo Yunkai had no shortage of money. He was willing to pay any amount to bring his son out of the war-torn Libya. He promptly began inquiring about how to contact Huanyu military. Fan Xinghua provided him with the necessary contact information. After receiving the details, Zhuo Yunkai eagerly ended the call and immediately dialed the number Fan Xinghua had given him. Moments later, the call was answered. Who is this? A voice belonging to Edward came through the line. Is this Huanyu military company? Zhuo Yunkai asked cautiously. Yes, we are Huanyu military company. Who is speaking? My name is Zhuo Yunkai, and I was introduced by Ambassador Fan. I have heard that your company can undertake rescue missions as long as there is sufficient funding. Is that correct? Indeed, our company is equipped to handle tasks of any nature. Upon learning that this individual was referred by Fan Xinghua, Edward expressed a keen interest. Beside him, Baiyu, leisurely sipping red wine, was also somewhat surprised to find that 2 assignments had materialized in one day. This is splendid. My son is trapped in a Chinese-funded factory in Libya, and I hope you can rescue him. Zhuo Yunkai was overjoyed, believing that his child might be saved. Mr. Zhuo, please provide all pertinent information regarding your son, including the specific location of the factory. We will calculate an approximate cost for you. As a note, our company exclusively accepts payments in USD. Do you have any objections to this? No, money is not an issue. As long as you safely rescue my son, the funds can be transferred at any time. In the presence of the affluent Chairman Zhuo, financial matters were trivial. Very well. We will send you a link where you can submit information and photographs of your son, along with the address. Upon application and payment of a deposit, we will dispatch our rescue team to retrieve your son. All right, please expedite the process. After hanging up, Zhuo Yunkai promptly received a link and eagerly clicked on it. Following the appearance of an animated logo, a streamlined page unfolded before him. Zhui Yunkai swiftly filled out the information and submitted the photograph of his son, Zhui Yifan. Moments later, a notification arrived from the system. Only 5 million USD. How remarkably affordable, Zhui Yunkai remarked, smirking at the cost of the rescue mission, and promptly waved his hand to transfer a deposit of 2 million USD. Meanwhile, at the base, Bai noted the immediate arrival of 2 million USD in their account. Reflecting on the extravagant wealth involved, considering that the 141 task force and the alloy squad were currently en route home, they would not arrive in time. Hence, Bai decided to directly purchase several Special Forces teams. Upon opening the system store, Bai began selecting Special Forces teams and soon discovered the Ghost team from the game Call of Duty, Ghosts. The team comprised Logan Walker, Hesh Walker, Thomas Merrick, Keegan Russ, and Elias Walker, with Logan and Hesh being Elias's sons. Seeing that the price for the Ghost team was merely 10,000 merit points, Bai made the purchase without hesitation, as he was not short on funds. To be cautious, Bai also exchanged for the Red Cell team from the series I Am a Special Soldier, along with a military knife Special Forces team that could rival the 141 task force, led by Captain Old Wolf Chen Ming, Sniper Yin Luo Zhangyi, Vice Sniper and Observer Ni Huo Wu Yiping, Assault Trooper Firebird Li Lei, Assault Trooper Vulture Ma Xiaobo, and Demolitions Expert Fire Explosion Chen Kai. The acquisition of these 3 Special Forces teams cost Bai a total of 50,000 merit points. Upon the successful exchange, Whitefish promptly summoned the 3 squads. Reporting to the commander, the Ghost and Saber teams are here. The squads declared in unison as they stood before Whitefish. After the formalities, Whitefish welcomed them to the Universal Military Corporation with a nod of approval, pleased by their exuberance. Due to an urgent matter concerning Zhui Yifan, Whitefish refrained from lengthy discourse and immediately instructed the Saber and Ghost teams to arm themselves at the armory, while the Red Cell team was to remain at the base, as there would be more opportunities ahead. Receiving their orders, the Ghost and Saber teams hastened to the armory, where they were taken aback by the vast array of advanced weaponry, exclaiming in astonishment. However, they quickly acclimated and began selecting weapons and gear suited to their needs. Subsequently, they regrouped at the airport, as the Huazi factory, where Zhui Yifan was located, was further away than the Huazi hospital. Whitefish arranged for the 2 teams to board the long-range Mustang heavy transport helicopter, which set off in the company of armed helicopters. This mission was not solely to retrieve Zhui Yifan, but also to bring back the remaining 42 employees of Huazi. Not long ago, Fan Xinghua had hired the Universal Military Corporation again to ensure absolute safety, offering a price of $3 million, which Whitefish gladly accepted. After all, they were heading to the factory anyway, and it was an opportunity for extra earnings. Chapter 19, Encounter. Ghost Team, Saber Team, during your visit to the Huazi factory, you are likely to encounter an individual named Lung Feng, a Special Forces operative from the original Huazi army. Should you meet him, engage in conversation and inform him that we can assist with Long Xiaoyan's affairs, provided he agrees to join the company. If he consents, bring him back. If he declines, do not press the matter. Many may wonder why, despite having loyal subordinates, Whitefish would seek to recruit a potentially unstable element like Lung Feng. To clarify, the base possesses advanced mind control technology, which will ensure his complete loyalty to the company. In the future, this technology will also facilitate the recruitment of more talents. Whitefish, seated in the command chair, addressed the 2 teams, planning to bring Lung Feng's combat prowess into the fold of his company. Is there a photograph of this Lung Feng? Chen Ming inquired. The photo will be transmitted to your personal combat terminals shortly. Whitefish exchanged for a picture of Lung Feng from the system and handed it to Zhang Yu, who immediately commanded the technical team to upload the image to both squads. The Wolf Warriors Special Operations Team? I like it, Chen Ming remarked, intrigued by the introduction of Lung Feng, especially since his codename was Old Wolf. If Old Wolf has his eye on him, this lad will likely join our ranks, remarked Li Lei, whose codename was Firebird, as he chewed gum. When he joins our company, I'll be eager to see what this fellow is capable of. Chen Kai, known for his fiery temperament, said, removing his helmet and stroking his bald head in anticipation. Yama, it appears that this young man's sniping talent is quite impressive. It seems you have a formidable rival, remarked Zhang Yi's observant aide, Wu Yiping, nudging Zhang Yi playfully. We will know the outcome when the time comes for a competition. Zhang Yi, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them and regarded the demeanor of Lung Feng with eager anticipation. Boss, do you know this Lung Feng? Logan, who was amusing himself with a military dog named Riley aboard another aircraft, inquired with curiosity. One could say I am acquainted with him. Bai recalled Lung Feng's extraordinary feats from his previous life, and he himself was quite a fan of the actor portraying him. If he were to join our company, why not simply abduct him? Hey-ish joked, eliciting laughter from everyone in the channel. You might give it a try, but be cautious not to get taken down by him. Bai teased. To be spoken of in such a manner by the boss, it seems this individual truly possesses remarkable strength. Elias, too, found himself deeply intrigued by Lung Feng, contemplating whether to recruit him into the Ghost Squad. Report to Nest, the 2nd Rescue Squadron, Eagle, is approaching the target location. Over. Nest acknowledged. According to the predetermined plan, we shall rescue the key personnel within the Huazi factory along with 42 employees of flower nationality. Over. Eagle understood. After half an hour of flight, the rescue team arrived at the Huazi factory. Teams A and B, due to the absence of suitable landing sites below for prolonged stays, can only drop you nearby. The remainder of the journey must be traversed on foot, announced the helicopter pilot, observing the ground for an appropriate landing spot. Team A acknowledged. Team B acknowledged. Upon hearing this news, Both the Blade Squad and the Ghost Squad checked their weaponry and began to rappel down from the helicopter one by one. The new rendezvous point has been uploaded to your terminals. After rescuing all personnel, you are to proceed to the rendezvous point to regroup with us. Over. Understood. We will act swiftly. Over. Old Wolf and Elias exchanged okay gestures while looking at the rendezvous point on their terminal map. Subsequently, two large transport helicopters, known as Super Stallions, ascended into the sky. Airborne fire support is on standby at any moment. Should the need arise, we are ready. Over. The escort formation of Apaches and Deers followed the transport helicopters after a brief reminder. After watching the helicopters depart, the two squads quickly made their way towards the Huazi factory. Fortunately, the drop-off point was not far from the factory, and they would reach their destination within 10 minutes. Soon, both squads arrived at the outskirts of the Huazi factory. To their surprise, defensive measures had been implemented. Old Wolf chuckled at the makeshift walls erected around the factory. Such an obstacle may suffice against rioters, but it is rather inadequate against soldiers. Merrick shook his head at the sign warning against entry at one's own risk. Goodness, are they using such measures against firearms? Ma Xiaobo rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the feeble deterrent in front of him. Release the code for contact. This is after all Black State, where most factories are armed for self-preservation. Let us not be mistaken for intruders and get shot down, Old Wolf instructed Firebird. The Firebird nodded, retrieved a smoke grenade, and promptly pulled the pin before tossing it into the factory premises. The grenade erupted, releasing a billowing green smoke. As the fog began to dissipate, a man clad in body armor finally materialized before the Old Wolf and his companions. It was the infamous Cold Edge. Through the scope, Zhang Yi distinctly recognized the face of a newcomer as that of Cold Edge from the photograph. Bai Yu observed the unfolding scene through the camera, watching Cold Edge appear. Are you mercenaries from the Universal Military Corporation? Cold Edge called out loudly in English. Heish, it's your turn to respond, Elias urged, giving a gentle pat on his eldest son Heish's shoulder. Heish nodded and stepped out from behind cover, raising his hands to indicate he meant no harm. Indeed. We are here to rescue the 42 employees of the Jihua Company, Heish replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Cold Edge's face. He approached Heish and extended a friendly handshake. We have received word from Ambassador Fan, who mentioned that they have already hired mercenaries from a PMC for the rescue. I apologize, but we must remain cautious to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Understood. Are your people all here? Our helicopter is just a short distance away, ready for immediate extraction. Yes, everyone is present, Cold Edge confirmed, nodding before gesturing behind him. From the shadows emerged a middle-aged man, slightly aged, holding a Soviet-made SVD sniper rifle. Zhang Yi, a seasoned marksman, was taken aback by the appearance of this hidden sniper. After all, he had not detected his presence earlier, a grave oversight in the midst of combat. Accompanying him was a fully armed young man, though his demeanor suggested a lack of combat experience, resembling more of a privileged youth. Observing this, Heish turned back and made a hand signal. The hidden members of the Saber team and Ghost team all emerged from their concealment. Old Wolf approached Cold Edge, scrutinizing him before speaking. So you're Cold Edge? Cold Edge, slightly startled, responded in Chinese, momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Indeed, you appear to be quite a promising individual. Old Wolf, satisfied with Cold Edge's demeanor, nodded appreciatively. Are you also part of the Jihua family? Yes. Chapter 20. The Choice. Old Wolf, what do you think? Do you fancy this young man? Chun Kai, known as Firestorm, inquired cheerfully. Cold Edge was further astonished to discover that Chun Kai was also part of the Jihua family. Could it be that members of the Jihua family were now eager to become mercenaries? Somewhat, though it depends on whether he is willing, Old Wolf replied. Not denying, but rather affirming with a nod. The cryptic exchange between the two left Cold Edge somewhat bewildered, as he was unaware that Old Wolf was keen on persuading him to join his team. This is not the ideal place for discussions. Let us move inside, Elias remarked, a hint of exasperation evident as he observed the engrossed conversation. Cold Edge nodded in agreement and invited everyone into the interior of the factory. Within the confines of the factory, both the Wolf Squad and the Ghost Squad encountered the employees, comprised of both indigenous workers and those from Libya. The onlookers gazed at the newcomers with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, as Elijah and his team were not well versed in the local language. The task of negotiation fell to Old Wolf. Which country do your weapons belong to? They look impressive, a young man suddenly exclaimed, enviously eyeing the gear of Old Wolf and his companions. Classified, came the curt response from Old Wolf and his team. Zhui Yifan rolled his eyes at the exchange, feeling a flicker of annoyance. You must be Zhui Yifan, Old Wolf remarked, recognizing the young man as the pivotal figure of this mission. Indeed. Are you the rescue team my father dispatched? Why are you so late? Zhui Yifan retorted, his tone brimming with insolence. The gathered individuals frowned at the young scion. Yet they restrained their irritation, mindful of his significance. My apologies, I am Lin Jixiong, the factory manager. This young man is indeed our factory's young master. If you are looking for Zhui Yifan, he stands before you, a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses interjected, hastily offering his apologies. Our mission is to safely evacuate Zhui Yifan and the remaining 42 employees of indigenous descent to the port, where your country's evacuation vessel awaits. You should be able to depart at once, correct? Of course, had it not been for the rebel forces blocking our route to the port, we would have left long ago, Lin Jixiong replied, eager to escape the tumultuous land of Libya. Very well, prepare yourselves quickly. Remember, aside from your passports and a few valuables, leave behind all else. The evacuation helicopter is waiting outside and can depart at any moment. Wonderful. I'll inform the employees right away, Lin Jixiong exclaimed with delight, promptly turning to relay the good news to the indigenous workers. The anxious employees, who had been uncertain of their return home, erupted in cheers at the announcement, hastily gathering their belongings. Meanwhile, the Libyan workers watched with mixed emotions, fully aware that such privileges were not afforded to them. Observing the sorrowful gaze of a young boy's mother in the crowd, Cold Front bit his lip and turned to Old Wolf. "Captain, how may I address you? My code name is Old Wolf, though you may also refer to me as Wolf Team." "Wolf Team, might it be possible to evacuate these Libyan employees as well?" Cold Front inquired, hope glimmering in his eyes. However, Old Wolf's response extinguished Cold Front's optimism like a cold splash of water. "It is not feasible. They are not on the rescue list. And with over 100 individuals here, our aircraft cannot accommodate that many." Cold Front, hearing this, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him and shook his head towards the boy's mother. "Cold Front, this is a lamentable situation." The middle-aged man with the SVD sniper rifle sighed, patting Cold Front on the shoulder. "He Jiangwo, hasten your preparations. Our departure is imminent." Lin Jixiong called out to the middle-aged man. "Understood." He Jiangwo nodded, casting a glance at the troubled Lung Feng before sighing and turning away. At that moment, Bai Yu witnessed the entire scene through the surveillance camera, eager to discern the decision Lung Feng would make. Meanwhile, the Libyan employees recognized that remaining there would surely lead to their demise. Initially, their identity as citizens of Huajiak provided them some protection, but now they were all compelled to leave. They could vividly imagine the bloodthirsty and brutal Red Scarf army wielding their blades to harvest their lives. Chapter 21. Generosity in Adversity. The expressions of the Libyan employees stirred something within Zhui Yifan. After a brief hesitation, he turned to Old Wolf. "Wait," Zhui Yifan interjected, capturing everyone's attention. "What if I pay for these individuals? 60 people, perhaps $2 million could suffice?" Although Zhui Yifan was a reckless young heir, he was not one to turn a blind eye to suffering. After all, these Libyan employees worked in his factory. It would be prudent to forge a benevolent connection. Upon hearing Zhui Yifan's words, Lin Jixiong became anxious. He quickly pulled Zhui Yifan aside, saying, "Young master, what are you doing? We have done all we can to protect them. Not only might they refuse, but we also lack $2 million. I don't have it. Nor does the old man. Shall we remain heartless towards your own employees?" Zhui Yifan retorted, freeing himself from Lin Jixiong's grasp in frustration. "Oh, my young master." Lin Jixiong lamented, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. "How about it? Can we agree? $2 million to ensure these individuals reach safety?" Zhui Yifan inquired earnestly once more. Lung Feng and He Jiangwo exchanged surprised glances at Zhui Yifan. They had always regarded him as a mere child. Nevertheless, his current demeanor exhibited a commendable sense of responsibility. "I need to consult the company," Old Wolf stated, unable to make a decision on such matters and preparing to confer with Bai Yu. "What should we do?" Bai Yu had been observing closely and, upon hearing Zhui Yifan's intention to offer $2 million for the safety of the Libyan employees, he couldn't help but regard Zhui Yifan with newfound respect. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yu provided his response. "The price is now set at $3 million. Provided your father sends the money first, otherwise, there is no negotiation. Once the funds are secured, I will arrange for a super transport." "Understood." Old Wolf relayed Bai Yu's message to Zhui Yifan, while also kindly reminding him, "Remember, the entire region of Libya is essentially under the control of the Red Scarf army. Even if you rescue them now, it will only offer temporary safety." Zhui Yifan nodded in acknowledgement, requesting a satellite phone from Old Wolf and promptly contacting Zhui Yunkai. At that moment, Zhui Yunkai and his wife were anxiously awaiting news about their son within the confines of their office. Naturally, they were overjoyed to establish communication. However, when Zhui Yunkai learned that his son Zhui Yifan sought to borrow money to relocate the Libyan employees to safety, he reprimanded Zhui Yifan over the phone. "You ungrateful wretch. Do you think your father's wealth was merely conjured out of thin air?" Initially, Zhui Yunkai was vehemently opposed to the idea, as he perceived it to be a most unwise transaction. All he truly desired was the safety of his son. However, he was unable to withstand Zhui Yifan's persistent pleas, who vowed to diligently study and inherit the family business upon returning home. Upon hearing his son's unwavering resolve, Zhui Yunkai relented and agreed, promptly transferring $6 million to the account of Huanyu Military. Now that his son had reunited with the rescue team, it was only a matter of time before he was safely extricated, so Zhui Yunkai settled the final payment as well. Upon receiving the funds, Bai Yu dispatched a super aircraft, accompanied by 2 Deer 2 models, to the Huazi factory. As the aircraft had not yet arrived, both teams temporarily remained at the factory. The Libyan employees, upon learning they too could be rescued, erupted in jubilant cheers, excitedly lifting Zhui Yifan high into the air, chanting his name. Despite his reputation as a spoiled rich kid, he displayed a commendable kindness. Elias found that any lingering prejudice he had harbored against Zhui Yifan had vanished completely. Zhang Yi, the team's sharpshooter, approached He Jiangwo, who was cleaning his sniper rifle. Upon inquiry, he discovered that He Jiangwo was a seasoned reconnaissance soldier of the Flower Country's army, having participated in the self-defense counterattack against Annam. Learning of He Jiangwo's esteemed background, Zhang Yi was no longer surprised. After all, reconnaissance soldiers of the 1990s were no trifling matter, possessing genuine skills. The others shared this sentiment. "Old Wolf, please make contact with Lung Feng and inquire if he has any interest in joining the company," the boss instructed. "Understood." Old Wolf nodded before approaching Lung Feng, who was absent-mindedly fiddling with a bullet pendant around his neck. The rest watched with keen interest, already placing bets on whether Lung Feng would indeed join the company. Following the lines provided by Bai Yu, Old Wolf initiated a conversation. "How did you end up in Heizhou?" "For certain special reasons," Lung Feng replied with a wry smile. What does the bullet around your neck signify? Old Wolf offered a cigarette. I do not smoke, Lung Feng declined, waving his hand. Old Wolf did not press the matter and lit the cigarette himself. Wolf team, may I inquire if you have ever encountered this type of bullet? Lung Feng hesitated for a moment before removing the bullet pendant and handing it to Old Wolf. Old Wolf took the bullet and examined it closely. He then nodded in accordance with Bayu's script, saying, I have seen it before. Upon hearing Old Wolf's affirmation, Lung Feng was suddenly filled with excitement. Where? This is a bullet used by mercenaries under the banner of a company called Dane Military Resources. What of it? Old Wolf feigned ignorance. Do you know the location of the PMC company, Wolf team? Lung Feng asked, barely suppressing the anger within. I do. Why? You don't intend to storm the tiger's den all alone, do you? Old Wolf raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lung Feng. Even he would not dare to confront another PMC company by himself. I have a matter that must be resolved. The woman I hold most dear may have been abducted by this company. Abducted? Ah, judging by your reaction, your woman must be in the military as well? Indeed. Cold Front nodded in acknowledgement. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. This PMC company is quite formidable. Venturing there alone would be akin to walking into a trap. However, I do have a proposition. What proposition? Cold Front inquired, his impatience evident. Join our company. We maintain an adversarial relationship with this so-called Dane Military Resources Company. Cold Front paused, lowering his head in contemplation. To speak candidly, our organization far surpasses that wretched Dane company by several magnitudes. We have recently devised strategies to confront this PMC, and if you genuinely wish to reclaim your woman, this is your only opportunity. Do not let it slip away. With that, the Old Wolf turned to leave, leaving Cold Front in a state of turmoil. Cold Front retrieved a photograph from his pocket. It depicted his beloved, Long Xiaoyan. I will find you, he vowed, his gaze resolute. He glanced at the departing Old Wolf and hurried after him. Wolf team, I wish to join. What? The Old Wolf scratched his ear in surprise. I want to join Huanyu military. Cold Front's voice rose a notch. Have you considered this carefully? Once you enlist, there is no turning back. Any betrayal of the company will result in relentless pursuit, the Old Wolf stated solemnly. I have made up my mind. Cold Front remained unwavering. Very well. I shall forward your information to the company, but you must undergo various evaluations before you can officially join. The Old Wolf patted Cold Front's shoulder with satisfaction. Cold Front said nothing, merely nodding silently. Thus, he was persuaded to join the company. Soon, two teams received orders to gather everyone and head to the pickup point. Fortunately, there were trucks available at the factory, so they did not have to travel on foot. Before long, everyone arrived at the designated location. Upon seeing the super stallions, Apaches, and Raptors, the military enthusiast Zhui Yifan was utterly captivated, while Cold Front and He Jiangwo exchanged astonished glances. After all, these weapons were all active armaments from the Eagle Nation and the Bear Country. What kind of strength did Huanyu military possess to acquire such advanced equipment? As everyone boarded the helicopters, the rescue team swiftly proceeded to the port for the handover. After a lengthy flight, 3 super stallions transported Zhui Yifan, Lin Jixiong, 42 employees from the Flower Nation, and several Libyan workers to the port. Fan Xinghua and Ding Haifeng, who had been waiting there, were astonished upon seeing the super stallions. They had not anticipated that Huanyu military possessed such substantial aerial vehicles, prompting Ding Haifeng to wonder about the forces backing Huanyu military. Cold Front did not depart with the crowd, as he had already committed to joining the company. After shaking hands with He Jiangwo in farewell, he reminded the mother of the chubby boy to take care of herself. Subsequently, he resolutely followed the Old Wolf and the others away. Fan Xinghua and Ding Haifeng understood that they could not dissuade Cold Front, and thus allowed him to leave with the Huanyu military personnel. Chapter 22. Control the port. Close the gates. 2 weeks have elapsed since the rescue mission, and the situation in Libya has begun to deteriorate sharply. Various countries have gradually withdrawn their evacuation forces from Libya. The Red Scarf Army, now unencumbered by foreign nationals and military presence, has unleashed its full might. Shortly after seizing power, the Red Scarf Army initiated a purging campaign, mercilessly executing anyone associated with the former government. In just a few weeks, hundreds of thousands have perished or been captured, with the current leader of the Red Scarf Army, Alan Tanny, recklessly exploiting the backing of the Dane Corporation. The Dane Corporation has also commenced a widespread plunder of Libya's resources. Simultaneously, following their previous appearance, the Dane Corporation has begun a thorough search throughout Libya for traces of the universal military. Bayu is acutely aware that it is only a matter of time before he and his associates are discovered. Over the past 2 weeks, he has been continuously recruiting soldiers. The tens of millions of dollars acquired from the rescue mission have been swiftly depleted. Fortunately, support from the gold mine has prevented them from falling into financial ruin. Currently, the Universal Military commands nearly 60,000 combat troops, and Bayu recognizes that the time has come to begin reclaiming Libya. However, the first step towards this reclamation involves dealing with the troublesome Dane Corporation, as well as rescuing Long Xiaoyan, Cold Front's partner. According to intelligence from spies embedded within the Dane Corporation's outposts, Long Xiaoyan is indeed imprisoned by the corporation, but not in Libya. Rather, she is located in the Middle East. The Dane Corporation's headquarters is situated there, which explains their relative weakness in Libya, limited to confronting the subpar military forces of Black State. Following his integration into the corporation, Cold Front underwent rigorous evaluation, with his combat experience, martial arts, and marksmanship scrutinized by Old Wolf. Having flawlessly passed all assessments, Cold Front was assigned to Old Wolf's squad, designated as Snow Wolf. Bayu harbors no fear of Cold Front altering his allegiance, as all individuals who join the corporation are influenced by the mind control apparatus. While they may not be directly transformed into fanatical loyalists, they undoubtedly experience a gradual shift in their sentiments, cultivating a growing sense of belonging to the corporation. After joining Cold Front encountered Bayou for the first time, upon learning that the mastermind behind the Universal Military is Bayou, he was taken aback. The observations he made over the past fortnight have allowed Cold Front to recognize the military prowess of the Universal Military. He can confidently assert that, in terms of military strength, the Universal Military ranks among the elite, possessing advanced weaponry that even he has never encountered. Typically, as a Special Forces operative, one would expect to be equipped with the most advanced weaponry. However, within the Universal Military, even the standard soldiers are outfitted with superior equipment compared to what he had during his time as a Special Forces member. After another month of relative calm, Bayou resolved to begin showcasing his capabilities. Boss, the troops have assembled and are ready to depart at any moment, reported Zhang Yu, now promoted to deputy commander. As he addressed Bayou, command all units to embark according to the predetermined plan, ensuring that the port is firmly secured while thoroughly sealing off the airspace over Libya. Should a single aircraft take flight, I shall hold you accountable. Bayou exuded an air of authority akin to that of a commanding general. Understood. Zhang Yu responded with a shout, then turned to relay Bayou's orders. With Bayou's commands issued, the Air Force was the first to mobilize. Hundreds of Invader, Phoenix, and Red Dragon fighter jets ascended into the sky, executing precise strikes on the Red Scarf Army's bases as per the established plan. Simultaneously, they began to blockade Libya's airspace, preventing any aircraft from departing. Dozens of Kunping transport planes delivered airborne troops to their designated locations, with paratroopers commencing their descent deep behind enemy lines. All armed helicopters and transport choppers stationed at the base also took to the skies, engaging in the conflict. The nearest towns under the control of the Red Scarf Army were the first to suffer, with any enemy-occupied structures coming under heavy fire, armed only with AK-47s and RPGs. The Red Scarf soldiers were ill-equipped to respond to such a large-scale armed assault, caught completely off guard. Even their calls for reinforcements went unanswered. Grey Wolf 02 calling nest. We are prepared to execute precise blinding interference on the enemy's signal frequency, reported the Thunder electronic warfare aircraft to headquarters. Nest acknowledges. You may commence the operation. Over. Directed interference was initiated, and with the release of an electromagnetic wave, all signal frequencies in the area suffered electromagnetic suppression. Ground officers of the Red Scarf Army soon realized they were unable to contact their superiors. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Where did these people come from? A Red Scarf officer cursed furiously, but his only response was a cruise missile. With a resounding explosion, the Red Scarf officers and accompanying soldiers were obliterated. Flying Wolf 01 reporting to Nest, the enemy ground command system in Zone C1 has been destroyed. Over. Nest acknowledges. Continue with the predetermined plan and support the ground troops advance. Over. Lacking air superiority, the Red Scarf Army was akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. They stood no chance against the aerial assault of fighter jets, armed helicopters, and gunboats. Even the ground forces were unable to withstand the onslaught. Deployed artillery and rocket battalions relentlessly bombarded all military facilities of the Red Scarf Army, while armored units rolled forward like a tide of steel, harvesting the lives of the enemy soldiers. This group of Black State guerrillas had never witnessed such a scene, causing them to either flee in panic or surrender on the spot. However, Bayou remained resolute. No prisoners would be accepted. Thus, even those who surrendered faced execution. At the onset of the conflict, Bayou had ordered the missile units to launch strikes directly at the building where Aaron was located, leaving the Red Scarf Army to flounder like headless flies. Hours later, Zhang Yu entered Bayou's office. Boss, we have received word from the ground troops. All ports in Libya are now under our control, and our forces currently occupy half of Libya. Understood. Command the troops to continue advancing. Have there been any updates from Price and his team? Bayou inquired of Zhang Yu, his eyes closed as he savored Tanya's massage. Dane's outpost in Libya has already sensed something amiss and has commenced evacuation. However, the Libyan airspace has been completely sealed off by our aerial forces, and our ground troops have fully encircled Dane's base, leaving them with no means of escape. Indeed, if we can persuade them to surrender, we shall do so. If not, we will eliminate them entirely. There can only be one force in Libya, and that is the Universal Military. Bayou opened his eyes, exuding an air of authority. Understood. Chapter 23, Capturing the Old Man. At this moment, the perimeter of Dane's outpost was surrounded by a formidable array of armored units, while the skies were patrolled by armed helicopters, including the Raptor, Apache, and Lynx. All heavy weaponry and guard towers within the base had been obliterated. Attention! You are completely surrounded. Surrender immediately. The helicopter's loudspeaker repeatedly urged. Chaos reigned within the Dane outpost. Where the hell did these people come from? The old man, the highest commander of the outpost, was drenched in sweat, anxiously watching the swarm of armed helicopters outside. Boss, what should we do? I doubt we can overpower them. Big Bear said, his robust frame betraying a hint of fear. Although he was combative, he was not foolish enough to believe victory was possible in such dire circumstances. Damn it, the phone lines are dead. They've cut off communications. A scarred black man struggled to establish contact with the outside world, but to no avail. They seem to be a PMC. Athena, peering through binoculars, noted the UMDC insignia on the helicopters. Don't be ridiculous. Are you telling me this is a PMC? That damn PMC has so many armored vehicles, tanks, and armed helicopters. The Asian scoffed. What do you think it is then? Aliens? Athena rolled her eyes. Silence. The old man banged his hand on the table to quell the argument. He was desperately contemplating a means of breaking out. Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, an unidentified dual-rotor armed helicopter suddenly launched several rockets towards the base. "Take cover," the old man shouted. Quickly dropping to the ground, followed suit by the others. A series of rockets struck the concrete surface of the base, creating deep, charred craters with thunderous explosions. "Listen closely. Our patience is finite. If you do not surrender within 5 minutes, we will level the entire base." "Damn it, they mean business." Big Bear observed the gaping craters, sweat trickling down his brow. The old man saw that even his elite team was demoralized, unsure of how to proceed. And he wondered how the ragtag group of red scarves inside the base could possibly fare any better. "Surrender, for we find ourselves utterly powerless. In comparison to dignity, the old man values his life far more." The other team members, upon hearing their captain's words, recognized the futility of their situation and thus acquiesced. Subsequently, the old man and his companions emerged from the building, hands raised high. "Eagle, this is Nest. We have detected 7 individuals exiting the structure, presumably intending to surrender," reported the armed helicopter circling above, observing the old man's group. In the command room, Zhang Yu, upon receiving this information, promptly instructed the drones to magnify the images of these 7 individuals. After verification, it was confirmed that they were indeed the old man's crew. It appeared they were quite astute. Zhang Yu smiled faintly, taking full command of the operation in Whitefish's absence. 141. It has been confirmed that the surrendering individuals are mercenaries under the employ of Dane Corporation. You may proceed, but remain vigilant for any potential tricks. Acknowledged. Guided by the helicopter's warning, the old man and his group obediently advanced towards the base entrance, fully aware that any reckless move could result in their demise at the hands of the helicopter's machine guns. Price, observing the surrendering individuals through binoculars as they reached the entrance, turned to Soap and the others. "Soap, Gates, and Roach, you 3 take a squad of soldiers and bring them over. Captain, please ensure your cover is solid," Soap jested before departing. "Fear not, Little John, even without our cover, other allies remain," Ghost replied, his tone tinged with resignation, accustomed to Soap's mischievous nature. The trio, accompanied by a squad of Marines wielding weapons, swiftly approached the old man and his crew. "Hands on your heads, kneel down, and keep your hands visible," they commanded loudly. The old man and his companions complied, kneeling with hands clasped atop their heads. "Which company do you belong to?" the old man inquired, curious yet cooperative. "Silence," Soap barked, roughly pushing him down and swiftly cuffing his wrists. The old man, a once elite soldier, found himself in such humiliating circumstances, feeling a deep sense of disgrace, yet daring not to voice his anger. However, there remained an unruly member among the group, an Asian with yellow hair, who, oblivious to the danger, defiantly shot a glare at Gates. This insolence earned him a blow to the face from Gates' rifle butt, eliciting a pained cry. "Behave yourself if you wish to avoid further punishment," Gates threatened, forcefully securing the yellow-haired man's hands behind his back. Witnessing the fate of their comrade, Athena and Big Bear quickly complied, allowing themselves to be handcuffed. The 5 were then fitted with black hoods and escorted back to Price's side. "Return them to the truck and ensure they are closely monitored," Price instructed. "Yes, sir." The old man and his companions were subsequently escorted by Marines to the truck for confinement. "Relax. Once we return to base, you will have the opportunity to meet him," Old Wolf reassured the Snow Wolf, Cold Front, who was intently watching the old man's departing figure. Indeed, Cold Front nodded, calming his emotions. After capturing the old man and his associates, the group did not leave, but instead began to cleanse the base of the fiercely resisting Red Scarf Army, while also gathering intelligence on the Dane Military Resource Company. All action reports were meticulously packed and removed, followed by the complete destruction of the base's infrastructure. The news of the old man's capture reached Whitefish, who promptly ordered Price and his team to bring the old man and his crew back to the base for confinement. The Dane Company's outpost in Libya had been obliterated, although the ties between the two had long been severed. However, Whitefish was confident that the Dane Company would soon realize something was amiss and send personnel to search for the old man and his associates. Whitefish returned to the command room, where he gazed at the battlefield analysis displayed on the large screen. The map was adorned with red and blue colors. The red zones indicated areas controlled by the Red Scarf Army, which were steadily diminishing over time. In contrast, the blue regions represented territory under Whitefish's dominion. Pleased by the expansion of his lands, Whitefish calculated that within 2 days, he would have complete control over Libya. Chapter 24. Interrogating the old man. Several hours swiftly passed, and news arrived that the old man and his crew from the Dane Company had been taken to the base for detention. Upon receiving this information, Whitefish personally visited the interrogation room. Through the specially designed one-way glass, he observed the mercenary leader, the old man, who remained unfazed and composed, as if he were in the comfort of his own home. Frowning, Whitefish addressed the soldier in charge of the interrogation, instructing him to apply some pressure, for it seemed the old man had yet to understand his precarious position. "Yes, sir." Shortly thereafter, a dozen soldiers clad in riot gear burst into the interrogation room, brandishing plastic batons. Without hesitation, they unleashed a flurry of blows upon the old man. Bound and unable to retaliate, he could only defend himself passively. Before long, the old man bore the marks of their assault, yet he stubbornly demanded a one-on-one confrontation. This, however, was met with yet another round of beatings. Whitefish, reminiscent of ancient dynasties employing torture, ordered that severe measures be taken against the old man. The other mercenaries faced a similar fate. Despite having uncovered a modicum of intelligence at the base, it was insufficient. Whitefish sought to extract crucial information regarding the Dane Military Resource Company from their lips. Aware of the animosity between himself and the Dane Company, and disliking a passive approach, he prepared to take decisive action to bury the Dane Military Resource Company once and for all. Observing the old man's unwavering silence even under torture, Whitefish could not help but admire his resilience. Truly, these were the elite of European special forces, though regrettably for them, they had encountered Whitefish. Subsequently, he ordered the soldiers to inject them with a serum designed to amplify pain sensitivity and perception manifold. This concoction was specifically engineered for interrogation purposes, and Whitefish was confident that once administered, they would eagerly divulge all pertinent information concerning the Dane Company. As Bayou anticipated, after being injected with the serum, Old Father and his companions could hardly endure for 10 minutes before divulging all the intelligence regarding the Dane Corporation. To Bayou's surprise, a Jewish consortium was backing them. The information revealed by Old Father indicated that the Dane Military Corporation had been established post-World War II, flourishing under the support of the Jewish consortium. They scoured various nations for military talent to bolster their strength, and had even been contracted by the Americans to partake in the Bay of Pigs invasion and the Iraq War. Their headquarters was now situated in a small Middle Eastern nation called Kudan, which they had practically turned into their stronghold. Their current interest in Libya stemmed from its strategic location and abundant mineral resources, intending to support Aaron in conquering Libya and gradually encroaching upon it. In their view, Aaron was merely a puppet, destined to be disposed of at the opportune moment to transform Libya into a place akin to Kudan. However, they had grossly underestimated the presence of an individual like Bayou in the underdeveloped Libya, who directly undermined their plans. They wished to seize Libya without considering his consent. Bayou disdainfully discarded the confession into the trash bin and cast a peculiar smile at the map of Kudan. Let me grant you a moment. For when the time is ripe, Dane Corporation. Huh, boss, why not simply send them to their demise with a missile? Long Wu inquired, perplexed. It is not yet time for that. The existence of intercontinental missiles in Huanyu military cannot be revealed too hastily. Once our nuclear arsenal and navy are operational, then we shall proceed. Indeed, you heard correctly. Huanyu military now possesses intercontinental missiles, albeit only a single newly produced missile vehicle. This missile boasts a range of 16,000 kilometers and can reach speeds of up to 23 Mach. While it may not rival the Americans, the Russians, or the Chinese. Have you ever heard of a PMC possessing intercontinental missiles? It is likely unheard of. Moreover, this is merely the first model. Such a range can essentially strike targets worldwide. Bayou's research base is tirelessly developing weaponry to enhance Huanyu military's might, and it is merely a matter of time. Boss, the Snow Wolf from the Blade team has requested to enter the interrogation room where Old Father is being held. Zhang Yu's projection appeared on Bayou's desk. Grant permission, but ensure that Snow Wolf's emotions are carefully managed. These individuals still hold value for us, and we might utilize them for a hostage exchange with the Dane Corporation. Bayou understood that Cold Edge was concerned about Long Xiaoyan's safety, so he consented, albeit with apprehension that Old Father might incite Cold Edge's ire, leading to unnecessary complications. Understood. Bayou pressed a button on the desk, and the specialized touch-sensitive glass displayed images. After a few presses, Bayou directly accessed the surveillance of the interrogation room. At that moment, Snow Wolf, also known as Cold Edge, had entered the room, regarding the bruised Old Father with no trace of sympathy. What do you want? I have divulged all the intelligence you sought. Due to the swelling on his face from being struck, my father spoke with a certain indistinctness. Do you recognize this? Cold Front tore the bullet pendant from around his neck and placed it before my father. Upon seeing the bullet, my father's pupils constricted, and he gazed at Cold Front, inquiring, who exactly are you? You need not concern yourself with that. I merely wish to know if you recognize this woman. Cold Front then retrieved a photograph of Long Xiaoyan from his pocket. Upon viewing the image, a playful smile emerged on my father's face. Ah, so this is your woman. Where is she? Cold Front, striving to maintain his composure, demanded. However, my father evaded the question and shifted the topic. As a woman, she is truly formidable. No matter the torturous methods we employed to interrogate her, she remained utterly silent. Ha ha ha. You scoundrel. Cold Front's fury ignited, and he delivered a punch to my father's right cheek. Soldiers outside, witnessing Cold Front's agitation, prepared to rush in, but Zhang Yu intervened. Knowing that Cold Front possessed his own sense of restraint, my father spat blood but still lifted his head, grinning at Cold Front, his eyes glinting with mockery and derision. Where is she? Tell me. Cold Front angrily seized my father's collar and shoved him against the wall. She is at our headquarters, if you have the guts. Go save her. Ha ha ha. My father laughed maniacally. Bayou furrowed his brow and ordered Zhang Yu to teach the arrogant old man a lesson. Shortly thereafter, my father received a beating, leading him to reluctantly disclose Long Xiaoyan's situation to Cold Front. Currently, although Long Xiaoyan was imprisoned, she was safe. However, my father could not ensure her future safety. Upon receiving this news, Cold Front exited the interrogation room in a daze, his mind filled with visions of Long Xiaoyan. Yet he found himself unable to rescue her. Observing Cold Front's state, Bayou resolved to hasten their efforts. Once they fully reclaimed Libya, he intended to contact the Dane Company to negotiate a hostage exchange. He believed that the Dane Company would agree to exchange Long Xiaoyan for my father and others. Chapter 25. The global attention of universal military arms following the obliteration of the Dane Company's base in Libya and the demise of Aaron, the Red Scarf Army leader. At the hands of a missile, no one in Libya, armed predominantly with light weaponry, could withstand the relentless tide of Bayou's ironclad army. Bayou's forces swept through with overwhelming might, swiftly occupying all remaining territories in Libya, reducing any resisting soldiers to ashes beneath the might of tanks and artillery. to prevent the details of this conflict from being leaked by any malicious entities. Bayou also sealed off all potential media outlets in Libya that could lead to such disclosures. Additionally, he deployed numerous fissure generators, effectively rendering Libya a temporary information island. He also set up mind control devices to brainwash the indigenous populace of Libya, ensuring their unconditional compliance with the governance of universal military arms. After accomplishing these tasks, Whitefish began to solidify his nascent regime. He promptly initiated extensive explorations of all resources within Libya. With a systematic approach, he acquired coordinates for valuable precious metal resources by expending merit points. Subsequently, he established mineral refineries and mining operations, tirelessly extracting resources day and night. Concurrently, he commenced the extraction of other minerals, including iron, ore, copper, tungsten, and various rare earth elements. Within a few weeks, Whitefish was astonished by the wealth of minerals on Earth. While he was aware of Libya's resource abundance, he had not anticipated such a profusion. Remarkably, the exploration team also unexpectedly discovered oil and natural gas fields, both with substantial reserves. Whitefish chose to temporarily stockpile all resources aside from precious metals. As Libya was in dire need of revitalization, his base still had numerous unutilized resources available for exchange, leaving the newly extracted resources for Libya's future industrial development. Over time, Whitefish established a presence in various cities and towns across Libya. The grassroots personnel were primarily talents exchanged by Whitefish. Known for their integrity and lack of ulterior motives, they were wholly devoted to obeying his commands, contributing to the improvement of Libya's economic environment and social stability. This endeavor consumed all of Whitefish's merit points, but fortunately, there remained a continuous influx of precious metals for further exchanges. Having completed these tasks, Whitefish began to develop his inaugural naval fleet. He invested millions of resource points to acquire a shipyard in a strategically advantageous location in Libya. This decision was reached after careful deliberation. Although he commanded a formidable army and air force, modern warfare necessitated integrated operations across land, sea, and air, making both airspace and maritime rights exceedingly crucial. Upon establishing the shipyard, Whitefish assessed the types of vessels he could construct. However, upon reviewing the exorbitant prices, he furrowed his brow. Even the least expensive troop transport aircraft and torpedo boats commanded prices in the hundreds of thousands, while the most expensive aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines ranged from 200 million to 500 million. Though these sums translated to mere millions in US dollars, they reinforced Whitefish's realization that maintaining a navy was indeed a costly endeavor. Given his limited disposable funds, he had no choice but to postpone naval development, planning to commence once he had sufficient capital. For now, his focus was on establishing military bases and outposts throughout Libya while simultaneously fostering the nation's economy. Undoubtedly, his military activities had caught the attention of neighboring Pyramid Nation, and it would not remain concealed for long. Whitefish's ambition was to lead Libya under the banner of universal military power. Additionally, he envisioned developing Libya's tourism and commerce, aspiring to transform it into the pearl of the Black State. In this manner, the subsequent influx of wealth would allow the Whitefish to continually generate merit points and resources for themselves. To distinguish itself from the previous government, the Whitefish decided to rename the capital city of Chittagong to Renatus, a name signifying rebirth and emblematic of the new dawn for Libya. Consequently, the Whitefish commenced the development of infrastructure around Renatus, establishing transportation, postal services, and utilities. Various public service facilities and transport infrastructure began to emerge steadily. Additionally, both light and heavy industries were established, laying a crucial foundation for the future development of the new Libya's national strength. The original structures in Renatus were demolished and rebuilt, with projects that would typically require years in other countries being completed in a moment here, as the construction of such infrastructure was merely a matter of financial exchange. After accomplishing these feats, the Whitefish commissioned a video to be sent to mainstream media outlets worldwide. The release of this video created quite a stir globally. Just months prior, Libya had experienced a rebellion, with the original government forces being overthrown by the Red Scarf Army. The international community had organized a large-scale evacuation operation, drawing significant attention. However, the video from the Whitefish unexpectedly brought Libya back to the forefront of public consciousness. The primary content of the video was a proclamation to the world. The Red Scarf Army, which had previously controlled Libya, had been completely annihilated, and their leader, Aaron, had met his demise. From this moment forth, Libya would be known as New Libya, governed by the Universal Military Corporation. Furthermore, it announced that the war in New Libya had ceased, and the process of post-war reconstruction was steadily underway. The video also extended a warm invitation to foreign tourists to visit and invest in New Libya. This monumental news ignited a frenzy among the media, akin to wolves detecting the scent of fresh meat. While there had been instances of coups resulting in changes of power in other nations, the current situation was entirely different. People were incredulous that a previously unheard of PMC could seize control of Libya. Curiosity abounded regarding the formidable strength of the Universal Military Corporation, which had managed to eradicate the Red Scarf Army and take control of the nation. Meanwhile, the White House convened to discuss the implications of the Universal Military Corporation. Where had this organization emerged from? The current President of the United States, John Thane, interrogated Defense Secretary Jonathan, who was clad in military garb. I am uncertain. I have dispatched individuals to investigate, but this company appears to have materialized out of thin air, Jonathan replied, shaking his head, equally perplexed by the origins of the Universal Military Corporation. Fool, you cannot even handle this matter. The fact that they have the capability to control Libya indicates they have been developing for some time, John remarked, his brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. Have Garnett send someone to make contact with this universal military corporation. The sudden emergence of a PMC capable of controlling a nation is not in our favor. The best course of action is to draw them into our camp. The Garnett that John spoke of is none other than the current head of the Eagle Nation CI. Very well, Jonathan nodded. The heart of the Flower Nation. In a conference room, for individuals sat together. The mere stamp of any one of them on the ground would send tremors throughout the Flower Nation and indeed the world. It was quite astonishing to realize that a PMC could wield power over an entire country. A general with a prominent military rank and a square jaw expressed his amazement. His nameplate reading Zhao Yinming. Ah, the vastness of the world knows no bounds, he mused. However, it stands to reason that to control a nation, one must possess substantial power, which underscores the formidable strength of this Huanyu military industry. An elderly gentleman, his hair graying and adorned with spectacles, smiled benevolently. If by you were to behold his visage, he would undoubtedly exclaim in recognition, for this man was none other than the frequently cited leader, Peng Guohua. Since assuming office, he has governed with the welfare of the people in mind, swiftly leading the nation's economy to a qualitative leap, subtly edging towards parity with the Eagle Nation. This has incited the Eagle Nation, fearing its hegemonic position was under threat, to unleash various forms of harassment against the Flower Nation, including technical and economic sanctions, all of which have been deftly mitigated by this leader. The former ambassador to Libya, Fan Xinghua, had previously interacted with Huanyu military industry, and he described the soldiers there as possessing exceptional military prowess, equipped with numerous weapons from both the Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation. Another general, equally adorned with a high rank and with sharp, discerning eyes, spoke up. His nameplate read Lin Guorue. Weapons from the Eagle Nation and Bear Nation. Could they be their patrons? Inquired a slightly younger man than Peng Guohua, who was none other than the current Prime Minister of the Flower Nation, Xie Yanwen, a Prime Minister dedicated to his country and its people. Uncertain, Lin Guorue replied. The weaponry utilized by Huanyu military industry does not belong to any mainstream military inventory of current nations. Their equipment is remarkably advanced, and their transport helicopters are of previously unseen models. Lin Guorue shook his head and produced several photographs. These images were captured by battlefield journalists, driven by curiosity. He passed the photographs around for the others to examine. They resembled a fusion of Black Hawk and Z-20, yet appeared far more futuristic and advanced. After a careful glance, Zhao Yinming remarked, the Apache and the Kodiak helicopters also seem to exhibit some differences, likely due to modifications. According to the technical department, substantial alterations may have occurred. Lin Guorue stated earnestly, it seems this Huanyu military industry is indeed unfathomable. Xie Yanwen stroked his chin, filled with curiosity about this burgeoning regime. In light of this, what course of action do you all believe we should take regarding this nascent power? Peng Guohua queried, setting down the photographs and removing his glasses to wipe them. Seeking the opinions of the other three, I believe we should establish contact with Huanyu military industry. Lao Ma and Lao He share this sentiment, Lin Guorue proposed. I second that. Zhao Yinming holds no negative impression of the universal military, as they assisted in the evacuation of expatriates from the flowering nation. I, too, believe we can foster amicable relations with New Libya, for the subsequent transport vessels from the flowering nation must traverse New Libya, benefiting both parties. Xie Yanwen concurs with their advocacy for a favorable rapport with the universal military. If that is the case, let it be so. As for establishing contact with New Libya, let Fan Xinghua undertake this task, given his familiarity with Libya and his commendable performance in the evacuation mission. Peng Guohua proposed. The other three nodded in agreement. Such scenes unfold across various nations in Europa and the Bear Nation, where discussions on how to approach New Libya have commenced. The consensus leans toward goodwill, as the current New Libya poses no threat to their interests. Establishing friendly relations would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits, making it a risk-free venture. Chapter 26. The current research level of the Universal Military. 1. A week has elapsed since the news of New Libya being governed by the Universal Military spread. By you. Through the news, observed various perspectives on New Libya from the outside world. Some believe that Libya has embraced a new dawn, while others contend that it has merely welcomed a dictator, expressing an overly sentimental concern for the well-being of Libyan residents, which left Bayou feeling somewhat nauseated. Nonetheless, Bayou gradually received tidings of goodwill from the Flowering Nation, Eagle Sauce, and the Bear Nation, all eager to establish embassies in New Libya and forge diplomatic relations. Bayou understood their intentions. He readily acquiesced, recognizing that the current universal military should not be ostentatious or arrogant. Only through prudent development could they evolve into a force capable of instigating global upheaval with a mere gesture. In the early morning, Bayou yawned and stretched, rising from his bed to behold the naked beauty beside him. He couldn't help but marvel at the wildness of the previous night. Tanya, the young lady, had learned numerous positions in her quest to conquer Bayou, only to find herself subdued instead. Gently, Bayou covered Tanya with a blanket to shield her from the chill, then dressed and exited his bedroom. After a brief morning routine, Bayou commenced his training. His consistent exercise had allowed him to absorb the bodily enhancers perfectly. Now, he resembled the Captain America from the movies. He could effortlessly deliver a knockout punch to a bull if he wished. Following a session of aerobic exercise, Bayou consumed nourishing proteins and vitamins to bolster his physique. His breakfast was lavish, consisting of 9 dishes and a soup, accompanied by fruit. Following the enhancements, Bayou's appetite had naturally increased, now consuming several times more than before. Were he to enter an eating competition, he would undoubtedly secure first place with ease. After his meal, Bai proceeded to his office, where Long Wu awaited outside, diligently fulfilling his duties as a bodyguard. Have you eaten? The white fish gazed at the rather naive Dragon Wu, unable to suppress a chuckle as he inquired. Have you eaten? Dragon Wu nodded, then resumed his rigid stance, standing perfectly still. You needn't maintain that posture indefinitely, White Fish remarked, bemused. The safety of the boss is paramount. This duration is insignificant to me. With a sigh, White Fish decided to ignore Dragon Wu's antics. Elizabeth, he called out. I am here, came the immediate response as Elizabeth's image materialized. Have there been any developments recently? None. All is well. However, Dr. And from the research base wishes for your presence. Elizabeth replied with a human touch, shaking her head. Olden. Very well, I understand, White Fish acknowledged, albeit with some confusion. The individual known as Old and is formally named in Ping, a distinguished SSS-level research expert whom White Fish had expended considerable merit points to acquire. And Ping had been assigned to oversee the ARC research base, managing it with exceptional competence from the outset. He also serves as the chief designer for both the Divine Arm and the White Steed, truly a rare talent among talents. Let us proceed, Dragon Wu. We shall visit the ARC base, White Fish declared, donning a suit and attending to his appearance before calling out to Dragon Wu. Without a word, Dragon Wu opened the door for White Fish and promptly followed, closely guarding his safety. The two ascended in the elevator to the helipad, where White Fish's private helicopter awaited. As the base expanded, White Fish found it increasingly necessary to employ a helicopter for transportation. The car journey to the ARC would take at least 20 minutes, making the helicopter a far more efficient choice. Good morning, sir. The helicopter pilot greeted White Fish with great respect. White Fish smiled and nodded, instructing the pilot to take him and Dragon Wu to the ARC base. In no time, the helicopter landed smoothly on the helipad of the ARC base. At that moment, White Fish's vehicle was already awaiting his arrival. Once in the car, White Fish settled into the back seat, while Dragon Wu occupied the front passenger seat, eyes straight ahead. As they drove towards the core area of the ARC base, White Fish observed researchers conducting experiments along the way. He also noticed staff arriving for work. Upon seeing White Fish's vehicle, they immediately halted to greet him, for in their eyes, White Fish was akin to a revered deity. As the supreme commander, White Fish naturally possessed unparalleled authority, and they progressed through the area with uninterrupted green lights leading them into the core. The defenses of the ARC base's core area were exceedingly stringent, featuring round-the-clock patrolling guards and unmanned drones, alongside numerous life detectors and thermal imaging probes scattered throughout the premises. Should an alarm be triggered, the light beam towers positioned throughout the base would instantaneously lock onto the source, and failure to present identification in a timely manner would result in immediate annihilation. Furthermore, to facilitate management, researchers of varying ranks were assigned distinct ID identification cards, restricting them to their designated work zones. C-level researchers are permitted to operate solely within C-level zones, while aspirations of accessing B, A, or the esteemed S-level areas remain unattainable. Conversely, S-level researchers traverse these realms with unimpeded ease, yet those who attain such a rank are exceedingly rare. Within the entire ARC base, aside from Omping, only 2 others possess this distinction. Boss, we have arrived, Long Wu remarked, glancing back upon reaching their destination. Long Wu responded, stepping out of the car and opening the door for Bai Yu, who descended and, under Long Wu's vigilant protection, proceeded into the S-Zone where Omping was stationed. The S-Zone is dedicated to pioneering advanced technologies essential for the global military, many of which remain unparalleled in the world thus far. This includes controllable nuclear fusion, electromagnetic weaponry, exoskeleton armor, ultra-dense solid-state batteries, optical stealth technology, and room-temperature superconducting materials. Although much of this research is still in its infancy, progress is steadily being made, particularly due to the cutting-edge research facilities available in the S-Zone. Highest authority recognized. Welcome, boss, announced the recognition system as it authenticated Bai Yu's iris and palm print, granting immediate access. Bai Yu led Long Wu into the S-Zone, where they soon encountered Omping, who was approaching with a cadre of researchers. Omping and the team respectfully greeted Bai Yu. All right, I heard from Elizabeth that you wish to speak with me? Bai Yu inquired. Yes, boss. Recently, the ARC base has surmounted numerous technical challenges, leading us to develop a range of novel weaponry, replied Omping. Oh, where? Bai Yu expressed newfound interest upon hearing of the new weapons. Please, follow me. Omping gestured invitingly, assuming the role of a guide. Bai Yu accompanied Omping to a spacious room, encased entirely in glass. Not far off, a target reminiscent of a shooting range was visible. Dr. Omping, what new weapons have you developed? Bai Yu surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing particularly extraordinary. Please be patient, boss, Omping responded, then clapped his hands. Suddenly, a recess appeared above, and an unmanned aerial vehicle was ejected, distinct from those typically employed for reconnaissance. This drone was armed. This is a new product developed in our drone laboratory, the multi-role reconnaissance and strike drone. It is designed for unit deployment, enabling teams to engage and attack enemies from above. Equipped with an enemy identification system, it can be launched with specific commands, transforming it into an aerial artillery platform capable of suppressing ground targets or executing surprise strikes. Furthermore, the noise produced by this drone has been significantly minimized. It remains virtually undetectable unless within a 5-meter proximity. Omping elaborated on the innovative drone. Are you certain it can withstand the recoil? Bai Yu expressed a hint of skepticism. Absolutely. Omping signaled to the researchers behind him. Following this cue, a researcher produced a tablet-like device and tapped a few commands, resulting in the emergence of 2 humanoid targets from the ground of the testing area. Omping presented a compact handheld computer designed for individual use. We are now connected to the drone's camera, which possesses the remarkable ability to automatically distinguish between friendly and enemy soldiers. All we need to do is issue commands. As Omping tapped on the locked target silhouette, two options appeared on the screen: kill and injure. Omping selected the kill option, and in an instant, the reconnaissance strike drone unleashed an infrared laser, swiftly aiming at the forehead of the target. With a faint sound, a bullet hole appeared on the forehead of the target, precisely marked by the infrared sight. The drone remained remarkably stable in the air after firing, exhibiting no tremors. This is quite intriguing. It could indeed be equipped for the entire military. Bai, intrigued, took over the computer to experiment. Initially, he chose the injure option, and the drone fired bullets that accurately struck the limbs of the dummy. Bai then attempted to fire while in rapid motion. Although the accuracy was not as precise as before, the shots still inflicted potentially lethal damage on the target. How is the drone's endurance? Bai inquired, aware that the challenge primarily lies in energy supply. We have developed the latest high-density solid-state battery and installed it into the drone. With the new solid-state battery, its endurance has nearly doubled compared to before, Omping disclosed unexpectedly. Hearing about the solid-state battery left Bai momentarily speechless. Such a battery, if introduced to the market, would undoubtedly revolutionize the energy sector. What about its stability? Bai asked excitedly. After extensive testing, no issues have arisen, and it has been confirmed for regular use. We have already initiated plans for mass production, Omping replied, presenting the experimental data of the solid-state battery for Bai to review. Bai scrutinized the data, noting that its stability remained above 90%, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. He envisioned the immense profits he could reap from the solid-state battery. Moreover, this is merely the first generation of the solid-state battery. We are in the process of upgrading it to enhance its energy density and transmission efficiency, Omping stated nonchalantly. As if the solid-state battery were of little significance in his eyes, Bai rolled his eyes, mentally labeling Omping as the epitome of understated grandeur. After all, this was something that scientists worldwide aspired to develop but had yet to achieve, yet Omping spoke of it so casually. Very well, if their essay need, report to me, and all resources at the base will be prioritized for you. Understood, Omping nodded. Subsequently, he led Bai to a testing area, where a technician was aiming a peculiar weapon at a dummy target. What is this? Bai asked, observing the unusual design that resembled a rifle yet appeared distinct. This is the first generation of the electromagnetic rifle developed by our electromagnetic weapons laboratory. However, it is still in the experimental phase, and we are continually optimizing it. Omping explained. An electromagnetic rifle? The white fish was somewhat bewildered, as this delved into a realm of knowledge he was unfamiliar with. He had only heard of electromagnetic cannons before. This was his first encounter with an electromagnetic rifle. The principle behind the electromagnetic rifle closely resembles that of the electromagnetic cannon, accelerating projectiles through electromagnetic forces. This innovation signifies a departure from traditional gunpowder propulsion, resulting in greater range, improved ballistic stability, and a significantly increased ammunition capacity. Moreover, it operates almost silently, offering exceptional stealth. Omping elucidated the workings of the electromagnetic rifle in a manner that was easily comprehensible to the white fish. How intriguing. However, it is unfortunate that even with the use of solid-state batteries, the electromagnetic rifle can only fire 60 rounds consecutively. To address this limitation, we have installed a battery compartment to allow for easy replacement when the energy is depleted. Additionally, due to its substantial size and weight, it is not particularly convenient to carry. Omping displayed a look of regret as he articulated the current drawbacks of the electromagnetic rifle. No need to rush. The weaponry currently equipped in the forces is more than sufficient to handle any warfare. You have ample time for optimization, encouraged the white fish, patting Omping on the shoulder. Would you like to give it a try, boss? Omping suggested. If possible, I would certainly like to give it a shot, replied the white fish, his interest piqued by the electromagnetic rifle. Upon hearing this, Omping promptly summoned a soldier to bring forth an electromagnetic rifle. The white fish hefted the rifle, estimating its weight to be around 6 kilograms, which indeed made it somewhat cumbersome to handle. Most individuals would find their arms fatigued after holding it for a prolonged period. As the white fish raised the rifle, ready to fire, Omping interjected, "Boss, I almost forgot to give you this." He handed over a pair of remarkably stylish glasses. These are tactical intelligent analysis glasses, capable of automatically analyzing wind direction and distance on the battlefield to assist you in correcting your aim. We plan to incorporate these features into the next generation of tactical helmets. Omping explained before the white fish could utter a word. Surprised, the white fish took the glasses and put them on. He observed several lines of data appear on the lenses, which then transformed into a visual reminiscent of scenes from the movie Kingsman. Tactical intelligent analysis glasses, at your service. The glasses even had a voice feature. As the white fish aligned the rifle's muzzle towards a target dummy, the tactical intelligent analysis glasses rapidly calculated and displayed the data on the lenses. Distance, 100 meters. Wind direction, none. Please adjust your aim slightly to the upper left. Following the glasses' guidance, the white fish maneuvered the rifle accordingly. You may fire. With the glasses issuing the command, the white fish squeezed the trigger. A barely perceptible hum resonated as the specially designed projectile was propelled from the chamber at a staggering speed of 2,000 meters per second, akin to that of an electromagnetic cannon. In under a second, it struck the target dummy. Fueled by such extraordinary velocity, the projectile heated up as if enchanted, causing the dummy's silicone head to explode, with plasma bursting forth, a spectacular visual indeed. As the projectile struck the dummy's head and continued its flight, It ultimately collided with the ultra-dense alloy wall, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks before finally coming to a halt. Observing the remarkable output produced by the electromagnetic rifle in his hands, Bayu found himself engulfed in profound astonishment. Should the electromagnetic rifle be optimized and deployed across the military, the forces of the Universal Army would truly become an indomitable and invincible force. Omping. What is the rifle's maximum effective range? Bayu turned to inquire. The effective range is 5,000 meters. However, we have yet to determine the absolute maximum range due to insufficient testing grounds. Omping provided an astonishing figure. 5,000 meters. Bayu exclaimed in disbelief. After all, the maximum range of an ordinary assault rifle, such as the AK-47, is merely 150 meters, with an effective range of 400 meters. Yet, the electromagnetic rifle boasts an effective range of 5,000 meters, and this is a conservative estimate. Nevertheless, greater distances necessitate more energy. Thus far, a single solid-state battery can sustain the electromagnetic rifle for 60 shots within the 5,000 meter range. Wait, are you implying that if the distance is reduced, the electromagnetic rifle can fire more times? Bayu seized upon the crux of the issue. Indeed, what of it? Omping replied, somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing this response, Bayu was rendered speechless, realizing that Omping had calculated the shooting frequency based on the energy consumption at the 5,000 meter range, which was a considerable oversight. Have you considered that soldiers in everyday combat do not require the ability to engage targets at 5,000 meters? Bayu remarked with a frown. Isn't greater distance synonymous with enhanced safety for our soldiers? Future warfare will predominantly occur at extended ranges, allowing us to strike the enemy while remaining out of their reach. Omping stated with confusion. It became evident that Omping was grappling with this dilemma. If we reduce the distance to 2,000 meters, how many shots can a solid-state battery provide for the electromagnetic rifle? After testing, it was determined that a single solid-state battery could facilitate 600 shots. Well then, from this perspective, the electromagnetic rifle is remarkably advanced and ready for combat. What about its penetration power? It can effortlessly penetrate all existing armored vehicles. Thus, the electromagnetic rifle can also serve as an anti-armor weapon. Bayu's admiration for the rifle intensified. Indeed, it can. The specially designed armor-piercing rounds fired at full power from the electromagnetic rifle can easily breach 80 millimeters of alloy armor, Bayu noted with satisfaction, indicating that soldiers could directly counter armored vehicles without the need for anti-tank missiles. Are there other electromagnetic weapons in development? Yes, but they are currently confined to the laboratory and have yet to undergo testing. We are working on electromagnetic handguns and sniper rifles. Well, let us continue the development and optimization, ideally reducing the weight for easier portability by soldiers. We have taken this into consideration and are currently developing individual exoskeleton armor. Omping astonishingly revealed. What? The white fish emitted a sharp crackle, utterly astonished by the multitude of surprises that Omping had brought forth. It was akin to the exoskeleton armor often depicted in films, capable of transforming a soldier into an entity of boundless strength and remarkable speed. Omping had presumed that the white fish was unaware of what exoskeleton armor entailed. Where shall we go to see it? The white fish urged, brimming with excitement. Omping, somewhat bewildered by the white fish's fervent reaction, obediently led him to the exoskeleton armor research laboratory. Here, the white fish indeed observed several researchers donning exoskeleton armor as they moved heavy objects with apparent ease. At that moment, a man clad in a white lab coat approached them, and Omping introduced him as Su Ran, one of the S-level researchers. This is the first generation of individual exoskeleton armor, which provides us with additional strength and support. Thanks to the solid-state battery, we have resolved the energy issue. However, the most crucial aspect of the exoskeleton armor lies in its sensor technology, an area where we have yet to achieve a complete breakthrough. Consequently, the first generation of exoskeletons is still unable to execute certain complex movements successfully. Additionally, it employs carbon fiber composite materials and nanomaterials, making it exceedingly lightweight. Su Ran succinctly elaborated on the first generation of exoskeletons developed in his laboratory. So, while it is more than adequate for civilian use, it still faces some challenges for military applications, correct? The white fish, stroking his chin, recognized the current weaknesses of the EXO exoskeleton. Indeed, the current exoskeleton can perform running, walking, squatting, jumping, and torso twisting. However, it still struggles with actions such as rolling and extending. Nevertheless, it is now fully capable of transporting ammunition and heavy items, significantly enhancing muscle strength, agility, and endurance. Regarding sensor technology, the white fish recalled the system and promptly accessed the system marketplace, knowing he possessed a substantial number of merit points. So many sensor technologies? He mused, feeling overwhelmed by the myriad of options. As he was a man prone to decision paralysis. System, do you have any recommendations? He silently inquired. This model suits you well, boasting rapid transmission speeds, the system responded, highlighting a technology called the quantum sensor. How exorbitant. The white fish grimaced at the price of a staggering 200,000 merit points. However, it meets all your current requirements and is compatible with other technologies, making it a worthwhile investment. The system encouraged, observing the white fish's internal conflict. All right, I shall take this one, as I currently have ample funds. The white fish chuckled at his account balance of 6 million merit points, a sum he had expended a cool $100 million to acquire. Thank you for your patronage. After completing the purchase, the white fish noticed the quantum sensor technology appear in the system's repository. He retrieved it and handed it to Su Ran. This is the quantum sensor technology. It should address your current technical challenges. Quantum sensor. Upon hearing this, Su Ran tightly grasped the USB drive containing quantum sensor technology, his expression transforming into one of infatuation. Boss, I have encountered a technical bottleneck in some of my experiments. Is it possible for Ping to see this quantum sensor? He said, approaching with a hint of embarrassment. What technology are you referring to? Please, enlighten me, Yu inquired, raising an eyebrow. Controlled nuclear fusion. The magnetic confinement materials remain a significant challenge, Ping replied. Controlled nuclear fusion? Yu acknowledged Ping's predicament, understanding that such a feat is not easily achieved. Consequently, he opened the marketplace to research magnetic confinement materials, but his expression darkened upon seeing the exorbitant prices. He promptly closed the page and smiled at Ping. Olden, I believe it would be prudent to endure a bit longer. Those materials are simply unaffordable. Yu lamented the 100 million merit points required for the magnetic confinement technology. Very well, Ping sighed, nodding in resignation. Soon after, Ping introduced Yu to other innovative technologies, such as the under-research room-temperature superconductors, nano-intelligent robots, nanomaterials, second-generation carbon fiber materials, electromagnetic cannons, electromagnetic tanks, liquid explosives, next-generation solid explosives, and quantum chips. Yu recognized the current research level of Huanyu's military technology. Any one of these innovations could incite a global scramble for acquisition. Acknowledging that technology is the primary productive force, Yu prioritized directing all resources towards the ARC base. Chapter 29. Negotiations with Dane Corporation for the exchange of hostages. 3 days had elapsed since Yu observed the ARC base. On this day, he sat in his office, managing the daily affairs of the base in New Libya. Fortunately, with the assistance of numerous personnel at the grassroots level, Yu was not overly burdened by administrative duties. How has the Snow Wolf of the Blade Squad been faring recently? Yu suddenly recalled Cold Front. According to their captain, Old Wolf, Snow Wolf's condition had been quite poor, seemingly distressed over Long Xiaoyan. Is that so? Yu nodded thoughtfully. He began contemplating the possibility of expediting the hostage exchange, especially since his father and the others had been fully compromised under the influence of the mind control device. Yu resolved to contact Dane Corporation for a hostage exchange, aiming to infiltrate the enemy's ranks while also retrieving Long Xiaoyan. Without delay, Yu retrieved his father's superior's contact information and dialed the number. After a brief moment, the call connected. Hello? Who is this? Came a somewhat deep male voice from the other end. Your company's old father is in our custody, Yu stated. Bypassing any pleasantries, the other party fell silent for a moment before responding. What do you want? One of my subordinates has been captured by you. She is a member of the Flower family, as you are undoubtedly aware. And I propose that we arrange a time to exchange hostages. We will trade old father for our person. Yu's fingers rhythmically tapped on the desk. What is your name? The other party inquired, seeking Yu's identity. I am not fond of disclosing my name to others. I am not requesting a hostage exchange, but demanding that, if you wish to reclaim the worthless individuals from your company, you should expedite your response. Yu's tone grew increasingly impatient. This matter requires deliberation with the board. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vincent, the head of the Dane Corporation. Spare me the trivialities and provide your answer swiftly. I do not have the luxury of time. With that, Yu abruptly ended the call. Meanwhile, in a towering corporate office somewhere in the Middle Eastern nation of Kurdistan, a bald man clad in an exquisite suit, his teeth adorned with gold, exhibited a fierce demeanor as he angrily hurled a wine glass across the table. This man was none other than Vincent, the owner of the Dane Corporation. The glass shattered against the wall. Damn it. It has been ages since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. How delightful. Vincent seethed, clearly agitated by Yu's arrogant tone. With a scowl, he powered on the computer atop his desk and entered his password. Soon after, he launched a messaging application, and within moments, for users named 01, 02, 03, and 04. Join the conversation. Vincent, has there been an urgent matter to convene this meeting? Inquired user 01 in a rugged voice. I swear, if this is not of significant importance, I shall make you regret it. User 02 exclaimed, vexation evident in his slightly shrill tone. Calm down, 02. Vincent would not initiate a meeting without a pressing reason. A woman, user 03, interjected in a soothing voice. Vincent, what is the matter? User 04 asked with a curious tone, his voice raspy, reminiscent of an elderly individual. We have received news regarding our personnel dispatched to Libya. Personnel? I thought their team had perished. User 03 replied, surprise lacing her voice. I had thought the same. But I received a call moments ago, and it was stated that our personnel are in their custody. Vincent confessed, equally astonished. Are you certain that they are alive? Could it be a deception? User 01 queried skeptically. They sent us a video. Indeed, our personnel are alive, Vincent stated. Forwarding the video Yu had sent him to the 4 participants. After viewing the footage, the group fell into silence. What do they desire? User 04 inquired. They wish to negotiate a hostage exchange. Vincent revealed Yu's intentions. A hostage exchange? Who are they referring to? User 02 asked with intrigue. A woman from Huabwa. We captured her in the Middle East, and now they explicitly demand her in exchange for our personnel, Vincent shared, relaying information regarding Long Xiaoyan for their review. She appears to be unremarkable, User 01 remarked dismissively after examining Long Xiaoyan's details. This woman has jeopardized a significant endeavor of ours. Had it not been for her, we would not have found ourselves in such a precarious position in Akatala. Vincent gritted his teeth in frustration. Unanticipatedly, Vincent, you have been outmaneuvered by a woman. Chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. Vincent, with a somber expression, refrained from retorting. I believe that compared to this woman, our priorities lie with Father and the others. If they wish to exchange hostages, let it be so. The first to voice agreement for the exchange was 03. This group is likely the formidable universal military force that has seized control of Libya. Their ability to dominate a nation and capture elite mercenaries like Father speaks volumes about their strength. It would be prudent not to antagonize them further. 01 concurred with 03's perspective. One wouldn't have expected that a fledgling universal military force could instill such fear in you. 02 observed 03. Discontent with the consensus on the hostage exchange. Mind your words, you insufferable coward, retorted 01, clearly at odds with 02. You. 02 fumed. Enough of this bickering. At that moment, 04 interjected. It was evident that 04 held the greatest authority among the four. Upon speaking, the dispute ceased. Vincent, let us proceed with the hostage exchange. Implant a tracking chip in the woman to locate their base, and then you know what to do. 04 displayed a keen sense of strategy. Understood. Vincent. Upon hearing 04's directive, licked his lips in excitement. After concluding the meeting, Vincent informed Bayou of the agreement to exchange hostages. The parties mutually established a location for the exchange, ultimately deciding on the border between New Libya and the Pyramid Nation, with the exchange set for 1 day hence. Just wait until I ascertain your exact location. Vincent revealed a sinister smile. He then instructed his subordinate, release the woman and implant the tracking chip. Yes, the Dane Corporation? I shall observe your next move with disdain. Bayou scoffed at the Dane Corporation's logo. Subsequently, he instructed Long Wu to prepare 141, the Blade Team. For the hostage exchange, this mission must proceed flawlessly. Yes, the news of the hostage exchange was communicated to the 141 Task Force, the Blade Team, the Alloy Team, the Phantom Team, and the Red Cell Team. These 5 units constitute the elite special forces within the base. Although there exists the newly formed SEAL Team 6. Led by the Red Alert hero Boris, they still pale in comparison. Upon learning of the impending exchange a day later at the border, the 5 teams immediately began their preparations. Cold Wind, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of Long Xiaoyun, felt invigorated upon hearing that she would be exchanged. Akin to receiving a stimulant, he too commenced his preparations with renewed zeal. Chapter 30. The hostage exchange and the devious Dane Corporation. A day swiftly passed. The 5 teams arrived early at the border to thwart any underhanded tactics from the Dane Corporation. Each team commenced the deployment of their respective positions. Simultaneously, there was 24-hour aerial fire support, and ground armored units remained on standby, ready to deliver a devastating response should the Dane Corporation renege on their agreement. Moreover, Bayou believed that even an esteemed company like Dane would be unable to muster an armored division. At most, they could deploy helicopters for the transportation of hostages. Xuelong, you could actually opt out of this operation, Shen Ming urged, observing the unwavering gaze of Lung Feng. Wolf Team, I am capable, Lung Feng replied, shaking his head. He needed to see Long Xiaoyun in person. Such a romantic soul. Unlike us, mere old bachelors, Li Lei jested good-naturedly. Hey, that's just you. Recently, I've met a stunning girl from the Information Warfare Department, and we are quite enamored with one another, Ma Xiaobo candidly revealed. What? You sly dog. Li Lei exclaimed, astonished that his good friend had found a partner. Not just me. Old Wu has also found someone, and she seems to be a researcher. Ma Xiaobo added with another playful jab. Damn it, Firebird, didn't I ask you to keep it under wraps? You scoundrel. Wu Yiping expressed his dismay at Ma Xiaobo's revelation of his relationship. You all, truly unfortunate in your choice of friends, Li Lei retorted, his hands trembling with indignation. However, he suddenly shifted his tone, grinning mischievously. I won't pretend any longer. I found someone from the operations department too, a blonde beauty, and what a figure. Upon hearing Li Lei's discreet admission, Ma Xiaobo and Wu Yiping exchanged incredulous glances, silently acknowledging his audacity with a raised middle finger. Boring, Zhang Yi remarked while chewing gum. Why is it that such a handsome and charming fellow like me has no admirers? Chen Kai lamented. His self-absorption met with the collective eye roll of the group. All right, everyone quiet down. Learn from the other teams. Do you wish to engage in extra training? Old Wolf admonished, cutting through the chatter. Once the captain spoke, the group promptly settled down, focusing intently on their respective tasks. In the operations room, Bayou listened to their banter with a hint of exasperation, yet he was surprised to realize that these summoned individuals could engage in romance. Host, what are you pondering? The individuals you have summoned are living beings, beyond their unwavering loyalty to you. They are normal people with emotions, capable of joy, sorrow, and love, the system interjected. I see now, Bayou responded, enlightened. He had always assumed these individuals were mere androids or bioengineered beings from a novel of a past life. Now, having heard the system's words, he felt compelled to consider their perspectives and avoid recklessly sending them to their demise. Report. A helicopter has been detected at the border. Approaching the exchange point, a technician announced, snapping Bayou from his reverie. He turned to the large screen and confirmed the presence of a helicopter. Identified as a super stallion, flying in from Pyramid Country. He understood that this indicated the arrival of personnel from Dane. How many life signals are on the helicopter? Report. 7 life signals detected, 2 pilots, 4 soldiers, and 1 individual wearing a hood, the technician responded, employing magnetic wave technology. The interior of the helicopter was projected onto the big screen. This is a new technology developed by the ARC base, capable of achieving a perspective effect by emitting electromagnetic waves. These waves reflect off objects and return visual information, functioning similarly to radar, yet distinctly different, akin to a large X-ray machine. This information is relayed to 5 teams, with Task Force 141 advancing to execute the hostage exchange mission. Soon, the information appeared on the terminals of the 5 teams, and Price led the members of Task Force 141, standing in a conspicuous position. Shortly thereafter, a transport helicopter from Dane Company began its slow descent. Moments later, the hatch opened, and 2 fully armed soldiers, resembling special forces from the Eagle Nation, disembarked. Following them were 2 more soldiers escorting an individual wearing a hood and handcuffs from the helicopter. The target, shrouded in the hood, made it impossible to ascertain whether she was Long Xiaoyun. Price reported calmly, understood, confirmed the target as Long Xiaoyun, proceeding with the exchange. 141 acknowledged. Price then moved forward to negotiate with the soldiers from Dane Company. Is the person brought? Price glanced at the hooded Long Xiaoyun. Yes, and what about you? Responded the Dane Company's soldier with a heavy accent. Price remained silent, merely gesturing to Soap and Roach, who roughly pulled Old Man and others from the vehicle. This display was, of course, for the sake of appearances. Observing Old Man and the others, the soldier with the heavy accent nodded to his comrades. One soldier removed the hood, revealing the face of a woman. It was confirmed to be Long Xiaoyun. Ghost, having seen Long Xiaoyun's appearance, reported immediately. At this moment, Cold Front, hidden in the shadows, felt a surge of excitement. Snowwolf, remain calm and remember your mission. Heeding the advice, Cold Front subdued his emotions. Long Xiaoyun looked at Price with a bewildered and disdainful gaze, as she did not recognize him. Her mouth was taped shut, and her forehead and face bore bruises, clearly indicating she had suffered abuse during her captivity at Dane Company. Witnessing this, Cold Front's heart ached, deepening his resentment towards Dane Company. Can we begin the exchange now? Price inquired. Yes, the soldier with the heavy accent nodded. The exchange commenced, with Old Man and the others being returned to the Dane Company soldiers by Soap and his team, while the Dane Company soldiers released Long Xiaoyun. After the exchange was complete, the Dane Company soldiers wasted no time and immediately piloted the helicopter away. Whoa, take it easy, we won't harm you, Soap. Guarding Long Xiaoyun was met with her fierce resistance. Miss, please calm down, we are here to rescue you, Roach urged. Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyun ceased her struggle, though she remained wary of Price and the others. Price raised his hand to indicate he meant no harm, then removed the tape from Long Xiaoyun's mouth. Who are you? We are comrades of your boyfriend. Comrades of my boyfriend? Long Xiaoyun was quite perplexed. At that moment, the members of the Blade Squadron approached. Lung Feng stood before Long Xiaoyun, whom he had searched for so long, momentarily frozen in place. Xiaolong, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Li Lei nudged Lung Feng. Coming to his senses, Lung Feng walked up to Long Xiaoyun. Price and the others, understanding the situation, tactfully turned away, granting space for this long-lost couple. Long Xiaoyun looked at Lung Feng but failed to recognize him. After all, for reasons of secrecy, the soldiers of the Huanyu military wore tactical masks. Long Xiaoyun, it's me. Lung Feng removed his helmet and mask, revealing his face. Lung Feng. Long Xiaoyun was rendered speechless upon seeing him, her expression one of disbelief. It's really me. Hearing his name spoken by Long Xiaoyun, the usually stoic Lung Feng felt tears welling in his eyes. Am I dreaming? Long Xiaoyun still found it hard to believe that she was seeing Lung Feng. No, you are not dreaming. Lung Feng embraced Long Xiaoyun, feeling his warmth. She realized this was no illusion. The strong woman she had always been melted into his arms, weeping. They held each other tightly, tears flowing freely. Xiaolong, don't just cry. Your wife's handcuffs are still on, Lao Lang said, exasperated, tossing over the key. Lung Feng took the key and released Long Xiaoyun from her handcuffs. Xiaolong? After freeing herself, Long Xiaoyun touched her reddened wrists, puzzled. This is a bit difficult to explain. I'll tell you everything when we get back. Lung Feng awkwardly scratched his head, unsure of how to explain to Long Xiaoyun that he had joined a mercenary organization. Nevertheless, Long Xiaoyun nodded without pressing further. Report to headquarters, mission accomplished. We are now returning to base, Lao Lang reported. Received. Safe travels, and don't forget to check if Long Xiaoyun has any tracking devices on her, Bai Yu cautioned, suspecting that the Dane Corporation would undoubtedly pull some tricks. Understood. At this moment, 3 other squads also gathered around. I thought there would be a battle. Wang Yambing expressed with a hint of regret. I thought so too, Li Erniu said, fiddling with his weapon. After all, they had merely been practicing on the shooting range. Isn't it better that there was no battle? That way, there would be no casualties. The squad leader, Xua Bao, also known as Gong Jian, furrowed his brow. Xua Bao, would you like me to help watch over your red cells for a few days? Lao Lang chuckled. Before Gong Jian could respond, He Ching Wang and the others changed their expressions, well aware that if Lao Lang took charge, they would undoubtedly be pushed to their limits. Sure, I think that could work. Gong Jian replied, looking at the group who were desperately signaling him. Then it's settled. When we return to base, I will lead the training, Lao Lang said, pleased with Gong Jian's agreement, and he smiled gently at He Ching Wang and the others. The group sighed collectively, knowing that tough times were ahead. Lao Lang, I believe my team could also benefit from your guidance. They have been rather lax lately, Elias, the captain of the Phantom Squad, suggested. Unbeknownst to Logan and the others, who were still reveling in their misfortune, they too had fallen victim. Nevertheless, the old wolf did not hesitate to accept the situation in its entirety. What? Do you wish to give it a try? Price glanced back at Soap and Little Strong, who both quickly waved their hands in refusal, having witnessed firsthand the old wolf's devilish training methods. Subsequently, the old wolf instructed Cold Edge to conduct an examination on Long Xiaoyun as per Bai Yu's orders. Using specialized equipment, Cold Edge indeed discovered an implanted tracking chip beneath Long Xiaoyun's skin. This information was promptly relayed to Bai Yu. Upon learning that the Dane Corporation had indeed engaged in covert operations by implanting a tracking device in Long Xiaoyun, Yu erupted in a fit of rage, finding a dark humor in the situation. Since you are so eager for death, come forth. Let us see who will have the last laugh. In his heart, Yu had already marked the Dane Corporation for destruction. Chapter 31. The return of Long Xiaoyun. After Long Xiaoyun was returned, for reasons of confidentiality, she was confined to a specific area for several days. During this time, Cold Edge informed her of his enlistment in the Universal Military. Upon learning that Cold Edge had joined this organization, Long Xiaoyun was initially unable to accept it, as her homeland had stringent regulations regarding such matters. Any citizen of her country participating in a foreign mercenary organization, regardless of legality, was a violation of the law. Moreover, Cold Edge had once been a soldier in her homeland's army, which meant he might never return home. Long Xiaoyun wished to persuade Cold Edge to abandon his mercenary status and return with her, believing that even if her influence fell short, her superior, Shi Song, might show leniency. However, Cold Edge firmly declined, explaining that the Universal Military had provided substantial assistance, and he could not act against his word. He also warned Long Xiaoyun of the dire consequences that would follow should he defect. Hearing this, Long Xiaoyun could only concede. As Long Xiaoyun was ultimately a female officer of her homeland's military, it was impossible for her to remain at the base indefinitely. After a week of interaction between Cold Edge and Long Xiaoyun, Yu ordered his men to contact Fan Xinghua at the embassy of her homeland and arrange for Long Xiaoyun's transfer there. Upon receiving this information, Fan Xinghua immediately reported to Prime Minister Xie Yanwen, who recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly informed leader Peng Guohua. Upon discovering that Long Xiaoyun was an officer dispatched by her homeland's army on a special mission, who had mysteriously vanished, Peng Guohua understood the significance of the matter and convened a meeting to inform Lin Guorui and Zhao Yinming. This meeting also included two additional generals, Ma Guozheng and Liang Xindian, both prominent figures within her homeland, known for their remarkable achievements in two self-defense counterattacks. Investigations had revealed that Long Xiaoyun was the captain of the Southeast Military District's Wolf Brigade and a subordinate of Shi Song, who had gone missing during a secret mission, only to be captured by a PMC company. Lin Guorui circulated Long Xiaoyun's information to several individuals. Has Shi Song been informed? His subordinates have been missing for so long. How can a leader not even locate his own men? Major General Ma Guozheng remarked with a hint of irritation. He has been notified. It is not entirely his fault. It is not that Shi Song is not searching. This operation is inherently clandestine, and all participants have already resigned themselves to the likelihood of death. Zhao Yinming sighed as he explained. Shi Song is also one of his subordinates responsible for the military district. What is the stance of Huanyu military affairs? Are there any additional conditions? The youngest among the six, Liang Xindian, inquired with curiosity. There are none, and they have already delivered Long Xiaoyun to our embassy in Libya. Xie Yanwen replied, shaking his head. Oh, are they so amicable? Peng Guohua expressed mild surprise. Subsequently, he spoke in a congenial tone, stating that since Huanyu military affairs is so courteous, we should reciprocate, and perhaps we can adjust our policies towards them. The other five nodded in agreement with Peng Guohua's statement. This was not mere rhetoric. After all, the principle of our nation is reciprocity. Treat others well, and they will treat you well in return. However, should you seek to bully us, we shall become adversaries. After discussing matters concerning Huanyu military affairs, let us also deliberate on the Dine Military Resource Company. I never anticipated that a PMC would dare to imprison our soldiers. It is tantamount to courting disaster. With a shift in tone, Peng Guohua's demeanor transformed from amiable to authoritative. Clearly, everyone had forgotten that this seemingly affable leader was once a battle-hardened soldier. Based on our current understanding of Dine Company, their headquarters is likely situated somewhere in the Middle East. Lin Guorui presented the information we currently possess regarding Dine Company before the group. We cannot ascertain the enemy's specific capabilities, and since their base is in the Middle East, unlike the Eagle Nation, which has military bases spread across the globe, we can only deploy special forces for a targeted operation, though the risks are substantial. Zhao Yinming analyzed the potential challenges in confronting Dine Company. The others began to contemplate countermeasures. Naturally, they could not allow their soldiers to perish in vain. So a comprehensive plan must be devised. I propose that we initiate sanctions against some of Dine Military Resource Company's assets. This is within our capability, Xie Yanwen suggested. That will not suffice. Sanctions hold little weight for them. Our nation has endured too long on the international stage, leading many countries to perceive us as weak and easily bullied. Since we cannot deploy troops to the Middle East, mercenaries can be employed. My suggestion is to hire Huanyu military affairs to take on Dine Company. Let us not delve into whether our nation would hire mercenaries. Consider it a narrative for enjoyment. As a hawkish figure, Ma Guozheng outright rejected Xie Yanwen's proposal, believing that only by inflicting pain will the adversary remember. Would Huanyu military affairs consent? After all, typical PMC companies seldom engage with one another lightly. Liang Xindian revealed a look of skepticism. After all, PMC companies typically prioritize financial gain and would not easily strike against other PMC firms, unless one party overwhelmingly surpassed the other. Otherwise, it is highly likely that both sides would suffer substantial losses. It is rumored that the Dane Corporation once had dealings in Libya, yet it appears that they were thwarted by the Universal Military. There must be underlying conflicts between the two companies, and I suggest we explore this avenue. Zhao Yinming pondered for a moment. In that case, let us have Fan Xinghua initiate contact with the Universal Military to inquire whether they are interested in taking on this task. If they decline, we cannot force their hand. Peng Guohua thoughtfully remarked. The others nodded in agreement, echoing their support for this strategy. Old Xie commenced the sanctions on the industries under the Dane Corporation. Even though such sanctions may seem trivial to them, it would certainly serve to annoy them, Peng Guohua directed, turning to Xie Yinwen. No problem. Xie Yinwen responded with a reassuring glance. Chapter 32, Super Weapons Boss. I am growing weary of staying at the base these past few days. Could you possibly assign me some tasks? Tanya nestled affectionately in by Yu's embrace, making her alluring request. There haven't been many tasks lately. New Libya is currently quite stable. If you can be patient a little longer. I will soon turn my attention to the Dane Corporation and will assign you a team of soldiers then. Yu gently stroked Tanya's hair, calming her impatience. It's a promise. With that, Tanya pressed her fiery lips lightly against the corner of Bayu's mouth. She then straightened up, revealing her fair and delicate figure as she began rummaging through the remnants of her clothing to find something suitable to wear. This girl is truly a war fanatic, Bayu thought to himself, shaking his head. No matter how much he indulged Tanya, she would always rise the next day, full of vigor and eager for various battles. After bidding farewell to Tanya, Bayu commenced his daily tasks. He opened the Red Alert base panel and began to examine the defense weaponry section, observing the nuclear weapons, the time-space transporter, the iron curtain device, the mind control device, and the weather control device, all marked in black, indicated their inability to be constructed. What must be done to unlock them? Bayu was quite curious. Thus, he decided to consult the base's artificial intelligence, Elizabeth. Once he summoned Elizabeth, Bayu began to inquire about the super weapons. Elizabeth, logically speaking, the construction of the combat laboratory and research center should unlock the super weapons, so why are they still unavailable for construction? Based on my previous understanding of the Red Alert game, players typically unlock super weapons after establishing a combat laboratory. However, Elizabeth seemed equally perplexed and humbly apologized. Please forgive me, Commander. I too am unaware of why the super weapons remain in a locked state. Bayu was taken aback that even Elizabeth, the base's AI, was uncertain about the locked status of the super weapons. Consequently, Bayu turned to the system for assistance. Hello, system, are you there? System, what on earth? Have you lost your mind, or am I malfunctioning for you to speak to me in such a tone? At the call of the white fish, the system emerged. What seems to be the issue, host? It inquired. I would like to ask why the super weapon at the Red Alert base has yet to be unlocked, he replied. The white fish had a faint sense that the system was undoubtedly behind this predicament, and just as he anticipated that the system would deny any wrongdoing. To his utter surprise, it candidly admitted, oh, that matter? Yes, it was indeed my doing. You actually acknowledged it. The white fish's face turned a shade of green upon hearing the system's shameless admission. My apologies, I neglected to remind you beforehand. To increase the challenge for the host, I unilaterally added a condition for unlocking the super weapons. The system, seemingly indifferent to the white fish's outburst, explained the reason in a nonchalant tone. You. The white fish stammered in anger. Now, you also need to purchase specific scientists to reside in the combat laboratory. Only then will the super weapons be unlocked. So that means I have to spend money? The tone of the white fish was laden with resentment. Indeed, as long as you acquire the scientist Einstein, the weather controller and the transdimensional transporter will be unlocked. Conversely, should you purchase Ivanov, the nuclear weapons and iron curtain device will be available. While Yuri can unlock the mind control device, the white fish's expression darkened upon learning he had to buy the corresponding scientists. Silently, he opened the system store to browse the prices of the three. When he saw the price listed beneath Einstein, his eyes widened in shock, followed by a sharp exclamation. 100 million. What the hell? The white fish was momentarily speechless at the astonishment of needing 100 million merit points. To put it into perspective, that equated to $20 billion. He had painstakingly accumulated only 150 million merit points. Not only did he need to develop the military, but also the nation, as the newly established Libya was in dire need of revitalization. He now seriously suspected that the system was intentionally being unscrupulous. Damn it. I'm going to file a complaint against you, the white fish shouted. But what good would that do? I didn't set the prices, the system replied, somewhat sheepishly. I don't care. I'm still going to complain about you, you unscrupulous merchant. Is this Einstein supposed to reach the heavens, or something? Well, not exactly, however. This version of Einstein is far more formidable than the one from your past life. Having him is akin to possessing a technological genius. He might even develop a curvature engine, the system asserted. Really? The white fish was skeptical. Of course. Am I not trustworthy? Would this system deceive you? The system insisted with utmost seriousness. Hearing the system's assurance, the white fish felt a flicker of temptation. For the transdimensional transporter and the weather controller could indeed have a profound impact on the world. Gazing at the 150 million merit points, he was torn. Uncertain whether to purchase Einstein. The system, perhaps sensing the white fish's inner turmoil, added fuel to the fire. Oh, and I forgot to mention, the transdimensional transporter may very well open gateways to other worlds. What? Bayu's expression changed dramatically, convinced he had misheard. The time-space transmitter could unlock an entirely new realm, yet the nature of this world was fraught with uncertainty. It might be another parallel universe or an alternate dimension, such as those found in the Marvel, Super God, or Three-Body universes. Damn it, I must acquire it. Bayu resolved, embodying the sentiment that if he did not venture into hell, who would? He promptly made up his mind to purchase Einstein. Ah, host, you have made a sagacious choice. The system remarked, sounding like a cunning merchant. As Bayu pressed the purchase button, a brilliant golden light erupted before him. The dazzling radiance forced Bayu to shield his eyes, and once the light dissipated, he beheld a card framed in gold floating in front of him. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the dimensional-level scientific star, Einstein. The system announced, celebrating the impending ascent of the host's technological prowess. Though he could now activate the time-space transmitter and weather controller, Bayu felt a pang of regret as he gazed at his dwindling resource points. Host, It is merely 100 million resource points. With Einstein, you will reap tenfold, perhaps even 100-fold, profits, the system patiently reassured him. It better be true. Baiyu retorted with mild annoyance as he retrieved the Einstein summoning card and exited the system space. Upon returning to reality, Baiyu opened the defense weapons section and found that the time-space transmitter and weather controller had indeed been unlocked. However, upon seeing the exorbitant manufacturing costs, his expression darkened instantly. System, I swear I will make you pay for this. He noted that the time-space transmitter demanded a staggering 1 billion resource points, equivalent to $1 billion, while the weather controller required 500 million. Such vast sums left Baiyu at a loss for how long it would take to accumulate them. Seeing the unresponsive system, he cursed aloud and then ushered the bewildered Longwu out of the office. After Baiyu extracted the Einstein summoning card and silently recited the summoning incantation, a golden light enveloped the space, revealing an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a wool sweater and jeans. Greetings, Commander. Einstein reporting for duty. The old man smiled as he addressed Baiyu. Welcome to the Universal Armed Forces, Einstein, Baiyu replied. Nodding with a grin at the sight of the illustrious figure he had exchanged 100 million resource points for. Commander, may I inquire as to the location of my exclusive research laboratory? Einstein asked, scanning the surroundings with a serious expression. Shortly, Longwu will escort you to the ARC research base, where the head will assign you a research room, Baiyu explained to the impatient Einstein. However, Einstein shook his head. I require my exclusive laboratory, not one arranged by others. Exclusive laboratory? Baiyu was taken aback. At that moment, the system, feigning ignorance, re-emerged. Alas, dear host, it seems I have neglected to inform you that Einstein possesses certain peculiarities, thus necessitating the acquisition of a dedicated laboratory specifically for him. Upon hearing this, Baiyu was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently erupt in fury. By the heavens, you wretched system, is this never-ending? You intend to deplete my remaining merit points, do you? Einstein gazed at the enraged Baiyu, bewildered and somewhat intimidated, fearing he had inadvertently provoked him. Meanwhile, the system watched with keen interest as Baiyu seethed with agitation. Very well, considering your recent diligent efforts to achieve your goals and your frequent purchases, I shall grant you a one-time exception. The laboratory fees will be waived, the system declared, observing Baiyu's flushed face, no longer teasing him. Truly, my splendid system. Now that is more like it, Baiyu exclaimed, his temperament shifting dramatically from furious to affable. This transformation astonished even the system. Are you some kind of shapeshifter? Your mood changes in an instant. Today, I finally have the opportunity to gain an advantage, Baiyu chuckled, feeling as if he had struck a significant bargain. The system could only respond with exasperation, yet it faithfully absolved Baiyu of the costs associated with Einstein's exclusive laboratory. Baiyu subsequently established the laboratory within the ARC research base and arranged for Longwu to escort Einstein there. After Einstein's departure, Baiyu gazed at the space-time transmitter and the weather controller, troubled by the recent financial strain of his expanding enterprise. He recognized the need to devise a solution. Chapter 33. A timely assistance from the land of flowers. As the saying goes, when one is ready to sleep, a pillow is provided. When a child yearns for nourishment, their mother arrives. Just as Baiyu was fretting over finances, a communication request from Edward appeared on his desk. Uncertain of Edward's sudden interest, he adjusted his attire and sat down in his chair to accept the call. Hello, boss. Yes, what is it? It is rare for you to seek me out, Baiyu inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed, boss, there is an important matter to discuss. Just now, Fan Xinghua from the Land of Flowers Embassy visited me. They wish to collaborate with us on the construction of a railway in Libya. Construction of a railway? Have they not given up? Baiyu recalled an individual named Wang Yiping who had previously approached for collaboration, only to be politely declined by Edward. Fan Xinghua mentioned that the Land of Flowers intends to establish factories in Libya, making the transportation of crucial equipment exceedingly challenging. They propose to cover all expenses related to the railway, hoping for our agreement. Edward conveyed the benefits presented by Fan Xinghua to Baiyu. They will bear the costs of the road construction? Such an opportunity is astonishing, Baiyu remarked, somewhat taken aback. After all, the Land of Flowers, despite their generous disposition, would not typically engage in such a loss-making venture. Even in a past life, the development of Heizhou was motivated by its resources. They have expressed this intention. And while I too find it enticing, I believe it is best for you to make the ultimate decision, boss, Edward suggested, viewing it as a potentially advantageous undertaking. The establishment of railways significantly reduces transportation times and fosters economic development. A nation's prosperity can often be gauged by the total length of its railway network. Given that financial backing is available for our road construction, why not seize the opportunity? However, it is imperative to avoid certain critical military installations. Baiyu, adhering to the principle of not passing up advantageous opportunities, readily consented. Very well, I shall convey this, Edward affirmed, nodding in response to Baiyu's agreement. Edward remarked that such matters need not require his constant oversight, as long as they do not jeopardize the company's interests. He encouraged Baiyu to proceed freely. Baiyu held a profound trust in Edward, having worked alongside him for a considerable time. Your trust is deeply appreciated. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to every task for the company. Baiyu's confidence seemed to invigorate Edward, causing his fair complexion to flush with excitement, akin to a fervent devotee unwaveringly following their chosen deity. Upon concluding the communication, Edward adjusted his attire and exited the office. He made his way to the reception area, where Fan Xinghua and his assistant awaited news. Mr. Edward, has your esteemed company granted approval? Fan Xinghua inquired, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Congratulations. You have been awarded the contract for the Libyan railway, Edward replied with a smile, extending his hand. Fan Xinghua, momentarily taken aback by the confirmation that the railway would indeed be constructed by his country, quickly shifted to elation, grasping Edward's hand with fervor. Mr. Edward, thank you for your invaluable support. I am confident that our collaboration will lead to a brighter future for New Libya. However, there is one matter I must disclose in advance. Due to certain military secrets, we will need to alter some routes. Can you accommodate this? Initially, Fan Xinghua appeared troubled. But recalling that other nations were also eager to invest in New Libya, he begrudgingly nodded. Certainly, as long as the main route remains largely unchanged. I have reviewed your railway plans, and the primary routes will not be affected. We only need to adjust some branch lines slightly. Edward reassured Fan Xinghua. That's excellent news. Here's to a fruitful collaboration between our two nations. Fan Xinghua exhaled in relief. Indeed, to a successful partnership. After discussing the railway plans, Fan Xinghua dismissed his assistant, wishing to speak privately with Edward. Edward, amenable to this request, agreed. The two men remained in the reception area, sipping tea and conversing. My visit to your esteemed company serves two purposes. First, to address railway matters, and secondly, to express my gratitude for the return of our captured personnel. Fan Xinghua raised his teacup in a gesture of thanks. Your words are excessive, Edward replied, shaking his head modestly. You are well aware that the primary reason for the capture of our personnel lies with the Dean Military Resources Company, a firm that has repeatedly posed threats to our citizens. Regrettably, due to political constraints, we find ourselves unable to confront Dean directly. Thus, we are uncertain if Huanyu Military might be inclined to accept our commission to deal with Dean. Fan Xinghua articulated his second purpose for being here. Upon hearing Fan's intention to hire Huanyu Military to confront Dean, Edward found himself in a quandary, unsure of how to respond. It is evident that private military companies are reluctant to engage in conflict with one another. We are prepared to offer $1 billion to employ Huanyu Military. $1 billion? Edward questioned, wondering if he misheard. However, to Fan Xinghua, this sounded like Edward deemed the amount insufficient. He recalled that the leader, Peng Guohua, had allocated a budget of $1.5 billion for him. If increasing the offer to $1.5 billion did not secure Huanyu Military's agreement, then so be it. $1.5 billion, that is our utmost limit. $1.5 billion, Edward exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat. Considering that Huanyu Military would eventually confront Dean, such an opportunity could not be overlooked. It was undoubtedly a deal to be seized. Thus, he nodded in agreement. We, Huanyu Military, accept this contract. Isn't there a need for approval from above? Fan Xinghua kindly reminded Edward, concerned about potential unforeseen circumstances. No, I have been granted full authority. This decision falls within my purview. Edward resolutely shook his head, fearing that Fan might retract his offer. He promptly signed a contract, which stipulated that Huanyu Military would deliver the head of Dean's leadership to the Flower Kingdom for disposition. The Flower Kingdom would initially provide a deposit of $500 million, with the remaining $1 billion to be settled upon the transfer of Dean's leadership to them. In this parallel world, there is no need to ponder why the Flower Kingdom would hire mercenaries. Upon the deposit of $500 million, Bai, who was training at the base, suddenly received notification of the funds. Shocked, he nearly dropped the weights he was using. What on earth? Where did this money come from? Bai stared at the sum, utterly perplexed. Was it truly a windfall? He felt bewildered. Subsequently, he speculated whether it was a benefit from the system, only to find the system indifferent to his inquiries and eager to coax him into purchasing more items. Shortly thereafter, Edward, having seen off Fan Xinghua, immediately called Bai. Boss, have you received the $500 million? Edward inquired anxiously as soon as the line connected. So it was you behind this? Where did this money come from? Bai suddenly understood. Allow me to recount the entire story from the beginning. Edward then detailed the events that had transpired. Hearing that the Flower Kingdom was willing to pay $1.5 billion for the head of Dean's leadership left Bai astonished. Such extravagance was truly remarkable. Bai felt envious of the Flower Kingdom's wealth. You have performed admirably in this matter. I have long harbored intentions to confront the Dane Company, and to my surprise, the Zonghua family has graciously provided me with the means to do so. Bai expressed his commendation towards Edward, whose spirits soared with delight upon receiving such praise, akin to a euphoric high. The remaining chapter had already been partially penned, and due to academic commitments, Chapter 34, titled Initiating Action Against the Dane Company, would be released around noon or in the afternoon. Bai had always yearned to eradicate the vile Dane Company for having provoked his ire, and now the Zonghua family was financing his campaign against them. Thus, Bai prioritized the assault on the Dane Company. Once the Zonghua family settled the remaining $10 billion, he could commence the construction of a trans-dimensional transporter, heralding the dawn of a new path for him. Fueled by the ambition of constructing this transporter, Bai first procured detailed information regarding the Dane Company from the dark web. Additionally, he re-established contact with his father, who had once again been accepted by the Dane Company and held a significant position within its ranks, wielding considerable influence. The intel provided by his father and others entrenched within the Dane Company would prove invaluable for Bai's mission to dismantle them. After reintegrating his father into the Dane Company, Bai learned that the company's leadership harbored intentions to target Huanyu military industry, having already dispatched individuals to investigate its intricacies. Moreover, Bai uncovered a crucial piece of information: the existence of the Kurdan Freedom Guerrillas, a local armed faction comprised of numerous native residents resisting government oppression. The Dane Company maintained control over Kurdan by propping up a puppet regime, manipulating events from behind the scenes, while continuously extracting wealth from the nation. Upon the puppet regime's ascension, collusion among the president, military, and grassroots personnel led to the relentless exploitation of the Kurdan populace, who had suffered immensely. The citizens of Kurdan harbored deep-seated resentment towards this regime, for where there is oppression, there arises resistance. The corrupt government has catalyzed the emergence of numerous dissenters, with the Kurdan freedom guerrillas being the most formidable among them. However, their lack of weaponry has hindered their ability to stage a significant uprising, relegating them to merely causing disruption to the puppet government. The puppet regime has attempted on multiple occasions to eliminate the Kurdan freedom guerrillas, yet they have skillfully evaded capture, thanks to their training inspired by the Zonghua family's guerrilla tactics. Typically, local armed factions are deemed ineffective. Yet Bayu conceived the notion of supporting this group to further destabilize the situation in Kurdan, thereby creating an opportune moment for himself to establish a foothold in the nation and uproot the Dane company entirely. Without hesitation, Bayu, accompanied by Long Wu, Tanya, and the 141st Special Task Force, flew to the capital of Kurdan, Slakao. Fortunately, Kurdan had not adopted a policy of isolationism, allowing foreign tourists and merchants to enter the country. The group arrived at the international airport of Slakatu, the capital of Kurdan, with the intention of making contact with the Kurdan free guerrillas. Dressed in casual tourist attire, even the enigmatic Phantom had removed his long-neglected mask, revealing a handsome young man with golden hair, though marred by scars from past burns, evidence of his earlier tribulations. They were cautioned to maintain a low profile. Despite their identities being unknown, the political landscape of Kurdan was fraught with complexity, and provoking trouble was ill-advised. Bayu, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, blended seamlessly into the guise of a carefree tourist from the Flower Kingdom. The 141 Task Force and the Blade Squad discreetly distanced themselves, pretending not to be acquainted, as camouflage was essential to their training. As they approached the exit, just as they were about to step outside, a group of unsavory soldiers, donned in berets and armed, obstructed their path. "Sir, what seems to be the problem?" Bayu, cradling Tanya in his arms, feigned anxiety as he inquired. "We find you somewhat suspicious, and thus we must conduct a search," one soldier replied in broken English, exposing a row of yellowed teeth that made Bayu feel nauseous. His nonchalant subordinates brazenly ogled Tanya, clearly captivated by her alluring presence. Tanya, resting her arm on Bayu's shoulder, thought that if circumstances allowed, she would gladly gouge their eyes out and feed them to dogs. The members of the 141 Task Force and the Blade Squad, without exception, furrowed their brows. Had it not been for their leader's orders to avoid conflict, they would have relished the opportunity to eliminate these ruffians. "My girlfriend and I are tourists in Kurdan. We have already undergone security checks with no issues," Bayu asserted, discreetly producing $1,000 and slipping it into the hands of the lead soldier. The soldier raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased. "Ah, my apologies. It seems we misjudged the situation. You and this lady are indeed clear." After accepting the bribe, he exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinates. Following their leader's cue, they were allowed to pass. Bayu and Tanya exited the airport, only to glance back and see Long Wu being stopped as well. Unaccustomed to such indignities, Long Wu contemplated the audacity of the soldiers, remembering Bayu's words and suppressing his urge to retaliate, opting instead to pay the extortion. Subsequently, both the members of the 141 Task Force and the Blade Squad found themselves reluctantly parting with some of their funds as well. Once outside, discontent was etched on every face. "Damn it, I wish I could smash my fist into that filthy face," Fat Soap exclaimed, visibly infuriated. "I share your sentiment." The typically composed Phantom concurred. "Are these soldiers? One might mistake them for common thugs," Wu Yiping seethed, gritting his teeth in an effort to contain his fury. "It seems the troubles in Kurdan are far more serious than anticipated. These soldiers brazenly accept bribes," Old Wolf remarked, lighting a cigarette with a disdainful expression. "All right, let us all keep our tempers in check. Once we locate the Kurdan free guerrillas, we will be able to depart," he concluded. Bayu pressed his hand down, urging everyone to be patient for a moment. When the boss spoke, nobody dared to voice their dissent. Given our sizable group, it was imperative that we disperse. We would take separate taxis to the hotel and regroup there. Bayu understood that a large assembly would undoubtedly attract attention. Nodding in agreement, the group began to break apart, forming small clusters to depart in batches. "Come, my dear, it is time for us to set off," Bayu teased, playfully patting Tanya's rear. Tanya's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a seductive glance at him, exuding charm. Once the others had left, only Bayu, Tanya, and Long Wu remained. The trio hailed an empty taxi. The predominant ethnic group in Kurdistan is Arab, and consequently, most have fair skin. "Where to?" the taxi driver inquired in broken English. "To the Pisk Hotel," Bayu replied. "Ah, the Pisk Hotel, quite an expensive choice," the driver expressed, a hint of surprise evident in his tone, for the Pisk Hotel is regarded as the most luxurious establishment in Slakao. As the driver started the taxi towards the Pisk Hotel, he observed Bayu and his companions, noting their lack of luggage and expressing curiosity about Bayu, the Asian, accompanying a beautiful Caucasian woman. At that moment, Long Wu, seated in the front passenger seat, coldly remarked, "Focus on driving and refrain from staring." The driver gulped nervously at Long Wu's imposing figure and nodded, redirecting his attention to the road. Bayu and Tanya gazed out at the scenery. It must be said that Slakatu is well constructed, presenting itself as a commendable city. Bayu pondered silently on how to locate the Kurdish freedom fighters. Before long, the driver arrived at the Pisk Hotel. True to his word, the environment and scale of the hotel were impressive, fitting the description of a five-star establishment. After settling the fare, the trio exited the vehicle. Upon disembarking, Bayu spotted Price and the others who had arrived ahead of them. Price nodded at Bayu before entering the hotel to check in. Having made prior reservations, the group collected their room keys and retreated to their respective quarters. Bayu had arranged rooms for everyone, each featuring private bathrooms. Accompanied by Tanya, Bayu ascended to the top floor, where the most opulent suite at the Pisk Hotel awaited them. The daily rental price was a staggering $20,000, which not only included round-the-clock service, but also access to a private large swimming pool. With their accommodations settled, Bayu began to contemplate how to find the Kurdish freedom fighters. Chapter 35. The search for the Kurdish freedom fighters. My dear, I am going to take a shower. After a long flight, I am quite sweaty, Bayu announced as he was mulling over how to locate the Kurdish freedom fighters. Just then, the enchanting Tanya provocatively stripped before him, teasingly entering the bathroom. This vixen plays with fire daily. Let us see how I teach her a lesson, Bayu thought, unable to resist such temptation, momentarily setting aside the matter of the Kurdish freedom fighters. After swiftly shedding his clothing, Bayu entered the bathroom, preparing to indulge in a romantic bath with Tanya. Startled by his sudden intrusion, Tanya gasped. Moments later, the bathroom resonated with sounds that stirred the imagination. 2 hours elapsed before the pair emerged from the bathroom, clad in bathrobes. Tanya's fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, her gaze dreamy, evidently having received a thorough lesson from Bayu. As dusk approached, Bayu, still unfed, requested the hotel staff to bring forth 2 portions of seared steak. As for the red wine, he procured a superior bottle from his system space. Accompanied by the enchanting nightscape of Kuden, Bayu and Tanya partook in a candlelit dinner. My dear, where should we seek this so-called guerrilla group? Tanya inquired of Bayu. I'm uncertain, yet the guerrilla fighters are unlikely to be in the capital. They typically operate in more remote areas, Bayu replied, fully aware that finding them in Slakatu was improbable. Shall we search aimlessly then? She questioned. Fear not. I possess my own methods, Bayu assured her confidently. With that, Tanya ceased her inquiries. After their meal, Bayu embraced Tanya as they rested. She soon drifted into slumber, while Bayu engaged in dialogue with his system. Indeed, his method involved consulting the system. After all, with sufficient funds, it could divulge even the minutiae of the president of Eagle Sauce's daily routine. Following a session of haggling, Bayu exchanged 10,000 merit points for the location of the Kuden Freedom Guerrilla Group. With this information, he no longer needed to search aimlessly but could directly locate their stronghold. Thus, Bayu resolved to journey to the guerrilla group's base the following day to discuss matters with them. However, he was uncertain whether they would react violently to his unexpected visit, so he planned to take the 141 task force and the Blade team along. Lost in thought, Bayu succumbed to sleep, cradling Tanya. The next day, after breakfast, Bayu arranged for the 141 and Blade team to leave the city in shifts, heading towards the guerrilla group's location. Given the considerable distance, he decided to leave Tanya at the hotel. Although she expressed a desire to accompany him, Bayu declined her request. Subsequently, he and Long Wu sought a car rental service, paying for an English-speaking guide to lead the way. The guide, named Halley, was a man in his 30s, who proudly shared that his parents had named him meaning a person of freedom. As the journey progressed, Halley, eager to enliven the atmosphere, began to recount tales of his family. He described a household of 5, consisting of himself, his wife, 2 young children still in elementary school, and a sickly elderly mother. As the sole breadwinner, he toiled from dawn until dusk, seeking tourists regardless of the fare they could offer. After all, the entire family relied on Hariri's meager salary to make ends meet. Throughout the journey, Hariri was filled with joy, for the white fish had paid him a sum equivalent to what he would earn in 6 months of labor, a fact that brought him great delight. He was already contemplating purchasing new garments for his 2 children and wife, as well as acquiring some medicine for his mother. Hariri, as we are newcomers, could you perhaps enlighten us about your homeland, the kingdom of Kuden? Certainly, boss, he replied, and then began to eloquently recount the happiness of the Kuden people in times past and the nation's former prosperity. But what about now? At this, Hariri's mood visibly darkened. For reasons unknown, the previous government had been abruptly overthrown by the current president, Hassan, and his followers. Upon taking office, they imposed numerous harsh taxes, and the once thriving Kuden had been ravaged by this band of miscreants. Has no one considered resisting Hassan's rule? Bayu deliberately steered the conversation in that direction. Upon hearing this, Hariri's expression shifted, and he cautioned, boss, tread carefully. Fortunately, there are no others around. Such words must not reach anyone else. Even as a foreign visitor, you could face severe consequences. Fear not, it is just the 3 of us, and no one else will know, Bayu reassured Hariri. After a moment's hesitation, Hariri spoke. Indeed, there are those who resist, but they have all failed to topple the tyrant Hassan. He is ruthless, and any rebel who falls into his grasp is subjected to unspeakable tortures. So cruel? Bayu was taken aback by Hassan's brutal nature. Not only does he flay his victims, but if he harbors a grudge against anyone, they mysteriously vanish, only to be found days later, either dismembered or charred beyond recognition. He is nothing short of a tyrant. One can only wonder when the Almighty will bestow upon us a hero capable of vanquishing this beast and liberating us from our suffering. Hariri lamented regarding Hassan's atrocities. What are your thoughts on the Kuden freedom fighters? Bayu suddenly inquired about Hariri's perspective on the guerrillas. Boss, how do you know of them? Hariri expressed astonishment. I have heard a few whispers. There have been some news reports about them internationally. Upon hearing this, Hariri exhaled in relief and began to share his views on the guerrillas. Hassan has portrayed them as terrorists disrupting society. Yet everyone is aware that the guerrillas are noble souls united in their quest to resist Hassan's violent rule and liberate the people. They often provide aid to impoverished families and execute ruthless bullies as a warning to others. They are indeed champions of righteousness. Moreover, the wanted posters for the guerrillas are widely circulated, and their leader, a man named Nasser, spearheads the resistance against Hassan's brutal regime. Listening to Hariri's praises for the guerrillas, Bayou found himself increasingly curious about both the fighters and Nasser. Regrettably, they ultimately could not prevail against Hassan, who possessed tanks and artillery. It has been rumored that the guerrillas recently suffered a significant setback, seemingly due to an internal traitor. One of their strongholds was discovered by Hassan's subordinates, resulting in the capture of numerous guerrilla fighters. Hassan publicly declared that their leader, Nasser, had also been slain. At this juncture, Hariri sighed and delivered some unfortunate news. Bayou furrowed his brow, astonished that the guerrillas had faced such a blow recently, with even their leader dead. This prompted Bayou to contemplate whether he should return home, as toppling a regime requires not only weapons but also personnel. Otherwise, it would be utterly futile. However, after further reflection, Bayou dismissed this notion, realizing that he must personally meet with the guerrillas to ascertain whether they warranted his support. Chapter 36, Arrival at Akasha. A remarkable encounter after half a day's journey, Hariri led Bayou and Long Wu to the guerrillas' location in Akasha. This place was exceedingly distant from Slaku, and the beleaguered guerrillas were now situated here. Surveying the desolate surroundings, Bayou felt a tinge of disappointment. This impoverished locale bore no resemblance to the bustling vibrancy of Slaku. It was akin to traveling from a grand metropolis to a backward county. The eyes of the pedestrians around lacked any spark, resembling mere shells of humanity, seemingly accustomed to their wretched existence. Upon seeing Bayou and Long Wu, they merely cast a few glances before resuming their tasks. "Where a price in Old Wolf?" Bayou inquired of Long Wu, adjusting his sunglasses. "Almost there," came the response. "Then let us find a place to stay." Bayou looked up at the blazing sun and muttered a curse at the wretched weather. The solar radiation in the Middle East was indeed formidable. He wondered how Hariri and the others managed to endure it. Wandering around the county town, Bayou and Long Wu discovered a modest inn, which was, of course, far inferior to the opulence of Slaku. The inn's interior resembled an antiquated building from the 70s or 80s. The single room contained nothing but a bed, a table, a rusting fan, and a flickering incandescent light, nothing more. Yet, the proprietor shamelessly demanded a price of $100 per day. Bayou, disinterested in haggling, directly paid $10,000 to secure the entire inn. The innkeeper, astonished by such a sum, readily agreed. Subsequently, Bayou handed Hariri some cash to fill the vehicle with fuel, instructing him to find a place for himself with the remaining funds. Hariri consented with enthusiasm. After bidding farewell to Hariri, Bayou and Long Wu sought refuge in the inn to escape the heat while awaiting the arrival of the two teams. Before long, 141 and the Blade team arrived as scheduled, causing the innkeeper to feel a sense of trepidation upon witnessing so many imposing figures. After all, it was his first encounter with such a multitude of foreign guests at his establishment. Selecting a larger room, Bayou convened a brief meeting. "Our mission this time is to locate the guerrillas, who are reportedly concealed in Akasha. We have come to negotiate a collaboration with them, so we must refrain from using our firearms lightly." With that, Bayou retrieved handguns from the system's repository, distributing one to each member for their protection, and equipped them with inconspicuous soft carbon fiber bulletproof vests. "Boss, can we trust this guerrilla group?" Old Wolf inquired, having learned of the guerrillas' recent predicament from the guide who accompanied him. "I cannot say for certain. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. Only upon witnessing them can I ascertain whether this group is worthy of my investment. I hope they do not disappoint me," Bayou replied, shaking his head, acknowledging the inherent instability of the situation. "Although this place is merely a county town, not as expansive as Silicate, how shall we locate them? We cannot possibly inquire one by one, so pose the critical question. You need not worry about this. I am aware of the guerrillas' rendezvous point. The monk may flee, but the temple remains. We shall go directly to the meeting place and find them," Bayou assured, bolstered by the comprehensive information provided by the system. The others nodded in agreement. Having traveled for half a day, Bayou, considering the fatigue of the group, instructed them to rest well and planned to pursue the guerrillas the next day. Due to the subpar local cuisine, Bayou exchanged for food, ensuring the team was well fed. After a hearty meal, the members began to rest, while a rejuvenated Bayou found himself unable to sleep on the rigid bed. Thus, he decided to take a stroll. As his personal bodyguard, Long Wu followed Bayou without hesitation, and he made no attempt to dissuade him. The night in Akasha, devoid of sunlight, had become considerably cooler, and the duo wandered aimlessly through the streets. As night fell, the streets became bustling with people, who were slightly taken aback to see Bayou and Long Wu, clearly not expecting outsiders in this remote locale. At that moment, a figure clad in black suddenly dashed out from a nearby alley. "Boss, be careful," Long Wu called out. But it was too late. Bayou collided with the mysterious figure, yet thanks to his enhanced physique, he remained unmoved, while the individual in black fell to the ground, letting out a feminine gasp. Some items spilled from her grasp, and even in the dim light of night, Bayou clearly recognized the contents: bandages, syringes, and vials, medical supplies. "Are you all right?" Bayou inquired, squatting down to assist the fallen figure. "I am fine," she replied in English, raising her head. Their gazes met, and through her veil, Bayou beheld her captivating, exotic eyes and beautiful visage, momentarily rendering him speechless. Before them stood a woman, and suddenly, Bayou recalled the reason for her donning a black robe. Much like the customs of the past, as observed in the era of a Fu Han, it was customary for women to adorn themselves in black robes and veils when venturing into the streets, concealing their faces from the public gaze. While Bayou was lost in thought, the woman hurriedly gathered the scattered medicinal items from the ground, stowing them away in her embrace before rising to depart. Bayou watched her leave, only to notice an abandoned vial on the ground. Upon inspecting it, he discovered it contained antibiotics. Aware of the precious nature of such medicine in this locale, he promptly pursued her. Upon noticing Bai Yu's approach, the woman turned on her heels, warily regarding him while maintaining a distance. "You left this behind," Bai Yu said, extending the antibiotics towards her. The woman glanced at the antibiotics, looked down, and realized she had indeed misplaced them. After a moment of silent contemplation, she extended her hand to accept the antibiotics. "Thank you. May the Lord bless you." She expressed her gratitude before turning away once more. As Bai Yu watched her depart, he too turned to leave, accompanied by Long Wu. "Boss, have you taken a liking to her? Should I bring her back?" Long Wu interjected, his timing somewhat inappropriate. "Hey, you rascal, I never expected this from you, Long Wu." "Scram," Bai Yu retorted with a chuckle. Long Wu grinned sheepishly in response. After wandering outside for a while longer, the two returned to their inn, where Bai Yu soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 37. The underground base of the guerrilla unit. The following day, Bai Yu and his companions awoke early. The members of the 141 Task Force and the Blade Squad were also re-energized and prepared. Observing their spirited demeanor, Bai Yu led them towards the rendezvous point. To avoid drawing attention, only Long Wu accompanied Bai Yu, while the rest of the teams stood by outside. Should the guerrilla unit spring into action, they would rush in for a rescue. The meeting place of the guerrilla unit was remarkably discreet, concealed within a tailor's shop, an unlikely facade for a gathering of insurgents. Bai Yu and Long Wu pushed open the door to the tailor's establishment. As the bell chimed, an elderly man, engrossed in his sewing, lifted his head in surprise and trepidation upon seeing two individuals of Asian descent. It was uncommon for foreigners to frequent such a place. Ostensibly, he was a tailor, yet in truth, he was a member of the guerrilla unit. "What can I assist you with?" the tailor inquired, striving to maintain his composure in the presence of the two. "We merely came to take a look," Bai Yu replied, feigning the role of a casual visitor as he touched the finished garments on display. The tailor swallowed nervously. He could sense the imposing presence of Long Wu. Realizing that their intentions were anything but benign. "Are you looking to have clothing made? This is a small shop, and aside from some everyday apparel, we do not offer the luxurious garments found in larger cities." Bai Yu shook his head, surveying the shop's interior before his gaze fell upon a door at the back. Noting the beads of sweat forming on the anxious tailor's brow, and he offered a slight smile. He absolutely refrained from teasing the old man any further, lest he frighten him to the point of collapse. Thus, he laid his cards on the table. "I am here to seek the guerrillas. I trust you must know their whereabouts?" Upon hearing the term guerrilla, the shopkeeper froze as if his throat had been constricted. Nevertheless, he endeavored to mask his trepidation. "What are you talking about? How could I possibly know where the guerrillas are?" Yet, the fleeting expression of deceit had already betrayed him. Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of concern for the guerrilla group, wondering why they had chosen such a psychologically fragile individual for their contact. Fortunately, Hassan had not tracked him down to this place. "Enough with the charade. Your expression has already given you away. Rest assured, I am not here to apprehend you. Merely to converse with your leader. Do you intend to continue hiding?" Bai Yu was beginning to grow impatient. Realizing he had been thoroughly exposed, the old man let out a bitter laugh and seized the scissors from the table, attempting to plunge them into his throat, evidently seeking to take his own life. However, Long Wu was closely monitoring the old man's every move. Before he could carry out his grim intention, Long Wu swiftly grasped the old man's hand. Like lifting a chick, he hoisted him up and deftly relieved him of the scissors. The old man struggled in terror. "Do you not understand human speech? My boss wishes to meet your leader." Long Wu growled menacingly. "Let him go, Long Wu," Bai Yu interjected, fearing that the old man might be scared to death. Long Wu obediently set the old man down. "I shall reiterate, I am not one of Hassan's lackeys. I simply wish to speak with your current leader. Consider this carefully. It may be your sole opportunity to overthrow Hassan's regime. Do you comprehend? I mean you no harm," Bai Yu asserted with a serious demeanor. The old man hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Bai Yu assisted him to his feet. "You truly are not with Hassan?" the old man inquired cautiously, still harboring doubts. "Hassan? You mean that contemptible scoundrel? Do we appear to be his ilk?" "The very fact that we have located this place indicates our knowledge of the guerrillas' whereabouts. If I were one of Hassan's men, I would have already rounded you all up," Bai Yu replied, exasperation evident in his tone, having cursed Hassan 1,000 times in his thoughts. Seeing Bai Yu's unabashed vitriol for Hassan, the old man began to trust him, for Hassan was notoriously vindictive, intolerant of any slander from his subordinates. Those caught speaking ill of him would face severe punishment, often resulting in the loss of their tongues, with their entire families facing dire consequences. "Can you now take me to your leader?" Bai Yu inquired, a smile gracing his features. Yes, the old man nodded. He then led Bai Yu and Long Wu through a small door behind them, revealing a commonplace sitting room. Bai Yu was well aware that there was more than met the eye. Indeed, the old tailor rolled back the carpet on the floor, revealing a hidden door. Approaching the bookshelf, he felt around behind it, and with a click, the concealed door opened. Below lay a pitch-black passage with a ladder extending downwards. "Follow me," he beckoned. The old tailor picked up an oil lamp from the table, igniting it before descending. Should the boss follow? Long Wu furrowed his brow, for he had to consider the safety of Bai Yu. "Follow me. Take this," Bai Yu said, producing 2 night vision devices and handing one to Long Wu. Long Wu accepted the device and donned it upon his head. The 2 men descended one after the other. The old man gazed in astonishment at the night vision devices worn by Bai Yu and Long Wu, having encountered such equipment before, during a night raid on Hassan's base. They had suffered grievously at the hands of Hassan's men equipped with night vision. Many comrades had perished. The old man led the way, with Bai Yu and Long Wu closely trailing behind. The night vision devices they wore were not ordinary. They were cutting-edge products developed by the ARC base, featuring thermal imaging, flash protection, and extended battery life. Unlike typical night vision devices, these absorbed ambient visible light, rendering the entire scene as if bathed in daylight. Thus, the flickering flame in the old man's hand did not create blinding spots in their vision. Long Wu's hand rested firmly on his holster, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. I didn't expect you to have excavated such a long tunnel, Bai Yu remarked, fully grasping how the free gorilla could endure for so long. To thwart Hassan's men, we had no choice but to resort to this tactic. I sincerely hope you are not affiliated with Hassan. I am indeed conflicted about leading you to meet the leader. The old tailor felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing he might be inviting trouble, yet considering the plight of the free gorilla, he resolved to take the risk. Rest assured, just as you detest falsehoods and fear retribution, I am a man of my word, Bai Yu reassured him. Bai Yu then inquired about the old man's name. He learned that the old man's name was Amir Azam, now 63 years old. At the age of 58, his wife and daughter had been murdered by Hassan's men, prompting him to join the free gorilla in pursuit of vengeance. He had fought for freedom for 5 years, yet this time had yielded nothing but increased casualties, leaving him numb. Recently, he had been betrayed by an insider, leading to the most devastating losses the free gorilla had ever faced. Trust me, my arrival will herald a long-awaited freedom for you, Bai Yu expressed with sympathy for Amir's tragic tale. Let us hope so. Please do not let me regret this decision. Amir replied with a bitter smile, believing Bai Yu was jesting. After an unknown number of minutes had passed, several beams of light appeared ahead. We have arrived. Amir indicated towards the light. Bai Yu nodded, signaling Amir to proceed first, for he did not wish to venture in and be mistaken for an intruder. Amir stepped forward, with Bai Yu and Long Wu closely following. Before them stood a large steel door, evidently constructed as a defensive measure against intruders. A few rays of light seeped through, clearly the source of the earlier illumination. Amir approached the door and knocked rhythmically. A small hatch above the door opened, revealing a pair of eyes intently scrutinizing Amir and the figures of Bai Yu and Long Wu behind him. He was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was evident that he mistook the unfamiliar Bai Yu and Long Wu for intruders. Suddenly, the observation hatch was sealed, and shouts erupted from within. This is bad. They regard you as invaders, Amir remarked, his expression shifting in concern as he listened to the outcries inside. Damn it, Bai Yu's face darkened instantly. Wait a moment. I shall call out, Amir said, feeling quite awkward as he hurried forward to shout. Before long, those inside began to engage in dialogue with him, seemingly questioning who Bai Yu and Long Wu were. Amir commenced his explanation, and after a lengthy discourse, the observation hatch reopened. A pair of scrutinizing eyes examined Bai Yu and Long Wu before uttering a few words to Amir. They insisted that the weapons be surrendered, otherwise, entry would not be granted. Amir turned back to convey their words. Bai Yu frowned, but ultimately relinquished his weapon. The individual then instructed Amir to search both Bai Yu and Long Wu to ensure they bore no arms, after which the massive gate was finally opened. I apologize. We are merely ensuring safety, Amir expressed with genuine regret. I understand, Bai Yu acknowledged, fully aware that these individuals were acting out of a desire for security. Subsequently, he directly purchased the language of Amir's people to avoid any miscommunication later on. At the entrance stood 2 men armed with AK-47 rifles, their expressions still vigilant as they observed Bai Yu and Long Wu. One of them, visibly irritated, reprimanded Amir with a few terse words. Bai Yu comprehended the situation. The man was questioning why Amir had brought strangers to the base. Amir responded that Bai Yu wished to meet the leader, refraining from embellishment or distortion. It seemed that this old fellow was quite reliable. Chapter 38. A conversation with the guerrilla leader Nasser. Thus, Bai Yu and Long Wu were escorted deeper into the vast base, flanked by 2 guerrilla fighters. The facility was immense, evidently built with significant time, labor, and resources. Within the base, Bai Yu observed many elderly individuals, women, and children, clearly brought here by the guerrillas to shield them from the deranged Hassan and his potential wrath. The children within the base gazed curiously at the unfamiliar faces of Bai Yu and Long Wu, as it was their first encounter with individuals of Asian descent. In stark contrast to the inquisitive children, the women and elderly bore expressions of trepidation, having been cast into fear by the heavy shadow Hassan had left upon them. The guerrilla fighters, too, remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the duo. Before long, Bai Yu and Long Wu were led to a door, where the escorting guerrilla knocked gently. The door was swiftly opened, revealing a room where several individuals were seated cross-legged. At the forefront was a young man with a scruffy beard. Beside him sat an elderly gentleman. Among the remaining 3, the one on the far left was a young man wearing an eye patch over his right eye. Leaning next to him was a middle-aged man whose right arm was bandaged, clearly having sustained recent injuries. The last was a rather intimidating-looking man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. The white fish deduced that the one at the forefront was indeed the leader of the guerrilla group. Yet he remained uncertain if it was Nasser, especially since Hassan had publicly claimed to have killed Nasser. Is it truly them? The leader of the guerrillas inquired of Amir. Indeed, this gentleman has come specifically to seek you out. He has offered to assist us in overthrowing Hassan's regime, Amir replied, nodding towards the white fish. Upon hearing Amir's words, the others turned their gazes towards the white fish, who remained remarkably composed under their scrutiny. This mere youth? He likely hasn't even fired a gun before, the menacing figure remarked disdainfully as he regarded the young white fish. Huh, who knows? Anyone can boast, said the one-eyed young man with a hearty laugh. Do not judge a book by its cover. How many times have you suffered losses due to underestimating others? How many brave warriors have perished because of your arrogance? The elder scolded, aware that the white fish before them was no ordinary individual. Elder Harris, do you genuinely believe this person can help us topple Hassan? The one-eyed man questioned incredulously. Did you not notice how this young man regards you? To him, your arrogance is utterly laughable. Elder Harris had caught the mockery hidden within the white fish's eyes. Now I understand why you have met with such defeat. The white fish spoke up, surprising all present as he articulated their language flawlessly. You speak our tongue? Elder Harris expressed astonishment. The white fish nodded. What brings you here? The leader inquired, fixing his gaze intently on the white fish. Originally, I intended to see if I could support your efforts to overthrow Hassan. But now it seems that I would rather support a pack of dogs than assist such a conceited group. No wonder you have been driven into the shadows by Hassan. The white fish retorted with biting sarcasm, reddening the faces of those present. What did you say? Care to repeat that? The one-eyed man exclaimed, rising in fury. Although the others were not as animated, their faces reflected a shared indignation. The two guerrilla fighters behind the white fish were equally enraged, seemingly on the verge of drawing their weapons to silence him. Meanwhile, Long Wu remained tense, prepared to defend the white fish at all costs, regardless of whether weapons were drawn. Am I wrong? I had thought the free guerrilla group was commendable, but what I witness now is merely a farce. Just because of one man's age, you belittle others? Do not forget, a bullet fired from a child's gun is just as lethal as one fired from an adult's, the white fish stated boldly. The group exchanged glances, acknowledging the wisdom in the latter part of his statement. I apologize, this was our oversight. Please forgive their rudeness. Elder Harris sincerely offered an apology to the white fish. Elder Harris. The sight of Harris admitting fault astonished not only the one-eyed man and his associates, but even the leader himself. If you wish for the demise of the free guerrilla, continue in your arrogance, Harris scolded the few individuals present. Harris's rebuke evidently had an effect, although reluctant. The one-eyed man and others offered their apologies. I apologize, esteemed traveler. My name is Nasser, the leader of the free guerrilla. The chief introduced himself earnestly. Upon realizing that the individual before him was indeed Nasser, Whitefish understood that Hassan's claims were mere fabrications. So you are Nasser. I heard Hassan proclaim you deceased. Nasser responded with a wry smile. That was his ploy. We still have many guerrilla fighters yet to join us. He aimed to shatter their morale with the news of my death. I see. It seems Hassan is not entirely foolish, Whitefish remarked openly. And the others recognized that he was undoubtedly not aligned with Hassan. How should I address you? Nasser inquired politely. Whitefish, but you may call me Mr. White. It simplifies things, Whitefish replied. Mr. White, I gather your purpose for being here is to assist us in overthrowing Hassan's rule. How do you intend to aid us? Harris asked with curiosity. I initially planned to depart, as your arrogance truly offended me. I have no desire to squander resources on an organization that may fall prey to its own hubris. However, seeing that you have promptly corrected your course, I have decided to lend you my support. Whitefish then outlined his intended assistance to Nasser and Harris. Upon hearing that Whitefish would supply them with weaponry and send individuals to train their fighters, Nasser and the others exhibited expressions of disbelief. To be candid, my subordinates are waiting outside. Should I encounter any trouble, they will immediately rush in. With the outdated weaponry at your disposal, you stand no chance, he cautioned, prompting cold sweat to break out among the group, who realized they had narrowly escaped peril. I will provide the weapons, and you shall supply the personnel. It is as simple as that. Additionally, I will offer intelligence support. Do you know why Hassan has consistently defeated you? It is because he is backed by a corporation whose military satellites can pinpoint your locations. When the time comes, Hassan merely needs to direct his artillery, and you will be left defenseless. Whitefish elucidated the reason behind the free guerrillas' repeated failures. So that's it. No wonder their shells seem to have eyes. Even my own sight was taken by their explosions. The one-eyed man lamented, recalling the moment his comrade fell beside him. Today's warfare cannot be won through sheer numbers as in the past. It is now a matter of information warfare. I will arrange for soldiers to instruct you, Whitefish noted. Preparing to find instructors to impart military knowledge to Nasser and the others, who were evidently unfamiliar with the concept of information warfare. Mr. White, may I inquire why you wish to assist us? Nasser inquired earnestly of Bayou, fully aware that no fortunate circumstances fall from the sky. To claim that I am a benefactor would be mere folly. My assistance to you also serves my own interests. Hassan is but a puppet, and above him looms a significant figure shrouded in secrecy, precisely the company I mentioned earlier. My aspiration is to dismantle that very corporation. Do you understand? Nasser nodded. Then Mr. Bai, I wish us a fruitful collaboration. Nasser extended his hand. To a successful partnership, Bayou reciprocated the handshake, signifying the alliance between the Universal Military and the Free Guerrillas. Chapter 39. Aisha, healing Marcel just as Bayou finalized his accord with Nasser, a sweet, panicked voice pierced the air. Brother, a woman abruptly entered the room. Nasser looked up and immediately reprimanded. Aisha, what are you doing? Do you not see I am in discussion? Bayou turned to regard the woman Nasser referred to as Aisha, and upon seeing her face, he was momentarily taken aback. This Aisha was the very woman he encountered during his stroll the previous day. Her mesmerizing gaze was unique, allowing Bayou to recognize her instantly. Even veiled, her beauty was undeniable. The veil could not conceal her exquisite features. Bayou mentally crafted words to describe Aisha. White teeth, red lips, stunningly beautiful, with willow-like brows and starry eyes. So her name is Aisha? He etched this name deeply into his memory. Is it you? Aisha, noticing Bayou beside Nasser, appeared somewhat astonished. She recognized him as the man from the previous night and had just learned of an unfamiliar presence at the base. Not anticipating it to be Bayou. Aisha, do you know Mr. Bai? Nasser inquired, his expression revealing confusion, mirrored by the others. Yes, yesterday. While I was fetching medicine for Marcel, I accidentally bumped into this gentleman. Fearing discovery, Aisha replied truthfully. The others comprehended. It turned out Aisha had merely crossed paths with Bayu. However, Nasser was somewhat irked. Who permitted you to venture out alone? Are you not aware that we are being hunted? Clearly, Nasser was oblivious to Aisha's clandestine escapade. I apologize, brother, but Marcel's injury could not be postponed. Our medical supplies are severely limited, and I had to act to save his life. Aisha expressed contrition as she addressed Nasser. Bayu. Upon hearing Aisha refer to Nasser as brother, understood they were siblings. I know your intentions are noble, but you must inform me the next time you go out, all right? You are my only family, Nasser said. His heart softened as he forgave his remorseful sister. Mr. Bai, allow me to introduce my sister, Aisha, the only medical student among our guerrilla group who has attended university. It is a pleasure to meet you, Nasser stated. Bayu greeted her warmly but refrained from extending his hand, mindful of the many customs in the Middle East. Aisha slightly bowed her head in acknowledgement. What is the matter? Is there something of great importance you wish to discuss? Nasser inquired of Aisha, who appeared quite anxious, indicating that urgent matters were at hand. Brother, Marcel has been suffering from a persistent high fever, and his wounds have begun to fester. The medications we possess are utterly inadequate to heal his injuries. Aisha lamented sorrowfully in response to Nasser's inquiry. What? Quickly, take me to him, Nasser exclaimed, rising to his feet with palpable agitation. As it was evident that Marcel held significant importance to him, Aisha nodded and led Nasser outside, while the others followed suit. Bayu too could not remain idle and accompanied Long Wu in their pursuit. Before long, they arrived at a room, evidently a makeshift infirmary. Numerous patients lay within, most of them swathed in bandages. The agony from their wounds elicited soft moans of suffering, yet in such a rudimentary environment, they could only endure their pain. For this was no proper hospital. The caregivers were not nurses, but rather women from the local militia. Aisha guided Nasser to a bed, upon which lay a small boy, his pallor suggesting he teetered on the brink of death. It was revealed that Marcel was indeed a young child. I have administered fever-reducing medication and antibiotics. Yet there has been no improvement. Aisha reflected sorrowfully as she gazed at Marcel. Damn Hassan. Nasser cursed under his breath, then leaned down to stroke Marcel's head gently. Who is he? Bayu inquired of the one-eyed dragon beside him. He's the brother of Nasser and Aisha, the one-eyed dragon replied, his expression clouded with grief. Oh, I see, Bayu remarked, assessing the dire condition of Marcel and casting a glance at the tearful Aisha. He felt compelled to offer assistance, as their alliance had already been forged. Allow me to take a look, Bayu proposed, and without waiting for further agreement, he began to examine Marcel. The onlookers watched with bated breath. Bayu noticed Marcel's shoulder was wrapped in a bandage. Frowning, he turned to Aisha for clarification. What injury did Marcel sustain? He was struck by a stray bullet in the shoulder, Aisha replied hesitantly, though she answered truthfully. Has the bullet been extracted? Yes, it has. After inquiring whether antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medications had been administered, and learning that they had yielded no results, Bayu found himself in a quandary. Fortunately, he possessed a system. He promptly expended 10 merit points to conduct a thorough examination of Marcel's condition. Marcel, male, age 10. Current status, severe infection of the wound, high fever. Critical condition, life-threatening at any moment. Bayu understood the gravity of Marcel's situation, realizing why the fever persisted. Would you mind if I remove his bandage? Bayu asked Aisha for her consent. Aisha hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement, recognizing that she had no other options available to her. As the bandages were unraveled, Bayu unveiled a gruesome wound on Marcel's shoulder, the surrounding area swollen and red, with a foul-smelling discharge oozing forth. The wound had become infected. Bayu displayed Marcel's injury to the onlookers, revealing the culprit behind his persistent fever. How can this be? I administered antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medication, Aisha exclaimed, her astonishment palpable as she gazed at the infected wound. Is the bottle of antibiotics still here? Yes. Aisha nodded vigorously and turned to retrieve the now empty vial. Bayu took the antibiotic bottle and promptly had it analyzed by the system. The results left him in shock. It was not an antibiotic, but merely a glucose solution masquerading as one. Bayu could hardly believe he had encountered a counterfeit medication. You have been deceived. This is not an antibiotic, but glucose. No wonder your brother's condition has not improved. He is in a perilous state. What? Nasir and the others were equally astonished. How could this happen? Aisha felt as if she had been struck by lightning upon realizing that she had injected her brother with glucose instead of antibiotics. The gravity of her mistake left her dizzy. She had spent a fortune on what she believed to be genuine medication, only to find it was a sham. Mr. Bai, do you have any antibiotics? Nasir asked urgently, desperate to save his brother Marcel. He had promised his deceased parents to take care of Aisha and Marcel. I do not have any here, but my subordinates have a medical kit with them. They are outside. I need to contact them to bring the medication in. Hearing that there was still hope for his brother, Nasir promptly agreed. Bayu pressed a button on his wristwatch, which illuminated a holographic projection, leaving Nasir and the others in awe, as they had never seen such technology before. Bayu then contacted Price, an old wolf in front of Nasir and the others. Considering the underground base was too congested, he instructed Soap and Little Strong to bring the medicine down while the others remained on guard. Though unsure why their leader suddenly required antibiotics, Price complied with orders, as obedience was a soldier's fundamental principle. And he quickly sent Soap and Little Strong to find Bayu with the medical kit. Soon, the duo navigated through the underground base, and under Nasir's command. The guerrilla fighters did not hinder them, leading them to Bayu. Boss, we have brought the antibiotics and potent painkillers, Soap announced, handing over the medical kit to Bayu. Nasir and the others swallowed hard at the sight of the fully armed Soap and Little Strong. Their own worn-out AKs barely holding together in comparison. Bayu handed the antibiotics and strong painkillers to Aisha. "Thank you so much," she said sincerely, holding the medication that could save her brother's life. "No need for thanks," Bayu replied with a slight wave of his hand, indicating it was no trouble at all. Aisha administered antibiotics to Marcel, subsequently disinfecting the wound before applying a powdery anti-inflammatory medication. She then provided Marcel with a potent antipyretic. And soon his complexion became a shade healthier, no longer resembling the pallor of someone on the brink of demise. After all, these medications were specially formulated by the chemical experts and pharmaceutical researchers at the base, guided by Bayu's ingenuity. Bayu understood the immense profits inherent in the medical industry. Thus he contemplated establishing a medical company, believing that with the exceptional medicines at his disposal, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. "How wonderful!" Aisha exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she gazed at Marcel's improved condition. Nasir was equally elated. "Mr. Bai, we are profoundly grateful for your assistance. Your kindness will forever be etched in our hearts." Elder Harris sincerely clasped his chest and bowed deeply. "There is no need for such formalities, Elder Harris. We are now partners, and assisting you is only natural," Bayu humbly replied as he helped Harris to his feet. "Regardless of our partnership, from this day forth, the Free Guerrilla Group will be your eternal ally," Nasir declared, rising as well, expressing his gratitude for Bayu's life-saving intervention for his brother. "Considering your current severe shortage of medical supplies during the next aid shipment, in addition to weapons, I will also provide you with medical provisions. However, for this occasion, I can only offer you weaponry support." Upon hearing this, Nasir's eyes sparkled with hope. "Do you mean to say that you are ready with a batch of weapons?" "Indeed. This cache of arms is securely hidden and will serve as my inaugural support for you," Bayu confirmed. "Wonderful." Nasir rejoiced, and Elder Harris and the others shared in his elation. It is worth noting that the Free Guerrilla Group is lacking in every aspect. Following the recent betrayal, they have suffered devastating blows. The weapons seized from Hassan are nearly depleted, and the ammunition is dwindling to a critical point. However, it is evident that we cannot hand over arms and ammunition to you just yet, as you currently lack a secure storage location. Your present position is not sufficiently concealed. Nasir and his companions felt a pang of embarrassment, fully aware that they had no suitable stronghold and were merely evading capture. "We are in a dire situation. Hassan has put a bounty on our heads, and we will be recognized the moment we emerge," Nasir lamented. "My recommendation is that you relocate to a place where Hassan would least suspect, and begin to develop your operations discreetly. The populace generally holds a favorable view of you, and their long-standing grievances against Hassan's government will facilitate your ability to rally a considerable number of guerrilla fighters." "Mr. Bai, do you suggest that we move towards the villages?" Nasir pondered, realizing that the only areas Hassan would be indifferent to were indeed the villages, as there was little to plunder there. And officials seldom conducted investigations in such places. Indeed, given your current capabilities, it is evidently unrealistic for you to flourish in the county town. Are there not still numerous impoverished farmers and herders in the Khitan nation? You could gradually consolidate your strength from the villages, rallying those who wish to resist Hassan's rule, and eventually encircle the cities from the villages, thereby toppling Hassan and seizing power. Bayu proposed the strategies of great historical figures from a previous life, believing they were quite applicable to the present guerrilla tactics. After all, the guerrilla fighters possess a foundation of public support, while Hassan's government has lost the people's favor and faces acute social tensions. A single spark could ignite this powder keg poised for explosion. Nasir and the others found Bayu's suggestions immensely beneficial. Aisha, observing Bayu, felt an inexplicable attraction to the unique charm of leadership that radiated from him. Bayu noticed Aisha's gaze and, upon catching her eye, she quickly lowered her head, pretending to tend to Meyer, though the faint blush on her cheeks betrayed her. Bayu smiled slightly and refrained from commenting. It was then that Nasir recognized how foolish he had been in the past, leading the already weak guerrilla forces to assault the county town, resulting in countless unnecessary casualties. This strategy was indeed brilliant. We should have implemented it long ago. Reflecting on how many guerrilla fighters had lost their lives in vain, Elder Harris, as the second in command of the guerrilla group, was so moved that he felt like slapping himself. "Mr. Bai, your words have awakened me. The guerrilla forces should not have set their sights on the county town, but rather on the villages first," Nasir expressed gratefully. "Do not thank me. The strategy of encircling cities from villages is not my own, but was proposed by the great figures of our homeland. Once, our army was as destitute as yours, pursued and besieged by formidable enemies, yet we emerged victorious. I firmly believe that you too shall prevail," Bayu humbly remarked, considering himself merely a messenger of the great strategies. Nasir nodded excitedly, though soon a troubled expression clouded his face. "But how shall we reach the villages? We are nearly burdened with families and have many injured among us. Which village should we choose? I can address the logistics of transportation for you, but the choice of the village rests with you. After all, I'm also a newcomer and must remind you to select a village with good concealment." Bayu's words prompted Nasir and the others to engage in further discussion. This was a matter of the guerrilla force's future, and it could not be approached hastily or carelessly. "Perhaps we should consider Blago village. My cousin's family resides there. It is sparsely populated, with few visitors, and boasts ample water sources, along with natural caves to conceal our weapons and ammunition," suggested Abdul, the one-eyed dragon, suddenly recalling an excellent location. "Are you certain that place is reliable? I once visited my cousin's family, and the place was indeed quite remarkable, fulfilling all our current necessities." Surrounding it were other villages that could facilitate the mobilization of more guerrilla fighters. Abdul nodded in acknowledgement. After several discussions, the group ultimately decided on Brago village. Once they acquired the location of Brago village, Bayu instructed Nasir and the others to prepare, informing them that he would dispatch personnel and a transport truck the following day to convey them to Brago village. Nasir and his companions readily agreed, and Bayu subsequently departed. Although this guerrilla force did not entirely satisfy Bayu, the Free Guerrilla Army remained the only faction he held in high regard at present. On the following day, Bayu arrived with the 141st Special Task Force and the Blade Squad aboard a truck capable of accommodating the entire guerrilla contingent. To avoid detection, they commenced their operation before dawn while most were still resting. This precaution was necessary to prevent any potential informants from reporting the guerrillas for the considerable reward they could earn, given the substantial sum involved. Brago village lay over 100 kilometers from Akasha County, and due to the government's negligence, the roads along the route were merely rough dirt paths. Fortunately, the truck Bayu had exchanged for provided adequate shock absorption, minimizing jolts during the journey. Moreover, the geographical location meant there were no checkpoint obstructions. To ensure that the injured and Marcel would not suffer excessive discomfort from the bumps, the convoy proceeded at a slow pace, resulting in their arrival in Brago village by noon, despite setting off at dawn. Upon observing the geographical environment of Brago village, Bayu nodded in agreement. It was indeed a suitable location, as Abdul had described. The guerrilla fighters could truly thrive here. Upon their arrival in Brago village, the local villagers exhibited neither resistance nor disdain towards the guerrilla fighters. Instead, they welcomed them warmly. This surprised Bayu, who had not anticipated such affection for the guerrillas among these people, reminiscent of the reverence held for the People's Army in his former life. At that moment, Bayu recalled a famous adage: if you place the people in your heart, they will unwaveringly support you. This sentiment was not mere rhetoric, as the water that carries the boat can also capsize it. Bayu began to anticipate how, with the support of the guerrilla forces, he would confront Hassan in the future. Chapter 41. The formidable guerrilla force and the furious Hassan on the return journey. Price, seated beside Bayu, inquired with evident confusion. Boss, given that our company's current strength is entirely capable of crushing Dane Corporation, why do we still support this free guerrilla army? From what I observe, their current capabilities seem hard to trust. Can they truly defeat Hassan? That is an excellent question, Price. However, do you genuinely believe I am so benevolent as to generously provide them with weapons and equipment out of the kindness of my heart? Subsequently, they overthrew Hassan. On the surface, Kurdistan appeared to be under their control. However, in reality, it was I who wielded the power. Exchanging the surplus weapons stockpiled in the inventory for an entire nation, was this not an astute transaction? Bayu chuckled heartily, then proceeded to elucidate to Price the rationale behind his support for the free guerrillas. Furthermore, should we engage in warfare against Dane Corporation and Hassan? Although our armaments are superior, mobilizing troops entails significant expenditure and the potential for casualties. Before me lies an apt instrument to orchestrate covert actions against adversaries. Why not seize the opportunity? Understanding dawned upon Price, who gleaned immense insight from this. To acquire maximal benefit at minimal cost. Was this not the quintessential strategy? Bayu stretched languidly, speaking in a relaxed tone. Upon returning to his quarters, Bayu began contemplating the types of weaponry to allocate to the free guerrillas. Taking into account the topography and climate of the Middle East, he ultimately settled on the weaponry of the Bear Nation, as their armaments had been produced in numerous countries, yet remained unsold, languishing in warehouses. This time, Bayu procured a portion of these weapons, more than sufficient to meet the needs of the free guerrillas. After finalizing the types and categories of weapons to be supplied, 3 days later, Bayu utilized his designated contact number to reach Nasser. Nasser, upon learning that the first batch of weaponry was ready for transfer, was elated. He had not anticipated Bayu's efficiency, accomplishing the task in a mere 3 days. Once the handover location was agreed upon, Bayu dispatched Task Force 141 to deliver the weapons, while he remained in Akasha County to rest. The initial shipment provided to Nasser included AKM assault rifles, RPK light machine guns, PKM general-purpose machine guns, RPG rocket launchers, NSV-12, 7mm heavy machine guns, SVD sniper rifles, RGD, 5 grenades, along with Kevlar vests and helmets. Although it appeared to be an extensive arsenal, these were commonplace items at Bayu's arms factory. He supplied 500 units of each weapon, mindful of the actual number of combatants within the guerrilla force. Currently, the free guerrillas boasted only 126 active fighters, rendering this armament more than adequate, with surplus weapons available for incoming recruits. To further train these non-regular forces, Bayu expended 1,000 merit points to recruit 4 instructors, who would remain within the guerrilla unit to impart tactical knowledge and military skills. After all, Bayu was not inclined to wait an extended period for the already inadequately trained guerrillas to instruct new members. After some time, Price returned with his team to report. Boss, all weaponry has been successfully transferred to Nasser, and the 4 instructors have integrated into the guerrilla unit. Excellent. No incidents occurred along the way, I trust? Bayu inquired, nodding in satisfaction. None at all. We went unnoticed, came the reply. That is reassuring. Boss, you cannot imagine the expressions on those people's faces when they beheld the weaponry. It was utterly hilarious, Soper remarked, barely containing his laughter. Oh, do elaborate. Whitefish expressed his curiosity. That one-eyed fellow, what was his name, Abdu, right? Upon seeing the arms we brought, he was as giddy as a child who had just received candy, while the others were so overwhelmed that they burst into tears. Soper recounted his recent observations. Their leader, Nasser, was so elated that he began reciting scripture, and had we not mentioned our pressing matters, they would have dragged us into a celebratory dance. Xiao Chang chuckled heartily. Whitefish was taken aback by the amusing scene 141 had encountered. Price, why didn't you join them in their dance? I would have truly liked to see your dancing skills, the usually composed Old Wolf teased. Get lost. You think I want to dance for you, Old Wolf? I'd be embarrassed to even acknowledge that, Price retorted with a laugh. Their banter sparked a wave of merriment. In the following days, Whitefish made it a point to stay in touch with Nasser and his comrades within the guerrilla forces, learning that their training and base construction were proceeding systematically, which pleased him greatly. Moreover, the guerrilla fighters had recently begun to recruit able-bodied youth from nearby villages. As these communities were impoverished to the core, previously, they had managed to sustain themselves with cattle and sheep. But the arrival of Hassan had subjected them to oppression and exploitation at the hands of his men. The herders had their livestock seized and were burdened with fictitious debts. The populace, already filled with deep-seated resentment towards Hassan, resolutely joined the guerrilla forces, leading to a swift influx of fresh recruits. This surge in personnel alleviated the guerrilla unit's manpower shortages. The newcomers underwent rigorous training under the guidance of Whitefish's instructors. Despite the harsh conditions, they did not falter, for they understood that only by overthrowing Hassan's regime could they hope for a better life. With this conviction, the enthusiasm for training among these recruits was exceedingly high, as they diligently completed their tasks. Concurrently, to demonstrate to the populace that the guerrilla forces were still active, Nasser organized a group of seasoned fighters to accompany Whitefish, armed with the weapons provided, directly to the county seat of Akasha, where they executed the mayor and the police chief. These two officials, notorious for their corruption and exploitation of the citizens, had long been the bane of the Akasha community, and their demise was met with widespread approval from the residents. The emblem of the Free Guerrilla Forces was placed upon the two corpses, serving both as a demonstration and a declaration that the guerrillas were still in existence, urging the people of Kadong to maintain their hope. This tactic proved highly effective, as news of the guerrilla forces' survival began to spread, prompting numerous newspapers in Kadong to report extensively on the matter. While the populace was pleased to learn that the guerrillas had not been extinguished, they dared not display their excitement openly. Nonetheless, it significantly uplifted their spirits. However, amidst the joy, there were those who remained troubled. Within an opulent mansion, a man sat solemnly at his desk, flanked by two beautiful maidens who stood nervously beside him, holding bottles of wine and fruit, evidently intimidated by his presence. This man was none other than Hassan, the current president of the Cudan nation. Before him stood several officers clad in military uniforms and berets, their heads bowed, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. In a sudden fit of rage, Hassan seized a wine glass from the table and hurled it at the head of the central officer. The glass shattered upon impact, and the officer collapsed to the floor, clutching his injured head and groaning in pain. You are all a bunch of incompetents, Hassan roared. Did you not claim that the guerrillas had been dealt with? How have they resurfaced? He demanded an explanation from the officers before him. Mr. President, this is the truth, stammered the small-mustached officer, trembling. The previous guerrilla forces suffered a devastating blow. Their main base was dismantled. And what then is this? You cannot honestly suggest that these are the ghosts of the guerrillas haunting us, Hassan shouted, throwing a newspaper in the officer's face. One of the officers, a bearded man standing beside the small-mustached officer, ventured a hypothesis. Perhaps they are merely remnants of the guerrilla forces, scattered and hiding in the desolate Akasha. Clearly, they have no chance of resurgence. We need only send a few soldiers to eradicate them completely. I care not. I demand my country be free of this accursed guerrilla presence. Whether they are guerrillas or their remnants, send men to eliminate them. I want them dead. Do you understand? Hassan bellowed, his fury palpable. The officers nodded in agreement, quickly excusing themselves from the room. Once they departed, Hassan beckoned to the brown-haired maiden behind him with a subtle gesture. However, she appeared startled and did not move. Seizing upon her hesitation, Hassan's brow furrowed, and he abruptly stood, delivering a sharp slap across her face. The maiden fell to the ground, and he proceeded to unleash a torrent of blows upon her. Wretched woman! Wretched woman! Hassan spat, his cruelty evident as he continued his assault. The maiden begged for mercy, but Hassan remained unrelenting. Meanwhile, the other maiden in the room cowered on the ground, trembling in fear. It was only when the brown-haired maiden lay gasping for breath that Hassan finally ceased his violence. With a contemptuous spit upon her, he treated her not as a human being, but as a mere beast. Several guards entered, carrying the nearly lifeless maiden away. After their departure, Hassan surveyed his bloodied hands with a frown and gestured to the golden-haired maiden on the floor. Without hesitation, she approached him, compliant and submissive. Hassan pulled her onto his lap and began to violate her, leaving her powerless under his oppressive control. Were Whitefish present, he would undoubtedly denounce Hassan as a monstrous aberration, beneath even the basest of creatures. Subsequently, in Chapter 42, titled The Meeting with Hassan and Encounter with Vincent, after lunch, Bayu returned to Slakeo, accompanied by Long Wu, while the 141 and the Knife Squad temporarily remained with the guerrilla group. He first sought out Tanya, who had been alone in an empty room for several days, to share an intimate moment with her. Finally, he donned a suit and fabricated the identity of a businessman to pay a visit to Hassan. The impetus behind Bayu's sudden visit to Hassan stemmed from a whimsical notion. He intended to entice Hassan with the prospect of establishing a factory in the kingdom of Cudan, luring him with the promise of mutual profit. After all, he could not remain there indefinitely, watching the guerrillas day after day. Thus, he planned to construct a factory that, on the surface, would appear legitimate, while secretly serving as a cache for munitions destined for the guerrilla forces. Under the guidance of a servant, Bayu finally encountered Hassan. The latter scrutinized Bayu with curiosity, having learned from his subordinates about a merchant from Huahua who purportedly possessed a lucrative scheme, driven by his insatiable greed for wealth. Hassan arranged a meeting with Baiyu. Upon their introduction, Hassan did not display arrogance. Rather, he warmly welcomed Baiyu as a guest. I have heard that Mr. Bai possesses a method that could prove profitable for both of us. Might you share it with me? Hassan inquired after savoring a sip of red wine. Certainly. My method for generating profit is. Baiyu proceeded to disclose his aspiration to establish a factory in the kingdom of Quden, assuring Hassan that he would allocate 60% of the profits to him. You wish to open a factory? Is it truly that simple? Hassan expressed a hint of disappointment, as he had anticipated a more sophisticated proposition. Your Excellency, the current situation in Quden is rife with unemployed individuals. By establishing a factory, I can not only address the employment crisis in your country, but also ensure substantial profits for both parties. The capital required for the factory need not come from your Excellency, yet we could divide the profits 4-6. Moreover, resolving the employment issue would undoubtedly enhance the public's perception of you. Baiyu proposed, enticing Hassan with the allure of mutual benefit. Intrigued by Baiyu's portrayal, Hassan pondered the prospect of increased wealth and the potential to win the favor of the populace. I have also heard that the president of Quden has a penchant for gemstones. Today, I have brought a splendid gift to demonstrate my sincerity. Oh, Hassan's interest was piqued at the mention of gemstones, as he was particularly fond of opulent items. Baiyu exchanged a knowing glance with Long Wu, who then produced an exquisitely crafted box that appeared to be of considerable value, placing it before Hassan. Your Excellency, do feel free to open it, Baiyu said with a beaming smile. Hassan eagerly opened the box and was instantly mesmerized by the dazzling, quail egg-sized ruby contained within. It is simply breathtaking, he exclaimed, handling the gemstone with utmost care, his exaggerated expression nearly eliciting a chuckle from Baiyu. To my surprise, I casually acquired a ruby of the lowest quality. Yet it cost me only 1,000 merit points to make Hassan utterly enamored with it. In Baiyu's perspective, the gemstone pales in comparison to gold's value. I wonder if His Excellency is satisfied? Indeed. I wholeheartedly agree with your proposal. Hassan nodded vigorously, clearly immensely pleased with the ruby. Your Excellency, if that is the case, may our collaboration be fruitful. Baiyu smiled as he raised his wine glass. To a prosperous partnership, Mr. Bai. You shall be a good friend of mine, Hassan. Hassan laughed heartily, brimming with excitement. In the end, Hassan personally awarded Baiyu a business license, which, bearing the presidential seal, served as a green pass, allowing for nearly unimpeded passage. This would facilitate Baiyu's transport of weaponry and equipment. Consequently, he would not need to visit Kadong in person. Instead, he could disguise the transfer of arms as the transportation of raw materials to the factory, which would then be sent to the guerrillas. Mr. Bai, you shall not leave today. I will host a banquet tonight, where many esteemed guests will arrive, and you shall have the opportunity to make their acquaintance. Hassan kindly invited Baiyu as they strolled through the back garden together. Respectfully, I shall accept your invitation. Your Excellency. Hassan chuckled, clearly one who relished flattery. Just then, they noticed two figures in the distance. A soldier in uniform stood beside a maid. The two embraced, evidently in love. Upon witnessing this scene, Hassan's expression darkened, and he signaled to his subordinates. A few of them, armed and brimming with menace, approached the couple, who, realizing they had been discovered, fell to their knees, desperately begging for mercy. Yet Hassan's heart showed no compassion. Impatient, Hassan waved dismissively, and his subordinates dragged the couple away, leaving their fate to the imagination. Baiyu looked at the unpredictable Hassan with disdain, although he concealed his feelings. I apologize for frightening you, Mr. Bai. I detest those who disregard rules. Their audacity to rendezvous in my garden has already breached decorum, Hassan expressed with a semblance of regret. I understand. I too have little patience for those who lack discipline. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Baiyu concurred. Ha ha. I find myself increasingly fond of you. We share a kindred spirit, my friend. Hassan laughed heartily, thoroughly satisfied. After a while of boasting about his so-called achievements and possessions, Hassan excused himself, citing pressing matters. Before departing, he urged Baiyu to attend his banquet, to which Baiyu nodded in agreement. He was acutely aware that should he fail to appear that night, the mercurial and suspicious Hassan would likely revoke his business license, citing a lack of respect. Thus, Baiyu attended the banquet, which was predominantly filled with high-ranking officials under Hassan's command. Hassan enthusiastically introduced Baiyu to the assembly, and Baiyu could only muster polite smiles and perfunctory remarks. Finally, with a touch of jest, a reason was found to leave Hassan, who seemed quite pleased and continued to revel with his subordinates. Baiyu sat alone, sipping red wine and gazing at the moonlight. At that moment, a man unexpectedly approached Baiyu's side. Pardon me, sir, do you mind if I join you here? Baiyu turned and was taken aback, recognizing the man adorned with golden dental fittings and devoid of hair, resembling a boiled egg, none other than Vincent, the owner of Dane Corporation. What is the matter, sir? Do you know me? Vincent inquired, noticing Baiyu's astonished expression. No, I am merely surprised to see someone from the West at this gathering, Baiyu replied, feigning a natural demeanor to mask his surprise. Huh, look who is talking. Aren't you also a citizen of the Flower Kingdom? Vincent chuckled. I hear from Hassan that you are interested in establishing a factory. What is this? Do you wish to invest? Vincent asked with a smile. No, not at all. I have no interest in investing. I'm merely curious, as it's quite rare for a merchant from the Flower Kingdom to visit Kerdeg. Allow me to introduce myself. Vincent John. Vincent shook his head and introduced himself. I am Baiyu, but if you find that cumbersome, you may call me Martin. Baiyu introduced himself with an impassive expression, confident that Vincent would not recognize him due to the voice modulation he employed during their conversation. A pleasure to meet you. Mr. Martin, Vincent replied. Likewise, Bayou smiled. May I inquire why Mr. Martin is standing here? Are you troubled by something? Not at all. I simply prefer to avoid noisy crowds, so I stepped out for a breath of fresh air. Mr. Martin, it seems we share a common disposition. I too find loud environments rather unappealing. A tranquil setting allows for heightened focus and sharper intellect. Vincent nodded in agreement. Is Dane Corporation the one associated with military resources? Bayou feigned curiosity. Indeed, that is correct. Have you heard of our company, Mr. Martin? Vincent nodded. I have merely heard rumors from acquaintances. I possess no in-depth knowledge of your esteemed company. Bayou replied with a nonchalant smile, his demeanor calm and composed. I see, Vincent said, his expression shifting to one of realization. He then produced a business card from his pocket. This is our company's business card. Should Mr. Martin require our services, we cater to various tasks including hostage rescue and bodyguard services, all at very reasonable rates. I assure you, you will be thoroughly satisfied with our offerings. Observing Vincent transform into a salesman, Bayou felt somewhat at a loss but accepted the card, tucking it away. If the need arises, I will reach out to your company, Bayou said with a cheerful smile. Vincent nodded, then cast a disdainful glance at Hassan, who was already intoxicated and making inappropriate advances toward a nearby maid. What a crude and barbaric fellow, he scoffed. Although Bayou was aware that Vincent was Hassan's superior, he feigned ignorance and promptly reminded him, be cautious. Thank you for your concern, but there is no need for fear. That fool is, in my eyes, merely an ant that could be crushed effortlessly, Vincent replied with a nonchalant smile. Bayou pretended to be astonished and inquired, does Mr. Vincent not fear President Hassan's wrath? Upon hearing Bayou's words, Vincent scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain for Hassan. Him? If he dares to act, he won't see tomorrow. He is merely a dog we keep. What audacity does a dog have to bite its master? Impressive, impressive. I did not expect Mr. Vincent to be so deeply reserved. Bayou remarked, displaying admiration and giving a thumbs up. Of course, Vincent replied, brimming with pride. At that moment, Vincent's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, frowned slightly, and then looked up with an apologetic smile. I apologize, Mr. Martin, but I have matters to attend to. It has been a pleasure conversing with you, and I hope we can meet again. Certainly, certainly, Bayou replied with a cheerful demeanor. As Vincent turned to leave, Bayou pondered whether he should simply abduct this foolish dog. He had a strong desire to take Vincent away, as his nation only sought Vincent, thus securing the remaining $10 billion. However, upon noticing the numerous elite bodyguards surrounding Vincent, he dismissed the thought. After all, this was not Libya. It was someone else's territory. Moreover, the 141 task force and the Blade team were not nearby, leaving him unable to extract Vincent from Kurdistan. Meanwhile, Hassan, indulging in revelry, approached Vincent like a lapdog, attempting to engage him warmly. Yet, he was met only with Vincent's disdainful gaze and indifference. Hassan felt awkward, laughing heartily to alleviate the tension. However, Bayou clearly observed the shadow on Hassan's face and the murderous intent in his eyes as he turned away, indicating that Hassan harbored thoughts of killing Vincent. It seems that the relationship between the king and his subjects is not as harmonious as one might think, Bayou scoffed, perhaps due to Vincent's presence. Hassan soon lost interest, and the banquet was dismissed early. After bidding farewell to Hassan, Bayou returned to the hotel with Long Wu. At that moment, Tanya was lazily lying on the bed in her lingerie. Upon seeing Bayou return, she affectionately approached him, wrapping her arms around his waist to help him undress. Subsequently, she thoughtfully gave him a full-body massage. Bayou sat comfortably on the sofa, savoring the experience. After a considerable time, Tanya wiped her mouth with a tissue, washed up in the bathroom, and then returned to settle in Bayou's embrace. My dear, when shall we return to Libya? She inquired. Soon. Once the factory matters are concluded, we will head back. As for whether the Free Guerrilla Army can successfully overthrow Hassan's regime with the weapons I provided, that depends on their fortune, Bayou replied, stroking Tanya's hair and inhaling her sweet fragrance. Just when Bayou had settled down, he found himself restless once more. Tanya gazed at the proudly standing little white fish, casting it a flirtatious glance before gracefully making her way to the bed. The little white fish chuckled and followed suit. And soon the room was filled with an atmosphere of springtime allure. The following morning, as Bayou and Tanya enjoyed their breakfast, Long Wu entered and delivered some news to Bayou. He informed him that the previous day, a skirmish had occurred between the guerrilla forces and Hassan's small army. These troops had been dispatched by Hassan to eradicate the Free Guerrilla Army, yet they were woefully unprepared for the transformation the guerrilla forces had undergone. Moreover, one must not forget that the 141 Task Force and the Blade Squad were stationed there. With two elite special forces leading the charge, how could the Free Guerrilla Army, now armed with superior weaponry, possibly be defeated by Hassan's troops? Furthermore, Hassan's soldiers were nothing more than a bunch of inept buffoons, parading down the main road and even singing, seemingly oblivious to their precarious situation. Bayou was rendered speechless by this news. This was not an army, but rather a mockery of one, and even a mock army should possess some semblance of combat capability. Hassan had sent 500 troops to eliminate the guerrilla forces, yet they were utterly routed by a mere 300 members of the Free Guerrilla Army. Familiar with the terrain, the guerrillas swiftly encircled Hassan's forces, ensuring that none of the 500 escaped, with most being annihilated and a few captured. The guerrillas, having executed a surprise attack while leveraging their knowledge of the landscape, suffered no fatalities, though some members sustained injuries. Bayou realized that Hassan had begun to take action against the guerrillas, fully aware that he sought to eradicate them entirely, fearing their resurgence. However, he had not anticipated that the current guerrilla forces were not the same as before. They had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now equipped with both light and heavy weaponry, Bayou understood that if Hassan learned of the complete annihilation of his dispatched troops, he would undoubtedly return with a vengeful army. thus presenting a grave challenge for the guerrillas. A mere 300 fighters could not possibly withstand Hassan's forces, which numbered in the tens of thousands. Bayu regretted not advising Nazar and the others to bide their time and develop cautiously. Unexpectedly, the officer tasked by Hassan with the eradication mission, named Sam, was also wearing a worried expression. He paced restlessly in the room, hands clasped behind his back. What to do? He knew he could not let Hassan discover this situation, otherwise, his fate would be sealed. After much contemplation, Sam decided to keep this information from Hassan. He was acutely aware that the deranged Hassan would be furious to learn that the guerrillas had not only survived, but had unexpectedly grown strong enough to decimate a 500-strong unit. The thought of Hassan's wrath was terrifying, and Sam resolved to remain silent. Meanwhile, Bayu contacted Nazar, urging them to maintain a low profile, for despite their incompetence, Hassan's troops still boasted a formidable numerical advantage. An army of ants could indeed bring down an elephant. Nazar, upon hearing Bayu's advice to be cautious and not to act recklessly, immediately complied. After all, the white fish is now their lifeline, and they fear that Hassan might truly take drastic measures. Consequently, they refrained from making a grand announcement. Neither party anticipated that the other would arrive at the same conclusion without any communication. Chapter 44. Return to Libya, some arrogant neighbors. After the guerrillas decimated Hassan's 500-strong troop, Whitefish personally sought to gauge the situation. However, everything appeared normal on Hassan's side, as if he were oblivious to the incident. After much contemplation, Whitefish surmised that Hassan's subordinates, fearing accountability, had suppressed the matter, keeping it from Hassan's knowledge. Yet, this remained mere speculation, awaiting the test of time. Days swiftly passed, and the guerrillas continued to recruit young men from the surrounding villages, developing their strength quietly. Meanwhile, Whitefish was occupied with factory matters. Through his observations, he confirmed that Hassan's subordinates had indeed hushed the affair. This led Whitefish to marvel at the guerrillas' fortune in encountering such hidden talents, granting them ample time to grow. Initially, Whitefish constructed numerous warehouses to conceal arms, ultimately fabricating a facade of a daily necessities factory to mislead Hassan. As Hassan was solely concerned with monetary gain, he would hardly bother to investigate the factory's operations, especially given its remote location. Having become accustomed to a life of luxury, he would not venture into such desolate surroundings for inspection. Thus, Whitefish felt no anxiety about the arms hidden within the factory being discovered. Soon, Whitefish delivered the second batch of military supplies to the guerrillas, which included mortars and an increased quantity of prior weaponry. As for why Whitefish refrained from providing larger caliber artillery to the guerrillas, he took into account the armed configuration of Cutin. Although Hassan commanded tens of thousands of troops, their weaponry consisted largely of the inexpensive arms supplied by the Dane Company. Whitefish had witnessed firsthand the catastrophic misfires that occurred during target practice. Presently, the guerrillas' armament was entirely sufficient to confront Hassan's forces, provided their numbers increased. Following the completion of the second arms supply, Whitefish knew he had to return to Libya. After bidding farewell to the guerrillas and imparting some words of caution to Nasser, he departed amidst Aisha's reluctant gaze. After several weeks together, Aisha had developed fond feelings for Whitefish, yet her insecurities prevented her from expressing her feelings, a fact not lost on her brother. The next day, Whitefish and his companions flew back to Libya. Upon their return, the group was filled with joy, as the beds at their base were undeniably softer and more comfortable than those they endured in Cutin. There is truly no place like home. I have no desire to revisit that place again. The food there was simply inedible, lamented the Firebird of the Blade team, devouring the base's meals. The others nodded in agreement, fully in accord. Even while eating, you cannot silence your mouth. Learn from the snow wolves. Do not speak while dining. The old wolf admonished. Indulge in the feast, for the past few weeks have been arduous for everyone. Bayu specifically requested the cafeteria to prepare a sumptuous meal for the two teams. During our time in Cutin, neither Tanya nor I endured much hardship, yet the two teams certainly bore the brunt of it. I must make amends for the weight I lost in Cutin. Soap devoured the roasted chicken legs voraciously. Xiaozhan, slow down, you might choke, Ghost remarked, exasperatedly holding his forehead. Haha, at least Soap is doing well. Look at Xiao Chong and Yuri, their eating habits are truly dismal, Price pointed out, indicating the two who were attacking their plates like famished wolves. Ghost could only shake his head in disbelief at how, aside from Price, his teammates were quite embarrassing. After a hearty meal, the two teams returned to their respective dormitories for some rest. Bayu, on the other hand, returned to his office, where Edward, the regent, was already waiting eagerly. It felt as though he had been away for an eternity, despite it only being a few weeks. Bayu mused as he reclined in his leather chair, contemplating, perhaps the boss simply missed Libya too much. Edward chuckled, perhaps. Subsequently, Bayu began to review if any significant events had occurred in Libya during his absence. However, after a thorough glance, nothing of great importance seemed to have transpired. Boss, a few days ago, the ambassador from Eagle Sauce Country approached me, hoping to establish a cooperative relationship with us, Edward interjected. Eagle Sauce Country? What kind of cooperation are they seeking? Bayu inquired, curious as to what they could possibly desire. They wish to collaborate with us in the extraction of Libya's abundant mineral resources. Upon hearing that Eagle Sauce Country intended to meddle with his nation's resources, Bayu's expression darkened immediately. They are overly ambitious. Inform them that we shall not engage in any cooperation. Libya's minerals can be independently exploited, Bayu asserted firmly, harboring a deep-seated aversion towards Eagle Sauce. Understood. I will convey your message accurately, Edward nodded, fully compliant with his boss's directives. Is there anything else of significance? Yes. Our neighbors seem to be a bit unruly. They have been provoking disputes along the border lately. though they have not crossed any serious lines. Neighbors? The Pyramid Country? Bai frowned, surprised that anyone would dare to be so reckless. No, it is another country called Kusek. Their president is a warlord. And they seem to believe we are weak, thus testing us at the border, Edward clarified, shaking his head at the unfamiliar name. Kusek? What sort of insignificant nation is that? Bai replied, admitting he had never heard of it. If Kusek's troops cause trouble at the border again, let the border guards open fire directly. If we don't show them some consequences, their arrogance will soar. Bai has always upheld the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall retaliate. In his view, mere tolerance would only embolden the enemy's arrogance. Only a decisive blow would make them recognize their true position. Understood. I will convey this command to the border troops. Is the boss certain that they will retaliate if provoked? Edward inquired repeatedly. Nonsense. Should we wait until the enemy has slain my soldiers before we strike back? Bai rolled his eyes in exasperation. Very well. By the way, transmit the identity information and photographs of Vincent, the owner of Dane Company, to the Flower Nation. And inform them that they will have to wait a bit longer. I trust they will understand. All right. That's all. You may leave now. As I have no further instructions for you, Bai dismissed Edward. After Edward departed, Bai summoned Elizabeth to inquire about the current troop numbers. Upon statistical assessment, your forces have reached 160,000, evenly distributed across the major military districts of Libya. Has it grown to such a number? Bai pondered. In his view, 160,000 troops were more than sufficient, for modern warfare hinges not on numbers, but on technology. With such a force, they could dominate the continent of Huzhou. Elizabeth, halt the recruitment of soldiers. As you wish. Elizabeth complied with Bai's command to suspend recruitment. Glancing at the several million resource points in the red alert base's balance, Bai decided to conserve them. After all, with the army and air force nearly fully formed, his next plan involved establishing a naval force. Libya's location, close to the Pacific Ocean, could easily accommodate a fleet. Chapter 45. Exoskeletons for individual soldiers. Thus, a month passed without incident. Edward, adhering to Bai's orders, politely declined the cooperation request from the ambassador of the Eagle Nation. However, Edward reported that the ambassador was quite displeased upon learning of the rejection. Yet, Bai was indifferent to his feelings. Meanwhile, the Flower Nation received Edward's information regarding Vincent, and within a few days, the global military arms had pinpointed the owner of Dane Company, leaving them quite astonished and impressed by the intelligence-gathering capabilities of global military arms. In response to the request for patience from global military arms, the Flower Nation assured them that there was no need for haste. They could afford to wait. Upon receiving this news, Bai smiled faintly. For as long as time permitted, the guerrilla forces could develop. Throughout this month, Bai maintained regular contact with Nasser and learned that the guerrilla unit had made significant qualitative progress in numbers. New recruits were undergoing military training under the guidance of instructors, and heeding Bai's advice, they had refrained from drawing too much attention to themselves. Instead, they focused on steady development. Meanwhile, Bai's third batch of weaponry support arrived as promised, successfully passing through the checkpoints disguised as factory raw materials and reaching Nasser and his associates. The scouts sent out by Nasser reported no unusual activities from Hassan, indicating that Hassan remained unaware of the annihilation of his forces. Both sides had reached a tacit agreement not to publicize this matter. On this day, Bai accompanied Long Wu to the ARC research base, prompted by the head of the facility, and Ping, who had informed Bai of a newly developed weapon. Eager to witness this innovation, Bai took an early morning helicopter ride to the research base. Soon, he encountered Ping, who, unlike his usual vibrant self, bore dark circles under his eyes, his hair disheveled, and a stubbly beard adorning his face. Holden, I recall you were never one to appear disheveled. What has transpired? Bai inquired with curiosity. Boss, I have been preoccupied with controllable nuclear fusion lately, in pursuit of breakthroughs in magnetic confinement materials. I scarcely have time to attend to my appearance, and Ping replied wearily. Do not overburden yourself. Controllable nuclear fusion is a gradual process. I have not pressed you for results, so please take care of your health. You are the company's most valuable asset, Bai sighed, gently patting Ping's shoulder in concern. Though he yearned to procure the necessary materials for magnetic confinement, his financial situation was presently strained. He envisioned establishing a technology and medical company in the future, as both sectors yield substantial profits annually. Thank you for your concern, boss. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. Besides, I have that old fellow Einstein assisting me, and Ping expressed gratefully, his demeanor softening. Speaking of which, where is he? I nearly forgot about him, Bai remarked. Ah, I remember now. I have summoned Einstein to my laboratory. Recently, we have been deliberating on how to maintain nuclear fusion in the most stable environment possible, and Ping elaborated. Very well. Did you not mention having new equipment for me to see? Where is it? Bai prompted. Please follow me, and Ping replied, leading them to the exoskeleton armor research room. Has the soldier exoskeleton reached maturity? Bai inquired, intrigued, as the last time he visited. It was on the brink of completion. He had previously exchanged a quantum sensor for the S-class researcher named Su Ran. Indeed, the soldier exoskeleton technology is now fully developed, though it is not yet ready for mass production. Currently, the output is sufficient only for equipping special forces, and Ping confirmed with a nod. That is splendid news. Bai exclaimed, elated. Though mass production was not yet feasible, equipping the 141 task force with this technology would undoubtedly enhance their capabilities significantly. Hello, boss, came a voice as Su Ran, the head of the exoskeleton armor research room, approached to greet them. Dr. Su Ran, it is a pleasure to see you again. I hear from old and that the soldier exoskeleton has reached full maturity? Yes, boss. with the installation of the quantum sensor. All weaknesses of the soldier exoskeleton have been addressed. Furthermore, Dr. Ping has improved the solid-state battery, greatly enhancing the exoskeleton's endurance, Su Ran replied with a smile. The solid-state battery has also been enhanced? How delightful. Bai Yu responded, astonished. Indeed, along with my esteemed colleagues, I have refined the solid-state battery, successfully developing a compound with significantly enhanced energy storage capabilities. After rigorous testing, the current iteration of the solid-state battery boasts an energy capacity twice that of its predecessor. An acknowledgement of this achievement was met with enthusiasm from Bai Yu, who expressed, remarkable. You and your team consistently astonish me each day. Boss, would you like to witness the practical demonstration of the second-generation exoskeleton? Su Ran inquired. Absolutely, Bai Yu replied. Is that even a question? The exoskeleton is the ultimate dream garment for every man. Please follow me. The exoskeleton is currently undergoing testing in the experimental area. Su Ran explained as he led the trio towards the designated location. Soon, they arrived at the testing ground, where a soldier donned the exoskeleton while conducting trials. Surrounded by scientists maintaining a safe distance to record experimental data, the exoskeleton bore a striking resemblance to the exoskeleton from the game Call of Duty 11, appearing exceptionally advanced. Moreover, it featured a propulsion backpack at the rear. Upon Bai Yu's arrival, the team greeted him with utmost respect, to which Bai Yu responded with a warm nod. Shall we commence, boss? Su Ran asked. Let us begin, Bai Yu replied, his anticipation palpable to witness the exoskeleton in action. Andrew, you may start. Su Ran called out to the soldier. The soldier, named Andrew, nodded in acknowledgement. He began with simple movements, walking, waving, squatting, turning, raising his hand, and saluting, before progressing to more complex maneuvers such as jumping, punching, running, and executing a 360-degree flip in midair. Each movement was executed with remarkable fluidity, and Andrew seemed to defy gravity as he leaped effortlessly several meters into the air. Upon the completion of the first test, Bai Yu expressed his satisfaction, recognizing that the ability to perform such intricate actions placed their exoskeleton far ahead of those produced by other nations. The second test commenced, this time requiring Andrew to lift a heavy ammunition crate weighing several hundred pounds. With a firm grip on the handles, Andrew exerted minimal effort, effortlessly raising the crate above his head with nary a flush or a breath of exertion. He then approached a mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicle, known as the Bishi, and grasped the tow cable, initiating a pull. Despite the Bishi being constructed from lightweight materials, it still weighed an impressive 8 tons. Yet Andrew managed to maneuver it with ease. After successfully positioning the vehicle, the audience erupted into thunderous applause, with Bai Yu joining in the celebration. Subsequently, Andrew underwent a strength test, shattering both an iron plate and a steel plate with a single punch, leaving an indention in a wall made of composite superalloy. Such force, if unleashed upon an ordinary person's head, would likely yield devastating consequences. Then Andrew demonstrated his prowess by effortlessly hurling a robust car door several meters away. Next, we shall assess the mobility of the exoskeleton, Ping murmured. In no time, the testing ground was adorned with numerous obstacles, and Andrew began maneuvering the exoskeleton with remarkable agility. He traversed each obstacle at a speed surpassing that of Usain Bolt, executing intricate parkour feats with ease. In a remarkably brief span, Andrew completed the entire course, ultimately arriving at a towering 8-meter-high wall encased in metal. With an unhurried demeanor, he activated the device on his arm, causing the exoskeleton's hand to morph. He then commenced climbing with the grace of a gecko. Is that a magnetic glove? Bai Yu recalled the advanced technology from a film in his previous life. Indeed, we have incorporated magnetic gloves, enabling soldiers to ascend in challenging terrains, Su Ran affirmed. Excellent, Bai Yu praised. Upon reaching the summit, Andrew pressed a few buttons on the exoskeleton's terminal, prompting his propulsion backpack to emit a sound. He then leapt downwards. Just before hitting the ground, the propulsion backpack activated, releasing a gust of gas. Andrew momentarily halted mid-air, decelerating before landing gracefully. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. The propulsion backpack facilitates a controlled descent from heights by releasing gas to diminish fall speed. It also allows for a double jump to greater elevations. Furthermore, the backpack utilizes an inexhaustible supply of air, though its capacity is limited to 4 uses before necessitating a 5-minute recharge. We are currently enhancing the compression system to shorten this downtime. Su Ran explained the backpack's mechanics and functionality to Bai Yu. Subsequently, Andrew tested the exoskeleton's bulletproof capabilities. A 127mm caliber sniper round struck the front armor with no visible dent. This resilience is attributed to the composite materials comprising graphene fibers and nanofibers, endowing it with exceptional bulletproof and impact-resistant properties, as the composite absorbs kinetic energy and disperses it evenly, preventing any shock to the soldier. Soon, the experiment concluded, and Bai Yu donned the exoskeleton himself for a first-hand experience. After a brief trial, he could only utter one phrase. This feels absolutely exhilarating. Wearing the exoskeleton, Bai Yu felt akin to a superhero. How many units of the exoskeleton have been produced? He inquired, already preparing to equip the 141 and the Saber units to significantly enhance their capabilities. 100 units. We are striving to expand production, Su Ran replied, his expression tinged with apology. That's not urgent, but I will need to take 32 of those. No problem, boss. Feel free to take them whenever needed. Will exposure to water, mud, sand, or freezing temperatures affect the exoskeleton? Bai Yu asked, seeking to preempt any potential issues. No, the individual exoskeletons have undergone rigorous environmental testing, and all the intricate components have been meticulously protected. A daily recharge of the battery suffices, Su Ran declared with conviction. Bai Yu, observing Su Ran's confidence, began to trust him as well, and thus arranged for 32 individual exoskeletons to be delivered to him. What is your future development direction? Bai Yu inquired curiously. Considering that the individual exoskeleton had already been developed, I will continually improve the second generation of individual exoskeletons, striving for mass production. Additionally, we are currently in the early stages of developing powered armor, which is still in the design phase, Su Ran responded. Excellent, keep up the good work. Bai Yu thought of the AST powered armor from Call of Duty, feeling a sense of aspiration. After bidding farewell to Su Ran, Bai Yu and Ping arrived at his laboratory, where Einstein was diligently calculating formulas. The lab housed a colossal device, controlled nuclear fusion. Once developed, humanity would essentially acquire an eternal energy source, rendering electricity the most affordable commodity. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. Even if it were successfully created, Bai Yu would not disclose it to the outside world. To do so would not only cause a collapse in the energy sector, but also reveal the greedy ambitions of nations. For whoever harnessed controlled nuclear fusion would dominate the next technological explosion. After a brief tour, Bai Yu encouraged Ping to persevere, assuring him that should he acquire wealth, he would directly exchange magnetic confinement materials for him, and Ping readily agreed. Subsequently, Bai Yu explored other research facilities within the Ark base and discovered numerous advanced projects underway, such as the 5th-generation ultra-long-range stealth fighter and high-altitude stealth bombers, weaponry capable of altering the global landscape. Chapter 46, Declaration of War and the Response of Nations. Upon departing the Ark base, Bai Yu returned to the headquarters. After acquiring the individual exoskeletons, he distributed the new equipment to Task Force 141, the Saber Team, and various other squads. When the troops beheld the individual exoskeletons, they were utterly astonished, eagerly donning the gear to experience its capabilities. That afternoon, nearly every squad reveled in the excitement. Even the usually composed Price, Old Wolf, and Ghost exhibited childlike glee upon encountering a new toy. After trying out the individual exoskeletons, everyone became enamored with the technology. Bai Yu publicly announced that henceforth, training programs would incorporate additional sessions on the use of individual exoskeletons to ensure proficiency. Days swiftly passed. Reading the novel makes one feel as though aging rapidly. Bai Yu sat in his office, planning the future trajectory of Libya. A knock echoed at the office door. Bai Yu nodded to Long Wu, who opened the door. Edward entered, his expression decidedly grim, seemingly agitated. What troubles you, Edward? This is the first time I've seen you like this, Bai Yu inquired with curiosity, sensing that something was amiss. Boss, I have some unfortunate news to share with you. Edward immediately brought forth a troubling report. Upon hearing the grim tidings, Bai Yu's smile froze. What has happened? The Cusack forces are once again causing trouble at our borders. Their soldiers have unlawfully invaded our territory. Following your orders, our border guards opened fire, yet the enemy appeared to be well prepared, outnumbering us. Fortunately, our reinforcement troops arrived just in time to repel them. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's expression darkened, and the atmosphere in the room turned frigid. Were there any casualties? Yes, although no soldiers were killed, 6 border guards sustained minor injuries, and 1 officer was severely wounded by the blast of a rocket and is currently receiving treatment in the hospital. Bang! Upon receiving this news, Bai Yu slammed his hand on the table in anger. This is outrageous. How dare they? Bai Yu was astonished by Cusack's audacity to injure his soldiers, showing utter disregard for our sovereignty. The thought that they may have plotted this for some time only fueled his fury further. He could hardly fathom their reckless incursion and the harm inflicted upon his border troops. What about Cusack's casualties? Don't tell me they escaped unscathed. Utilizing their advantageous terrain and superior equipment, our soldiers managed to eliminate dozens of their troops, and their bodies have already been collected by our border forces. Hearing that so many of the enemy had perished somewhat assuaged Bai Yu's wrath. However, he was a man who believed in retribution. Cusack had willfully instigated conflict, and he could not simply overlook it. He commanded all border outposts to heighten their vigilance, while ordering all troops to enter a state of heightened readiness. Mobilizing forces near the border. How dare Cusack provoke me, thinking I am an easy target? Bai Yu now resembled an enraged lion. Boss, are we going to war with Cusack? Edward exclaimed with excitement. Of course, since Cusack desires war, I shall grant them one. Bai Yu nodded decisively. Yes, Edward shouted in exhilaration. With Bai Yu's command issued, the military within Libya began to mobilize. Given that the country only has a standing army of 160,000, Bai Yu, mindful of Cusack's strength, decided to concentrate 60,000 troops at the border. Naturally, this troop movement drew considerable attention, as tourists in Libya observed the frequent deployment of military vehicles and aircraft, capturing footage out of curiosity. As videos of these movements spread across the internet, the world's gaze once again turned to Libya. They were left wondering what the global military was up to this time. Governments worldwide monitored the situation through satellites. Witnessing the assembly of Libyan forces at the Cusack-Libya border, they speculated whether the global military was preparing for conflict with Cusack. Eventually, a statement from Libya's most authoritative newspaper confirmed their suspicions, garnering widespread attention across the globe. On August 16, 2023, Renatus from the Global News Agency reported that, under the directive of the Libyan government, a statement was issued concerning the recent actions of the Cusack authorities. Despite repeated warnings from Libya, Cusack has persistently deployed armed forces to violate our territorial integrity, launching assaults on Libyan border personnel and residents, leading to a drastic deterioration of the situation that poses a severe threat to the peace and security of our borders. In a situation where patience has worn thin, The Libyan border forces have been compelled to retaliate in self-defense. Concurrently, numerous images of Cusack soldiers' corpses and incriminating evidence have been disseminated on external platforms, alongside many photographs of injured Libyan soldiers. This is a deliberate attempt by Cusack to manipulate public opinion in their favor. The announcement of this situation has caused a global uproar, as few anticipated that the universal military would directly declare war on Cusack. Moreover, the audacity of Cusack to attack Libyan border personnel is seen as a provocative act. The unexpected firmness of Libya in declaring war has sparked widespread discussion on external networks, with the majority of comments overwhelmingly supporting Libya's right to self-defense, as national sovereignty is sacred and inviolable, with Cusack evidently provoking the conflict. The boldness of the universal military in declaring war is indeed remarkable. Comments from netizens reflect a shared sentiment, with one expressing that the arrogance of these chimpanzees must be taught a lesson. Another user from a different nation remarked on the surprising capability of a private military company to engage in warfare against the state, acknowledging the audacity of the universal military. In addition to online discussions, governments worldwide have begun to deliberate the implications of the universal military's declaration of war against Cusack. The reality that the universal military effectively controls Libya is widely recognized. In the White House, President John Thane is engaged in discussions with his advisors regarding the situation. Jonathan, what is your perspective on the universal military's declaration of war against Cusack? Do you believe they are serious? Mr. President, our investigations reveal that the universal military has assembled a force of approximately 60,000 troops at the border, indicating a serious intent. They are known for their vengeful nature, and Cusack's actions have undoubtedly provoked them. Jonathan replied with a serious demeanor. It is astonishing that a PMC has the capability to mobilize such a significant military force. This transcends the typical bounds of a private military company, remarked a gray-haired man with a hawk-like nose, adorned with the insignia of a major general. Sheffield, do you believe the universal military can achieve victory? John called out to him. Certainly. The weaponry of the universal military vastly surpasses that of Cusack. Given the AKs in the hands of those chimpanzees, I doubt they can contend with the helicopters and artillery of the universal military, Sheffield affirmed confidently, convinced of their potential triumph in the impending conflict. John nodded thoughtfully in response. Moreover, Mr. President, through a video disseminated on the internet, we have discovered that the global military has indeed equipped itself with Apache attack helicopters. At this moment, Jonathan handed a folder to John. Upon receiving it, John observed that their Apaches had indeed appeared in Libya, albeit with a slightly altered design. Are you certain these are our Apaches? John's expression grew grave. Although the regulation of Apaches was not excessively stringent, the export of such weaponry was nonetheless controlled, requiring multiple layers of approval for any exportation. Yet, the substantial presence of Apaches in Libya suggested that someone had circumvented the oversight authorities, clandestinely exporting these helicopters to foreign territories. Indeed, and upon investigation, there are no records of this batch of Apaches in the recent export documentation, Jonathan acknowledged, his demeanor also reflecting concern. A pack of damned vermin. John seethed with anger, yet felt powerless, as the nation he served was entrenched in a military-industrial complex. Paganet, conduct a thorough investigation to uncover who is secretly exporting our weapons abroad. Understood. Jonathan nodded affirmatively. As for the global military's affairs, we shall observe from the sidelines. Sheffield, listening to their discourse, was filled with disdain, though he concealed it skillfully from the others. In the Flower Nation, it was unexpected that the global military would suddenly engage in warfare with Cusack. Leader Peng Guohuo remarked, surprised by the declaration of war against Cusack. I believe it is understandable. After all, Cusack has overstepped its bounds by intruding into another nation's borders and injuring soldiers of the global military, which constitutes an act of war. It is only natural for the global military to retaliate, Xia Yinwen expressed his understanding. I concur with the global military's actions. When the enemy has already breached our borders, failing to respond would be perceived as weakness, potentially emboldening them further. General Ma Guozhong, a hawkish figure, also supported the global military's resistance. Should we remain observers or issue a statement in support of the global military? Zhao Yinming posed the central question of the meeting. Certainly, we must offer our support. The global military, as the party acting in self-defense, rightfully represents the just cause. Liang Xindian articulated his viewpoint. I too believe this is the appropriate course of action. After all, we have initiated 2 self-defense campaigns in the past, and the global military's current actions are entirely reasonable. Lin Gray also shared his perspective. The meeting overwhelmingly favored support for the global military. Observing the consensus, Leader Peng Guohuo resolved to issue a statement in support of the global military. On the day following the meeting, the Flower Nation took the lead in releasing a supportive message for the global military, stating, the Cusack government has disregarded repeated warnings from Libya, intentionally instigating disputes that threaten regional peace and stability. Libya is entirely justified in launching a self-defense counteroffensive, and we urge Cusack to rectify its errors promptly, engaging in negotiations to prevent further escalation of the conflict. As the Flower Nation issued this declaration, other nations began to follow suit, gradually expressing their support for the global military. First came the bear, then the sheep, the land of A3, the John Bull, and the Gallic rooster. However, the majority of these nations are not concerned with the righteousness of this war. Rather, they fear that the conflict between the two countries will disrupt the passage of the great maritime routes, thereby jeopardizing their own interests. Chapter 47. The counteroffensive of Cusack. At this moment within the presidential palace of Cusack, a figure resembling a warlord is furiously smashing objects in his office. This individual, who is remarkably large, akin to a massive boar, possesses dark skin and an exceedingly unattractive physique, rendering him grotesque. Damn it, why do so many countries support Libya? This man is none other than the current president of Kusek, Hubei, a military figure who seized power through armed rebellion. Initially, Hubei dutifully fulfilled his presidential obligations. But he was soon corrupted by the allure of authority. Greed, brutality, and nepotism transformed Hubei into a veritable tyrant. Under his oppressive regime, the populace suffers immensely. Many are displaced, wandering aimlessly, with famine claiming countless lives. The situation in Kusek resembles a hellish nightmare, far worse than that of Putin. Hubei fortifies his rule by exploiting the impoverished. Recently, spurred on by his unscrupulous advisor, he mistakenly perceived neighboring Libya as weak and vulnerable, frequently instigating border conflicts in hopes of provoking Libya into retaliation. In doing so, he sought justification for war. Yet he was caught off guard by the heavy casualties among his ranks, only for Libya to swiftly declare war against him. Most nations in the world rallied behind Libya's decision, while he found himself vilified, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Mr. President, the army is assembled and ready to mobilize at any moment. A cautious officer, with beady eyes and coal-black features, spoke up. This man is Hubei's unscrupulous advisor, the very instigator of the border provocations. First, keep the army on standby. I will need to speak with the president of Libya. What is his name again? Hubei inquired. Sir, Libya does not have a president. To my knowledge, they are currently managed by a corporation, and the individual who typically represents them is a senior executive named Edward. Managed by a corporation? What is a corporation? Hubei, lacking formal education, struggled to comprehend. The advisor, known as Amara, proceeded to explain. What a foolish group. To have no president at all. In Hubei's understanding, a president symbolizes the pinnacle of power, free to act as one wishes. Then how shall I contact this Edward? Hubei asked. That is simple. Amara quickly dialed the front desk of the Libyan government. Upon learning that the call was from Kusek, and specifically requesting Edward, the receptionist promptly transferred the call to him. At this moment, Edward was in a meeting with Bayou, discussing strategies to address Kusek. The call is from Kusek. It may be a negotiation, Edward remarked to Bayou. Answer it. I am curious to see what they intend. As the call connected, Hubei's halting English echoed through the line. Hello, Your Excellency Edward. I am the president of Kusek. You may call me Hubei. Greetings, President Hubei. I wonder what prompted your call. Are we to engage in negotiations? Edward replied with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing the derisive tone, Hubei's temper flared. Yet he restrained himself and feigned composure as he responded. Indeed, I believe there have been some misunderstandings that have led to unfortunate frictions. I hope we can negotiate to avert any unnecessary casualties. Bayou and Edward exchanged glances, indignation rising within them at Hubei's characterization of the situation as a misunderstanding. He gestured for Edward to hand him the phone. Misunderstanding? Huh. You sent soldiers across the border, injuring my man, and you dare call it a misunderstanding? Who do you think you are? Hubei inquired, his brow furrowed at the change in tone. I am your father. Listen closely, if you wish to negotiate. Then show your sincerity. Offer $50 billion in compensation, or beware of your head. With that, Bayou abruptly hung up, leaving Hubei no chance to respond. Listening to the dial tone, Hubei fell into a brief silence before rage contorted his features. With a resounding bang, he drew his handgun from his waist, hurled his phone to the ground, and squeezed the trigger repeatedly. Damn it! This scoundrel dares to insult me. No more negotiations. Command the troops to advance. Trample Libya underfoot. I will capture this man and feast on his flesh. Hubei bellowed to his subordinates. In the presence of the enraged president, none dared to speak up, not even the esteemed strategist Alama. Soon, Kusek issued a declaration of war, and its forces, already stationed at the border, commenced their advance. Little did they know, spy satellites hovered overhead, monitoring their movements as the Kusek troops mobilized. The Libyan border forces began to fortify their defenses in response. With Bayou's command, the nation entered a state of heightened military readiness. The news of Kusek's declaration of war sent shockwaves across the globe. Many were astounded that Kusek would dare to confront the world's scrutiny and still choose to engage in battle. Foreign war correspondents in Libya gathered along the border, ready to broadcast the impending military confrontation. Viewers witnessed the Libyan military springing into action. War was on the horizon. Incredible reports confirmed that Kusek's forces were advancing toward the border. One intrepid female correspondent, clad in a bulletproof vest and helmet, passionately narrated the unfolding events. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted nearby, and in the next moment, a barrage of rockets streaked across the sky, aimed directly at the Kusek border. My goodness! Libya has unleashed rocket artillery. The two sides are officially at war. The war correspondent exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Madam, you must leave immediately. This is a combat zone. A group of fully armed Marines rushed over, with their commanding officer urging her to retreat. Although the female journalist was most reluctant, she chose to comply, swayed by the firearms in their hands. Subsequently, she and the photographer departed in a vehicle, selecting another location to continue their live broadcast. Observing the incessant barrage of what seemed like limitless rockets, she was left utterly astonished. This spectacle generated considerable upheaval online. Could it be that the global military's rockets come at no cost? They had been firing for nearly 10 minutes, with an estimated thousands of rockets launched. The netizens from the Flower Kingdom were left in disbelief. Even though their nation relished in firepower, could this many rockets be aimed at extraterrestrial foes? Laughter erupted as the American netizens gleefully remarked, "What a bunch of underdeveloped simpletons. Are they so arrogant as to believe they could outmatch a PMC?" The British netizens chimed in. I can only imagine the devastation that awaits Kusek's forces, lamented the netizens from the Lamb Kingdom. What does this paltry firepower amount to? If we were to unleash our forces from the land of the three, their firepower would be several times greater, asserted the netizens from the land of the three. Indeed, the thought of Kusek's army being obliterated is beyond comprehension, remarked the netizens from the land of the eight. As these online commentators observed, the vanguard forces of Hubei were suddenly struck by catastrophic blows. Precision-guided rockets accurately targeted Hubei's troops, resulting in a concentrated barrage that decimated the vanguard. The newly equipped rockets, laden with advanced explosives, multiplied their destructive capacity, creating craters several meters in diameter. Soldiers within a radius of hundreds, even if not directly killed, succumbed to the shockwaves. And among these rockets were cloud explosives, notorious as the bane of infantry. Engaging this multitude of ants with such overwhelming force was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. In just 10 minutes of sustained fire, the vanguard, comprising over 30,000 troops, suffered grievous losses. The soldiers of Kusek, unaccustomed to such brutal scenes, were terrified into abandoning their weapons. And those who survived had lost all will to fight, fleeing with a speed surpassing that of bolt. The next chapter shall soon follow. Chapter 48, The Counteroffensive of Kusek, 2. Time, 10 minutes after the obliteration of Kusek's vanguard. Location, airspace above the Kusek border. Task Force, Air Force 7th Squadron of the Southeastern Military District of Libya. Wolf 01 to Nest, the 7th Squadron has entered enemy airspace as per the planned operation. Please advise. Nest acknowledges. Following a combat zone assessment, the enemy's vanguard has been completely annihilated by our rocket forces. Your task is to execute precision strikes on the enemy's military installations. Do you understand? Over. Wolf 01 understands. Over. Following a brief communication, a formation of 12 invading aircraft began their ascent toward the Kusek military installations marked by satellite. CTM, Kusek dares to oppose us. They truly have a death wish. A furious pilot exclaimed over the squadron's communication channel. Mind your words. We are civilized individuals, the squadron leader reminded. Leader, what audacity does Kusek possess? I thought they were formidable, yet upon confrontation, our rocket forces obliterated them entirely, one member inquired, perplexed. I cannot fathom their misplaced confidence. To me, the thought processes of guerrillas seem rather irregular, the leader scoffed. Indeed, a group wielding outdated weaponry. However, I do hope for an aerial engagement. It would serve as a testament to the success of our recent training, another member expressed with a tone of regret. It is inevitable. Let us not forget our mission, to strike against the enemy's ground combat units and pave the way for our subsequent ground forces, the leader asserted. Understood, came the responses from the others. In no time, the 7th Squadron arrived at the Kusek military base, as designated by the spy satellite, cruising at supersonic speeds. My aircraft has detected that the enemy's ground radar equipment is a relic from the last century, and no air defense missiles have been identified as of yet. Reported one member. Received. Activate weapons, pressurize the pods, lock onto ground military targets, and release the cruise missiles, the leader commanded in an orderly fashion. 12 invading fighter jets activated their fire control systems, locking onto the designated ground targets. Suddenly, the military base erupted with blaring alarms. Despite the radar being antiquated, the invading jets, lacking stealth coatings, were detected. However, the air defense weapons at the Kusek base were merely anti-aircraft guns, adequate for targeting helicopters and jets from the previous century, but utterly ineffective against ultra-high-speed aerial combat aircraft. Target lock complete. M5 cruise missiles away, with the leader's order. The cruise missiles mounted beneath the aircraft began their descent, hurtling towards the locked ground targets. Target locked. Missiles launched. Prioritize attacking the enemy's ammunition depots and barracks. After the cruise missiles were deployed, the leader commanded the use of Rainflower air-to-ground missiles to commence strikes on the ground targets. Within moments, dozens of missiles were released, striking the ground targets alongside the cruise missiles. The Kusek forces, lacking air defense missiles, and with their anti-aircraft guns incapable of reaching such altitudes, could only passively endure the assault, fleeing in chaos. Soon, fiery mushroom clouds began to rise from the Kusek military base, with numerous soldiers meeting their demise in the explosions. Additionally, the munitions depot of this frontline military base was directly detonated, producing a towering mushroom cloud. Calling nest. The 7th Squadron reports, we have executed precise strikes on the targets with a 100 effectiveness rate. The enemy's frontline military base has been rendered entirely incapable of combat. Nest acknowledges. Excellent work. You may proceed to another frontline military base. After completing your mission, you may return for ammunition resupply. 7th Squadron received. Subsequently, the 7th Squadron advanced towards yet another Kusek military base. Time, 1 hour after the outbreak of war. Location, Central Airspace of Kusek Task Force, 1st Electronic Warfare Squadron of Southeast Libya. 2nd Escort Squadron in the Central Airspace of Kusek, several Thunder Heavy Electronic Warfare aircraft, alongside 8 Type 1 Chi-Long ground-based light fighters, 4 Phoenix ground-based heavy fighters, and 6 newly developed unmanned Loyal Wingman drones named Dark Gale, were engaged in a mission to obliterate all communication towers within Kusek and impose electromagnetic suppression on the ground forces, rendering them blind and deaf. Eagle calling nest. We have entered the enemy's central airspace as per the predetermined plan and are ready to commence the operation. Over. Nest acknowledges. Other squadrons have already initiated precise strikes on enemy ground forces, incapacitating numerous military installations. Your mission is to completely suppress all enemy communication channels, creating an information isolation. Over. Eagle received. Following this, the first squadron advanced towards their objective. Brothers, this mission is to shield the electronic warfare aircraft while they suppress the enemy's communication frequencies. So we must not let our guard down. Eagle 01 reminded through the channel. 02 received. 03 received. Before long, the squadron arrived over the enemy territory. Thunder 02 calling Nest. We have reached the enemy airspace and are prepared to execute precise blinding interference on all enemy frequency models. Thunder 02, Nest acknowledges, you may proceed. Thunder 02 understands, commencing directional interference. As these words were spoken, the 4 Thunder electronic warfare aircraft began to unleash electromagnetic pulses. In an instant, the Kusek ground forces found all communication abruptly ceased. What is happening? An officer anxiously inquired of his subordinates. We don't know. All communications have been interrupted. The soldier replied, sweating profusely, unable to restore communication despite his efforts. Damn it, you useless bunch. The officer, infuriated, slapped the soldier on the head and stepped out of the command center, attempting to contact superiors via his mobile phone, only to find the signal also at 0. What on earth is happening? The officer's face turned pale with fear. He realized this was no mere coincidence. Just then, he suddenly heard a whistling sound from above. He looked up, his face filled with terror as he beheld dozens of missiles approaching. Damn! Before the Kusek officer could finish his thought, a missile struck nearby, vaporizing him in an instant. In a short while, the military base was rendered completely incapacitated. Calling Nest. We have completed full-band electromagnetic jamming interference. Enemy ground forces radar and communications are entirely paralyzed. Over. Received. Thunder 02, you are to return as planned. Eagle 02, continue your mission to destroy the enemy's ground signal stations. Thunder 02 acknowledges. Eagle 02 acknowledges. Chapter 49, the defensive counterattack of Kusek. 3. Time. 1 hour after the aerial forces executed full-spectrum jamming to suppress enemy communications. Location, within the territory of Kusek. Task Force, the 1st Armored Regiment of the 2nd Mechanized Marine Division, Southeast Military District of Libya. Hedgehog 02 to Wolf S. Nest. Our 1st Armored Regiment has successfully penetrated the heart of the enemy position. We are now systematically annihilating their ground forces as per the predetermined plan. Wolf S. Nest acknowledges. Good luck. Reinforcements are steadily entering Kusek, and air support is on standby. Hedgehog 02 understands. The 1st Armored Regiment is equipped with 8 heavy-tracked main battle tanks. The Flashpoint, along with 40 Rhino I tanks and 40 Grizzly I tanks, complemented by infantry fighting vehicles and armored personnel carriers. The regiment's commander, Sue Moran, sits in the armored command vehicle, directing the entire operation. Brothers, although the rocket forces and air force have cleared most of our obstacles, residual enemy resistance remains. Our mission is to seize the city and pillage its resources, allowing subsequent allied forces to take over. Understood. The soldiers of the armored regiment shouted with fervor. Onward. With Sue Moran's command, the 1st Armored Regiment embarked on their grand journey. However, it was evident that the Air Force had done an impeccable job, as Sue Moran traversed several dozen kilometers without encountering any enemy resistance. Instead, he observed numerous refugees from Kusek, seemingly fleeing the war with their families in tow. Upon seeing the 1st Armored Regiment, they scattered in fear, only to find that the regiment paid them no mind. Commander, do you think the president of Kusek is out of his mind? How dare he provoke our commander? Isn't that tantamount to seeking death? Look at their soldiers. They don't even know where to run, mocked Sue Moran's aide. Who knows? This is a war they instigated. I heard from our brothers at the border that Kusek's army even wounded a few of our comrades. If our armored regiment had been there at that time, I would have ensured they returned without a trace. Sue Moran retorted indignantly. Perhaps we, the 1st Armored Regiment, will be the first to reach their capital. We might even have the opportunity to capture that scoundrel Hubai. Our regiment could receive commendation directly from the commander. The aide jested. It won't be that easy. Our armored regiment is not the only one advancing. Other regiments are certainly pushing forward as well. Sue Moran replied dismissively. True enough, the aide nodded in agreement. Just then, the airborne early warning drone suddenly began emitting alarms. Warning, warning, enemy armored forces detected. Maintain heightened vigilance. Repeat. Sue Moran's expression sharpened, and he immediately issued orders. All units on alert. The 1st Armored Regiment halted and prepared for combat. It has been detected that the enemy consists of a tank unit, numbering 12 vehicles. Identified as T-34S of the Mauchon model, the aide, upon recognizing the tank signals, was taken aback. What T-34? Sue Moran was left speechless. The T-34, a relic of the last century, had unexpectedly formed the backbone of Kusek's tank battalion. The thought that even if they stood still, not a single tank could be destroyed by the T-34 was unfathomable. Indeed, the adjutant found himself at a loss, as he had not anticipated Kusek's armored division to be comprised of such subpar equipment. Initially, he had been excited at the prospect of engaging in a tank battle. Sue Moden, feeling disinclined to issue commands, instructed the 1st Battalion to eliminate the 12 enemy T-34 tanks they had encountered. 1st Battalion, do you copy? Confirm you are facing T-34S. The battalion commander responded, bewildered. Absolutely. Now hurry and return, Sue Moden said impatiently, having expected a worthy opponent only to discover a feeble adversary. Without further hesitation, the battalion commander led his 45 tanks towards Kusek's forces, cursing under his breath at the audacity of facing only 12 T-34S. How dare you show yourselves with just 12 T-34S? He exclaimed, peering through his binoculars at the long line of Kusek's tanks, retreating into his own tank. He commanded his battalion to charge forward. On the opposing side, Cusek's tank division, the second most formidable in the region, was tasked with stalling the enemy while the 1st Division defended the capital. Communication had been severely disrupted, rendering contact with the main forces a troublesome endeavor. "Damn Libya," muttered a dark-skinned officer donning a tank cap, the commander of this division. "Why are we at war with Libya? Look at the state of things. We haven't been able to reach the main forces since we departed. What if something has happened to them?" Beside him, an observer voiced his confusion, prompting the Cusek officer to slap him sharply on the forehead, threatening, "Do not waver in your loyalty, or I shall end you." The observer, silenced yet filled with resentment, soon caught sight of a large cloud of dust rising in the distance. Years of experience hinted at the possibility of an armored unit approaching, and he shouted in alarm, "Commander, enemy presence." "What?" The Cusek officer was startled, quickly emerging from the hatch and raising the binoculars hanging around his neck for a closer inspection. Although he saw no signs of the enemy at that distance, the swirling dust was enough to indicate the presence of mobile trucks. Could it be the enemy's armored division? He speculated, but soon dismissed the thought. The president had mentioned that Libya primarily relied on light infantry, with a stronger air force but a scant armored presence. Thus, he concluded that it was likely a convoy transporting soldiers or supplies. "Everyone, remain vigilant," the Cusek tank commander ordered, resorting to shouting due to the disruption in communication. Under his command, the Cusek tank division quickly halted and arranged themselves into a long, serpentine formation. Commander Cusek aspired to seize the Libyan convoy, envisioning the possibility of being awarded the Presidential Warrior Medal, thereby becoming a favored figure in the president's inner circle. "Advance. Target, enemy convoy." Upon the command from Cusek, the engines of 12 T-34 tanks roared to life, setting forth in an imposing manner, as though they were determined to annihilate the opposing forces before them. However, it was evident that Commander Cusek had underestimated the challenge that lay ahead. Both sides were intent on engaging, and soon they collided. The captain of the 1st Battalion was taken aback by the enemy's audacity to approach rather than retreat, while Commander Cusek stood paralyzed in fear. He was astounded by the sight of over 40 massive vehicles before him, particularly the 2 foremost tanks of a size he had never encountered, appearing invincible. "Commander, what should we do?" the observer anxiously inquired. After a moment of hesitance, the commander finally uttered a single word: "Run. Quickly run." Upon hearing the command to flee, the driver swiftly turned the vehicle around, but the other 11 tanks were momentarily bewildered. Once they realized that the commander's tank was retreating, they quickly followed suit. Yet, the captain of the 1st Battalion was unwilling to forfeit such an opportunity for glory. He promptly ordered the entire battalion to open fire. The thunderous roar of artillery erupted, as the rhinos and bears, equipped with electronic targeting systems, unleashed their precision ordnance. With their numbers 4 times greater than the enemy's, they were akin to wolves amid a scarcity of prey. In a mere exchange, 9 of Cusek's 12 T-34 tanks erupted in flames, 2 became incapacitated, while the tank carrying Commander Cusek managed to flee some distance away. But could he truly escape? The turret of the previously stationary tank adjusted its aim towards the last T-34. After a slight adjustment, a round from its 130mm main gun was fired. As the T-34 crested a small hill, it was struck at the rear. The shell effortlessly penetrated the rear armor, igniting the ammunition within and causing a catastrophic explosion. With a thunderous boom, the turret of the T-34 was launched into the sky, soaring several dozen meters. Thus, Cusek's contingent, comprised of 12 T-34 tanks, met a dismal fate, with a record of 0 successes and 12 losses, becoming inconsequential dust in the annals of war. How utterly disappointing. The captain of the 1st Battalion scoffed at the lack of challenge posed by Cusek's forces before leading his men back to regroup. Upon receiving the report of the enemy tank division's annihilation, Sumo Ran relayed the information to Wolf's Nest and continued advancing with the 1st Armored Division. From that point onward, aside from encountering resistance from enemy infantry, the 1st Armored Division did not face any further armored units. Consequently, they methodically cleared one town after another of enemy presence, allowing the subsequent forces to take over. Chapter 50: The Military Might That Shook the World. 1. Merely a day after the commencement of the self-defense counteroffensive, the forces of Huanyu Junwu advanced into the heart of Cusek, a mere few hundred kilometers from the capital, Nirali, where Hubei resided. Simultaneously, the trajectory of the war was broadcast live by journalists from the Libyan Global News Agency and other battlefield correspondents from various nations. Witnessing Huanyu Junwu decimate Cusek's formidable army in just one day, and with the front lines pushed from the borders directly to Cusek's position, the world was left in astonishment. Few anticipated the sheer might of Huanyu Junwu's military capabilities, even though it was foreseen that they would ultimately prevail in this conflict. However, the swiftness of their advance was beyond anyone's expectations, should Huanyu Junwu capture Nirali within 2 days. This self-defense counteroffensive would be immortalized as one of the quickest wars in history. Meanwhile, the diverse array of equipment utilized by Huanyu Junwu garnered widespread intrigue from nations around the globe. Observers were astounded by the armored vehicles and tanks employed by the soldiers, which were unlike any weaponry they had ever encountered. Speculations arose regarding Huanyu Junwu's capacity for independent weaponry research. After all, where else could such unprecedented equipment come from? The Flashpoint-heavy multi-functional tracked main battle tank made its debut before the public eye, with videos circulating worldwide showcasing its incredible resilience, having withstood several anti-tank rocket attacks without sustaining damage, all while launching counterattacks and maneuvering effectively. Such extraordinary defensive capabilities drew the attention of numerous countries. Additionally, The imposing aesthetics of the Flashpoint garnered a legion of admirers internationally. Military enthusiasts began to speculate on the potential clash between the Flashpoint and the Leopard 2A7 from Hans Kat, with discerning observers noting that the Flashpoint was armed with a 130mm smoothbore cannon, an impressive caliber hinting at devastating firepower. Enthusiasts also discerned what appeared to be an air defense missile system on the Flashpoint, indicating its capability to counter aerial threats, particularly armed helicopters, which pose a significant danger to tanks. Despite the perplexity surrounding the inclusion of air defense missiles, which complicate the tank's design and escalate costs, the presence of such armaments would deter armed helicopters from recklessly engaging. I hereby declare that the Flashpoint is now my beloved. Farewell, Leopard 2, proclaimed a military enthusiast from the Flower Nation. Though I remain uncertain of the Flashpoint's actual prowess, its appearance satisfies my aesthetic desires. It's undeniably imposing, remarked a fan from Hans Kat. Which tank in the world could withstand a barrage of anti-tank missiles? I am increasingly curious about the materials used in the Flashpoint's armor. I guarantee no nation possesses armor as resilient, exclaimed a military aficionado from Eagle Sauce. I find the Flashpoint to be rather unimpressive. Our K2 tanks from the West Ba countries could undoubtedly overpower it. The military enthusiasts from the West Ba countries remain confidently boastful, only to be met with derision from many. I believe that even a few more of your K2 tanks would be obliterated by the Flashpoint's stationary firepower. The military enthusiasts from the West Ba countries enjoy exaggerating their capabilities, much to the amusement of those from the Sakura Nation. Subsequently, they witnessed soldiers from Huanyu military utilizing suicide drones in conjunction with reconnaissance drones to execute precise strikes on buildings harboring Kusek soldiers. It was also their first time observing armed drones descending from above to lethally engage Kusek soldiers. The unexpected presence of drones further reminded all nations of the pivotal role drones play in modern warfare. Additionally, the weaponry employed by Huanyu military garnered widespread attention. The previously unseen assault rifles, sniper rifles, heavy machine guns, and light machine guns appeared to possess exceptional performance, proving effective in both urban combat and open terrain. They also observed Huanyu military soldiers being struck by bullets fired by Kusek soldiers, yet the bullets failed to penetrate their body armor, and the soldiers seemed unaffected by the impact. This revelation left many astounded, considering that Kusek soldiers were armed with AK-47s, which, despite their age, utilized 7.62mm rounds capable of penetrating steel. The fact that such rounds did not penetrate the body armor, nor did the impact affect Huanyu military soldiers, raised questions about the quality of that armor. What kind of body armor is this? So formidable? Even if the armor could stop bullets, it surely could not mitigate the force of impact, which could cause soldiers to struggle for breath or even suffer rib fractures. It must be a new type of ballistic material developed by Huanyu military. Have you not seen the impressive armor materials on their main battle tanks? If their armor is that advanced, how could their ballistic materials be lacking? I even suspect whether they are merely a PMC. They have clearly transcended the typical scope of a PMC company, having independently developed so many remarkable technologies. This time, Kusek was akin to a candle in the toilet, searching for waste, mistakenly believing Huanyu military to be inept, only to discover that they are a hidden powerhouse. One might even feel sympathy for Kusek, thinking them to be novices, only to realize they were up against a seasoned expert playing the fool. In the Eagle country's Black Palace, President John Tane was examining images contained within a folder, images captured by Eagle satellites depicting the weaponry of Huanyu military. The photographs displayed the Flashpoint, Phoenix, Red Dragon, Invader, Razor, Listener, Kuanpung, Thunder, and Rhino tanks. Where did this PMC acquire such an array of unprecedented equipment? Don't tell me they sprang from the ground. John banged on the table, questioning Defense Minister Jonathan. I apologize, Mr. President, but we too are unaware. This is the first time we have discovered such military prowess from Huanyu military, Jonathan replied, bowing his head, having never anticipated the extent of Huanyu military's hidden capabilities. The early warning aircraft, fighter jets, main battle tanks, and drones. This is no longer merely a PMC company. The technology they possess is sufficient to elevate a nation to the status of a global superpower. John gazed at the photographs of these weapons, acutely aware that any nation gaining access to such technologies could ascend to military prominence. He had not anticipated that Huanyu military would conceal its capabilities so effectively. Had it not been for the provocation from Kusek, who knows how long Huanyu military could have kept these advancements under wraps. Your Excellency, the technology behind these weapons is exceedingly advanced. My suggestion is to deploy agents to explore the possibility of forging an alliance with Huanyu military. Simultaneously, we could send personnel to collaborate with them. Their armored material and bulletproof technology could significantly reduce our soldiers' casualties and solidify our nation's hegemonic status, Sheffield proposed, standing nearby. Indeed, it is imperative that we acquire these new material technologies. I will assign personnel to initiate cooperation with Huanyu military, John acknowledged with a nod. Fully aware of the significance of these materials. What if Huanyu military declines our overture? Jonathan inquired. Then we shall employ underhanded tactics and impose economic sanctions. If they are astute, they will see the benefits of cooperation for both parties. If not, they shall have no one to blame but themselves. John replied with a menacing expression. Yes, with all due respect, Mr. President, this approach is likely to backfire, Sheffield interjected, unable to remain silent. Silence. Have you forgotten that our recent diplomatic envoy sought collaboration with Huanyu military, only to be rebuffed? If soft measures fail, we must resort to harder tactics. John admonished. Sheffield had no choice but to fall silent. Chapter 51. The military might that shakes the world. 2. in the North Star of the flower planting nation. Leader Peng Guohua and his associates were deliberating on matters concerning Huanyu military. I cannot believe how deeply Huanyu military has concealed itself. It possesses such an array of advanced weaponry, Lin Grue chuckled. I too underestimated them. I initially thought Huanyu military was merely a larger-scale PMC. But judging by their current display of strength, we were gravely mistaken. Huanyu military has emerged as a formidable international force that cannot be overlooked, Zhao Yiming concurred. What is the term? Ah yes, quietly achieving great things. Huanyu military has always operated discreetly, leaving no one to suspect the extent of its military prowess, Sheffield remarked. Finding the situation intriguing, there is a striking resemblance between Huanyu military and our own nation. Both prefer to operate under the radar while achieving remarkable feats. I have reviewed Huanyu military's weaponry and believe that if necessary, we should invest in acquiring their new military materials, as it would significantly enhance our military capabilities. Other nations have already begun to take notice, so we must act swiftly, Liang Xindian expressed to the group. Liang Xindian's proposal received unanimous support from the assembly. Leader, what are your thoughts? Sheffield inquired, casting a glance at the contemplative Peng Guohua. Peng Guohua opened his eyes and pondered for a moment. Allocate funds to Fan Xinhua, allowing him to negotiate with Huanyu military. We must acquire the technology for this new material. How much should we allocate? Let's start with $1 billion to see if Huanyu military accepts. If they do not, we can increase the offer. The value of these materials cannot be measured by mere currency. With these innovative materials, our soldiers will sustain fewer injuries, and the strength of our armored forces will be significantly enhanced. Furthermore, to demonstrate our sincerity, we should directly transfer the remaining $1.5 billion to them. I believe that under the allure of such financial inducement, they will agree to the transaction. This time, Peng Guohua was making a considerable investment. Such a large sum. Shouldn't we consider reducing it? Xie Yinwen expressed his astonishment at the staggering amount, as did the others present. Huanyu military should not be underestimated. I have a premonition that they will undoubtedly hold a prominent position on Blue Star in the future. Peng Guohua shook his head, possessing a keen ability to discern others. Observing Huanyu military's recent maneuvers, he understood that they would not be content with merely Libya. They would certainly create further upheaval on Blue Star. They might even stand equal to the 5 major nations. Old Peng, do you hold such high regard for Huanyu military? Lin Grue observed Peng Guohua's serious expression, noting that it was the first time he had seen him so optimistic about something. Indeed, their weaponry is entirely self-developed. Early warning aircraft, fighter jets, electronic warfare planes, main battle tanks, drones, rocket artillery, and many technologies that are globally advanced, even beyond what we major powers possess. Do you think their potential is insignificant? Listening to Peng Guohua's explanation, the others fell into contemplation. By such calculations, Huanyu military indeed had the potential to one day become a formidable force that could influence the world. At the headquarters, Baiyu sat in the operations command room, observing the positions of his forces. After 2 days, Baiyu's troops had advanced to the outskirts of Nairi, now merely a step away from the city. Boss, we will soon secure victory in this war, Zhang Yu exclaimed, thrilled by the continuous reports of success from the front lines. Patience, this has all been anticipated. If our well-equipped forces cannot overcome Kusek's troops, that would be a true anomaly, Baiyu confidently asserted. Currently, the remnants of the enemy forces were congregating in Nairi, seemingly intending to utilize the city for urban warfare against him. Zhang Yu manipulated his tablet, and information regarding the enemy appeared on the large screen. A desperate struggle. Baiyu scoffed. Urban warfare would merely prolong the inevitable, and Nairi could not escape the fate of falling. Is Kusek's President Hubei still in Nairi? Baiyu inquired, recalling the name. Yes, we had previously sealed off Kusek's airspace and severed all communications. Hubei has not managed to escape. He is currently hiding somewhere in Nairi, came the reply. Excellent. Since he remains in Nairi, let us dispatch special forces to infiltrate and capture him. The white fish has risen, prompting the 141st Unit and the military knife to infiltrate Niger in pursuit of capturing Hubei. Is this not excessively perilous? After all, Niger is currently on high alert. Zhang Yu felt a twinge of unease. As the special forces team penetrated the territory, a full-scale assault would commence against Niger, diverting the enemy's attention and creating favorable conditions for the special forces. The white fish intended to employ a diversionary tactic, drawing the enemy's focus towards resisting the main forces, while the special team, equipped with individual exoskeletons, would stealthily track down and capture Hubei. When would this all-out offensive be initiated? Zhang Yu inquired. At midnight tonight, allowing the special forces to leverage the cover of darkness for their infiltration. Would nighttime operations render the soldiers vulnerable? Not at all, in fact. The soldiers of the Universal Military, equipped with thermal imaging night vision devices, could easily overpower the Kusek army, which largely suffers from night blindness and lacks such technology. Indeed. I shall relay the orders at once, Zhang Yu exclaimed. Meanwhile, in the secure bunker of the Niger presidential palace, Hubei, who had been so brazen just 2 days prior, now appeared utterly haggard. He could scarcely believe that his once invincible army had been driven back with alarming ease in just a matter of days. Moreover, due to widespread electronic jamming, he had lost all contact with the outside world. He was only aware that he and his forces had become isolated. He could only listen to the dispiriting news relayed by retreating soldiers. In merely 2 days, half of his territory had fallen, and the very city he occupied was now under imminent threat. Fear began to grip him, compelling him to summon all remaining troops to defend the capital, hoping to exploit the urban terrain of Niger to gradually wear down the universal military forces. Within the heavily fortified presidential palace, Hubei, looking quite weary, scrutinized the city defense map laid before him. The military advisor who had urged him to attack Libya had met his demise at Hubei's own hands the previous day. Hubei believed that had it not been for this foolish counsel, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Had he not provoked unrest at the border, he might still be enjoying the pleasures of presidency. Suddenly, amidst his contemplation of how to break the deadlock, the sound of cannon fire erupted. Hubei, startled, instinctively dove into his office. After a lengthy period of silence, he cautiously emerged from behind the desk. Guards! Guards! At his call, a guard rushed in, flustered. What is the matter, Mr. President? What has happened? What was that noise? Where did the cannon fire come from? Hubei interrogated. Nothing, sir. One of our cannons misfired. The guard replied awkwardly. What? Hubei's brow furrowed, but he quickly relaxed. As long as the enemy had not breached the palace, all was well. He waved the guard away, sank into his chair, and sipped from his cherished vintage, perhaps to numb his nerves. Damn Libya. Damn the universal military. As he indulged in his drink, Hubei suddenly erupted in fury, hurling his wine glass against the wall before closing his eyes to rest. Little did he know that in just a few hours, a grand surprise awaited him. A new chapter shall soon be unveiled. Chapter 52. The final assault hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Gradually, dusk enveloped the city, casting shadows as the floodlights and searchlights illuminated the landscape. A precaution against a sudden offensive by the universal military. However, they were unaware that the universal military still possessed a new weapon yet to be deployed. In the distance, on a vast plain, several executioners, namely the V-3 modified launch vehicles, had completed the vertical positioning of their missiles. Thunderbolt 02 calling nest. Our missiles are upright and we are prepared for a coordinated fire assault. The nest acknowledged, instructing. You are to launch the EMP electromagnetic pulse missile 1 minute before the final assault commences, incapacitating all enemy electronic devices. Thunderbolt 02 confirmed, understood. Indeed. The missile set for launch was the EMP electromagnetic pulse missile, a newly developed weapon by the ARC research base. Its purpose was to unleash a torrent of high-energy electrons during detonation, obliterating the mainboards and chips of all circuitry while disrupting signal bands, thereby executing a comprehensive electronic strike. The initial paralysis of communications was carried out by the Thunder electronic warfare aircraft rather than the EMP missile due to the latter's exorbitant cost and the technology still being in its infancy, rendering the universal military incapable of manufacturing a missile capable of enveloping and incapacitating an entire nation. Currently, such an EMP strike could only be achieved through the simultaneous launch of several missiles to create a circular coverage. At this moment, outside of Niger, in addition to the vigilant forces of the universal military poised for the impending final assault, numerous journalists were present, eagerly anticipating the moment when the universal military would seize Niger in one fell swoop. Greetings, I am Susan, a reporter from the Eagle Global Daily. Behind me is the capital of Kusek, Niger, which is now completely surrounded by the universal military. It appears that their troops are preparing for the final assault. With the clock nearing 11:52, the reporter, named Susan, elaborated on the current situation. Observing how the universal military had reached the capital of Kusek in less than 2 days, many had witnessed the terrifying reality of modern information warfare, recalling their first encounter with the horrors of such warfare during the Gulf War. Yet, this current conflict served as yet another lesson for all, illustrating the dreadful consequences of opposing an information-driven military. Meanwhile, netizens engaged in fervent discussions online, wagering on how swiftly the universal military could conquer Niger. I believe a single day will suffice, even if Kusek's forces rely on terrain to engage in a war of attrition. Ultimately, they are but insignificant opponents and will not withstand for long. From a netizen in the flower-planting nation, you are overly optimistic about the capabilities of the global military forces. An information-driven army may not fare well in urban warfare. The intricate layout of Nigerian cities, with their narrow roads, implies that the tanks of the global military cannot penetrate. Deprived of heavy weaponry, they can only advance slowly, clearing room by room. I estimate this operation will take around 3 days. From a netizen in the Eagle country, the global military isn't as inept as you suggest. Even if the tanks cannot enter, let us not forget they possess drones, which are formidable tools in urban combat. I believe they can conclude the operation in 2 days. From a netizen in the Bear country, at this moment, Susan noticed the global military forces stirring, prompting her to hastily direct the cameraman's focus that way, while other journalists quickly adjusted their cameras. Is the global military about to launch a full-scale assault? The clock reads 11:59. It appears an all-out attack is imminent at midnight. However, just as she finished speaking, a deafening sound filled the air, indicating something was approaching at high speed. The cameraman instinctively turned the lens skyward, witnessing several missiles soaring through the air in elegant arcs towards Nigeria. Missiles. They are missiles. The global military has launched missiles. Susan exclaimed excitedly. This is monumental news. The global military possesses missiles. The representatives of nations monitoring the impending assault shifted their expressions. Suddenly, the missiles reached the skies above Nigeria and exploded. Unlike the flames typical of conventional missile detonations, these missiles emitted a buzzing sound reminiscent of bees flapping their wings, releasing a blinding light. In the next instant, all lights in the city of Nigeria were abruptly extinguished, casting it into a realm of darkness. The effect of the EMP left generals from various nations utterly astounded. They had not anticipated that the global military possessed electromagnetic pulse missiles, and that they had been militarized. With the lights of Nigeria snuffed out, the main forces of the global military commenced their advance, moving robustly towards Nigeria. The nature of the weapon they had deployed remained uncertain. The once illuminated Nigeria was now engulfed in darkness, coinciding with the launch of their full-scale assault. Susan continuously reported on the unfolding situation. Those unfamiliar with such weaponry might remain oblivious, but experts certainly would not. Is this not an EMP? Has the global military truly developed an EMP capability? From a netizen in the Eagle Country. FUCK. In an instant, the brightly lit Nigeria was plunged into an abyss of darkness. It is utterly terrifying. From a netizen in the land of John Bull. The global military has delivered numerous surprises. I find myself questioning whether they are indeed an extraterrestrial civilization. Even the EMP technologies of the 5 major powers are still in the experimental phase, right? While smaller versions may have been developed, this missile variant certainly has not. From a netizen in the flower planting nation. I can scarcely believe it. Should an EMP be launched in my vicinity, I cannot fathom the consequences. I could not survive in a place devoid of the internet and electricity. From a netizen in the Cat Kingdom. After the forces of the Universal Military launched a full-scale assault, the 1st Vanguard swiftly dismantled the initial suburban defense line of the Cusack with the aid of thermal imaging night vision devices. The aerial gunships roared incessantly, mercilessly decimating the Cusack forces on the ground. Drones rained down guided missiles and aerial bombs, obliterating the temporary fortifications hastily erected by the enemy. On the ground, a torrent of tanks relentlessly shattered the already crumbling resolve of the Cusack troops. Following closely behind the tanks, the Marines eliminated the remnants of the enemy. Within merely half an hour, the first line of defense was torn apart. The majority of Cusack soldiers were annihilated, with only a few fleeing in disarray, many of whom fell short of both standards. Having breached the first line, the main forces advanced into the urban area. The Cusack had established numerous strongholds of varying sizes amidst the complex terrain of the city, intending to engage in urban warfare with the Universal Military. However, now stripped of illumination, they had become utterly blind, whereas the soldiers of the Universal Military, equipped with thermal imaging night vision, perceived them with stark clarity. Suppressors rendered it impossible for Cusack soldiers to discern the origin of the incoming fire. The cannons mounted on infantry fighting vehicles and armored vehicles continuously belched flames, with 35mm shells capable of shredding a person in an instant. Outside, artillery positions relentlessly bombarded the enemy's locations within the city. Above, countless armed helicopters, akin to harbingers of death, harvested the lives of Cusack soldiers below, while the Cusack troops clashed with the forces of the Universal Military. A silent dual-rotor helicopter stealthily approached the presidential palace in Nigeria. Unlike other helicopters, this aircraft emitted no loud noise, as it was specifically designed for covert operations. The Owl, a silent dual-rotor transport helicopter. Aboard were the 141 Task Force and the Knife Team, with their objective set on capturing the Cusack president, Hubai, under the cover of darkness. They successfully infiltrated the area. Price, Old Wolf. Remember, it's best if Hubai is brought back alive. However, should he exhibit any foolish behavior, you are permitted to eliminate him. Ultimately, it is preferable to bring him back in one piece. The decision is yours. Whitefish communicated over the channel. Understood, boss. We will ensure Hubai is returned alive, both Old Wolf and Price assured in unison. Very well, stay safe. Whitefish concluded the call. All right, it's time to act. Price rallied the members of the 141 team, who were busy checking their gear. Time to rise, pups. Old Wolf called to his team. Yes. Both teams were equipped with exoskeleton suits, which they would test in real combat. Price, I will hover above, waiting. You have 15 minutes to extract the target. The pilot, Nikolai, reminded. Received. Price nodded. Everyone, jump in succession. Make no noise to avoid drawing attention, Old Wolf instructed. Soon, everyone formed a line and leaped from the aircraft, descending from several meters above before activating their propulsion backpacks just before landing. As the sound of thuds echoed, the group safely descended. Despite frequent training jumps, a sense of trepidation lingered. Soap exhaled. Enough chatter. Our objective this time is to capture the enemy president, Hubai. Success is the only option. Chapter 53. Capturing Hubai swiftly, the two teams dispersed to pursue Hubai's whereabouts. The 141 Task Force formed a serpentine line, stealthily moving through the darkness. 12 o'clock. A Cusack patrol, Price, leading the way, spotted a 12-man Cusack patrol approaching and quickly alerted the team. At Price's warning, the members of 141 swiftly melded into the shadows. Fortunately, the area was shrouded in darkness, and the Cusack soldiers were left with only flashlights, allowing the patrol to pass by unnoticed. They're gone. We can proceed. Ghost remarked as he watched the patrol retreat. The 141 Task Force continued their mission. These gadgets are incredibly effective, so praised his tactical helmet, which, when paired with the exoskeleton suit, not only provided ballistic protection but also featured thermal imaging night vision, targeting assistance, and intelligent analysis capabilities. Given that we've been equipped with such advanced gear, we must not disappoint the boss's expectations. We must capture Hubai alive. Price addressed the team. Understood. The others replied in hushed tones. But why are we so certain Hubai is hiding in his presidential palace? Wouldn't that be too obvious? Alan questioned, puzzled. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. The security here in Nigeria is exceptionally tight, making it likely Hubai is indeed concealed within the presidential palace, though the exact location remains unknown, Yuri explained to Alan. Moreover, other special forces teams have been dispatched to track Hubai, and thus far, they have yielded no results, making the presidential palace the most probable hideout, added Little Chong. Alan nodded, enlightened. All right, enough chatter. Let us not forget we are on a serious mission, Price interjected, furrowing his brow. The group fell silent, sensing the gravity of the moment. Price, 2 Kusek soldiers at 3 o'clock. Ghost, ever vigilant, alerted. Price signaled for the team to halt. Ghost, Soap, deal with them. Remember to be swift and discreet. We cannot afford to be discovered. Roger that. Ghost and Soap acknowledged. The two advanced quietly, drawing tactical knives, and swiftly subdued the unsuspecting Kusek soldiers, covering their mouths and plunging the blades into their hearts. With a twist of the knife handles, the soldiers gasped before their eyes lost focus. They then concealed the bodies in an inconspicuous corner. Advance. Price commanded as he observed the two eliminate the Kusek soldiers. Soon, the squad encountered another 3 Kusek soldiers. At that moment, they were observing the tumultuous battlefield outside, engaged in a hushed discussion. Soap activated the instant translator, eager to discern their conversation. As he swiftly operated his individual terminal, the functionality transitioned to an instant translation mode, allowing the group to grasp the essence of the dialogue. Do you think we can win this war? I no longer wish to continue fighting. I do not want to perish here in vain, lamented the first Kusek soldier, his tone steeped in pessimism. Hush, you fool. Be cautious. The disciplinary team might hear you and execute you on the spot. Yet, your words carry weight. This conflict is utterly misguided, and I too wish to survive. I have a wife and children back home, whispered another Kusek soldier, cautioning the first. Why don't we flee? It's pitch dark out there. We could disguise ourselves as civilians and escape without facing death, suggested the third Kusek soldier. Do you think we could successfully evade capture? Many were shot yesterday, the second soldier replied, a quiver of fear evident in his voice. But the situation is different now. The battle rages fiercely outside. We can seize the chaos to make our escape. Do you truly wish to perish without a fight? Urged the third soldier. The other two nodded in agreement. Let us assess the situation. Once the next patrol departs, we shall act, the third soldier instructed. The trio then dispersed, feigning a patrol. It was evident that their morale was profoundly low, a fact that elicited a light chuckle from Price. Had I known it would come to this, I might have chosen differently, Soap remarked, shaking his head. Price, this is Old Wolf. Respond when ready. Came the voice of Old Wolf, the commander of the Blade Squad. Over the channel. Loud and clear. Please proceed, Price replied. We have searched the second and third floors of the presidential palace, but found no sign of Hubei. What about your end? Over. We have not uncovered anything here either. Hubei is likely hiding in a secure location. We plan to capture a tongue to inquire about Hubei's whereabouts. Over. Copy that. Good luck, and inform me of any developments. I will lead my team to rendezvous with you shortly. With that, Old Wolf terminated the communication. Price, has Blade Squad found anything? Ghost inquired, approaching. It seems this individual is adept at concealing himself. Continuing this search is futile. We should directly capture someone to interrogate regarding Hubei's location, Price suggested, gesturing towards the 3 soldiers before them. All right, Soap, Yuri, follow me. Ghost beckoned, and the two promptly obliged. The trio stealthily approached their designated targets. The 3 Kusek soldiers blissfully unaware. Suddenly, Ghost and his comrade struck, swiftly subduing the 3 soldiers. The soldiers struggled vigorously. Yet their strength paled in comparison to the exoskeletons of the operatives, and they were soon gagged and bound. Like captors, Ghost and his team escorted the 3 soldiers to an unoccupied room to commence their interrogation. Ghost, you now resemble a bandit leader, Price jested. Haha. Ghost responded with a hearty laugh. 3 soldiers from Kusek stared in terror at the imposing figures before them. Alan, activate the instant translator and convey my words to them, said Price. Certainly. Alan promptly held the device close to the ears of the 3 Kusek soldiers. Price began to speak. I have a question for you. If you wish to avoid death, you must answer truthfully. The instant translator relayed the message in the Kusek language, prompting the soldiers to nod in agreement, revealing their reluctance to resist. I will remove the cloth from your mouths, but I advise you not to scream. Otherwise, you will meet a grim fate. Think of your families and refrain from foolish actions. After issuing this threat, Price tore off the tape binding their mouths. Contrary to expectations, the soldiers cooperated unexpectedly well, quickly divulging all they knew, including that Hubei was concealed within a secure room beneath the presidential palace. However, as mere foot soldiers, they were unaware of the precise location, only indicating it was somewhere in the courtyard. That coward indeed chose to hide, Soap cursed. It appears we must head to the courtyard. I did not anticipate he would be so deeply entrenched, Ghost remarked after rendering the 3 soldiers unconscious. Then let us proceed and unearth this scoundrel. Price affirmed with a nod before contacting the Saber team. Soon, both teams converged at the courtyard, where they encountered formidable defenses with dozens of guards equipped with advanced weaponry. Clearly elite soldiers under Hubei's command. It seems that scoundrel is indeed here, Price squinted. What are your plans? If we fail to eliminate them swiftly, they could summon reinforcements to the presidential palace. Old Wolf inquired regarding Price's strategy. In such an environment, the discharge of a weapon by Kusek soldiers would mean exposure, potentially alerting the entire palace's forces. We should divert their attention, isolate them, and eliminate them one by one, Ghost suggested, retrieving a remote-controlled robot from his tactical backpack. That's a sound strategy. Let us see if they take the bait. Ghost placed the robot on the ground and began to maneuver it using a handheld computer. The remote-controlled robot, a small-wheeled reconnaissance device, swiftly navigated through the shadows, remaining nearly silent. Under Ghost's guidance, it moved to another location and deliberately created some noise. In the dark, alert Kusek soldiers immediately detected the sound. What is that? Asked a scarred officer, evidently the highest ranking among them, with a perplexed expression. He then ordered several soldiers to investigate. This presented an opportunity for Price and his companions. The prepared Yuri and Gates swiftly approached with silenced pistols, efficiently dispatching the unsuspecting foes. The unfortunate Cusack soldiers barely glimpsed the faces of their assailants before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Observing the prolonged absence of his men, the scar-faced officer grew increasingly vigilant. He signaled a few subordinates to accompany him as he approached, his finger poised on the trigger in a state of heightened alertness. He patted the shoulder of a soldier leaning against a pillar, inquiring, "What are you doing?" However, before he could deliver a second pat, the Cusack soldier slumped to the floor. The scar-faced officer, upon witnessing the lifeless body, was about to cry out in alarm, but Gates and Yuri, lying in ambush, would not allow him the luxury of a sound. With a series of muffled pops, several bullets struck the officer and the remaining soldiers in their heads. Their tightly packed formation rendered aiming unnecessary. The thud of bodies hitting the ground echoed through the air. At this moment, the remaining Cusack soldiers, taken by surprise, were swiftly decimated by the flanking assault from 141 and the Sabre team. The air was filled with the rapid sounds of gunfire. And soon the Cusack soldiers erupted in a flurry of snow-like fragments before collapsing, their weapons never having a chance to fire. "Ceasefire. It's secure," Price commanded, surveying the decimated Cusack guard. "That was effortless," Soap remarked with a smirk, blowing on the muzzle of his weapon. "Enough with the banter. Let us locate the entrance to the safe room." With that, the team commenced their search. Soon, the Sabre team's Raven, utilizing ultraviolet vision, discovered numerous biological traces, footprints, and handprints. "This bastard really covered it well," Old Wolf commented. Before long, they lifted the carpet, revealing a door, which led to a lengthy corridor upon opening. "Price, we'll hold the perimeter here. It's too narrow for both teams," Old Wolf noted, understanding the space could not accommodate two groups. "Understood," Price nodded in agreement. He then led his team down the corridor, which was surprisingly well lit. It appeared he had independent power. The EMP had not affected him. Switching from thermal imaging to standard mode, Ghost proceeded along with the others until they reached a grand door, its specifications befitting that of a safe room. "Bloody hell. It's thick. It must be here," Soap exclaimed, cursing while eyeing the door. "Can you open it, Gates?" Price inquired, turning back to him. "I'll give it a try," Gates replied, stepping forward to examine the door's unlocking mechanism. Biometric detection? Where did he procure such sophisticated technology? After a thorough inspection, Gates discovered that the door required biometric palm and iris recognition to unlock. "Can it be opened?" Price asked. "I'll attempt to hack the system and unlock it," Gates replied, retrieving various electronic devices from his backpack and beginning the installation process. After swiftly installing the instruments, Gates began integrating the biological detection system. With a few deft manipulations on his handheld device, a chime echoed, signaling that authorization had been granted, and then the massive door commenced its opening. "Act swiftly. Find that scoundrel." Price's expression turned grave, and the others braced themselves in anticipation. As the door fully opened, Price shouted, "Flashbangs." In an instant, Ghost and Soap, along with Yuri, pulled the pins and hurled several flashbangs and stun grenades into the room. The occupants, caught off guard, were met with the explosive blasts. The sheer power of the stun grenades is beyond what most can withstand. Their mechanism relies on releasing shockwaves to incapacitate targets, rendering them disoriented and overwhelmed, as if their very insides were quaking. Meanwhile, the flashbangs could induce temporary blindness, and in severe cases, permanent loss of sight. As the grenades detonated, the screams of the individuals within the room resembled the anguished cries of slaughtered pigs, some clutching their ears while others shielded their eyes. "Move, move." With Price's command, the team surged into the room, guns blazing. The incapacitated Cusack soldiers fell like lambs to the slaughter. Before long, the fighting ceased, and after a thorough search, it became evident that Hobei was not among them. "It seems he is inside." Ghost pointed towards the last door. Indeed, the team approached the entrance, and Price exchanged a glance with Gates. Gates produced a miniature probe and inserted it through the door's crack to assess the situation inside. There was only one individual confirmed to be President Hobei of Cusack. Gates relayed his observations to the team. "Excellent. Does he possess any weapons?" "He has a handgun, and his expression is one of sheer terror, clearly indicating a highly unstable state." "This complicates matters," Price mused, for he desired Hobei alive. At that moment, Soap spotted a bulletproof shield in the corner's armory, and his eyes lit up. "Captain, I have a plan," he exclaimed, striding towards the shield. "Little John, you are a stroke of good fortune," Ghost teased. Soon, Soap, wielding the shield, led the way, with the others following closely behind. With a powerful kick, he breached the door. Hobei immediately opened fire, but the bullets ricocheted off the shield. In a panic, he squeezed the trigger wildly, and a stray bullet rebounded and struck his arm. "Ah!" Hobei cried out in pain, dropping his handgun to the ground. The team, waiting patiently, surged forward to apprehend him. Thus, the president of Cusack was captured. The next chapter will be presented shortly. Chapter 54, Victory in War. Report to headquarters. Target Hobei has been captured. After securing Hobei, Price promptly relayed the good news to Whitefish. "Excellent. Bring him back. The main forces are closing in on your position." Upon hearing of Hobei's capture, Whitefish expressed great joy. "Who are you? Are you soldiers of the Universal Military? I will pay you a substantial sum. If you release me, will you? I can offer you anything you desire." Hobei, desperate to survive, attempted to entice the members of 141 with promises of wealth. "Shut your mouth." Soap gruffly silenced him. "This fellow dares to bribe us with money?" Alan, who had been attentively monitoring the instant translator, conveyed Hubei's intentions to the group. Upon hearing of Hubei's attempts to buy their loyalty, the others erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd joke. They then escorted the portly Hubei towards the exit. Outside, Old Wolf and his companions, spotting Hubei being led out by Price, exchanged knowing nods. He has certainly enjoyed his fair share of indulgence, chuckled Snow Wolf, observing Hubei's piggish appearance. One must remember he is a head of state. Able to obtain whatever he desires, Vulture concurred. Enough chatter, we have company, Yin Luo suddenly noted, hearing the sound of numerous footsteps. It was evident that the Kusek soldiers had discovered the bodies. Prepare for combat. Old Wolf's expression shifted to one of grim seriousness. Everyone hastily sought cover, readying themselves for a firefight. Nikolai, hurry and provide cover. We need to get out of here. Price called out over the comms. Received. I will arrive in 10 minutes. Hold your position, Nikolai's voice echoed back. You better hurry, Price warned, as he observed a relentless stream of Kusek soldiers approaching. It was clear they were on the brink of a fierce battle. Vulture contacted nearby air support units. No problem, he replied, initiating contact with any available aerial assistance. Meanwhile, Whitefish urged the main force to accelerate their advance towards the two squads, causing the already beleaguered Kusek troops to suffer immensely. Damn it, how have their firepower increased again? A Kusek officer cursed as he fired his weapon. They seem intent on reaching the presidential palace. Something must be amiss there. Another officer speculated, glancing back. How is that possible? How did they break through our lines towards the palace, especially with the president's guard station there? The first officer expressed disbelief. Let us hope that's not the case. Our ammunition is nearly depleted. If we retreat any further, we'll be forced to fall back to the presidential palace. The latter said, anxiety etched on his face. We can't worry about that now. Keep firing back. Inside the presidential palace, the two squads clashed with the advancing Kusek soldiers. Initially, they maintained the upper hand due to their technological superiority, suppressing the enemy effectively. However, their ammunition soon began to dwindle. I'm almost out of magazines. How about you all? Soap exclaimed, taking down a Kusek soldier armed with an RPG before replacing his spent magazine. The others followed suit. Nikolai, where the hell are you? We're running low on bullets. I'm coming. Hold on. Nikolai was rushing to their location. What was supposed to be a 10-minute journey was suddenly disrupted by an RPG that had thrown him off course. Another wave of enemies incoming. The Firebird of the Blade Squad exclaimed as he gazed at the thermal imagery relayed by the UAV. Vulture, have we established contact with the aerial units? Old Wolf, while returning fire, shouted back. We have made contact. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous roar echoed through the air, and the next instant, a large group of Kusek soldiers in the distance was obliterated by a shell. Gentlemen, Eagle One is at your service. A newcomer entered their channel. This newcomer was none other than the timely arrival of the aerial gunship. Eagle One, your timing is impeccable. The team rejoiced. Reinforcements had finally arrived. We have detected your location. We will provide you with aerial fire support. Take cover to avoid friendly fire. With that, as Eagle One concluded, a series of thunderous explosions erupted once more from the sky, relentlessly bombarding the Kusek soldiers engaged with the two squads. In the eyes of Eagle One, the Kusek soldiers on the ground were glaringly conspicuous. Each explosion was devastatingly precise, taking out several at once. First came the missiles, followed by the main cannon. Then the rapid-fire guns, and finally, the Gatling guns swept the area clean. In no time, the Kusek soldiers who had been a thorn in the side of the two squads were annihilated. Unaccustomed to such devastation, the Kusek soldiers were overtaken by the terror of death and began to flee. All enemies in the area have been eliminated. You are safe now. We must return to base. Eagle One reported after a thorough scan. Received. Thank you for the assistance. Price expressed his gratitude. Soon, Eagle One turned around to head back, and Nikolai finally arrived just in time. You couldn't have come at a better moment. We finished just as you showed up, Price remarked, somewhat exasperated. I had some minor issues on the way, Nikolai replied awkwardly, earning him disapproving glances from the others. They subsequently loaded Hubei onto the Owl, and Nikolai initiated the ascent back to headquarters. In the operations command room, Yu sighed in relief upon learning that Team 141 and the Blade Squad had escaped their perilous situation. Commander, we are entering the final phase of the war. After surveying the battlefield, there are only a handful of resisting enemies remaining. Victory is imminent, Zhang Yu exclaimed excitedly. What about casualties? Yu, more concerned with the fate of the soldiers than the victory itself, inquired. Currently, preliminary statistics indicate 106 Marines have sacrificed their lives, and 282 have sustained injuries. Zhang Yu reported somberly. Understood. After the war, we must ensure a proper burial for their remains. They are heroes of the company and deserve to be remembered. Yu sighed, aware that war is seldom without loss. Even with the best body armor and helmets, they could not safeguard against enemy landmines and traps. To have sustained such relatively low casualties in urban combat, which can be likened to a meat grinder, was indeed a miraculous outcome. A detailed post-war accounting must be conducted. Not a single martyr should be overlooked. They have given their lives for the company, and we must honor them accordingly. Yes, Zhang Yu, moved by Yu's dedication to his subordinates, felt that serving under such a commander made even the thought of death bearable. As the sun gradually ascended from the horizon, the soldiers of the Universal Military planted their flag atop the presidential palace, heralding the complete triumph of war. In a single night, Nigeria was reduced to ruins, and restoring it to its former glory would require an extended period. Most of the Kusek soldiers, upon realizing their defeat, ceased their resistance, as the majority had been conscripted as mere fodder. Due to the presence of journalists, Yu refrained from allowing his troops to execute the prisoners of war immediately, opting instead to detain them first. He then instructed Edward to announce the victory of the war to the outside world. Chapter 55. The trial of Hubei. On the second day following the victory, Edward, adhering to Yu's command, proclaimed the news of their triumph to the public. informing them that the primary instigator of the conflict, President Hubei of Kusek, had been captured. He was set to face a military trial in 3 days, with invitations extended to numerous members of the public to witness the proceedings. Upon hearing this news, the world erupted in fervor, not merely due to the victory of the universal military, but because of the unprecedented decision to publicly trial a sitting president, a first in modern history. This revelation sparked significant international interest, with media from various countries, akin to wolves scenting blood, arranging flights to Libya to attend the trial. They congregated in front of the city hall, hoping to glean some explosive news directly from Edward. Regrettably, after a long wait, they did not catch so much as a glimpse of him. Eventually, staff informed them that Edward would hold a press conference the day before the trial. Elated by this substantial announcement, the journalists returned to their lodgings to await the event. In no time, the 2 days passed swiftly, and the reporters, eager and impatient, gathered early at the press conference. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation as they awaited Edward's arrival. Soon, Edward appeared as expected, and the room fell silent. Standing at the podium, he surveyed the assembly of journalists, noting the presence of nearly all major international media outlets. With a clear throat, Edward welcomed the journalists to Libya and proceeded to outline the primary agenda of the press conference. Days ago, President Hubei of Kusek, driven by selfish desires, allowed his forces to repeatedly harass the Libyan border. We endured in silence, but as Kusek escalated their aggression, culminating in an incursion that injured our border personnel, we could bear it no longer. Thus, we launched a self-defensive counteroffensive. 2 days ago, we emerged victorious in this just war, and President Hubei has been captured by our soldiers. Tomorrow afternoon, we will conduct his trial. Libya is a nation that cherishes peace but is unafraid of war, Edward declared passionately, as the journalists diligently recorded every word. Soon, Edward concluded his presentation, leading to the question and answer session. A throng of reporters eagerly raised their hands, akin to enthusiastic school children, hoping to be called upon by Edward for an exclusive report. This young lady, Edward indicated towards a blonde journalist from Eagle Nation, who had diligently reported from Libya since the onset of the war, often braving the dangers of conflict zones in pursuit of the truth. The blonde journalist, pleasantly surprised to be selected, felt a swell of pride as she caught the envious glances of her peers. Hello, Mr. Edward, my name is Susan, a reporter from the Global Daily of Eagle Nation. I have been covering Libya's self-defense counteroffensive for the past few days. I would like to inquire about the fate of President Kusek's Hubei and what will become of the war-torn Kusek nation. Susan posed the critical questions. Regarding the first query, Edward deftly sidestepped, stating, I cannot disclose specifics. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the trial, where professional judges will determine the appropriate punishment for Hubei. He then addressed her second question. As for your latter inquiry, we have initiated plans for the post-war reconstruction of Kusek. It is essential to recognize that it was Hubei who instigated the war, not the innocent civilians of Kusek. Out of humanitarian concern, we shall assist the people of Kusek in restoring their homes. Although Edward's words were draped in lofty rhetoric, many were acutely aware that Kusek was on the brink of becoming a territory under the dominion of global military powers. However, they refrained from voicing their concerns, recognizing it was not their place to meddle in another's affairs. Thank you for your response, Mr. Edward. Susan expressed her gratitude as she returned to her seat. Edward then called upon a male journalist from the well-off nation of Little Days Weekly. Hello, I am Takashi from Little Days Weekly. Mr. Edward, could you please provide an estimate of the casualties resulting from this war? The question posed by the journalist from Little Days caught Edward off guard, eliciting disdainful looks from his fellow reporters, as it was akin to reopening old wounds. Regaining his composure, Edward replied candidly, according to our statistics, the casualties on the Kusek side amount to 80,000, while we have mourned the loss of 162 martyrs and have 342 wounded soldiers. Do you have any further inquiries? As he delivered this somber report, his expression darkened, and his fiery gaze was fixed intently on Takashi. The latter shivered under Edward's piercing stare and promptly bowed in apology. I sincerely apologize. That question was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Observing Takashi's contrition, Edward calmed himself and stated, following the conclusion of Hubei's trial, we will observe a 3-day period of mourning and establish a memorial for the martyrs, ensuring that future generations remember those who sacrificed their lives in the self-defense counteroffensive. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into resounding applause. For a nation that fails to honor its fallen soldiers teeters on the brink of obliteration. Subsequently, Edward answered several questions consecutively before dissolving the press conference. The following day marked the official commencement of the trial against Hubei, with the presiding judge, Edward, along with jurors, media representatives, and personnel from embassies that had established relations with Libya, arriving at the courtroom. The trial began in earnest, broadcasted live for the world to witness the proceedings against a nation's president. According to protocol, the presiding judge declared the court session open and then called out, bring the war criminal Hubei into the courtroom. Shortly thereafter, Hubei, appearing disheveled and shackled, was escorted to his designated position by 4 armed Marines. After verifying Hubei's identity, the prosecution began presenting evidence. The heinous crimes committed by the Kusek soldiers were laid bare, accompanied by photographs of injured border personnel. Furthermore, shocking revelations emerged that Hubei had executed numerous deserters to instill fear among soldiers, a fact uncovered through inquiries with his subordinate officers. One such officer was summoned to testify as a key witness against him. The brutal nature of these atrocities elicited gasps from the audience. Faced with an overwhelming amount of evidence, Hubei was rendered speechless, resembling a mere shell of a man as he awaited his fate. He longed for a chance to start anew, wishing he had never provoked the forces of the universe. Ultimately, the presiding judge delivered the final verdict, rising to his feet, prompting all present in the courtroom to do the same. The court ruled that the war criminal Hubei was guilty of crimes against peace and humanity, sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. As the gavel struck, Hubei collapsed to the ground, and the media erupted in fervent photography. He was swiftly carried out by 4 soldiers. As the execution site lay just outside the courtroom, Hubei was led directly outside, where he faced the firing squad under the unblinking gaze of the cameras. With 4 gunshots, he descended into oblivion. The executioners then reported back to the court, confirming that the war criminal Hubei had been executed. The trial concluded, and the court was adjourned. In the aftermath of the trial, news of President Hubei's execution spread across the globe. This marked the unprecedented execution of a sitting president in modern history. Few could have anticipated witnessing such a historic event in their lifetime. Hubei's execution sparked significant reactions worldwide, though the overwhelming sentiment was one of support for the decision, as Hubei had instigated the turmoil in the first place. At that moment, in the headquarters of the Dane Corporation in Kadong, Vincent contemplated the news of Hubei's execution through his tablet. He had been closely monitoring the war between Libya and Cusec in recent days. Upon observing the weaponry possessed by the forces of the universe, he was struck with disbelief. He had not anticipated that what he had perceived as merely a facade would wield such advanced armaments. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate for not having severed ties abruptly, recognizing that despite his own formidable strength, he was merely a leading PMC company. In stark contrast, the forces of the universe, despite their self-identification as a PMC, had the arsenal and troop numbers that resembled that of a nation. Even Vincent, despite his lack of intellect, would not dare to confront the formidable military power of the global armed forces, equipped with tanks and fighter jets. He promptly reached out to 4 influential investors behind the scenes, and after a thorough discussion, they unanimously concluded that provoking the global armed forces was absolutely inadvisable. Vincent, recognizing the gravity of the situation, complied without hesitation, for he did not perceive the global armed forces as mere insignificant players, but rather as formidable titans of chaos. He had no desire to see his hard-earned company crumble to dust. However, unbeknownst to him, while he sought to avoid animosity with the global armed forces, the elusive white fish had long been intent on claiming his head. The latest updates arrived a bit late today, with a new chapter, Chapter 56, titled Unknown Title. On the way, 2 days had passed since Hubei's trial, and in honor of the soldiers who perished in the recent conflict, Libya lowered its flags nationwide, with all domestic applications adorned in white for 3 days. The Martyrs' Monument was erected swiftly, leaving many to wonder how the global armed forces managed to construct such an impressive tribute in merely a few days, prompting speculation that they might be as fervent in infrastructure development as the illustrious nation of Hu. On the day of the Martyrs' Memorial, Edward personally attended the ceremony to lay flowers in tribute, while White Fish led a solemn observance at the base, paying the highest respects to the sacrifices made by the company's personnel. That day, a gentle rain fell from the sky, as if the heavens themselves wept for the martyrs. A month swiftly passed, and Libya emerged from the shadows of war, resuming its economic development. In the name of humanitarianism, White Fish established a presence in Cusec, providing support to the local populace while engaging in various promotional efforts to enhance his image. Adhering to the principle of equitable occupation, he directly appointed the political prodigy Osman, defining him as Arab, and subsequently supported him in becoming the new president of Cusec. The demographics of Cusec are remarkably diverse, comprising Arabs, Berbers, and Cusec people, the latter being a mix of Arabs and Berbers with lighter skin, while Cusec people possess darker skin. Among these groups, the Cusec people are the most numerous and powerful, with a long-standing enmity among the 3 ethnicities. Upon Hubei's ascension to the presidency, he stratified the populace into 3 tiers: Cusec people, Berbers, and Arabs, favoring his Cusec compatriots and marginalizing the Berbers and Arabs. Once Osman took office, he swiftly demonstrated his political acumen, effectively managing the affairs of state and initiating relief efforts to restore public trust in the government. In a short span, Osman garnered significant public support and actively sought to reconcile the tensions among the 3 ethnic groups, abolishing the hierarchical divisions established by Hubei and advocating for equality among all citizens. Simultaneously, White Fish dispatched assistance to Osman, providing a cadre of grassroots officials to rejuvenate the war-torn Cusec. Thus, White Fish effectively gained dominion over both Libya and Cusec. However, it was unfortunate that Cusec's resources were scarce, albeit its stunning scenery and advantageous geographical location hold potential for future tourism development. In the course of the past month, the external world has been keenly observing the actions of the universal military, witnessing with astonishment that its soldiers have not exploited the civilians of Cusec. Instead, they have been actively assisting in the reconstruction efforts post-conflict. This unexpected benevolence has garnered the military a plethora of admirers, with some dashing Marines even receiving public declarations of affection from foreign female fans. Even more astonishingly, the Global Alliance has personally commended the universal military for its endeavors towards peace, acknowledging its willingness to assist foreign citizens without holding past grievances against them. This left Bayou both amused and exasperated. On this particular day, Bayou was diligently managing state affairs in his office. Unlike his usual routine, he found himself accompanied by a captivating beauty, none other than the shape-shifting Fox Spirit, a character he had recently acquired from the CF game. Upon her summoning, he had witnessed the formidable capabilities of this enchanting being, who had since become his personal secretary. His previous aide, Tanya, had been too restless, prompting Bai Yu to assign her the task of training a female soldier unit. Boss, Osman is facing some pressure, the fox spirit whispered softly in Bai Yu's ear. As she drew closer, he was enveloped in her alluring fragrance, stirring feelings within him, yet he refrained from acting on them. After all, he had recently felt drained by the attentions of the two women and intended to take a few days to recuperate, lest he be utterly exhausted. Bai Yu contemplated whether he should invest in a few enhancements, such as a stamina booster or a high-grade body fortifier. He had noticed a stagnation in his own strength, which had evidently reached its peak. Nevertheless, even at this plateau, his abilities surpassed those of the average person by several folds. Neither the 141 unit nor the Blade Squad could stand against him in unarmed combat. Returning to the matter at hand, he inquired, what is the issue? It seemed that some landlords from the Kusek tribe, emboldened by their local influence, were openly defying Osman's policies and even encouraging their subordinates to attack company vehicles. How outrageous! Bai Yu exclaimed, furrowing his brow in disbelief at the audacity of these ruffians. He promptly reached out to Osman. Osman, engrossed in administrative duties at his office, straightened himself upon receiving Bai Yu's call, preparing to respond with the utmost decorum. However, as soon as the line connected, he was met with a torrent of Bai Yu's ire. Osman, what are you doing? Why are you not utilizing the soldiers I assigned to you? Why are you allowing those ruffians to act with such arrogance? What purpose does the firearm in your possession serve? Is it merely for show? Osman bowed his head, humbly enduring Bai Yu's chastisement. I apologize, boss. I have failed in my duties, and I assure you I will rectify this. You had best do so. Should I hear of such occurrences again, be prepared to face the consequences. With that, Bai Yu terminated the call. Osman felt a deep sense of shame after being reprimanded so harshly, fully aware of the high expectations and trust Bai Yu had placed in him, which he had regrettably failed to uphold. In order to re-establish his image before the White Fish, he promptly commanded his troops to suppress the insurgents of the Kusek nation. Damn it, it's all your fault, you lot of wretches, making me get scolded by the boss. Even so, Osman continued to vent his frustration with fervent curses. In the office, after hanging up the call, the White Fish furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. At that moment, the spirit fox tenderly urged the White Fish to lean his head against her sturdy frame, gently massaging his temples. The White Fish closed his eyes, savoring the soft touch of her delicate fingers as they worked their magic. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, pulled the spirit fox into his embrace, and placed a gentle kiss on her lips before releasing her. Naughty boss, taking advantage of me, the spirit fox said, her cheeks flushed, her voice teasingly sweet. I remember someone urging me to hasten our sparring, the White Fish replied with a chuckle. Well, that was because I was too comfortable to hold back my exclamations. The spirit fox retorted, blushing at being caught. All right, go attend to your matters, the White Fish said, giving her a light pat on her rounded form. The spirit fox nodded and exited the office. Chapter 57, Buying the Rights to Technology? Are you threatening us? At that moment, a call request from Edward appeared before the White Fish. He answered the call, puzzled as to why Edward had suddenly sought him out. What's the matter, Edward? Do you need something? Boss, just now, the ambassadors from the Flower Country and Eagle Nation approached me one after the other. Oh, what do they want? The White Fish inquired, curious about the sudden interest from the two nations' ambassadors. They wish to purchase the bulletproof material technology and armor material technology that we possess. Edward clarified their intentions. Purchase our technology? The White Fish questioned, perplexed. Yes, it seems our bulletproof vests and tank armor have shone brightly in the war, drawing their attention. What price are they offering? The White Fish asked, intrigued. The Eagle Nation has offered $10 billion. $10 billion? The Flower Country is offering $15 billion. $15 billion. The White Fish was somewhat taken aback. Hearing such a colossal sum for the first time made him feel a bit dizzy. The sudden windfall was overwhelming. It was not surprising that the White Fish felt astonished by such a figure. In his previous life, he was just a novice in the company, earning only $6,000 or $7,000 a month, and it took considerable financial upheaval to transform. Do they have any conditions? The White Fish forced himself to calm down and asked. Apart from purchasing our technology, it cannot be sold to any other countries, effectively meaning exclusive rights. Such a beautiful thought, but selling the technology outright is impossible. Tell them that if they wish to buy, they can only acquire exclusive usage rights, and the materials must still be procured from us. The White Fish pondered, still refraining from agreeing to sell the technology directly, despite it being somewhat outdated for the global military arms. Then I shall convey your wishes to them. Do both parties now realize they are pursuing the same objective? The White Fish inquired, curiosity piqued. Unbeknownst to them, I had received two individuals, both of whom were now waiting for my response in separate locations. Allow me a moment to ponder, White Fish mused, nodding slightly before entering a deep contemplation. After a brief interval, he smirked and proposed to Edward. Let us bring the representatives of both nations into the same room, allowing them to realize that both parties are vying for this technology. I believe they will be inclined to offer more in their bid. I understand you, boss, Edward replied with a smile. Remember, if necessary, you can take them to witness firsthand, as this will undoubtedly ignite their desires, White Fish cautioned. Understood, boss. No problem at all, Edward affirmed with an okay gesture. Upon concluding the call, Edward promptly arranged for Ambassador Jenkins of the Eagle Nation and Ambassador Fan Xinhua of the Flower Nation, who had been waiting in separate reception rooms, to meet. When the two men laid eyes on one another, their expressions shifted. Neither had anticipated encountering the other here. Ambassador Fan, what brings you here? Jenkins forced a smile. I'm here to discuss some collaboration. As you know, we're planning to construct a railway in Libya, Fan Xinhua replied perfunctorily. Is that so? Jenkins expressed skepticism, doubting the sincerity of the other, as he sensed their objectives were aligned toward securing materials. Could this fellow be an unexpected competitor? Fan Xinghua pondered similarly. Ambassador Jenkins, may I inquire about your purpose here? As far as I know, the Eagle Nation has no existing cooperation with Libya, he countered. I, too, am here to discuss collaboration, though nothing has been finalized yet, Jenkins replied, maintaining a facade of congeniality. Their conversation soon devolved into a mutual exchange of hollow compliments. Shortly thereafter, Edward entered the room. Gentlemen, what a coincidence. You are both here to procure materials from our company, he declared, deliberately clarifying their intentions to intensify the tension. The expressions of both men shifted dramatically. The amiable facade they had maintained crumbled, revealing a burgeoning animosity. Ambassador Fan, were you not here to discuss collaboration? Why then are you seeking materials? Jenkins retorted with a sarcastic tone. Did not Ambassador Jenkins also claim to be here for collaboration? Why then the pursuit of materials? Fan Xinghua shot back, irked. Humph. Jenkins scoffed, choosing not to respond further. Fan Xinghua, too, found him unworthy of further attention. Gentlemen, I recently conferred with the senior executives of our company, and after thorough deliberation, we unanimously concluded that we cannot sell you these two technologies outright. You may only acquire exclusive usage rights, and any subsequent materials must be procured from us. However, rest assured that the prices will be exceptionally low, Edward explained. Upon hearing that they could only obtain exclusive rights, both Fan Xinghua and Jenkins were taken aback, realizing this was contrary to their original intentions. Yet, bound by strict orders from their superiors, they had no choice but to request Edward for some time to consult with their higher-ups. Edward readily agreed, and soon thereafter, both returned, acquiescing to the terms he proposed. Observing that neither had any objections, Edward initiated the bidding process between the two. Ambassador Jenkins, you have offered a staggering sum of $10 billion. However, it is unfortunate that Ambassador Fan has placed a bid of $15 billion. I wonder if you are willing to raise your offer? Edward remarked with a smile, deliberately addressing Jenkins. $15 billion. Jenkins nearly spewed the tea he had just sipped, his gaze fixated on the smugly triumphant Fan Xinghua, and annoyance coursed through him. We shall increase our bid to $20 billion, Jenkins declared through gritted teeth. $25 billion, Fan Xinghua replied nonchalantly while sipping his tea, relishing in Jenkins' discomfort. He intended to aggravate Jenkins, knowing well that his superiors had provided him with ample resources and a stern directive to secure the rights to these two technological materials. Little did both men realize that these technologies were already considered obsolete within the realm of cosmic military advancements. Jenkins widened his eyes, fixated on Fan Xinghua, astonished by the latter's audacity. $25 billion. Jenkins could no longer contain his frustration and boldly escalated his offer, his expression betraying his anguish. Initially, he had hoped to pocket some commission, but that seemed increasingly unlikely. $25.5 billion, Fan Xinghua countered, his demeanor unwavering, even hinting at amusement. You. Jenkins erupted in furious indignation. Ambassador Jenkins, please, do calm yourself. Otherwise, I shall have to ask you to leave, Edward interjected, observing Jenkins' agitation with a furrowed brow. Jenkins, upon hearing this, made an effort to temper his emotions. Please hold on a moment. I need to make a call. Of course, Edward replied, granting him the liberty. Jenkins stepped out of the reception room to make a phone call, and upon his return, the rage had dissipated, replaced by an air of relaxation. $250 billion, Jenkins announced, revealing yet another astonishing figure. Edward's heart raced with exhilaration, struggling to contain his excitement. Was this the audacity of a true magnate? Such an immense sum. Upon hearing Jenkins' new offer, Fan Xinghua furrowed his brow for the first time, as they were merely bidding for usage rights. Nonetheless, he hesitated not and raised his bid. $255 billion. This time, Jenkins did not respond with anger but instead offered a dismissive smile before countering. $300 billion. $300 billion. Good heavens. Edward nearly leapt from his seat, yet managed to restrain himself, pinching himself to alleviate the overwhelming thrill. To exchange a mere usage right for such a sum was extraordinary, not to mention the subsequent financial stability that could be secured through material sales. This cannot be a dream. We are on the brink of prosperity, boss. Upon hearing Jenkins' staggering bid of $300 billion, Fan Xinghua was momentarily taken aback, contemplating Jenkins' intentions. What is the matter? Are you not continuing? Jenkins taunted, convinced of his victory, though inwardly he prayed for Fan Xinghua to withdraw. After all, $300 billion represented the entirety of his funding from the president. Should he fail now, there would be no further opportunity to raise his bid. Fan Xinghua scrutinized Jenkins, wagering that Jenkins might not possess such vast resources any longer, preparing to take a risk. Mr. Edward, may I have a word with you? Certainly. But I must remind you that credit is not accepted. Edward nodded in agreement while issuing a reminder. Of course, upon Fan Xinghua's affirmative response, Edward instructed Jenkins to wait momentarily before engaging in a private conversation with Fan Xinghua. Mr. Edward, we are prepared to offer $31 billion, and simultaneously, we will settle the outstanding payment to your company, totaling $32.5 billion. Are you suggesting that the outstanding payment will be settled in full? Edward queried, convinced he had misheard, given that Vincent from Dane Corporation had yet to be apprehended. Indeed, the total comes to $32.5 billion. This is the utmost we can propose. Ambassador Fan, are you certain you can make this payment immediately? Do you have liquid funds available? Edward inquired, suppressing his excitement. At any time, Fan Xinghua affirmed confidently. They then returned to the reception area, where Jenkins had begun to anticipate the acquisition of the materials. However, Edward's next statement shattered Jenkins' hopes. I regret to inform you, Ambassador Jenkins, that Ambassador Fan has made an offer of $32.5 billion. Do you wish to raise your bid? How is that possible? Jenkins exclaimed incredulously, rising from the sofa. I demand proof of funds. I cannot believe he can afford $32.5 billion. Ambassador Fan. Edward turned to seek his opinion. Certainly, Ambassador Fan nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, Ambassador Fan made a phone call. And shortly thereafter, Edward received confirmation of the $32.5 billion being transferred. Witnessing this, Jenkins was left utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that Fan Xinhua possessed such a sum. Mr. Jenkins, Ambassador Fan has demonstrated his capability to pay $32.5 billion. Do you wish to proceed with an additional bid? Edward inquired with a smile. Increase my bid? Absolutely not. Jenkins was tempted to express his frustrations, as he believed that the usage rights could not command a higher price. Mr. Edward, my advice is to sell us the usage rights for $30 billion. Opposing the United States will lead to regret, Jenkins threatened Edward. Yet, Edward was unfazed by such intimidation. Are you threatening us, Ambassador Jenkins? You might want to reconsider your words. The nature of a transaction is that the highest bidder prevails. Are you attempting to impose a forced sale? Edward retorted, his expression darkening, as if warning Jenkins that further provocations could lead to dire consequences. Realizing he was on foreign turf, Jenkins understood that such actions were tantamount to courting disaster, and thus he could only offer a sincere apology before seeking an excuse to depart. Congratulations, Ambassador Fan. You have secured the exclusive usage rights to these two technologies. Trust me, these materials will provide exceptional value when integrated into your military. Indeed, indeed. Fan Xinhua replied with a smile. To further solidify Fan Xinghua's conviction, Edward personally escorted him to the military camp, showcasing the efficacy of the composite armor materials and the composite carbon fiber ballistic materials. Witnessing even a sniper rifle's inability to penetrate the ballistic plates crafted from composite carbon fiber left Fan Xinhua utterly amazed. The composite carbon fiber ballistic material we have developed can withstand the majority of firearms available on the market, with the exception of anti-material weapons. However, it may also resist such projectiles, although whether it would cause lethal shockwaves remains uncertain. Unlike other ballistic materials currently offered, our product possesses the remarkable capability to absorb the kinetic energy of bullets and subsequently release it uniformly, thereby preventing soldiers from being harmed by the impact force. Subsequently, the soldiers demonstrated a frontal bullet catch in the presence of Fan Xinhua, who promptly instructed his assistant to document the event. Edward then allowed Fan Xinhua to personally witness the extraordinary defensive capabilities of the armor material. Upon observing the slight indentation left by a tungsten core penetrator, which failed to breach the armor, he noted that the dent returned to its original form after a brief period. This innovative memory alloy material is capable of self-repair, exhibiting exceptional hardness and outstanding anti-penetration qualities. Recognizing the significance of these military materials, Fan Xinhua understood that equipping the troops of Huaguo with such technology would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative leap in their capabilities, while also ensuring the safety of the soldiers' lives. The two parties then finalized their agreement by signing a sales contract, stipulating that any breach by either party would incur substantial penalties. Rest assured, Ambassador Fan. Do you not trust me, or the reputation of Huanyu military technology? Edward assured. Our company prides itself on its integrity. While you have acquired the rights to utilize this technology, there are still certain materials that will necessitate procurement from us. I trust you have no objections regarding the pricing? None whatsoever. Such exceptional value is worth every penny. Fan Xinhua expressed his satisfaction with the transaction. After capturing a commemorative photograph together, he departed with his assistant. Edward, without hesitation, transferred the sum of $32.5 billion to Baiyu, his account reflecting a balance of $32.5 billion. Seeing many comments criticizing me for selling such remarkable technology at a meager price, I have adjusted the figures. Due to subsequent revisions, certain sections may appear disjointed. I appreciate your understanding, primarily as my financial constraints limit my imagination. Chapter 58. Unlocking super weapons. Meanwhile, Baiyu awaited good news from Edward in his office. Would it be $15 billion or $20 billion? Clearly, financial limitations stifled Baiyu's imagination, preventing him from daring to envision a higher sum. Ding! A notification announced the arrival of $32.5 billion, bringing the total balance to $362 billion. Baiyu was momentarily stunned by the announcement. After a brief pause, he regained his composure, his lips quivering as he confirmed, how much? The total balance is $362 billion. $362 billion. Baiyu could hardly contain his excitement at such a staggering figure. The price for merely the usage rights was astonishingly gratifying. What is wrong, boss? Long Wu inquired curiously. Long Wu, please step outside for a moment, Baiyu replied, his face flushed, prompting Long Wu to leave. Although Long Wu felt a tinge of confusion, he nonetheless stepped outside. Upon witnessing Long Wu's departure, Baiyu erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha, have I lost my mind? Is this for real? Baiyu exclaimed, repeatedly checking his balance on the panel. The system, exasperated, pondered how it had found such a psychologically fragile host, and wondered if it could sever their connection. If you believe this is a fabrication, I can reclaim it for you, the system stated. You dare? Baiyu furrowed his brow and glared, as if anyone touching his funds were to threaten his very existence. The system merely clicked its tongue and ceased engaging with Baiyu. Suppressing his excitement, Baiyu contacted Edward. Hello boss, have the funds arrived? Edward's tone was lively, clearly sharing in the joy. Yes indeed. Which entity offered such a staggering amount? A whopping $32.5 $5 billion. Truly extravagant. Bai Yu inquired which party had placed the highest bid between the Eagle Nation and the flower cultivating country. The flower cultivating country topped the bids, while the Eagle Nation offered $30 billion. Wow, they are all affluent individuals. I admire that. Bai Yu expressed with envy. Edward then recounted the entire sequence of events to Bai Yu. The $10 billion from the flower cultivating country is rather unique. It's akin to them paying the final task fee up front, Edward elaborated. Oh, is that so? Bai Yu replied, somewhat astonished, for typically, the final payment is settled upon task completion. It appeared the flower cultivating country sought to cultivate goodwill with him. However, Jenkins, the ambassador from the Eagle Nation, seemed to harbor resentment for not obtaining the rights to use the technology, even threatening Bai Yu with the might of the Eagle Nation, only to be met with a swift retort. Edward then recounted Jenkins' menacing words. Humph, a bunch of bullies. You handled that splendidly. As my subordinate, do not fear threats. If trouble arises, I shall shield you. The Eagle Nation, is it? I shall see what they dare to do. Bai Yu held no regard for the Eagle Nation. Despite its might, in this era, everyone feared nuclear weapons. Now that Bai Yu possessed wealth, he could directly unlock nuclear capabilities. Even if their arsenal paled in comparison to that of the Eagle Nation, he could always retaliate against both the Eagle Nation and the Bear Nation with nuclear force, leaving no one unscathed in the event of a nuclear war. Until countermeasures against nuclear weapons were developed, nuclear arms would remain a devastating tool capable of reverting humanity to the Stone Age. The Eagle Nation would need to weigh the worth of confronting Bai Yu. Boss, I think we could return to our original line of work. Our arms factory is nearly idle. Why not produce weapons and seek clients for sales? After this war, our reputation has soared, and many would likely covet our arms. Indeed, I shall arrange that. I will have the factory design weapons for foreign trade, and you may start sourcing clients. Bai Yu concurred, recognizing that as a PMC, he was also in the arms trade. While selling arms may not yield vast fortunes, earning some pocket money was certainly agreeable. All right, boss. Edward acquiesced, recognizing that we reside in an age defined by information, where arms trading seamlessly occurs online, making it effortless to locate clients. After concluding the call, Bai Yu gazed at the funds in his account and promptly initiated a transfer of $10 billion to the Red Alert base. Subsequently, he procured a space-time teleporter, a weather controller, and nuclear weaponry. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked super weapons. Please select a placement location. Contemplating the optimal sites for these 3 super weapons, Bai Yu understood the necessity for utmost security, given the advanced technology at hand. Conveniently, he had recently established a large base, which he decided would serve as the location for 2 of the super weapons. With the defensive measures of the new base, he was confident in their protection. After selecting the placement site, Bai Yu clicked the placement button. Construction complete. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked global nuclear strike capabilities. Congratulations, host. You have acquired space-time teleportation and dimensional travel functions. Congratulations, host. You have obtained lightning storm and weather control strike capabilities. As the system continued to chime with notifications, Bai Yu felt a sense of exhilaration. Host, congratulations. The system chimed in with its own congratulations. System, does this mean I can now venture into other worlds? Indeed, however, the energy required for traversing to other worlds is monumental. Even utilizing a nuclear reactor cannot sustain multiple dimensional travels. I recommend commencing dimensional travel only after establishing controllable nuclear fusion, which can adequately supply the necessary energy. Controllable nuclear fusion, you say? Bai Yu felt a pang of anxiety for his recently filled wallet, pondering whether Ping and Einstein had made any breakthroughs in magnetic confinement material technology. If they had succeeded, he might save a substantial sum. He recalled that the magnetic confinement material required 100 million merit points, equivalent to $2 billion. However, compared to the allure of dimensional travel, this $2 billion seemed trivial, as money could always be earned again. Furthermore, once controllable nuclear fusion was successfully developed, Bai Yu would emerge as a true energy magnate. That day's update was brief. It was time to return to school. Chapter 59, Magnetic Confinement Materials. Thus, Bai Yu hurried to the Arc base. At that moment, Ping was engaged in a discussion with Einstein regarding the stabilization of controllable nuclear fusion. You old fool, my method is undoubtedly effective. Ping exclaimed at Einstein. Your method will never yield controllable nuclear fusion. What we lack is the ability to control the plasma. Without breakthroughs in materials, we will never achieve controllable nuclear fusion. Einstein retorted. The two argued vehemently over the matter, each steadfast in their stance. Ah, here we go again, sighed a researcher, exasperated. Do they often argue? Bai Yu inquired, leaning closer. Indeed, quite frequently, old boss. The researcher nodded before turning around, only to be taken aback by the sight of Bai Yu, his eyes widening in astonishment. Due to Bai Yu's unexpected visit, the entire research facility was unaware of his arrival. Hello, boss. The researcher's exclamation instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Upon noticing the arrival of their superior, the crowd hurriedly extended their greetings. All right, resume your tasks, Bai Yu said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Boss, why the sudden visit? I see I'm not adequately prepared, and Ping and Einstein quickly approached, halting their debate. Look at you two, unable to engage in a civil discussion without squabbling. I could hear your argument from quite a distance. Bai Yu feigned irritation as he chastised them. The two men listened to Bai Yu's reprimand like schoolchildren, nodding obediently. Indeed, the presence of their superior commanded respect, swiftly bringing Ping and Professor Einstein into line. Of course, who would dare disregard the boss's words? One researcher remarked. Our boss is truly formidable. I would love to have his offspring. Another chimed in. only to be met with a retort, "You pervert. How could a man bear children?" The researchers engaged in lively chatter. And Ping, how many times must I remind you to take care of your health? Look at those dark circles under your eyes. You resemble a panda. Bai admonished, directing his gaze at the embarrassed and Ping. I've rested, and Ping replied awkwardly. Are you deceiving me? Should I enforce a month-long leave for you to recuperate properly? No, boss. You know that recent advancements in controlled nuclear fusion are of utmost importance. How could I afford to slack off? The resources allocated for controlled nuclear fusion are no small matter. I cannot allow the company's investment to go to waste. And Ping hastily explained, for a research enthusiast like him, abstaining from work was more unbearable than death. I don't care. I've stated that the controlled nuclear fusion project can progress gradually. You are invaluable talents to the company, and what if you exhaust yourselves? The company would suffer significant losses. Health must take precedence. Bai remained resolute. Oh, boss, I promise to rest properly starting today. You can assign someone to monitor me at any time. Would that suffice? And Ping implored urgently. Bai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. And Ping sighed in relief upon receiving Bai's consent. Professor Einstein, it seems you also haven't been resting well. You must balance work and relaxation. Bai remarked, observing the dark circles under Einstein's eyes. Ah, yes, I've been preoccupied with thoughts of controlled nuclear fusion, and as you know, I often suffer from insomnia. It's quite normal for me to have poor sleep, Einstein replied with an awkward chuckle. Is that so? Bai inquired. Of course. Einstein insisted earnestly. Very well, I will arrange for a personal physician to oversee both of your well-being and ensure you recuperate. This time, I will let it pass. But if I catch you neglecting your rest for work again, I shall mandate a 3-month leave. Bai warned. The two men nodded vigorously in agreement. What were you arguing about earlier? It was quite fierce. It seemed as though you were about to come to blows. Bai expressed his curiosity. Ah, boss. We were contemplating the achievement of controlled nuclear fusion through magnetic confinement, but we are facing challenges regarding temperature, plasma physics, and material issues. Since we have made little progress in the realms of materials and plasma physics, I suggested exploring alternative approaches, but Einstein adamantly disagreed. Omping sighed and elucidated the situation. Holden, although your intentions are commendable, the materials and plasma remain critical factors that could determine the success of controllable nuclear fusion. We cannot overlook them. Einstein advised with a heavy heart. However, at present, there are no new materials exhibiting the necessary stability and controllability, Omping lamented. So Holden, what troubles you now is the magnetic confinement materials, correct? Indeed, if we can secure the materials, we will be but a step away from achieving controllable nuclear fusion. Omping nodded affirmatively. In light of this, Bai accessed the system marketplace and navigated to magnetic confinement materials. The materials, self-designed, boasted exceptional durability, superconductivity, stability, and control, making them the quintessential choice for magnetic confinement fusion. Noticing the price of 100 million merit points, Bai promptly made the purchase. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring magnetic confinement materials. Thank you for your patronage. Shortly thereafter, Bai discovered that the technology for magnetic confinement materials had been added to the system's repository. Holden, do not let my expectations go unfulfilled. Bai declared as he handed the magnetic confinement materials technology to Omping. Initially perplexed, Omping suddenly recalled Bai's previous purchase of sensor technology for Su Ran and stood frozen in astonishment. Is this truly magnetic confinement material? You shall see for yourself. Bai smiled. Hand it over, Einstein exclaimed, snatching the magnetic confinement materials technology from Omping's grasp and hurriedly inserting it into the computer to begin his analysis. You old rascal. That was mine. Omping, momentarily jolted back to reality, was incensed as if a child whose lollipop had been snatched away. He rushed to Einstein's side. But upon seeing the data on the screen, he too was irresistibly drawn in. The two were so engrossed that they seemed ready to bury their heads in the screen, intently scrutinizing the magnetic confinement materials data. After a prolonged examination, both men erupted into exuberant gestures. This is fantastic. Controllable nuclear fusion is on the verge of a major breakthrough. This magnetic confinement material is absolutely perfect. Einstein could not help but exclaim, his enthusiasm spilling forth. Observing their excitement, Bai mused to himself, this must be the joy of scientists. Holden, how useful is this material? Extremely useful. Boss, this magnetic confinement material completely resolves our current technical dilemma. If we have the materials, controllable nuclear fusion is within reach, Omping responded, brimming with excitement. That is splendid news. I wish you both success in creating the first prototype of controllable nuclear fusion. I shall await your good news, but remember to rest, otherwise, I may have to reclaim the magnetic confinement materials technology from you. Boss, you must absolutely trust us. We will ensure we rest adequately. Omping and Einstein chorused, thumping their chests in assurance. Bai smiled and shook his head at the two old men. Subsequently, Bai refrained from interrupting them and left the controllable nuclear fusion research room with Longwu, embarking on a leisurely stroll. He first visited Dr. Su Ran, but there were no new breakthroughs. Dr. Su was currently focused on mass production, though achieving this remains somewhat challenging. The production quantity has significantly increased. Bai encourages Su Ran to persevere, as he has begun to envision a formidable army, filled with individuals of extraordinary prowess. Chapter 60. Intensifying conflicts after bidding farewell to the Ark base, Bai boarded a helicopter and arrived at the base housing the temporal teleportation device, weather control apparatus, and nuclear weaponry. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the iconic structure, resembling a sword sheath, which housed the super weapon, the nuclear arsenal. Additionally, there was the weather controller. reminiscent of blooming petals. The temporal teleportation device, however, was discreetly located in a more concealed area. During the construction of this base, methods adopted from the Umbrella Corporation were utilized to establish an underground facility. The temporal teleportation device was situated within this subterranean base. In Bayu's perspective, the ability to traverse time and space through the teleportation device was paramount, especially since, unlike the weather controller and nuclear weaponry that could be constructed infinitely, the teleportation device was unique. Establishing a second one would cost tenfold the initial price, amounting to 1 billion. Therefore, any mishap was utterly unacceptable, as traversing to other worlds transcended the realm of technology, bordering on the fantastical. System, what is the functionality of this nuclear weapon? Bayu inquired, observing the global nuclear strike feature displayed on the panel. Upon interaction, he discovered he could set coordinates. Simply by configuring the coordinates and clicking launch, the nuclear weapon would unleash a bomb with a yield of 20 megatons for a worldwide strike, rendering it defenseless. However, after firing, the host would need to spend resources to replenish munitions, with each 20 megaton bomb costing 100 million resource points. Oh, so that's how it works, he mused, finding it not overly disadvantageous. If the Eagle Nation were to stir trouble, he could easily strike at their White House. Bayu felt it was quite useful, considering he already possessed intercontinental missiles and a nuclear fission reactor, along with weapon-grade uranium within Libyan territory. Whenever he desired, he could manufacture nuclear weapons. After all, nuclear technology was not exceedingly complex, requiring no genius like Einstein to master. And what about the weather controller? What does this weather control feature entail? Bayu pondered. The weather controller could generate meteorological attacks globally, disregarding distance. However, specific weather conditions were necessary for such attacks. For instance, a thunderstorm would require dark clouds and ample water vapor. That does seem a bit lackluster, Bayu remarked with a slight grimace. Nevertheless, the weather controller had its merits, allowing the host to artificially manipulate weather patterns, effectively suppressing floods, droughts, typhoons, and hurricanes. These capabilities were indeed beneficial, essentially ensuring that his nation would no longer suffer from disasters. It is important to note, however, that each activation of the weather controller would consume substantial energy. So it was advisable for the host to maintain a sufficient energy supply. Understood, Bayu nodded. The magnetic confinement materials had already been exchanged and entrusted to Ping and Einstein. He believed that controllable nuclear fusion would not be far behind. For now, the weather controller remained unnecessary. Subsequently, Bayu once again upgraded the security of the entire base. After confirming that everything was in order, he and Longwu returned to the headquarters. As for the transdimensional teleporter, he could not be bothered to check it, for it remained inactive without energy, rendering it uninteresting. What have you been up to, boss? Inquired Ling Hu. I've been occupied with a few matters. By the way, did anyone call me in my absence? Yes. They claimed to be your subordinates, stating they had important matters to report to you. My subordinates? Bayu felt a surge of curiosity and pulled up the call log, discovering that the caller was none other than the chief instructor, Enda, whom he had assigned to the Free Guerrilla Forces in Quden. Since Bayu's departure from Quden, he had forgotten to reach out to them, especially in light of the recent upheaval concerning Kusek. He was eager to ascertain how the Free Guerrilla Forces had developed over the past month. Without hesitation, he returned the call. Boss. The call connected swiftly, and Enda's voice resonated on the other end. What is it? Is there something amiss? Boss, we have achieved a significant breakthrough in our plans. Recently, a shocking incident occurred in Quden. A shocking incident? Bayu inquired, his interest piqued. Not long ago, Hassan's subordinates brazenly murdered a young girl and her family in front of numerous onlookers and journalists. Rather than being suppressed, this incident has sparked widespread outrage, igniting a powder keg between the populace and Hassan. Currently, large-scale riots have erupted throughout Quden, and in an attempt to solidify his rule, Hassan has resorted to violent repression. However, it appears that the people of Quden can no longer tolerate Hassan's tyranny. They have stormed police stations to seize weapons and have commenced large-scale resistance activities within the city. Bayu was astonished. He had not anticipated that the volatile situation in Quden would escalate so dramatically within a month. What about the Free Guerrilla Forces? What are they doing? Following the outbreak of the riots, Nasser decided to cease hiding and publicly declare the uprising. His announcement rallied widespread support, swiftly assembling an army of 10,000. With the weapons and ammunition we provided, the Free Guerrilla Forces have achieved several victories, prompting even more citizens of Quden to join their ranks. Bayu was taken aback. He never expected Hassan to undermine himself so thoroughly. He recognized that Hassan's actions had undoubtedly hastened his own demise, while simultaneously fortifying the Free Guerrilla Forces. Bayu had initially assumed that he would have to wait a considerable time to witness the rise of the Free Guerrilla Forces and their eventual overthrow of Hassan's regime. However, he was pleasantly surprised by their rapid growth. Boss, due to the chaos, most transportation routes have been blocked. With the influx of new recruits, our weapon supplies are running low. I'm uncertain if we can devise a way to facilitate the delivery of arms and equipment. And that elucidated the primary reason for reaching out to Bayu. The transportation of weapons has become a challenge, hasn't it? This is indeed a predicament, Bayu remarked, furrowing his brow, aware that individuals without firearms would face certain doom. I will find a solution. Understood, boss. Weapons, then? The white fish began to ponder how to restore the transportation of weapons. Why not try air transport? Suggested the spirit fox. We could have the Kunping transport aircraft fly directly overhead and drop the supplies. Upon hearing this proposal, the white fish's eyes brightened. It indeed seemed a viable solution. The current chaos in Quden left them little inclination to concern themselves with conventional transport methods. Chapter 61. blades drawn given the impressive endurance of the Kunpeng transport aircraft. It could seamlessly traverse the distance from the border into Kuden and execute an aerial drop. With the aircraft's stealth capabilities, it could likely evade Kuden's outdated radar systems. However, a significant concern loomed. Dane Company's headquarters was stationed within Kuden, and it was plausible that they would intervene to uphold their authority amidst the unrest. After all, Hassan was akin to their loyal watchdog. How could a master remain indifferent when their guard faltered? Thus, the White Fish surmised that Dane Company would undoubtedly deploy their mercenaries to counter the free guerrilla forces. The White Fish recalled the team led by his father, whom he had successfully turned to his side. They were currently within Dane Company, and given his father's stature, he could likely procure valuable intelligence. Consequently, the White Fish retrieved his father's private contact and placed a call. Meanwhile, in Kuden, his father's team stood fully armed, observing as Kuden's soldiers wielded rubber batons and water cannons to suppress the populace. Suddenly, his father's phone rang, displaying an unknown caller ID and address. Realizing it was the White Fish, he exchanged a knowing glance with Athena and Big Bear, who promptly excused themselves from the nearby Dane Company mercenaries. Once alone with his team, his father answered the call. Spider Viper Alpha, came the cryptic words from the other end, instantly illuminating his father's face. For it was the secret code entrusted to him by the White Fish. Boss, his father responded respectfully. What is your current situation? The White Fish inquired gravely. We have been tasked by our superiors to assist Kuden soldiers in quelling the uprising, his father replied candidly. The White Fish frowned upon hearing this. It was indeed true. Dane Company had commenced their operations. What is the scale of the uprising? The entirety of Kuden's society is paralyzed, with the number of rioters steadily increasing. I need you to arrange something for me. Please, go ahead. Secure the most accessible aerial route into Kuden, ensuring it bypasses all of Dane Company's radar installations. Is this feasible? His father hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face, and did not respond immediately. What troubles you? Is it too much to ask? Not at all, he replied, but it appears that Hassan has begun to defy Dane Company's commands, subtly leaning towards betrayal. His troops are starting to resist our entry, and the company's upper management has decided to replace Hassan once this unrest subsides. Oh, why you felt a sudden interest? Surprised that the internal structure of Kurdhan had deteriorated to such an extent. He was equally astonished by Hassan's audacity to confront the Dane Company, which had supported his rise to power. It was evident that he had developed a sense of invincibility, unwilling to be subjugated by Dane. As for Hassan's situation, that could be overlooked, but surely the Dane Company could be persuaded to cooperate, right? Certainly, but it would require some time. We must complete our tasks before returning to the company. At that time, I will secure the aerial route map, as my father promised. No rush. Let me ask you once more, how competent is Hassan's radar detection capability? Quite outdated. Apart from fulfilling basic operational needs, it is utterly useless for military purposes. They are still utilizing radar stations from the last century. Typically, they rely on the internal radar of the company for early warnings. Upon hearing this, Bayu felt reassured. As long as Hassan's radar was inadequate, the airdrop mission would encounter significantly fewer complications. Then it is settled. Remember, if the Dane Company begins to take action against the Free Guerrilla Army, report to me immediately. Understood. With that, Bayu ended the call. He prepared to wait for his father to acquire the route map before instructing the transport aircraft to commence material airdrops to the Free Guerrilla Army. Meanwhile, within the presidential palace of Kurdhan, Hassan was engaged in governmental affairs, his demeanor notably composed, seemingly unaffected by the upheaval surrounding him. Damn the Free Guerrilla Army. They are like indestructible cockroaches, continually resurfacing. Once I suppress this rebellion, I shall deal with you at once. Knock knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Hassan signaled to his subordinate, who promptly opened the door. An officer clad in military uniform and wearing a beret entered. His rank of colonel indicated a position of considerable authority. President, Sam has been brought in. How shall we proceed with him? The colonel inquired, saluting. He's here? Well done. Omar, Hassan replied with a nod of satisfaction. Thank you for your praise, Mr. President. It is my duty to serve you. Omar responded with a pleased expression. Subject Sam to severe torture. You know how to handle it. If it weren't for his failure to report, the Free Guerrilla Army would not have gained such momentum. Hassan seethed, clearly informed of Sam's concealment of vital information. Yes. What shall we do about the Free Guerrilla Army? Do not concern yourself with them for now. They possess only a few outdated weapons. I cannot fathom how that fool Sam lost to them. The entire nation's populace is engulfed in chaos. Our immediate task is to quell the insurrection and solidify my rule. Hassan's understanding of the guerrilla forces remained outdated, oblivious to their current formidable capabilities. Understood, President. I will allocate more personnel to swiftly suppress the rebellion. Indeed, these insolent peasants dare to oppose me. Their lives are becoming perilously tedious. Hassan nodded, a sinister smile creeping across his face, reminiscent of a devil. Furthermore, increase vigilance against the Dane Company. They are not to be underestimated. Hassan suddenly added, as a thought struck him. Vigilance against the Dane Company? Why? Omar asked, perplexed, given that the Dane Company was currently assisting them in quelling the rebellion. I said to do it. Ask no more questions. Hassan replied, furrowing his brow in discontent. Omar felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing Hassan's furrowed brow. He hurriedly lowered his head and admitted his fault, saying, yes. My subordinate acknowledges his mistake. Go on, go on. Hassan finally returned to his previous demeanor. Omar offered a salute and left in haste. Vincent, I hope you do not underestimate the gravity of the situation, for otherwise I shall have no choice but to ensure our mutual destruction, Hassan said, crossing his hands under his chin with a sinister expression. Meanwhile, Within the confines of the Dane Corporation, Vincent was engaged in conversation with the four shadowy investors. I must ask, Vincent, what exactly have you been doing? How could such a massive riot erupt in Cuden without warning? The second investor, who held a contentious relationship with Vincent, chastised him. I find myself powerless in this matter. It was instigated by that fool Hassan's subordinates. His actions have increasingly spiraled beyond our control, and I believe it is time to replace him with a new puppet. Vincent defended himself. Hassan, again this scoundrel? I had warned that we should consider someone else, or manage it ourselves, much like the current state of the universal military. The irate first investor cursed. Let us maintain civility. We are respectable individuals. After all, the second investor interjected mockingly with a tone that was neither masculine nor feminine. Silence. You insipid sycophant. You were the one who cast that vote. The first investor retorted. You dare insult me. The second investor exclaimed incredulously and angrily. Enough. Silence. The fourth investor commanded sharply. The two immediately ceased their bickering, clearly recognizing the authority of the fourth. Gentlemen, do not let your tempers flare. The third investor said in a soothing tone. The fourth investor, with a tone of dissatisfaction, remarked, Look at you all, esteemed individuals reduced to bickering like unsophisticated peasants. We are here to discuss matters concerning Hassan, not to indulge in arguments. My apologies, esteemed elder. I was in the wrong. The first investor conceded first. I shall not repeat this mistake again, the second investor reluctantly admitted. Now, back to the matter at hand. Vincent, how do you intend to deal with Hassan? Vincent articulated his plan. Once the riot subsides, I shall remove Hassan from his position. He has gradually evaded our control, and I intend to replace him with a newcomer. Very well. If the dog has broken free from its master's leash and wishes to turn and bite its master, then it is no longer deserving of survival. The fourth investor concurred with Vincent's proposal. Thank you, esteemed elder, Vincent responded, elated by the fourth investor's support. The other three, recognizing the backing of the fourth, also acquiesced to Vincent's plan. After the call concluded, Vincent sneered. Hassan, you scoundrel, do you truly believe I am unaware of the clandestine deeds you have undertaken? You wish to escape my grasp? Such aspirations are utterly delusional. Today's update may be slower, but another chapter will be presented shortly. Chapter 62, Airdrop. The free guerrilla forces strike back. A week later, Bayou received the aerial route map sent by his father. After securing a route that would remain undetected, Bayou commanded several Kunping transport aircraft to load weapons and ammunition for an airdrop operation. Just as Bayou had anticipated, Hassan's radar units failed to spot the aircraft, and the maps provided by their allies skillfully evaded the surveillance of the Dane Corporation's radar systems. Thus, the fleet of Kunping transport aircraft arrived at the drop zone without raising any suspicion. Upon reaching the designated area, characterized by open vistas and stable wind speeds, the conditions were ripe for the airdrop. With a commanding order from the overall leader of the transport formation, a substantial quantity of weaponry and ammunition began to rain down from the aircraft. As the parachutes reached their specified altitude, they automatically deployed, drifting gently to the ground. On the ground, the guerrilla fighters, under the guidance of the universal military instructor, had been awaiting this moment. They're coming, exclaimed the one-eyed Abdul, gazing up at the sky filled with a multitude of airdrops. Everyone, listen closely. Once the supplies land, we must load them onto the vehicles immediately. Remember, leave no trace behind. Take all the parachutes with you. Is that understood? Abdul shouted. Yes. The group of guerrilla fighters enthusiastically responded. Soon, the airdrops began to land in succession, and the guerrilla fighters, who had been in eager anticipation, quickly organized themselves into teams to transport the supplies. The trucks they had brought were swiftly filled to the brim with countless airdrop supplies. Once the last airdrop was loaded onto the vehicles, Ender promptly coordinated the evacuation. After erasing all traces of their presence, the convoy, laden with weapons and equipment, returned to base. Kunpeng 02 calling Nest. Our formation has completed the airdrop operation, and all supplies have been confirmed as collected by our allies. Nest acknowledges receipt. You may proceed with your return. Roger that. Following the completion of the airdrop, Bayou contacted Ander. Have all the weapons and equipment been received? Yes, boss. We have brought back all the airdrops. This batch of weaponry is sufficient to arm more individuals. Our next step is to seize Hassan's arms factory and achieve self-sufficiency. The weapons dropped by Bayou had alleviated their pressing needs, and a substantial quantity was enough to equip many more guerrilla fighters. There's something important I must inform you. The Dane Corporation is preparing to deploy personnel to suppress the uprising. You must exercise utmost caution. I will provide you with intelligence regarding their operations. The rest is up to you. Rest assured, boss. We will ensure the mission's success, Ander vowed earnestly. As days passed, October arrived, bringing with it a shift in Libya's climate from sweltering heat to a refreshing coolness. The country entered its peak tourist season. Multiple instances of trending news had etched Libya's name into the global consciousness, while Bayou's extensive promotion attracted numerous international visitors eager to explore the region. With its superior infrastructure, exceptional service capabilities, stunning landscapes, and secure environment, first-time tourists to Libya left with a newfound appreciation for the country. They assumed that the region of Hejo would be rather backward. However, they were astonished to discover the remarkable urban development in Libya. The cities have reached a level comparable to some international metropolises, especially the capital, Granada's, with its pristine streets, comprehensive transportation network, and vibrant commercial avenues filled with an array of affordable and high-quality goods. This transformation consistently reshapes tourists' preconceived notions about Hejo. Among these tourists are bloggers who document their experiences in Libya, creating vlogs and videos that are widely circulated online. The videos have gone viral, leaving viewers questioning their previous impressions. Is this really Hejo? One might wonder, casting doubt on the authenticity of what they have seen in the news. Netizens from the Eagle Nation are incredulous as they witness the flourishing cities and breathtaking landscapes portrayed in the videos. This is on par with our first-tier cities. How can you claim Hajo is underdeveloped? They exclaim. Similarly, users from the Flower Kingdom express their disbelief. Hajo Star? I believe Libya truly deserves the title of Hajo Star. It's astonishing how the global military has managed to develop Libya so effectively, a user from the John Bull Nation remarked. I must visit Libya with my family next time. Otherwise, it would be a wasted opportunity, commented a netizen from the Gallic Rooster Nation. I wonder if Libya accepts immigrants from other countries? I'm already contemplating moving there, expressed another from the Hans Cat Nation, filled with longing. Didn't the Libyan government announce that they welcome immigrants? As long as one possesses a skill, they can become a citizen of Libya, replied another Hans Cat Nation user. Really? I will begin my immigration process right away, came the enthusiastic response. It's miraculous how the global military has transformed Libya in such a short time. It's truly unbelievable, stated a netizen from the Foot Basin Chicken Nation, taken aback. Looks like the promotional efforts have been quite effective, Whitefish chuckled as he browsed through the comments. He too was surprised by the positive feedback. What is the total tourism revenue for these past few days? Whitefish inquired of Link Fox. After compiling the data, it was revealed that the total tourism revenue had reached $2.6 billion. $2.6 billion? Whitefish exclaimed, astonished at how much profit had been generated in such a brief period. Yes, it's peak tourist season, hence the influx of visitors, Ling Fox confirmed with a nod. However, upon seeing the impressive figure, Whitefish recognized that this could not all belong to him, as Libya still needed to enhance its infrastructure in various areas. Thus, a significant portion of the funds would be allocated for public use, while a modest amount could be utilized for his own purposes. Let us continue to expand the promotional efforts and invest the tourism revenue into infrastructure and the development of the tourism industry, he directed. Understood, boss, Ling Fox replied obediently, as Whitefish opened the news to catch up on international headlines. One article caught his attention, the astonishing fact that the Kadong Nation had made it to the trending topics in international news. Currently, the turmoil in the nation of Kadong continues unabated. The Kadong government has declared a state of emergency, deploying a significant number of soldiers to quell the unrest. Just the day before, the Free Guerrilla Brigade boldly announced their uprising. According to reliable sources, the brigade has seized control of several counties, advancing with relentless momentum and rallying numerous discontented citizens under the banner of toppling the tyrannical regime of Hassan. In response, the Kadong government has issued a warrant for their capture and has commenced organizing military forces to eradicate the Free Guerrilla Brigade. The news anchor eloquently articulated. It appears that Andy and his faction have formally declared war against Hassan in light of this uprising. Bayu looked on, somewhat astonished, as he observed the guerrilla fighters engaging in battle against Hassan's troops with the very weapons he had supplied, pushing them into retreat. Bayu felt a sense of satisfaction. At least his support had not been in vain. The situation in Kadong had devolved into complete chaos, signaling that it was time for their involvement. Bayu's initial intention was to distract Hassan with the Free Guerrilla Brigade while he dealt with the Dane Corporation. However, it was evident that events had spiraled far beyond his expectations, with tensions between Hassan and the Dane Corporation escalating sharply. According to reports from his father, the Dane Corporation had begun mobilizing all available combat personnel, seemingly preparing to confront Hassan directly. Chapter 63. The veil is torn at this moment. Inside the presidential palace of Kadong, Hassan was devoid of his usual calm demeanor. He was furiously assaulting a maid, venting his frustrations with ruthless violence. Curse the Dane Corporation. Curse the Free Guerrilla Brigade. May you all perish. Hassan treated the maid as an outlet for his rage, delivering vicious blows without restraint. The maid had long ceased to make a sound, yet Hassan continued his brutal onslaught, as if seeking to exorcise his fury. You, come here. Hassan barked at another trembling maid who stood nearby. The maid, upon realizing she had been singled out, was engulfed in terror, unsure of how to respond. So, you no longer heed my commands, do you? Hassan's eyes blazed with fury as he drew a pistol from its holster and aimed it at her, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The maid barely had time to react before her head exploded, her lifeless body crumpling to the ground, twitching slightly. Vincent, Nasser, you two bastards. One wishes to see me ousted, the other seeks to ruin me. Do you truly believe you can succeed? Hassan roared, his fury palpable. Bring those spies in. He commanded the guards stationed outside. Without delay, the guards ushered in 4 men clad in military uniforms. Upon witnessing the 2 corpses on the floor, their faces blanched with fear. Did you really think me such a fool? Vincent sent you to spy on me? Hassan's expression twisted with rage. Mr. President, we are not Vincent's men. We have always remained loyal to you. The leading officer, sporting a small mustache, protested loudly. The other 3 quickly echoed his claims. Silence. Do you take me for a fool? Hassan let out a furious roar and then seized several photographs from the table, flinging them onto the ground. The images depicted the faces of several individuals, seemingly engaged in a clandestine meeting, during which they exchanged confidential documents with a stranger. Upon witnessing this, the 4 men turned ashen, never expecting Hassan to have someone tailing them. Speak. Who is the person you met? Is it someone from the Dane Corporation? Reveal it, and you may escape with your lives, Hassan threatened menacingly. The 4, sensing a glimmer of hope, hastily divulged the identity of their contact. He claimed to be affiliated with the Dane Corporation and had offered them substantial sums of money in exchange for various pieces of intelligence. Hassan, upon receiving this honest response, let out a self-deprecating laugh and then instructed the guards, take them away, execute them all, and feed their corpses to the dogs. initially believing they might survive. The four men's faces drained of color as they pleaded for mercy. Mr. President, please spare us. I have a family. A family, you say? Rest assured, I will soon send your loved ones to join you, Hassan retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, the four ceased their pleas and resorted to vehement curses, only to be swiftly silenced by the guard's rifle butts before being dragged away. Soon, specialized cleanup crews arrived to remove the bodies of the maidens from the room. Hassan reclined back onto his leather sofa. At that moment, Omar entered, glancing at the bloodstains on the carpet and swallowing hard, visibly anxious. However, he quickly steadied himself and reported to Hassan, Mr. President, we have unearthed numerous moles planted by the Dane Corporation within our military ranks, and I have executed them as per your orders. You have done well, Hassan remarked with satisfaction. Additionally, the investigation into the Free Guerrilla Forces has been concluded. We discovered that they have somehow acquired a significant arsenal of weapons manufactured by the Russians, including assault rifles, light and heavy machine guns, mortars, rocket launchers, and sniper rifles. I suspect they are receiving clandestine support from someone. Could it be the Dane Corporation? No, the Dane Corporation would not fund such local armed factions. They would prefer to replace me with someone else rather than expend such resources. Hassan shook his head, fully aware of the Dane Corporation's modus operandi. After all, the Free Guerrilla Forces had previously attacked a convoy belonging to the Dane Corporation, and their eradication was incited by the same corporation. Moreover, the guerrilla fighters appear to have undergone highly professional military training, while our deployed troops consist of second and third line forces, inadequately equipped to match them, resulting in a swift loss of significant territory. These worthless imbeciles, Hassan cursed, order the first line troops to dispatch half of their strength, in conjunction with the second line forces, to encircle the Free Guerrilla Forces. The Dane Corporation is also eyeing us warily, so we cannot mobilize all our forces. Instruct the other units to remain vigilant and maintain a strong defense against the Dane Corporation. Yes, prepare the heavy assets. The Russian-made armed helicopters and the 59 type tanks from our allies must be on standby. The moment the Dane Corporation makes a move, deploy them immediately. Hassan has prepared himself for a decisive confrontation, fully aware that his strength alone cannot match the formidable Dane Corporation. However, he believes he can still inflict pain upon them while shifting the blame for the ongoing unrest squarely onto their shoulders. Omar nodded in agreement, ready to act swiftly. He disseminated a mix of credible and dubious information to the media. The press, captivated by such sensational news, disregarded the veracity, prioritizing sensationalism over truth. Consequently, a deluge of negative reports about the Dane Corporation flooded both social media and international news outlets. Headlines such as shock. The chaos in Kadang is orchestrated by Dane Corporation, and an international PMC company seeks to overthrow governments for profit by supporting local militias became rampant. Detailed explorations of Dane's military resource history emerged, branding them as merchants of war. The eruption of these negative narratives created a significant stir, as the notion of a PMC employing such tactics to destabilize a nation was unprecedented. Without a doubt, the Dane Military Resources Corporation found itself at the center of controversy. The United Nations was the first to voice condemnation of Dane's actions, followed closely by the Chinese government, which had long harbored intentions to confront the corporation and seize this opportunity to undermine them. Meanwhile, Bai, still nestled in bed, chuckled upon reading these reports. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, he was astonished to encounter such news. Hassan truly proved to be a rare talent. With just a few words, he had deftly redirected public opinion towards the Dane Corporation, indicating his readiness for an all-out conflict. Vincent from Dane must surely be turning green with envy. Tanya, nestled against Bai, stifled her laughter, recognizing the escalating tensions between the two factions, which presented a unique opportunity for them. Ling Hu, clutching Bai's arm, remarked that addressing the Dane issue could now be prioritized. Bai nodded, preparing for a strategic maneuver reminiscent of a mantis stalking its prey, intending to catch the Dane Corporation off guard amid their internal strife. Additionally, he had received word from Ander that Hassan had begun deploying his elite troops to hunt down the Free Guerrilla Brigade. Although outnumbered, the brigade benefited from Bai's weaponry support, enabling them to withstand Hassan's onslaught. However, given the sheer size of Hassan's forces and the fact that he had dispatched his most elite frontline units, the Free Guerrilla Brigade faced considerable challenges. Ander hoped Bai could provide some rocket artillery, which would grant the brigade the advantage of long-range firepower to better counter Hassan's troops. Upon receiving this message, Bai readily acquiesced. He selected the 63-style lightweight towed rocket launcher, a favored piece of artillery in the Middle East. Its affordability and durability made it an exceptional choice. It could be launched even without a proper launcher, simply requiring a makeshift support or even a mound of dirt. It was truly a guerrilla's dream weapon. Thus, Bai prepared for the next weapon airdrop, intending to deliver the 63-type rocket launcher to the Free Guerrilla Forces, which would surely allow them to display their might in Kutan. He was also contemplating a visit to Kutan in the near future to witness firsthand the current scale of the Free Guerrilla Forces. Shortly, the next chapter would unfold. Chapter 64, The Death of Hassan. Before long, a new round of airdrops was received by Ander and his team. Armed with the 63 rocket launchers, they seemed to possess divine assistance. They successfully repelled numerous assaults from Hassan's forces, leading to a series of victorious advances and the capture of several towns. The incessant reports of defeat left Hassan devoid of his usual composure. He had not anticipated that even his most elite troops would be unable to vanquish the Free Guerrilla Forces. Upon learning that they had acquired rocket launchers from an unknown source, a wave of terror washed over him, reminiscent of the past when the Dane Company had supported him. He realized he had become a target. Even if it were not the Dane Company, he was acutely aware that other factions were undoubtedly backing the free guerrilla forces. After all, how could they possibly amass such an extensive arsenal? At that moment, he also received some disheartening news. Vincent, having torn off the mask of civility, called him directly. Hassan's actions had rendered the Dane Company a laughingstock, thrusting them into the center of a public relations crisis. The four behind-the-scenes investors held him accountable and had begun discussions to replace him. Fortunately, Vincent fervently assured them that he would promptly deal with Hassan. And only then did the investors reluctantly agree, issuing a stringent order for Vincent to eliminate this source of trouble. Vincent hastily acquiesced, in a bid to preserve his position. He immediately recalled all mercenaries aiding Hassan's forces in quelling the unrest, and then began orchestrating a counteroffensive against Hassan. He first bribed numerous journalists to extensively report on Hassan's defamation of the Dane Company, aiming to shift the pressure of public opinion. He then publicized all the brutal actions previously documented regarding Hassan, such as the massacre of civilians, the infliction of torture, and the allowance of his subordinates to extort and seize the land and assets of the people. He claimed that the primary cause of the unrest was the massacre of innocents by Hassan's soldiers, and insisted that the narrative attributing the turmoil to the Dane Company was utter nonsense, a smear campaign by Hassan to deflect blame. Simultaneously, he crafted a righteous image for himself, asserting that the Dane Company merely purchased a parcel of land in Cuden for development, and staged numerous photographs showcasing their assistance to the local populace. Before long, the previously unfavorable public sentiment towards the Dane Company began to dissipate, replaced by favorable reports. Furthermore, the brutal actions of Hassan came to light, revealing videos and photographs of him mercilessly exterminating women and children, and grotesquely torturing those who defied him for his own selfish desires. The world witnessed the cruelty of Hassan, the tyrant. Human rights organizations swiftly condemned Hassan's inhumane actions. In the ensuing period, the nations of Eagle Sauce, Flower Home, and Bear Country also voiced their condemnation and sought the intervention of the United Nations. The UN subsequently issued a communique to the Hassan government, demanding an explanation while announcing the dispatch of a UN investigation team to the nation of Cuden. Should the allegations prove valid, Hassan would find himself facing trial. Upon receiving this news, Hassan's complexion turned ashen. Although he had anticipated such a day, he had not expected to be the one to initiate the conflict. The Dane Company had demonstrated an unexpected capacity to sway public opinion. He realized that once the UN team arrived, the truth would inevitably surface. With no other options remaining, Hassan ceased to wait for the Dane Company to act, directly commanding his forces to commence an assault on them. In this offensive, Hassan committed his entire arsenal, deploying 59 tanks and armed helicopters. However, he might have overlooked the fact that the entire national radar system depended on the infrastructure provided by the Dane Company, a premier private military contractor, making it improbable for Hassan to achieve an easy victory. A mere battery of anti-aircraft missiles rendered his already dwindling fleet of helicopters utterly inoperative. Subsequently, the Dane Company dispatched its ground forces, comprised of M1A1 and Challenger 2 tanks, to confront the antiquated machinery of the 20th century. Even before a confrontation occurred, the soldiers of the Dane Company utilized javelins to devastating effect. Meanwhile, Hassan's elite troops, once deemed formidable, were decimated by the mercenaries under the Dane Company's command. Although the Dane Company lacked the extraordinary prowess of the universal military, it was still a globally renowned PMC. Confronting the government of Hassan, which he had once nurtured, was akin to a father easily besting his son. Soon, Hassan's forces faced a catastrophic defeat, as the aerial units of the Dane Company, equipped with mainstream armaments from various nations, although a hodgepodge, were sufficient to establish the Dane Company as a top-tier PMC in Europe and beyond. Seated within the presidential palace, Hassan listened to reports of various defeats. His former grandeur diminished. He recognized that he had lost. With the free guerrilla forces at his front and the Dane Company at his rear, he had lost all hope for victory. His own forces had been decimated beyond recognition. Not willing to await a slow demise, he began to gather his wealth and transfer all assets acquired during his tenure into a Swiss bank account. He planned to escape covertly to another country and, with this fortune, reinvent himself to live a comfortable life. Resolute in his decision, Hassan ordered his personal guards to arrange an aircraft and, to prevent the Dane Company from discovering his whereabouts, selected those he deemed utterly loyal to him for this endeavor. Yet, in a humorous twist of fate, amongst his loyal followers, a traitor emerged. This individual harbored a grudge, as his wife had been insulted by Hassan to the point of death, and he had since been biding his time, waiting for an opportunity to exact vengeance. In his relentless pursuit to eliminate Hassan, he diligently executed all of Hassan's tasks, earning Hassan's trust and becoming regarded as a loyal subordinate. At long last, he awaited the opportune moment. However, he knew that defeating the elite guards alone was an insurmountable challenge. Thus, he covertly reached out to a former associate from the Dane Company, with whom he had shared drinks, revealing Hassan's whereabouts to them. Upon learning that Hassan intended to flee to another country, Vincent was resolute in thwarting his escape. He promptly ordered the old man's team to infiltrate Hassan's residence and execute the assassination. "Where's the plane?" Hassan inquired anxiously to his guards, who stood beside him with his children, a mix of sons and daughters, and several beautiful wives. "We have already arrived at the airport and are ready to depart," one of the subordinates whispered, audible only to Hassan. A smile of relief spread across Hassan's face. "Then let us hasten our departure." "Understood," nodded the subordinate, signaling his companion. Soon, Hassan's family, securely bundled, prepared to leave their residence under the protection of the guards, heading to the airport for their flight out of Curtin. Meanwhile, the vengeful subordinate, anxiously awaiting the Dane Company's arrival, realized that allowing Hassan to escape would mean losing his chance for retribution. No longer willing to bide his time, he turned, drew his gun, and aimed it at Hassan. Hassan was startled, and his wives gasped in alarm. Yet, Hassan's guards were not to be trifled with. They swiftly subdued the revenge-seeking man, pinning him to the ground. Despite his desperate struggles, he was powerless. "Why do you want to kill me? Are you one of Dane Company's men?" Hassan demanded, his body slick with cold sweat from fear and fury. "Huh, Hassan, you beast. I am no one special, just an unknown soul. All I desire is vengeance for my wife," he exclaimed. Hassan, uninterested in the man's ramblings, coldly commanded his subordinates to take action. The head guard nodded, producing a handgun equipped with a silencer, and swiftly ended the man's life. However, the man's eyes remained open, as if he could not find peace in death. At that moment, the rear window suddenly shattered as the old man and his heavily armed team descended into the room via ropes. Without uttering a word, they opened fire, exhibiting no hesitation. In mere moments, Hassan and his entourage were caught in a hail of gunfire, too stunned to react, their lives extinguished in an instant, including the innocents among them. Ultimately, the old man and his team unearthed Hassan from the pile of corpses. He lay lifeless, a bullet having pierced his forehead and shattered his skull. "Let us depart. Hassan is dead," the old man stated after capturing a photograph, addressing his team. They quickly withdrew from the scene. Unbeknownst to all, the man who had failed to achieve his revenge and died with unclosed eyes finally shut them, gazing towards the direction where Hassan had perished. Chapter 65. The disgrace of the Dane Company. The following day, Kurden's political landscape underwent a dramatic transformation. The news of Hassan's demise spread like wildfire, swiftly becoming a major headline, not only in Kurden but across the globe. Most began to speculate on the circumstances surrounding Hassan's death, with a prevailing belief that the Dane Corporation had dispatched mercenaries to execute him. After all, there existed a profound animosity between Hassan and the Dane Corporation. Just when the public presumed the corporation would never admit to the assassination, Dane took an unexpected turn and boldly proclaimed that it was indeed their mercenaries who had slain Hassan. The justification provided was that Hassan had committed heinous acts and maliciously defamed the Dane Corporation, resulting in irreparable damage to its reputation. Thus, the corporation deemed it within their rights to act. Although the admission shocked many, neither the media nor the public condemned the Dane Corporation, as they reasoned that Hassan had brought this upon himself. Furthermore, upon learning that Hassan had fled in fear of his crimes and was subsequently apprehended and killed by Dane, few felt any sympathy for him given the gravity of his transgressions. Conversely, the citizens of Kuden celebrated the news of Hassan's demise, rushing to share the tidings as if it were a festive occasion. This reaction underscored the extent of hatred directed towards Hassan, illustrating how deeply he was despised by the people. For a time, Hassan's forces fell into disarray following the news of his death. As they were left leaderless and uncertain of their next steps, many of Hassan's subordinates began to harbor dissenting thoughts, for with the president of Kuden gone, they found themselves in a position akin to generals wielding military power. Each aspired to ascend the ranks and claim the presidential seat, yearning to experience the sensation of ruling over multitudes. As the adage goes, people rely on people, and most of Hassan's former followers promptly began to bow and submit to the Dane Corporation. Aware that they could not triumph over Dane, they sought to curry favor through their capitulation. Vincent, having achieved his objective, accepted the surrender of Hassan's subordinates without stripping them of their military command, instead ordering them to continue leading their troops. This news swiftly reached the ears of the remaining loyalists, who, upon hearing that their military authority would remain intact, also chose to surrender. Soon, the Dane Corporation claimed half of Kuden, creating a standoff with the Free Guerrilla Forces. This was the fate that befell those who opposed me. Vincent, gazing at Hassan's lifeless body, kicked it a few times in disdain and spat before instructing his men to incinerate the corpse. Now, only the Free Guerrilla Forces remained. Back in his vehicle, Vincent sipped wine and murmured to himself. For reasons unknown, the Free Guerrilla Forces proved particularly formidable, equipped not only with numerous anti-aircraft missiles but also rocket artillery. His own forces had suffered several setbacks in their assaults. Although there were no significant casualties, Vincent found himself quite astounded. Where had they procured such weaponry? Could it be that the universal military was involved? Vincent pondered. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, as he bore no profound enmity toward universal military, nor did it seem necessary for them to target him. Moreover, the distance between Libya and Kuden would make mobilizing troops exceedingly troublesome. Who, then, was funding this group? Was it the enemy, Black Skull Company? Vincent contemplated the adversary of the Dane Corporation, the rival Black Skull Company, and began to harbor suspicions that they might be the ones orchestrating the turmoil. However, how they managed to transport weaponry into the fray remained a perplexing mystery. What was troubling the boss? The elder, now seated in the passenger seat, had distinguished himself during this operation and had been promoted to personal bodyguard, also enjoying a position of high status. Nothing much. Just inform the troops to prepare for a decisive strike to annihilate the Free Guerrilla Brigade. The board has been pressuring me, Vincent remarked, placing immense trust in the elder. Unbeknownst to him, the elder had already been subverted. Boss, the Free Guerrilla Brigade excels in guerrilla warfare. They will not engage us in direct combat. Their tactics typically involve ambushes, and their rocket artillery and tunnel warfare pose significant challenges, Vincent said, furrowing his brow, troubled by the situation. Although we live in modern times, guerrilla warfare remains effective. The Dane Corporation lacks the military might of larger nations, making it indeed troublesome to confront such fragmented forces of the Free Guerrilla Brigade. Moreover, The brigade's grassroots approach means that the majority of the Kidani populace would spontaneously join or support the Free Guerrilla Brigade, complicating any extermination efforts. Suddenly, Vincent's phone rang, its ringtone echoing in the confines of the vehicle. He glanced at the screen and noted the identifier 04, prompting an immediate change in his demeanor as he answered the call. However, as soon as he connected, he was met with a barrage of furious accusations. Vincent, what on earth are you doing? Where did those photos and videos come from? The company is now at the center of a storm. Vincent, taken aback, stammered in confusion. What is it, old man? What photos and videos? What's happening? You need to see the news for yourself. With that, the call ended abruptly. A sense of foreboding washed over Vincent as he activated the car's television. Upon conducting a keyword search, he discovered that the Dane Corporation had once again surged to the top of trending topics, with the headline reading, Dane Corporation supports puppet government. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he fought against the discomfort and clicked on the article. The main content revealed that the Dane Military Resources Company had repeatedly supported puppet governments to achieve its goal of national manipulation. Accompanying the article were photos and videos of Vincent himself. Opening the video, he saw the president of Kidani, Hassan, standing respectfully before him. The footage had been captured in a particularly covert manner. Mr. Vincent, thank you for aiding my rise to power. I shall diligently serve the company, Hassan stated. Bowing with deference. The company can elevate you, but it can also cast you down. It would be wise to maintain a proper attitude and secure your position. As long as you do not betray the company, you may hold the presidency of Kidani for as long as you desire. Vincent sat proudly in the presidential office, a seat reserved solely for the president, while Hassan appeared less like a head of state and more like an obedient hound. Following this, another video ensued. The video was captured by a covert camera hidden in a corner, depicting a conversation from a few days ago when Vincent selected a new puppet. Anton, I trust you have witnessed Hassan's fate. We can elevate him to the presidency of Kidani or bring him down. I have faith in you. As long as you refrain from any underhanded actions and fulfill your role diligently, I can guarantee your wealth and prosperity. Anton, a man named thus, was visibly exhilarated, his mouth continuously uttering praises and flattery. Once we assist you in ascending to power, we will eliminate the free guerrillas for you. All you need to do is manage Kidani well. Do you understand? I understand. Anton replied with great enthusiasm. As the two videos concluded, Vincent's earlier exuberance vanished, replaced by a pallor akin to death. He was taken aback that his dark secrets had been unearthed and displayed in the media. These two videos effectively confirmed the crimes of the Dane Corporation. He realized that his downfall was imminent, and he sensed that number 4 would not spare him. Who could it be? Who has betrayed me? Vincent's face flushed with rage, his veins bulging as he clenched his teeth and shouted. He had not anticipated that his conversation would be secretly recorded. Little did he know that the first video was a contingency left by Hassan, intended as leverage against Vincent, who would ultimately meet his demise before he could wield that leverage. The second video, of course, was orchestrated by Bayou, who had dispatched a spy to infiltrate the Dane Corporation under his father's arrangement, capturing the exchange between Vincent and Anton. After struggling to suppress negative press, the Dane Corporation once again became the target of public ire. Chapter 66. Vincent, the castaway. The populace, previously subdued by Hassan's oppressive rule, reignited their protests, not through riots, but by organizing marches. Nationwide demonstrations erupted against the Dane Corporation, with the people of Kidani chanting slogans demanding its expulsion. After enduring Hassan's brutal governance for so long, the Dane Corporation was seen as the primary culprit, having supported the tyrant for its own selfish desires. The citizens of Kidani, whose lives had been shattered by Hassan's regime, held the Dane Corporation accountable for their suffering. Vincent, get lost. You scoundrel. The Dane Corporation is nothing but filth. Leave Kidani. We do not need you. You are the demon that supports tyrants. Kidani demands freedom, not a puppet government. Simultaneously, the Free Guerrillas, led by Nasir, released a video declaring, Kidani does not require the military resources of the Dane Corporation, a demon that has caused immense suffering for our people. You have transformed our once prosperous and peaceful nation into this wretched state. Kidani does not need you. We seek to establish a government for the people, not to become your slaves. Leave Kidani immediately, or you will face the wrath of the Free Guerrillas and the citizens of Kidani. This video was widely disseminated. Netizens have rallied in unwavering support of the Free Guerrilla Group, as their actions have been witnessed by all. Concurrently, numerous governments have publicly condemned Dane Military Resources Company. The latter's support for a puppet regime that oppresses the people of Kurdistan is a blatant violation of the United Nations legal statutes. We implore Dane Military Resources to heed the voices of the Kurdish people and withdraw from Kurdistan. A statement from the nation of the flowered homeland expresses profound disgust at Dane's flagrant contravention of international regulations. We urge Dane to exit Kurdistan immediately, allowing its people the autonomy to choose their leaders. Otherwise, we shall seek intervention from the United Nations. The statement from the Bear Country is even more provocative, effectively threatening Dane. Kurdistan yearns for freedom, equality, and democracy, and Dane's actions have infringed upon the sovereignty of another nation. We hope Dane Military Resources will promptly withdraw from Kurdistan. The self-proclaimed global police, the Eagle Country, has also made its presence felt. As the scale of the protests swells, the citizens of Kurdistan begin to confront Dane's personnel, only to be halted by armed guards. Despite their desire to fire upon the throngs, the guards hesitate upon noticing journalists among the crowd, forcing them to exercise restraint. However, the Kurdish people soon resort to throwing stones as a form of intimidation. In a moment of provocation, a Dane soldier, struck by a rock, loses his composure and opens fire, igniting a violent uproar among the enraged Kurdish populace. Many prepared Kurds ignite Molotov cocktails and hurl them at Dane soldiers, who retaliate with gunfire. Observing the slaughter of their compatriots, hidden soldiers of the Free Guerrilla Group can no longer contain their fury and begin to return fire. A fierce gun battle ensues, with the presence of the Free Guerrilla Group bolstering the morale of the Kurdish citizens, who begin to seize weapons from Dane soldiers. Though Dane's troops are well trained, they find themselves overwhelmed by the furious crowd, leading to their weapons being wrested away and their lives taken, with survivors paraded through the streets. Soon after, Dane dispatches armored vehicles and tanks, deploying tear gas and smoke to disperse the Kurdish citizens. What began as a demonstration has escalated into a full-blown riot, exacerbating the tensions between Dane and the people of Kurdistan. Media outlets report extensively on the unfolding chaos, while the Free Guerrilla Group issues a declaration that Dane will face consequences. The following day, the Free Guerrilla Group launches hundreds of rockets at Dane's base. Although Dane's air defense systems valiantly intercept a significant number, some still strike their targets, inflicting damage. Meanwhile, inside Dane, Vincent, inebriated and disheveled, is surrounded by scattered bottles, having been ousted from leadership the prior day, marking his fall from grace. The individual set to succeed him is expected to arrive today. Soon, the successor arrived, and upon witnessing the inebriated Vincent, he displayed a mixture of disdain and amusement. He instructed his subordinates to rouse Vincent from his stupor. Drenched in cold water, Vincent jolted awake, only to be taken aback at the sight of the man before him. Elliot, how could it be you? Why could it not be me? Vincent, you have been remarkably careless to find yourself in such a predicament, Elliot retorted with a mocking tone. Fuming, Vincent staggered to his feet, fists raised in a futile attempt to strike Elliot, but was effortlessly subdued by Elliot's guards. Do you still believe you are the man you once were? Now, you are merely a discarded pawn, a consequence of the catastrophic losses you inflicted upon the company, Elliot taunted. Vincent felt a surge of humiliation, yet he recognized the painful truth in Elliot's words. As a former colleague, I will arrange for your swift departure from the Cudan nation. However, you cannot remain within the company during this period. You want me to leave? Those lunatics will tear me apart, Vincent exclaimed incredulously. That is not my concern. I hear the old man wishes to see you, Elliot replied dismissively. Vincent laughed bitterly, realizing the irony of having dedicated so much to the company only to be cast aside in such a manner. Before long, Elliot orchestrated Vincent's clandestine evacuation to a hotel. But little did he know, Bayou had already caught wind of this development and had positioned his men to seize Vincent, intending to deliver him to the Zhonghua family. After all, they specifically sought Vincent, while the Dane company could be dealt with at their leisure. In his suite, Vincent was abruptly taken away by the 141 Task Force, subsequently smuggled out of the country. Meanwhile, the Zhonghua family was informed and had arranged a meeting place for the handover of Vincent. On the plane, Vincent learned that the series of events had been orchestrated by Huanyu military arms. Expecting a surge of anger, he instead remained surprisingly composed, merely expressing a sense of inadequacy, tinged with resentment towards the Dane company for abandoning him. In a shocking revelation, Vincent disclosed the identities of the 4 prominent figures within the Dane company. Bayou, upon receiving this information, was taken aback, realizing that Vincent was merely a minor player, with the true mastermind still lurking in the shadows. Chapter 67, The Handover of Vincent. Contract fulfilled, what a fair loss, Vincent lamented as he surveyed the transport aircraft. The scale of the aircraft led him to surmise the depths of Huanyu military arms concealment. Our boss inquired if you know the names of those 4 individuals, Price asked. Vincent nodded and swiftly divulged the names and identities. James Albert, Leon Alexander, Eric George, and Alice Washington. Among the 4, James Albert holds the most esteemed reputation. He is an English earl and is now in his 70s. Leon Alexander, a Spanish nobleman, is known for his acerbic wit and homosexuality, frequently opposing Vincent. Eric George is the patriarch of the illustrious George family from France. Alice Washington, the most enigmatic and reclusive of the quartet, is believed by Vincent, through information gleaned from James, to be of Jewish descent. Furthermore, she seemingly wields considerable influence in the United States, having orchestrated collaborations between the Dane company and the nation. Upon learning the names of these 4 individuals, Bayou instructed Elizabeth to investigate their backgrounds. Information on the 3, excluding Alice, was successfully uncovered. They are indeed a powerful and influential group, Bayou mused, surprised by the revelations regarding the trio. On the plane, while Vincent had managed to maintain some composure, he remained curious about his fate. Will you execute me directly? Or will you take me somewhere? He inquired of Price, who was meditating and chose to remain silent. Answer me. At least grant me the courtesy of clarity, Vincent exclaimed in frustration. You're so noisy, Soap interjected, frowning as he placed an object over Vincent's mouth. Captain Price, we are approaching the airspace above the Zhonghua family's border and will soon land at their temporary airport, the pilot announced over the communication channel. Only then did Price open his eyes and glance out the window, confirming that the transport aircraft was gradually descending, with the illuminated runway below. Received. We've finally arrived. My back is starting to ache. Yuri stretched and moved his limbs. External Machine 11A, this is the control tower. The runway has been cleared for your landing. Over. The Zhonghua control tower quickly issued a signal to guide the pilot's descent. Acknowledged, we are descending. The captain and co-pilot began to maneuver the controls for landing. After a round of circling, they aligned with the runway. The landing gear was gradually lowered, followed by the tires making contact with the ground. The 2 pilots then began to decelerate gently, ensuring a smooth landing as they applied the brakes to bring the transport aircraft to a halt. Meanwhile, the awaiting reception team from the Zhonghua family gazed in astonishment at the colossal Kunping aircraft. This plane appears even larger than our Y-20, remarked a colonel from the Zonghua military, visibly impressed. What model is this transport aircraft? I've never seen one like it, queried a nearby lieutenant colonel, equally intrigued. I don't know. The military technology from Huanyu is truly remarkable, with such an array of weaponry. Could it all be independently developed? The colonel mused. Perhaps. Have you seen their self-defense counterattack? It was exquisite, showcasing the pinnacle of information warfare. I've heard the higher-ups are preparing to include this conflict in our training curriculum for study, the lieutenant colonel responded, a look of admiration on his face. Indeed. The times are advancing. Victory in warfare can no longer be solely attributed to sheer numbers. We must enhance our capabilities in information warfare to effectively guard against the perils of conflict, the colonel remarked with a deep sense of agreement. At that moment, the aircraft had come to a steady halt. Let us proceed to meet the forces of the universe, the colonel declared. The lieutenant colonel nodded in affirmation, and together, the two men, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers from the Flower Nation, approached the vicinity of the transport aircraft. Xiao Chong, Alan, take him aboard, Price instructed. Gesturing towards Vincent, the two nodded and moved to grasp Vincent, whose previously calm demeanor had vanished, replaced by a palpable fear of death. As the cargo door of the transport plane opened, Price and the others disembarked. When Vincent caught sight of the soldiers from the Flower Nation, his eyes widened in resistance, unwilling to advance. However, Xiao Chong and Alan's imposing presence compelled him to comply. He lowered his head in despair, surrendering to his fate. Fully aware of what awaited him, he vividly recalled his past actions against the citizens of the Flower Nation, emboldened by his former status and impervious to the thought of retaliation. Yet, he never anticipated that he would one day find himself in the very land of those he had wronged. He was acutely aware of his impending judgment, which would inevitably lead to his execution. Both parties scrutinized one another with curiosity. The colonel observed the advanced weaponry adorning Price and his team, contrasting it with the equipment of his own soldiers, feeling an inexplicable sense of inadequacy. The soldiers of the Flower Nation had donned starry camouflage uniforms and modern rifles, yet they still seemed to pale in comparison to Price's contingent. Price assessed the soldiers before him, sensing that they were indeed elite forces, likely seasoned in the crucible of battle. Greetings, my name is Chang Jianwei. May I inquire as to your name, sir? The English-speaking colonel offered a respectful salute, inquiring politely. John Price. You may address me simply as Price, Colonel, Price responded, returning the courtesy and introducing himself. Chang Jianwei nodded with a smile, and the two men exchanged no further pleasantries. Chang Jianwei glanced at the subdued Vincent and asked, Is this the Vincent from Dane Corporation? Indeed, he is the target you seek. We have brought him to you for your examination, Price affirmed with a nod, signaling Xiao Chong and Alan. The two men forcibly lifted Vincent's head to allow Chang Jianwei to scrutinize him. After comparing Vincent's likeness with a photograph on his phone, Chang Jianwei nodded in confirmation. It is indeed him. In that case, we shall proceed with the handover, Price stated. Very well, Chang Jianwei replied with a smile. The lieutenant colonel behind him gestured to the soldiers from the Flower Nation, who stepped forward to take Vincent from Xiao Chong and Alan. The contract has been fulfilled, and you have settled the final payment, Price noted. Yes, it has been completed. Thank you for your assistance, Chang Jianwei expressed his gratitude. I hope we may have the opportunity for further collaboration in the future, Price offered a courteous remark before leading his team back to the transport aircraft. Under the watchful eyes of Chang Jianwei and his companions, the transport aircraft commenced its acceleration, subsequently ascending and gradually disappearing into the mist. Let us proceed, return him, for he is to face the judgment of justice, Chang Jianwei remarked, casting a glance at Vincent before addressing the others. Indeed. Chapter 68. Aiming for a comeback? I shall undermine you. Vincent's disappearance did not raise any suspicions in Elliot, as they were rivals, after all. Thus, he was indifferent to Vincent's plight. Assuming that Vincent had fled out of fear of retribution from the elderly James, Elliot's primary concern was to salvage the reputation of the Dane Company. Otherwise, he might very well be the next to be forsaken. To be frank, he felt immense pressure. Gazing at the deluge of negative news, Elliot furrowed his brow. Damn you, Vincent, leaving me with such a mess, he lamented, racking his brain for ways to restore the company's image, especially with those two videos circulating widely. At that moment, the phone rang, startling Elliot when he saw the caller's identity. It was James. He promptly answered the call. Hello, Elliot, what are you doing? James inquired. What's wrong? Old man, I'm dealing with the mess Vincent left behind. How is it going? Where's Vincent? James pressed. I have no leads yet. The negative news is overwhelming, and it seems Vincent has fled in fear of his crimes. I had arranged for him to rest at a hotel, but he vanished the following day. Fled in fear? Are you certain? James questioned, his skepticism evident, as he knew Vincent was typically not one to act so cowardly. Yes, we have investigated and found no signs of struggle. The surveillance footage shows Vincent leaving the hotel with his luggage, Elliot replied. Is that so? James pondered, still somewhat unconvinced. However, he had no time to dwell on doubts. I have leveraged my connections. Soon the media will fall silent. As for the investigative team from the Ground Alliance, you need not worry. I have my methods. Once the media coverage subsides, time will surely obscure those scandals. James reassured Elliot with promising news. Elliot felt a surge of relief. He had been overwhelmed. But James had brought him good tidings. What about the Free Guerrillas? Elliot inquired. Upon investigation, we discovered they are receiving support from others, and they possess a significant number of rocket launchers, posing a considerable threat. Free Guerrillas? Elliot, please do not tell me you fear this ragtag group. Are your armed helicopters and tanks merely for show? James's tone was laced with dissatisfaction. Of course not, old man. I will ensure the Free Guerrillas are dealt with promptly. Keep a low profile. I will use my connections to have foreign journalists in Kurdistan return home. During this window of opportunity, you must act swiftly and decisively. Absolutely. Old man, Elliot assured him. Do not disappoint our expectations. I fought hard to place you in this position, and I hope my judgment of you was not misplaced. Rest assured, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to ensuring the successful resolution of this matter, Elliot declared earnestly. Very well, I shall await your good news. James replied before ending the call. The Free Guerrilla Group? There were traitors within the company. Although this posed some complications, it was not insurmountable. Now, he needed to devise a strategy to unearth the mole. James pondered, stroking his chin. Indeed, he had uncovered the presence of a traitor within the company, who was consistently leaking confidential information. The recent transaction involving Vincent was captured on video, thanks to a hidden camera placed by this insider. He initially ordered an investigation into any suspicious personnel, beginning with his trusted confidants brought from Europa. Then, he personally stepped in to assuage the anger of the people of Kutan. Additionally, he began mobilizing his mercenaries to prepare for an offensive against the Free Guerrilla Group, while also planning to utilize Hassan's former subordinates as expendable assets to deplete the guerrillas' ammunition. He surmised that the guerrillas' weaponry was sourced from external providers. Thus, their stockpile must be limited. If they could exhaust the guerrillas' supply of rockets, the threat posed by the Free Guerrilla Group would be neutralized. The hidden patriarch within the company promptly relayed this intelligence to Whitefish. Surprised to learn of the leadership change at Dane Corporation, Whitefish was impressed by the swift response from James and his team. In light of the urgency of the situation, he immediately informed Ander about Dane Corporation's impending actions against the Free Guerrilla Group. Ander, in turn, communicated this to Nasser. After an intense discussion, Nasser and his associates resolved to adopt a strategy of fragmentation, engaging in guerrilla warfare against Dane Corporation. This approach would not only allow them to disrupt the enemy effectively, but also mitigate the advantages of their superior weaponry. Before long, as James had predicted, journalists in Kutan were reassigned due to unavoidable circumstances, leaving the entire country devoid of media coverage and rendering it an information island. The mercurial netizens, disinterested in this remote nation, turned their attention elsewhere. During this window of opportunity, Elliot initiated his offensive, directing the expendable forces to assault the strongholds of the Free Guerrilla Group. This maneuver was intended to gauge the guerrillas' firepower and deplete their ammunition reserves. However, Elliot had not anticipated that Whitefish would continuously supply weapons and equipment to the Free Guerrilla Group. Furthermore, Whitefish surmised that Dane Corporation sought to stage a resurgence, but he would not allow that to happen. His intent was to dismantle Dane Corporation completely, obliterating its foundation. Consequently, Whitefish established a shell private military company named Black Gold International, with plans to transform the Universal Military Arms into a large multinational militarized conglomerate. Black Gold International would serve as both a sword in his hand and a veil to obscure his more clandestine operations. The armed forces of Black Gold International were established with the same caliber as the elite units of the Eagle Nation, boasting nearly all the weaponry possessed by that nation. Black Gold International intervened in the conflict as an ally of the Free Guerrilla Group. Elliot found himself in disbelief as the once formidable tanks and armed helicopters became ineffective, succumbing to the precision of Stinger and Javelin missiles, which taught them a harsh lesson. What was initially an easy triumph over Hassan's mercenaries from the Dane Company had swiftly turned into a retreat. The news was staggering. But upon learning from his subordinates that the opposition had mercenaries from a company called Black Gold International, Elliot's face flushed with anger. He understood that the Free Guerrillas were armed with equipment supplied by Black Gold International, and now they had openly sent mercenaries to join the fray. To his dismay, his own mercenaries struggled against the adversary's forces. In just half a month, the mercenaries and elite teams under the Dane Company had dwindled significantly, their resources, including tanks and helicopters, nearly obliterated. It was as if they had exhausted their very foundation. Elliot could hardly believe he was facing defeat. It was only now that he grasped why Vincent had been so thoroughly vanquished. Moreover, he had failed to uncover any traces of the traitor concealed within his company, while his intelligence was being leaked daily, leaving him profoundly frustrated. Ultimately, he reported the dire situation to James, who erupted in fury, chastising Elliot for his inadequacy. Yet, he recognized that the Dane Company had been irreparably weakened, practically rendered non-existent. He ordered Elliot to withdraw with the remaining personnel from Kutan, urging him to act swiftly, leave no data or intelligence behind. Elliot insisted that his employees destroy all valuable information and data. Glancing at his Rolex, he felt a surge of urgency. The transport aircraft was ready, and he could escape this wretched country at any moment. He never anticipated that his brief tenure managing the company would lead to such chaos. Returning to his office, he began to gather his belongings, placing his laptop and precious documents into his briefcase. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted outside. The panicked screams of his employees pierced the air, startling Elliot as he retrieved his M1911 pistol from the drawer, aiming it at the door. The gunfire intensified, drawing nearer to his office, the opaque glass preventing him from discerning the situation outside. Once more, gunfire rang out beyond the door, and Elliot trembled, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. He pondered whether mercenaries from Black Gold International had breached their defenses, but the distance quelled that thought. "Boss, it's Frank, codename Old Man. Are you alright?" A familiar voice called from outside. Recognizing the codename, Elliot recalled that this was indeed Old Man from within the company, whose team ranked among the top 3 elite squads. The other 2 teams had recently been dispatched on missions and had fallen victim to Black Gold International's mercenaries. Now, only Old Man's team remained. What is happening out there? He wondered. Elliot remained vigilant, suspecting that he was being targeted by spies from the Black Gold International. They launched a sudden assault, but we managed to eliminate them all. The old man outside feigned nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Elliot momentarily relaxed his guard, unaware that the traitor had revealed himself unceremoniously. "Come in," Elliot instructed. The door swung open, and the old man's team entered the office. The old man caught sight of the gun in Elliot's hand and exchanged a knowing glance with Athena, who promptly approached him. "Boss, we must leave. We cannot ascertain if there are other spies among us." Elliot nodded and reached for his briefcase, preparing to stow away his firearm. However, Athena acted swiftly, twisting Elliot's wrist and snatching the gun from his grasp. "Ah!" Elliot shrieked, stumbling and collapsing to the ground. His expression a mixture of disbelief and terror as he beheld the old man and his comrades. "You are the traitors. Ding ding, congratulations on your deduction. But I'm afraid there are no prizes," Athena jested. Why betray the company?" Elliot demanded, recalling how he had once investigated the old man's team only to be dissuaded by their apparent loyalty to the company. Little did he know they were the very hidden threat he sought. Who would want to remain in this pathetic company? The old man scoffed, and without further ado, he drew his gun from its holster, aiming it directly at Elliot's forehead. "The boss sends his regards." With a pull of the trigger, a bullet erupted, obliterating Elliot's head. To ensure there was no chance of survival, the old man delivered a few kicks and fired another shot, confirming Elliot's demise before signaling to his team. The group exited Elliot's office, stepping over the bodies of slain employees scattered across the floor. Whitefish had never intended to let Elliot leave the Cudan nation. He was determined to eradicate every last remnant of the Dane Company. Leaving any trace of the weeds would only invite a resurgence. Who could predict when the Dane Company, backed by those four powerful allies, might rise again? Chapter 69. The establishment of the Republic of Cudan. Elliot's death left the Dane Company in disarray. Akin to a headless fly, the old man's team coordinated effectively, allowing the mercenaries from Black Gold International to invade the poorly defended Dane Company. Following Whitefish's orders to eradicate every trace, the mercenaries left no survivors, extinguishing all remaining employees and fighters of the Dane Company. Thus, the Dane Company was utterly annihilated, becoming a relic of the past. Upon learning this news, James nearly fainted from rage. Although he had co-founded the Dane Company with 3 others, he had invested the most effort into it. The combined loss of weaponry and equipment amounted to a staggering fortune, which even his noble status could not withstand. In a lavish estate reminiscent of an English nobleman from the last century, an irate elderly man was throwing a fit. "Damn Black Gold International. Investigate. I want every piece of information on them posted on the dark web," James shouted at his butler. The butler, observing the unprecedented fervor emanating from James, felt a twinge of trepidation and promptly acquiesced. Cough, cough, cough. The surge of emotion caused James to break into a fit of coughing. "Are you all right, sir?" the butler exclaimed, rushing forward. "Medicine, quickly," James gasped, his face flushed and struggling to speak. The butler swiftly retrieved an exquisite pillbox from his pocket. Uncapping it to extract a single pill, James quickly accepted it, swallowing it down as the butler immediately poured a glass of water for him to drink. After consuming the pill, James gradually returned to his previous state. "Have you found a suitable heart?" he inquired. "I am still searching. There are very few hearts that match your compatibility. I am exerting all efforts to locate one," the butler replied. "It is imperative to find one promptly." "By any means necessary," James urged, clutching the butler's collar. In his old age, James had developed a severe heart condition, which was the driving force behind his urgent quest for an organ. He required the transplantation of a healthy heart. "I will reach out to the black market for possibilities," the butler stated. "Very well, you may leave now. Do not forget to post a bounty on the dark web. I want every shred of information regarding Black Gold International. They must pay for their deeds," James commanded. "Understood," the butler affirmed. Once the butler exited the room, James contemplated the emblem of Black Gold International that Elliot had recently sent back. Following the downfall of the Dane Company, the Free Guerrilla Army and the mercenaries of Black Gold International had surged forward with relentless momentum. Those who had served as cannon fodder under the former Hassan could hardly withstand the onslaught, resulting in various defeats. The Free Guerrilla Army swiftly advanced to the outskirts of the capital, Slakatu, of the Cudan nation. Due to their stringent discipline and their respectful treatment of the populace, they garnered immense support, with the unliberated regions eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Free Guerrilla Army. After 3 days of fierce combat, the last remnants of resistance were obliterated, and the capital Slakatu was completely liberated by the Free Guerrilla Army. When they entered the city, the residents of Slakatu did not feel fear, but rather welcomed them with open arms, chanting slogans in praise of the Free Guerrilla Army. Thus, the entire Cudan nation was liberated, and the Free Guerrilla Army naturally emerged as the current authority of Cudan. Nasser subsequently made his inaugural national broadcast, declaring the dawn of a new era for the Cudan nation, announcing its renaming to the Cudan People's Republic, while also establishing the Cudan People's Government. As the leader of the Free Guerrilla Army, Nasser assumed the position of the first president of the Cudan People's Republic. Upon taking office, he abolished the previous oppressive taxes and policies, emulating the practices of a certain nation by nationalizing the land and redistributing it to the farmers, ensuring that the livestock and lands previously monopolized by landlords were returned to the tenant farmers and herders. This policy elicited jubilant cheers of "Long live the new government" from the people of Cudan, garnering significant public support. After all, the primary conflict in Cudan was between the grassroots populace and the landlord class, and the resolution of this issue naturally attracted a multitude of supporters. Concurrently, numerous past injustices were rectified, and the oppressive landlords were subjected to public trials as mandated by Nasser. Those landlords who have forcibly taken women and oppressed the people have faced the righteous judgment they deserved. For the first time, the long-oppressed Cuban populace has been greeted with a long-awaited sense of justice and equity. Years of grievances have transformed into seething anger, leading them to desire nothing less than to flay the skin from those barbaric landlords, devour their flesh, and drink their blood. The news of the Free Guerrilla Army seizing control of the Cuban nation and establishing a new government spread rapidly. While the world was taken aback, governments across various nations offered their congratulations to this nascent regime. Given that Libya under White Fish's rule has remained somewhat discreet in its external affairs, it refrained from being the first to extend its felicitations. Instead, it waited until nations such as the Flowering Nation, the Bear Country, and the Eagle Sauce Country had expressed their congratulations before issuing its own message. Subsequently, White Fish personally reached out to Nasser. Commander Nasser, no. I should now address you as President Nasser. Congratulations. Mr. White, you must acknowledge that without your assistance, how could the Cuban nation have achieved liberation? Here, I must express my gratitude to you. Nasser's humility was evident. He was acutely aware that all he currently possessed was a result of White Fish's support. Without it, he might have been extinguished long ago, and even his own brother had met a tragic end. Regrettably, he was unable to personally exact vengeance upon his nemesis, Hassan. What are your plans for the future? White Fish inquired with a cheerful demeanor. I intend to diligently restore the Cuban People's Republic to its former economic standing. Ensuring the happiness of the people, that is all I currently envision. Presently, the Cuban nation stands at the precipice of revitalization. Both light and heavy industries have suffered devastating blows in the wake of the war, as you are surely aware. White Fish was prepared to begin reclaiming his investments, for he was not one to offer assistance without expectations. Alas, that scoundrel Hassan destroyed most of the factories to prevent us from benefiting. Now Cuban indeed faces a monumental production crisis. Nasser's expression darkened with concern. After all, a president's role is not without its burdens. He must manage the nation effectively, lest Cuban descend once more into chaos. Mr. White, might you consider establishing factories in Cuban? Nasser suddenly proposed. Oh, White Fish was taken aback, not anticipating Nasser's proactive suggestion. If you could establish light and heavy industries in Cuban, I believe it would not only invigorate the economy, but also yield benefits for you, Mr. White. Are you not wary that I might emulate the practices of the Dane Company? White Fish inquired with curiosity. I trust that you are not of such ilk. Unlike the Dane Company, which merely clings to the populace, draining them of their vitality, you appear to genuinely care for the people's well-being. This is evident through the mercenaries under your command. They do not exhibit the same vices as those employed by the Dane Company. A leader who oversees such individuals must surely possess superior character. Some readers may wonder if he might engage in underhanded tactics, but the authors will prevent such thoughts. Nasser spoke from the heart, leading to White Fish's response. In that case, I shall arrange for my subordinates to communicate with you. They will establish factories in Cuban and assist in rebuilding the industrial foundation. Listening to Nasser's words, Bayou pondered for a moment before responding. Thank you so much, Mr. Bai. The kingdom of Cuban will forever be your friend. Nasser was quite pleased, and added, in a few days, I will visit the kingdom of Cuban. We shall converse then. Coincidentally, Bayou was also preparing to travel to Cuban. The kingdom of Cuban warmly welcomes your arrival. Upon hearing that Bayou would be coming, Nasser was initially taken aback, followed by a wave of joy. Chapter 70. Returned to Cuban true to his word. Bayou arrived in Slakatu exactly 1 week later aboard his private jet. At that moment, Nasser, having learned of Bayou's imminent arrival, was already at the airport, eagerly awaiting to personally greet him. Bayou's aircraft gradually came to a halt, its massive form occupying the entire runway. This was Nasser's first encounter with Bayou's private jet. Is this the extent of Mr. Bai's prowess? Nasser and Harris, among others, were left astonished. The jet, named Sky Fortress, was meticulously designed to rival the Air Force One used by the president of the Eagle Nation. The performance of the Sky Fortress not only surpassed that of Air Force One, but also boasted anti-air capabilities, making it a veritable airborne fortress. Soon, the boarding stairs were positioned, and as the aircraft doors swung open, Bayou's bodyguards emerged first, dressed in tailored black suits and dark sunglasses. They exuded an air of professionalism. These elite bodyguards had been specifically selected by Bayou to ensure his personal safety. They were marksmen of exceptional skill, well-versed in various vehicles, and practically omnipotent in their protective capabilities, with impressive agility to boot. Even the 5-star bodyguard Long Wu would find it challenging to confront them alone, despite his towering height of 2 meters and his formidable strength, which made him akin to a human Tyrannosaurus. Bayou affectionately named his personal security detail Flowing Cloud Guards, with Long Wu serving as their commanding officer. Surrounded by his retinue of bodyguards, Bayou descended in his immaculate attire, with Long Wu closely trailing behind, attentively surveying the surroundings. Mr. Bai, welcome to the kingdom of Cuban, Nasser respectfully greeted. Haha, no need for such formality. Why the grand display? Bayou replied with a chuckle. It is only fitting. Without your assistance, the kingdom of Cuban would still be languishing in its former state. Elder Harris smiled in response. Isn't there an old saying from the land of flowers? Something along the lines of, is it not a pleasure to have friends come from afar? Nasser quoted a famous saying to express his welcome. Bayou was taken aback by Nasser's knowledge, realizing he had even prepared a quote from Confucius. He suddenly thought of a playful retort and teased Nasser, saying, Nasser, this saying means I am delighted to have friends come to challenge me. What? Nasser was momentarily stunned. Observing Nasser's reaction, Bayou found it amusing. Ha, I was just joking. You nearly scared me to death, Mr. Bai. Nasser finally exhaled in relief. Bayou smiled slightly. At that moment, he turned to Andy, who stood beside Nasser. Boss. Andy saluted with utmost respect. Thank you for your hard work, Andy. Serving the boss and the company is not a burden. It is a privilege for me, Andre said, shaking his head with a serious expression. Very well, Bayou replied, visibly pleased. Andre, your mission in the kingdom of Kadong is complete. Would you like to return to the base? Bayou inquired. Boss, to be honest, I have found my true love here, and I wish to remain in the kingdom of Kadong, Andre replied, somewhat shyly. Bayou, initially surprised that Andre had discovered love in such a place, felt it would be unkind to separate a couple. Then you may continue your stay in the kingdom of Kadong. Since there is no one managing Black Gold International, you shall take on that responsibility. I will send some management elites to assist you in due course. Thank you, boss, Andre exclaimed, exhilarated by Bayou's agreement and the significant position entrusted to him. After this brief interlude, Bayou traveled to the presidential palace with Nasser. As the convoy traversed the roads of Salakatu, Bayou observed the soldiers of the Free National Army, formerly known as the Free Guerrilla, assisting the citizens of Kadong in rebuilding their homes. Salakatu had endured the trials of war twice, thus the once thriving city bore the scars of conflict. The reconstruction of Salakatu is already underway. The people have placed their trust in us, making organization a relatively easy task, Nasser remarked. Indeed, Nasser, remember this, water can both carry a boat and capsize it. The people are like water, and the ruler must be humble. To ensure the prosperity of the nation, the welfare of the people must always come first. Hassan met his downfall precisely because he lost the support of the people, Bayou concurred. I understand, Nasser committed this wisdom to memory. After this, I will transport equipment through the port to establish factories in the kingdom of Kadong. You have no objections to this, I hope? None at all. What we urgently require is an industrial foundation, Nasser replied, shaking his head. Before long, the convoy arrived at the presidential palace. In anticipation of Bayou's arrival, Nasser had arranged a meticulous setup, complete with a red carpet and attendants. Bayou noticed that the attendants did not wear headscarves, which reminded him of Nasser's open-mindedness and his aversion to outdated conventions. Nasser, I mentioned there was no need for elaborate festivities. Simplicity is preferred. Bayou expressed with a hint of exasperation. Mr. Bai, this is the customary hospitality we extend to guests from afar. It is only proper, Nasser explained. Very well, Bayou conceded, not wishing to dampen the warm atmosphere. As the leading vehicle, Long Wu, came to a halt, he opened the door for Bayou. At Nasser's invitation, Bayou alighted first, followed closely by Nasser. Salute. The soldiers of the Free National Army executed a synchronized salute. Bayou smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. After traversing the lengthy red carpet, Bayou and his companions entered the presidential palace, which was brilliantly illuminated and opulently adorned. Having not paid much attention during his last visit, Bayou now appreciated Hassan's refined taste. The white fish gazed at the presidential palace, resembling a grand palace, and marveled at the enjoyment of these people. Shortly thereafter, Nasser led the white fish into the drawing room of the presidential palace. As soon as the white fish settled into his seat, a waiting maid approached with a teapot and teacups. This is our Arab custom, explained Nasser. To serve our guests a steaming cup of Arabic black tea. The white fish nodded, and the maid poured a generous cup of hot Arabic tea for him. He added some sugar, recalling that the Arabs favored sweetness in their tea. As he sipped the fragrant brew, he found it quite delightful. Before long, he finished the cup of Arabic tea. With a commanding call from Nasser, the feast commenced. An array of delectable dishes was presented, including whole roasted lamb, hummus, Arabic pudding desserts, shawarma chicken wraps, and tabbouleh salad, offering both meat and vegetarian options. It is customary for Arabs to offer a prayer before meals, and the white fish and Long Wu quietly observed this tradition without interruption. Once the prayer concluded, everyone began to indulge in the exquisite flavors of these Arabic delicacies. The white fish relished the food, appreciating the unique taste, as his previous visit to the kingdom had only introduced him to steak. He had not had the pleasure of sampling such traditional dishes. Soon, with appetite satisfied, the remnants of the meal were cleared away. According to Arab custom, the host would now commence dancing. Nasser and his companions began to perform the Arabic dance while singing traditional folk songs of the kingdom. The white fish and Long Wu, unable to dance, watched from the sidelines. Suddenly, the white fish fell to gaze upon him. Following his instinct, he turned to see a woman discreetly observing him, none other than Aisha. Dressed in traditional Arab attire, her face was not concealed, save for a nearly transparent veil. Her graceful figure, breathtaking beauty, cherry-red lips, and bright, clear eyes made her strikingly enchanting. Noticing that the white fish had turned in her direction, Aisha's face flushed crimson, and she shyly retreated, disappearing from his view. The white fish redirected his attention to Nasser and the dancers, yet Aisha's image lingered in his mind. Ever since I injected the body enhancement serum, even my desires have heightened, he mused internally. Just then, as he was lost in thought, the rhythm of the music shifted. The dancers gracefully vacated the floor, and in the next moment, Aisha appeared, leading a group of dancers. Boss, Miss Aisha has come out. Long Wu softly nudged the dazed white fish with his elbow, bringing him back to the present. As Bayou raised his head, having been reminded by Long Wu, his gaze fortuitously met that of Aisha. Aisha, feeling quite bashful, slightly nodded in acknowledgement of etiquette, and Bayou reciprocated with a warm smile. Soon, Aisha led a group of dancers in a graceful performance, capturing Bayou's attention almost entirely. Despite being a university student, her dancing was nothing short of exceptional. Although the venue was filled with many guests, Aisha remained the focal point of the gathering. Seated beside Bayou, Nasir discreetly observed his expression. Noticing Bayou's unwavering gaze upon his sister, a subtle smile crept across his face. Since their last parting, Nasir had discerned Aisha's burgeoning affection for Bayu. Having assessed Bayu's character, he believed him to be a suitable match for his sister. At 23, Aisha was no longer a child. And as the head of the family, Nasir felt a duty to consider her happiness. Mr. Bai, what do you think of my sister Aisha? Nasir inquired. With his attention still on Aisha, Bayu replied, your sister is quite beautiful, breathtakingly so. Then, Mr. Bai, would you consider marrying my sister? Nasir pressed. Bayu was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he turned to Nasir. Mr. Bai, my sister is already 23 years old. I promised our parents I would find her a good husband. Aisha harbors feelings for you. Have you not noticed? You are of similar age and truly well matched. Nasir explained while glancing at Aisha, who was shyly looking back at Bayu. However, recalling his commitments to Tanya and Linghu back home, Bayu hesitated, realizing that he had never truly considered marriage. Who could predict what future romantic entanglements might arise? Nasir, to be honest, I do have an inclination towards your sister. But I cannot deceive you. I have 2 close female companions, and I have never intended to marry. Perhaps that thought may cross my mind in the future. But not at present, Bayu confessed. Nasir frowned slightly, having never contemplated this aspect before. However, considering Bayu's prominent status, he found it understandable that someone of such stature would have numerous admirers. His sister might be a step behind in this regard. Well, Mr. Bai, to be candid, in the Middle East, having multiple wives is not uncommon, Nasir stated. But can you assure me that Aisha would accept this? She has attended university and been educated in a monogamous philosophy. I believe she would struggle to accept such a situation, Bayu sighed. Nasir nodded in silent agreement, choosing not to respond further. At that moment, Aisha, dancing on stage, seemed distracted, frequently glancing towards her brother and Bayu. Before Bayu's arrival, Nasir had discussed with her the idea of proposing to Bayu, but she remained uncertain whether that endeavor had borne fruit. As the music concluded, Aisha led her fellow dancers in a slight bow before gracefully exiting the stage. Subsequently, the banquet came to an end, and Bayu made his way to the room arranged by Nasir. After the banquet concluded, Aisha sought out her brother. Brother, has Mr. Bai agreed? She inquired, her heart fluttering with trepidation. Mr. Bai expressed that he holds affection for you, but the latter part of Nasir's statement plunged Aisha into despair. Mr. Bai has 2 other women in his household and has no intentions of marriage. Even if Mr. Bai accepts you, you will be unable to bask in his affection alone. Aisha felt a profound sense of disappointment. The Western ideals espoused by her university professors had instilled in her a yearning for a singular, devoted love, and now, having finally found a suitor, she discovered he was already entangled with 2 other confidants. Sister, you must contemplate this situation. Can you accept it? Nasir observed Aisha's disheartened demeanor and sighed. I don't know. Take your time to think. Regardless of your decision, I will always support you. Mr. I will depart from Kudan tomorrow, so you have only one night. With that reminder, Nasir left. Once alone, Aisha returned to her chamber. Lying on her bed and staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. After much contemplation, she seemed to have made a resolution. She stepped out of her room and approached Mr. Bai's quarters. The guard outside, Long Wu, noted Aisha's presence with surprise but quickly stepped aside, recalling something. Aisha, feeling a mix of apprehension, pushed the door open and entered. At that moment, Mr. Bai was awake, engrossed in reading some traditional stories from the Middle East, which were quite intriguing. He was momentarily taken aback by Aisha's sudden appearance. Aisha, he exclaimed, it's been a while. Aisha smiled and greeted him. Indeed, it has been several months. Mr. Bai gestured toward the sofa, inviting her to sit. As Aisha settled onto the sofa, she appeared rather tense. An awkward silence enveloped them, prompting Mr. Bai to break the ice. How is your brother faring? He inquired. He is well, thanks to your medicine. He can now get out of bed. Aisha replied earnestly, expressing her gratitude. Had it not been for Mr. Bai's genuine antibiotics, her brother might have succumbed due to her negligence and recklessness. That's good to hear. Are you leaving tomorrow, Mr. Bai? Aisha asked, biting her lip. Yes, there are many matters to attend to at the company, Mr. Bai acknowledged, nodding. He had been preoccupied with establishing a navy and had taken the time to visit Kudan. Realizing that this might be her final opportunity, Aisha resolved to be bold. Mr. Bai, my brother proposed to you, did he not? Mr. Bai nodded in affirmation. Yes, your brother has spoken to me about it. Aisha gathered her courage to ask. Do you like me? Although she had only heard from Nasir that Mr. Bai was fond of her, she yearned to hear it directly from him. I do, he replied. The white fish did not disguise his feelings and directly confessed. After all, who would deny their love for such a beautiful woman? Those who profess to be indifferent either lack the capacity for love or are simply untruthful. The timeless truth remains. Heroes have always adored beauties. Aisha felt a flicker of joy. Aisha, I know you admire me, but can you accept the presence of other women in my life? My status and identity mean that I cannot love just one person exclusively. I do not mind. I merely wish to remain by the side of the one I love. Aisha replied, her gaze resolute as she shook her head, embodying the essence of a love-struck maiden. The white fish was somewhat moved by Aisha's sincerity. If you wish to stay by my side, then you must leave with me tomorrow. Our returns will be infrequent. Can you accept that? I can accept it. My mother once told me that if one finds a partner who makes their heart flutter, they must unwaveringly pursue that love, for it is a divine blessing. To let it slip away would be a regret beyond measure, Aisha tenderly declared. Shyly, she leaned closer to the white fish, resting her head against his chest. He inhaled the delicate fragrance of lavender that lingered on her, and in that moment, he was far from being the indifferent bystander. He cradled Aisha's face, admiring her exquisite features, while her long eyelashes fluttered gently. She gazed into his eyes, filled with affection. The white fish leaned in and kissed Aisha's cherry-like lips. With a bashful flutter, she closed her eyes, becoming the passive participant in this tender encounter, while he took the lead. Gently, the white fish laid Aisha upon the bed. She, embodying the ideal companion, helped him shed his garments and then removed her own, revealing their vulnerability to one another. Faced with such beauty, the white fish could not help but swallow hard. As he extinguished the lights, darkness enveloped the room, save for the soft moonlight streaming through the window. Soon, the air was filled with sounds that ignited the imagination. Meanwhile, Long Wu skillfully retrieved his earplugs from his pocket, quietly distancing himself from the room. The following morning, the white fish awakened, holding the exquisite Aisha in his arms. Observing her weary form, exhausted from the previous night's endeavors, he gently kissed her forehead. He then glanced at the blooming red plum blossom on the bed, smiling softly. It was not conducive for him to write romantic narratives. After this chapter, 2 more awaited. Chapter 72, returning to Libya to commence the establishment of a naval fleet. Given Aisha's fatigue from the night's exertions, the white fish decided to postpone their departure until the afternoon. Though Nasser felt some reluctance upon learning of his sister's decision, he ultimately consented. After lunch, it was time for the white fish and his companions to depart. Except for those remaining to manage the factory, the white fish took Aisha to the airport. With tears in her eyes, Aisha bid a reluctant farewell to Nasser. "Mr. White, I hope you will take good care of my sister," Nasser said. "Rest assured, Aisha, I shall take good care of you and ensure that you do not suffer any grievances. From now on, please refrain from addressing me as Mr. Bai. Even though Aisha and I are not yet wed, you may consider yourself a relative." Bayu patted Nasir on the shoulder, acknowledging that Nasir had now become his brother-in-law. Very well, Nasir nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Bayu assisted the slightly unsteady Aisha aboard the aerial fortress. On the plane, Bayu perceived Aisha's melancholic demeanor, likely a manifestation of homesickness. "Do not worry, you will have ample opportunities to return home," Bayu reassured her, gently caressing her cheek. Aisha leaned against Bayu's shoulder, offering a soft hum of acknowledgement. After 3 hours of flight, Bayu returned to Libya. "Where's this?" Aisha inquired. Gazing through the window at the bustling landscape of Libya, her curiosity piqued. "This is Libya, the realm under my rule," Bayu replied. Aisha's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment, as she had not anticipated that Bayu governed an entire nation. Bayu, having ascertained Aisha's unwavering affection, which had reached the pinnacle of sincerity, chose not to conceal his accomplishments from her. He shared the tale of how he had overthrown the tyrannical regime of the Red Scarf Army and established New Libya. Aisha now truly comprehended the remarkable strength of the man she loved. The aerial fortress finally descended upon the headquarters, known as Dawn Base. Upon witnessing such an expansive and fortified military installation, Aisha was once again rendered speechless. Shortly thereafter, Bayu led Aisha to his residence, where Tanya and Linghu awaited eagerly upon learning that Bayu had returned with a woman. They were keen to see what the woman brought by Bayu looked like. Upon their meeting, Bayu noticed the discontent etched on the faces of Tanya and Linghu. Embarrassed, he offered an awkward smile, but soon recalled his authoritative position, furrowing his brow and adopting a demeanor of command. "What are you two up to? Planning a rebellion?" The two women exchanged glances, unperturbed by Bayu's presence, and boldly approached him, each seizing an ear. "Ouch! Let go!" Bayu gasped in surprise, wincing from the pain. Aisha, feeling anxious, contemplated intervening but hesitated, feeling somewhat out of place as the newcomer. "Look at the scoundrel boss," they quipped, bantering back and forth. Unable to tolerate their antics any longer, Bayu swiftly administered a sharp slap to each of their backsides, the sound resounding loudly in the air. Tanya and Linghu released Bayu's ears, rubbing their sore spots while glaring at him in indignation. "You've spoiled them. Just wait until tonight," Bayu chuckled. The two women, harboring a desire to retaliate, reconsidered their intentions, realizing that their own happiness would be jeopardized should they act rashly. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Aisha," Bayu said, pulling Aisha, who appeared somewhat reserved in her new surroundings, into his embrace. Tanya and the spirit fox scrutinized Aisha from head to toe, and Aisha felt an undeniable sense of anxiety, as she had read in various books that some women might not warmly welcome newcomers. However, to her surprise, Tanya and the spirit fox greeted Aisha with kindness and amiability, then led the bewildered Aisha away for a chat. Finally, tranquility returned to the atmosphere. Bayu believed that the interaction among the three would be particularly harmonious, for he certainly did not wish for his backyard to ignite into a scene reminiscent of the legend of Zhenhuan. He proceeded to his office. "Elizabeth, I am here. What instructions do you have for me?" Elizabeth appeared at Bayu's desk, bowing respectfully. "Bring up the construction panel." Bayu prepared to establish the first naval fleet of the universal military, as naval supremacy would be crucial in future battles. A formidable fleet was essential. You only need to dispatch the fleet to conduct exercises near their waters. They might tremble in fear. "As you wish." Elizabeth summoned the panel, and Bayu navigated to the armor section. He then scrolled down to discover all the naval vessels currently constructible at the Red Alert base, since the warships lack names. I have taken the liberty to name them. To ensure balance, I have adjusted the previous pricing, and the vessel costs are now as follows. Dreadnought-class destroyer, crew of 260, length of 160 meters, displacement of 10,000 tons, costing 50 million resource points. It can launch 2 supersonic ballistic missiles for long-range strikes, with each vessel carrying 26 supersonic ballistic missiles, 24 short-range air defense missiles, and 56 torpedoes. Sea Dragon-class aircraft carrier, crew of 3,000, length of 320 meters, standard displacement of 60,000 tons, full load displacement of 70,000 tons, costing 200 million resource points. It can accommodate 40 Sea Sparrow carrier-based aircraft, comparable to fourth-generation fighters. Aegis-class missile cruiser, crew of 380, length of 180 meters, standard displacement of 12,000 tons, costing 80 million resource points. It features 4 vertical launch systems with 62 missile launch tubes, stocked with 140 missiles of various types, including cruise missiles, air-to-air missiles, anti-submarine missiles, and surface-to-air missiles. Poseidon-class ballistic missile submarine, crew of 160, submerged displacement of 120,000 tons, length of 140 meters. Equipped with torpedo launch tubes and a vertical launch system capable of launching anti-ship missiles and nuclear weapons, costing 500 million resource points. Hurricane-class amphibious assault ship, crew of 300, displacement of 40,000 tons, length of 220 meters. It can accommodate over 20 helicopters of various types, numerous large and medium armored vehicles, nearly 1,000 Marines, and thousands of tons of operational supplies, costing 100 million resource points. Typhoon-class missile attack submarine, crew of 140, submerged displacement of 9,000 tons, length of 120 meters, costing 30 million resource points. Thunder-class missile attack submarine, crew of 140, submerged displacement of 8,000 tons, length of 115 meters, costing 20 million resource points. The thrust vector transport vessel can accommodate 100 combat personnel, measuring 50 meters in length, with a cost of 500,000 resource points. The Tianchi-class comprehensive supply ship is specifically designed to provide a certain type of supply, primarily focusing on fuel and ammunition replenishment. The supply methods have evolved from simple longitudinal replenishment to a sophisticated maritime comprehensive three-dimensional supply system, incorporating lateral, longitudinal, and vertical replenishment techniques, costing 20 million resource points. The Haixi-class frigate, manned by 180 crew members, spans 140 meters and is priced at 30 million resource points. The Laisha-class missile boat, armed primarily with anti-ship missiles, serves as a small combat vessel for nearshore operations. In addition to offensive missions, it is capable of undertaking patrol, surveillance, anti-submarine, and mine-laying tasks, costing 200,000 resource points. The biological weapon, a giant squid measuring 180 meters, can overturn medium-sized ships, disrupt enemy underwater cables, and create disturbances, with a cost of 100,000 resource points. Faced with such an array of vessels, even the giant squid's presence triggered by U.S. indecision. Ultimately, he resolved to procure several of each type, given his ample financial resources. After careful consideration, Bayou decided to purchase 3 Sea Dragon-class aircraft carriers, 24 Fearless-class destroyers, 32 Aegis-class missile cruisers, 4 Poseidon-class ballistic missile strategic nuclear submarines, 6 Hurricane-class amphibious assault ships, 36 Typhoon-class missile attack submarines, 40 Thunder-class missile attack submarines, 6 Tianchi-class comprehensive supply vessels, 24 Haixi-class frigates, and even 8 giant squids. Upon tallying the expenses, the total reached an astonishing $10 billion, equivalent to 5 billion achievement points, illustrating Bayou's extravagant expenditure. Were it not for his control over a nation's resources, he would have been uncertain when he could amass such wealth. Bayou clicked to commence construction, which was expected to be completed in 2 months. This exemplifies a significant bug within the Red Alert base. While other nations require years to build a single vessel, Bayou, possessing sufficient funds, could generate ships at an accelerated pace. With 2 months at his disposal, Bayou would command a fleet of immense scale, propelling his naval power into the world's top 3, effectively displacing the Russian bear. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the spending lavishly achievement. The system interjected with a mocking tone. Go away. I am utilizing these resources for a worthy cause. Bayou retorted. The system informed him that he could store the blueprints of the vessels he developed in the technology library of the shipyard, allowing him to manufacture new types of ships directly in the dock. Is that possible? Bayou inquired, intrigued. Not only the shipyard, but also the vehicle factory could benefit from this feature. Inspired by the system's words, Bayou promptly attempted to upload his original designs, such as the Flashpoint Razor, into the technology library of the vehicle factory. Upon reopening the panel, I was indeed pleased to discover the icons of both armaments had appeared, albeit at a rather exorbitant price, which was of little consequence. What truly captivated my interest was the rapid production capabilities of the Red Alert base. Although constructing units in the armory required less capital, the time expenditure was excessively burdensome. At present, I had successfully secured control over Libya, Cusec, and Kurdistan, resulting in a nearly continuous influx of funds. Moreover, Libya was renowned for its abundant gold reserves, and a significant portion of my wealth was derived from gold mines and other precious metal resources. Chapter 73. The mysterious buyer of arms. While I awaited the completion of the naval fleet, a client arrived at Universal Arms. An Arab-dressed gentleman, accompanied by several attendants, entered the company premises. Greetings, we are clients from the Middle East, here to procure arms, the man stated to the receptionist. Please hold for a moment while I consult with my superiors, the receptionist replied, discerning the affluence of the gentleman and his bodyguards. Recognizing the potential for a substantial transaction, she promptly reported to her superiors. Before long, the head of the weapons sales department, Robert, arrived in the lobby via the elevator. Hello, I am Robert, the head of the weapons sales department. He introduced himself with a warm smile. I am Usama, the man acknowledged with a nod. It is a pleasure to meet you. I understand that you are in need of arms, is that correct? Indeed, We have traveled a great distance specifically to purchase a significant quantity of arms. Please, follow me, Robert said, eager to escort Usama to the VIP room. Would you prefer tea or coffee? He inquired. Tea, please, Usama responded. Robert then instructed his staff to brew some fine tea, and the group engaged in discussions over their beverages. Robert placed a tablet before Usama, explaining, "You may select the items you require through the tablet." Usama picked up the device, pleasantly surprised to find it set to Middle Eastern languages, and began to browse. With each page he turned, his astonishment grew. The inventory ranged from firearms and bulletproof vests to armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters, complete with specifications and combat footage. You sell all these weapons. Are you certain you have them in stock? Absolutely. As long as you have the funds, Universal Arms can provide anything. And you can trust the quality of our products, Robert assured him confidently. My required quantity is exceedingly vast, and I need the delivery to occur shortly. Can you manage this? Usama asked earnestly. Certainly. We at Universal Arms maintain ample stock and offer delivery services, so you can rest assured, Robert replied with conviction. Usama scrutinized Robert for a moment before resuming his selection of weaponry on the tablet. After more than 10 minutes, Usama returned the device to Robert. Robert examined Usama's order. To his astonishment, the quantity of weaponry requested was extraordinarily vast. 20,000 AKM assault rifles, 5,000 RPG, 26 anti-tank rocket launchers, 600 units of the 63 style light, towed 107mm rocket artillery, 80 suicide swarm drone systems, 1,000 PKM general-purpose machine guns, 500 heavy machine guns of 127mm caliber, and 500 SVD sniper rifles. The order encompassed a wide array of firearms, body armor, artillery, grenades, rocket launchers, and rocket artillery, totaling over $3 billion. Robert realized that Usama was a significant client, and his weapon sales department had finally encountered a substantial transaction. Tears of joy welled up in Robert's eyes. For this was the first time he had secured an order of such magnitude. Do you have all these weapons? Usama inquired, eyeing his selected arsenal. Absolutely, Robert assured him. We will have these arms ready within 7 days. Additionally, our company offers new client benefits. With such a large order, we will include maintenance kits and ammunition at no extra cost. Is it really that good? Usama asked, surprised that purchasing from Universal Military Arms came with bonuses. Indeed. At Universal Military Arms, we prioritize our clients above all else. The customer is our deity. That is our guiding principle. We must ensure client satisfaction. Are you certain that all the arms can be prepared within 7 days? I need them urgently, so there can be no room for error, Usama reiterated with concern. Rest assured, most of these arms are in stock. We simply need to pack them. 7 days is merely the maximum time frame. Once everything is packed, I will notify you. Robert explained patiently, despite his curiosity about the intended use of the weapons. His sole responsibility was to sell arms. The rest was not his concern. That's good to hear. Usama nodded. Robert then meticulously calculated the total price of the arms, which amounted to $256 billion. As a new client, he graciously offered Usama a discount, waiving the final $600 million. According to our contract, a deposit of $500 million is required up front, with the remaining balance of $7 billion due upon delivery. Is that acceptable? Of course, we are not short on funds. As long as you can deliver the arms to my specified location promptly, I will add an additional $100 million, Usama declared boldly. Is that a serious offer? Robert asked, surprised. Absolutely, Usama affirmed with a nod. Very well, then. I wish us a pleasant collaboration. The arms you purchased will be delivered to the address you provided in the coming days, and a representative will be assigned to verify the quantity upon delivery. To a fruitful partnership, Usama replied, rising from his seat. The two men exchanged friendly smiles and shook hands. Soon after, Robert received Usama's $500 million deposit, and Usama along with his associates departed from Universal Military Arms. Robert promptly informed Edward, who was somewhat astonished to learn that Robert had just secured an order exceeding $30 billion. This marked the first occasion that Universal Military had encountered such a wealthy client seeking to purchase arms. Edward regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, instructing Robert to personally oversee the packing of the weaponry required by Usama to ensure that no other arms were overlooked, thus safeguarding the company's reputation. Robert assured him repeatedly, and in accordance with Edward's directives, he prioritized the processing of Usama's arms order. Within just 2 days, all the arms purchased by Usama were meticulously packed into containers and loaded onto a cargo ship destined for the address provided by Usama. Upon learning that his order was ready, Usama was profoundly taken aback. He had not anticipated Universal Military's remarkable efficiency, having only left Libya 2 days prior. So much weaponry was already prepared and en route. At the port designated by Usama, Universal Military's dispatched personnel began unloading the cargo, while Usama and his associates awaited eagerly. After a thorough verification, the weaponry and ammunition matched the order precisely. Usama settled the remaining balance of $2.7 billion on the spot, and, honoring his commitment, added an extra $100 million, totaling $2.8 billion. Once the representatives of Universal Military departed, Usama gazed upon the vast array of arms before him, a sinister smile creeping across his face. God above, we shall soon deliver a lesson to those invaders who have encroached upon our homeland. At this point, it should be clear what I am about to write next. Chapter 74, Israel under attack. The weapons are from Universal Military. Less than a week after selling arms to Usama, a significant event occurred that sent shockwaves throughout the world. The Hamas organization from Palestine launched a direct assault on Israel, resulting in a catastrophic bloodbath. This incident swiftly drew the world's attention to the conflict. Given the long-standing enmity between Palestine and Israel, characterized by Israel's relentless encroachment on land and the slaughter of Palestinian civilians, this engendered a deep-seated hatred among the Palestinian people towards Israel, and Hamas seized the opportunity to strike under the banner of vengeance. Caught off guard, Israel suffered considerable casualties. Once the gravity of the situation registered, the Israeli government erupted in fury. In the Middle East, it was understood that they were the instigators. And now someone dared to challenge their dominance as the regional powerhouse. In their wrath, Israel declared their intent to retaliate, initiating multiple airstrikes and missile assaults on the Gaza Strip in Palestine. Initially, it was presumed that Hamas would temper its actions in response. However, to everyone's astonishment, Hamas somehow managed to deploy a multitude of rocket artillery. They retaliated with a barrage of fire upon Israel's major cities and regions. And despite the Iron Dome's desperate attempts to intercept, it could not withstand the overwhelming volume of incoming missiles. In a short span, Israel incurred significant losses. Within mere days, the death toll on both sides approached 10,000, capturing widespread international attention, as it was widely acknowledged that the animosity between the two nations was deeply rooted in historical grievances. In the mid-20th century, the Jewish people ascended to Palestine, establishing the nation of Israel. However, their insatiable greed compelled them to encroach upon the territory of Palestine. Backed by the United States, Israel successfully repelled several assaults from a coalition of Middle Eastern nations, thereby earning the moniker of the regional bully. Subsequently, Israel's excesses intensified, further diminishing Palestinian lands, leaving the people unable to withstand the onslaught of weaponry, forcing them into a continuous cycle of humiliating displacement. Water sources were obstructed by concrete barriers, livestock was mercilessly slaughtered, leaving the Palestinian populace with no means of survival. In a desperate bid to resist, a militant organization named Hamas emerged, openly challenging Israel. The array of weaponry at Hamas's disposal posed significant challenges for Israel. In the initial skirmishes, Hamas gained the upper hand through surprise tactics. However, the fully mobilized Israeli forces swiftly responded by conscripting 300,000 reservists into the fray, utilizing their organized military to push Hamas back into a stalemate. Hamas captured numerous Israeli soldiers and issued a video warning to the Israeli government, threatening to execute a hostage for every airstrike conducted in the Shajaa area. Yet, Israel remained undeterred. The Israeli defense minister issued a counter-threat. Effective immediately, all water sources, fuel, and electricity to the Shajaa region would be severed until Hamas returned the hostages safely. Subsequently, Israel conducted several airstrikes on Shajaa, disregarding the plight of Palestinian civilians, resulting in numerous tragedies. Innocent Palestinians sat helplessly amidst the rubble, weeping uncontrollably. A father cradled his infant daughter, who had perished in the airstrikes, a life extinguished by the ravages of war. The grim state of affairs in Shajaa was relayed by war correspondents, prompting widespread media coverage. Most European nations, led by the United States, expressed unwavering support for Israel, while Middle Eastern countries rallied behind Palestine. China and Russia maintained a stance of neutrality. In an office, Bayou observed with incredulity the weaponry employed by Hamas, recognizing them as products manufactured by a global arms producer. It was evident that a Middle Eastern man named Usama had procured these weapons and supplied them to Hamas. Bayou envisioned the inevitable inquiry from Israel regarding the sale of arms to Hamas. Yet, he remained unfazed, confident in his ability to feign ignorance. Believing that Israel would not dare to retaliate against him, should they prove obstinate, he mused, they would receive a lesson in humility. Just as Bayou anticipated. 3 days later, events unfolded accordingly. Israeli Defense Minister Gallant made a direct announcement during a press conference regarding this matter. Following our investigation, it was discovered that the weapons utilized by the Hamas terrorist organization originated from Universal Armaments. We wish to inquire of Universal Armaments. How did your company's weapons end up in the hands of a terrorist organization? Are you inadvertently financing these groups? We request a reasonable explanation. Furthermore, evidence was released showing weapons emblazoned with the Universal Armaments insignia and markings. The announcement of this incident has caused a global uproar. No one anticipated that the arms used by Hamas were sourced from Universal Armaments. This revelation has stirred significant controversy worldwide. I had always suspected that Universal Armaments was not a reputable entity. All private military companies seem to share this trait. But Universal Armaments stands out for allegedly supporting these inhumane terrorist organizations. Comments from netizens in the United States questioned whether there might be a misunderstanding, asking if Universal Armaments would be foolish enough to print their name on weapons meant for terrorist factions. Users from the Chinese internet expressed skepticism, lamenting their previous admiration for Universal Armaments, realizing they were merely a group of terrorists. British netizens criticized Universal Armaments for their moral failings, comparing them to the Dane Company, suggesting that Hamas was merely a pawn they supported against Israel. In response to the deluge of online vitriol aimed at his company, Whitefish expressed his indignation and instructed Edward to issue a statement. The statement read as follows. First and foremost, Universal Armaments is a large military conglomerate, and one of our business operations involves arms trading. We hereby assert that Universal Armaments did not sell weaponry to the Hamas organization. We are also taken aback by the appearance of our weapons in their possession. Our company does not inquire into the specific intentions of our clients regarding the use of these arms. It is possible that some clients may resell them to others, a circumstance beyond our control. Finally, we strongly protest against the unfounded slander from Israel and demand an apology. While this statement appears forthright, the underlying message conveys a sense of indifference. I sold them, so what? If you question the presence of these weapons with Hamas, I ask, who should we turn to for answers? Moreover, the homepage of Universal Armaments was altered to display the Palestinian flag, seemingly to provoke Israel further. Israel's response was one of fury, yet as Universal Armaments stated, they had merely uncovered evidence of the weapon's origin. Consequently, Israel could only let the matter rest, although they, emboldened by their stance, disregarded the demand for an apology from Universal Armaments. In the office, Whitefish seethed with anger towards Israel, exclaiming, "Damn it! I truly wish to use Adolf shampoo to cleanse the Middle East." Chapter 75. Escalating warfare. This group truly excels at garnering sympathy. It must be acknowledged that the Jewish people hold a significant portion of the media, with public opinion overwhelmingly favoring them. Reports flood in regarding the suffering of the Jewish community from bombings, while the massacres of Palestinians receive scant coverage. This blatant double standard is appalling. As Bayou gazed at the news, inundated with reports concerning the plight of the Israeli people, he could not help but lament. The conflict between Middle Eastern nations and Israel has persisted for decades, and the recent unexpected assault by Hamas undoubtedly has the backing of other Middle Eastern countries, notably Iran and its allies. Seated beside Bayou, Edward articulated his hypothesis. Indeed, Hamas could not possibly afford our weaponry. However, those affluent oil magnates are another matter entirely. They are employing a proxy to incite chaos, supplying arms to Hamas in order to provoke conflict. These Middle Eastern nations seem eager to ignite a sixth Middle Eastern war. Bayou concurred with Edward's perspective. As they had surmised, it was not long before several neighboring Middle Eastern countries began warning Israel to cease its bombardment of civilians. Yet, Israel remained obstinate, dismissing their advisories with indifference. Soon after, armed factions in Lebanon declared an offensive against Israel, launching rockets at military bases along the Israeli border. Caught off guard by Lebanon's audacity, Israel retaliated in anger, disregarding civilian life once again, resulting in numerous innocent casualties in Lebanon. This provoked a vehement condemnation from the Lebanese government, demanding an apology from Israel. Nevertheless, Israel persisted with its narrative of eradicating terrorist organizations. Israel's arrogance incited considerable fury among various Middle Eastern nations. Acting under Bayou's directive, Edward issued a public statement in support of Palestine while also issuing a threat to Israel. The announcement read as follows. Recently, the Israeli government, under the pretext of annihilating Hamas, has conducted extensive airstrikes on the Gaza Strip, resulting in the tragic loss of countless innocent lives. Israel's actions constitute a grave violation of international law. The Libyan government urges Israel to cease its supply blockades and halt the airstrikes on Gaza. This declaration once again drew the world's attention toward Libya. After all, it was well known that just days prior, Israel had sought to confront Universal Armaments over their weaponry. Now, Libya had issued a direct warning to Israel. Speculation arose regarding whether Universal Armaments was poised to intervene in this war. Given their military prowess, such involvement could potentially shift the balance of power in this conflict. The Israeli government received Libya's announcement, which could be deemed less a notification and more warning. Within the presidential office, President Isaac was engaged in discussions with Defense Minister Gallant. "Do you believe Universal Armaments intends to wage war against us?" Isaac inquired, glancing at the communique from Libya. "I believe they lack the audacity. They may merely be posturing, and there is no need for concern," Gallant replied confidently, convinced that Universal Armaments would not dare take action against Israel. Ultimately, the global military might seem to find it simpler to confront those without tanks or aircraft. But when faced with a nation endowed with a formidable army across land, sea, and air such as Israel, they ought to tread cautiously. Gallant exudes confidence in his nation's military prowess. If it weren't for the global military's weaponry, we would have already seized the Shajai region. Isaac gazes at the report detailing the ongoing fierce battles at the front lines. Rest assured, Mr. President, the Hamas organization, devoid of aerial support, is akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. This presents us with a prime opportunity to decisively capture the Shajai region and expel those detestable Palestinians. Gallant remarks with a hint of arrogance. "You must act swiftly. The Global Alliance has been incessantly urging me to cease the blockade against the Palestinian populace in the Shajai region." The Global Alliance? What are they? A mere nuisance. They can only meddle in the affairs of feeble nations. Their authority is a privilege we bestow. Gallant scoffs at the Global Alliance. True enough, but we must maintain appearances. Isaac chuckles. Soon after, Israel provided a perfunctory response. "We express our deep regret regarding the plight of the Palestinian civilians in the Shajai region. However, a significant number of Hamas members are currently concealed within the area, and the resource blockade cannot be lifted for now. We hope that the Palestinian residents will evacuate the Shajai region promptly, and we shall allow a brief period for their withdrawal." This blatant declaration of intent to displace the Palestinians from their homeland was spun by European media into a narrative contrasting civilization with barbarism, portraying Israel as a savior concerned for the welfare of the Palestinian people while depicting Hamas as a terrorist organization instigating violence. The hypocrisy of Western media sickens even the most indifferent observers. As the war escalates, casualties on both sides rise dramatically, inciting protests across the globe, with some demonstrating in support of the Palestinians and others rallying for Israel. In the United States, supporters from both factions even clashed violently. The heartless media relentlessly reports on the suffering of the Israeli populace, with only a scant few conscientious outlets addressing the plight of the Palestinians. Of the numerous reports concerning Israel and Palestine, a mere fraction pertains to the Shajai region, due to Israel's indiscriminate airstrikes that disregard civilian structures. Journalists from other nations venturing into the Shajai region have also met with fatal consequences. 7 reporters have perished in just a few days, including a renowned journalist from Britain. Yet, as a subordinate of the United States, how can Britain dare to question Israel? They can only swallow their grievances in silence. Moreover, 11 personnel from the Global Alliance lost their lives in the airstrikes. They had come as volunteers to assist the Palestinian people, unaware that Israel's bombardment would claim their lives. The Global Alliance can only muster a muted response, as their headquarters is situated in the United States, preventing them from taking a more assertive stance. Soon, civilians from Egypt began to spontaneously organize aid shipments to the Shajai region, only to be obstructed by Israeli forces, which publicly declared their intent to coordinate all humanitarian relief efforts. The conflict between Israel and Palestine swiftly escalated into a cycle of violence, marked by Hamas's brutal actions and Israel's retaliatory airstrikes. Just a few days later, Iraqi militia groups unexpectedly launched rockets at multiple targets within Israeli territory, all of which were intercepted by the Iron Dome defense system. In response, Israel unleashed a barrage of dozens of rockets, resulting in the destruction of civilian structures across various locations in Iraq and causing numerous civilian casualties. Consequently, the Iraqi militia announced a declaration of war against Israel the following day, commencing the deployment of soldiers to the Israeli border. Chapter 76, The Catalyst. Declaration of war. Faced with adversaries on 3 fronts, Israel remained undaunted, perceiving these foes as mere rabble. However, their confidence waned rapidly as they sought to prevent Syria from providing aerial support to Hamas by launching airstrikes on Damascus International Airport and Aleppo Airport. Unfortunately, a commercial flight was taking off at that very moment. A missile struck the aircraft, resulting in a catastrophic explosion midair. All passengers on board, numbering over 100, perished, the majority of whom were Libyan citizens. This incident ignited a significant uproar on the international stage, as no one anticipated that Israel would target a civilian airliner, especially one carrying a substantial number of Libyan nationals. Such an act was nothing short of an overt provocation, plunging Israel into serious trouble. In light of the escalating situation, Israel swiftly issued a statement claiming that the incident was due to erroneous intelligence, asserting that they had mistaken the aircraft for members of Hamas. Upon learning that a plane carrying Libyan citizens had been shot down by an Israeli missile, and that no passengers had survived, the Libyan leader was filled with righteous fury. He dismissed Israel's hollow explanations and promptly ordered a military mobilization. As the saying goes, one must respond in kind. The Libyan leader commanded missile units to retaliate against Israel. Soon, dozens of intermediate-range ballistic missile vehicles gathered in the desert. Once the missiles were erected and locked onto the coordinates of all Israeli military installations provided by reconnaissance satellites, the countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1 launch. As the countdown concluded, the missiles ignited and ascended into the sky, with hundreds of supersonic guided missiles swiftly taking flight. 90 seconds post-launch, satellites from various nations detected the ascent of these missiles and promptly relayed the information to their respective air defense systems, which registered the launch of a large number of unidentified missile types, poised to exit the atmosphere. In the Air Defense Headquarters of the United States, a technician immediately reported the situation to his superior. What? Where were they launched from? The colonel was visibly taken aback. The launch site was traced back to within Libyan territory. It was Libya that had initiated the strike. The colonel, realizing the implications, recalled the recent incident involving Israel downing a plane carrying Libyan citizens, and understood that this was indeed a counterattack from Libya. He quickly conveyed this vital information to his superiors, including the Air Defense Commander. The Air Defense Commander was taken aback upon receiving the news. He had not anticipated that Libya would retaliate so directly, nor could he have imagined that the global military corporation possessed missiles capable of reaching Israel. The linear distance between the two nations is approximately 4,000 kilometers, indicating that the global military corporation must have medium-range ballistic missiles with a range of 5,000 kilometers, or possibly even long-range ballistic missiles. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately reported this information to the president. At that very moment, the Air Defense Command Center in the flowered homeland detected the launch signal of missiles. Reporting to the commander, "We have detected hundreds of unidentified missiles launched from Libya, entering the atmosphere." Libya? The duty officer thought he had misheard and rushed over to confirm. Once it was verified that the missiles had indeed been launched from Libya, he was equally shocked, much like the colonel from the Eagle Nation. Thus, he promptly escalated the information to the Supreme Commander. Naturally, Israel's Air Defense Unit also detected the missiles, and upon witnessing such a considerable number, chaos ensued within the department. "Quickly, organize air defense units for interception. We cannot allow these missiles to land," commanded the Air Defense Commander, drenched in sweat. He had never anticipated such a fierce counterattack from the global military corporation, launching missiles without hesitation. "Commander, the missiles have reached gliding speed, moving at incredible velocity. Our radar and satellites can no longer detect them. Their speed is estimated to have surpassed 16 Mach." The technicians frantically typed on their keyboards, scrutinizing the incoming data. "What? 16 Mach?" The Air Defense Commander wore an expression of disbelief. He could hardly fathom the astonishing speed of the missiles launched by the global military corporation. "The enemy missile cluster will enter our territory in half a minute. No matter what, intercept as many as possible," the Air Defense Commander shouted. Soon, Israel's missile defense system launched a multitude of interceptors to commence interception. However, intercepting missiles traveling at a terminal velocity of 16 Mach was no simple feat in no time. Hundreds of supersonic missiles breached the interception net, heading towards their designated targets. Nevertheless, under the dense interception network, several dozen missiles were successfully intercepted. But this was of little consequence. It's over, the air defense commander thought, his face pale as he watched the missiles break through the defense grid. Before long, the supersonic missiles struck their locked targets. The first to face the precise onslaught was an Israeli military base. The warheads, containing newly developed high-concentration liquid explosives, detonated with such force that they created a deep crater several hundred meters wide, shattering glass within a several-kilometer radius, a testament to their devastating power. Just a handful of missiles effectively incapacitated an Israeli military base, resulting in numerous casualties among Israeli soldiers. Subsequently, the strikes targeted substations and power plants. With all military-related facilities coming under assault, the citizens of Israel first heard the whistling of missiles overhead, followed by a tremendous explosion, culminating in massive, fiery mushroom clouds rising into the sky. Before the people of Israel could fully comprehend the situation, they were met with a series of thunderous booms from a distance, accompanied by more mushroom clouds. At this moment, the people of Israel finally came to their senses, shrieking and wailing as the incessant sound of explosions reverberated in their ears. And colossal clouds of dust surged towards them in relentless waves. Missiles whizzed overhead, and given that Israel is a nation where every citizen is a soldier, military bases were abundant, with several located in nearly every city. After more than 10 minutes of relentless bombardment, the devastation was palpable. The entirety of Israel lay in ruins, with military bases, power plants, docks, military airfields, and ports all subjected to precise strikes. Furthermore, the retaliation from Bayou was far from over, as another significant barrage of missiles was soon launched, this time accompanied by special munitions, including cluster munitions and thermobaric bombs. With no treaties holding him back, Bayou's vengeful nature drove him to retaliate against the Israelites, whom he had long endured. The Israeli Air Defense Command desperately attempted to intercept the incoming projectiles, but they were unable to thwart them all, and many defense positions were swiftly obliterated due to their exposure. Command facilities, both above and below ground, operational engineering sites, military airfields, ports, docks, barracks, training grounds, testing sites, military storage caves and warehouses, military communication, reconnaissance, navigation, observation stations, and measurement, navigation, and guidance markers, military highways, railways, power transmission lines, oil, and water pipelines. Bayou ordered the destruction of all military facilities. Acknowledging that war between the two nations was now unavoidable, Bayou resolved to act preemptively, aiming to eliminate Israel's capacity for response with maximum efficiency. After launching 3 volleys of missiles, he finally commanded a halt. The images relayed by spy satellites depicted a landscape in Israel engulfed in smoke and flames, with most military installations reduced to rubble. Moreover, a significant portion of Israel was plunged into darkness following the destruction of power plants and substations, leading the entire nation to enter a state of heightened military readiness. With all missile defense systems on standby, and orders for troop mobilization issued in preparation for further assaults on Israel, in the Operations Command Center, Bayou grimly issued orders, to which Zhang Yu responded with a salute. Chapter 77. Israel's surrender soon. News of the Universal Military's missile strikes on Israel spread across the globe, causing a stir worldwide. No one had anticipated that Universal Military would declare war without prior notice, expressing their outrage over the downing of a civilian airliner with such decisive action. Furthermore, the revelation that Universal Military possessed the capability to strike Israel suggested the possibility of hidden military prowess yet to be unveiled. Reports from various international media outlets detailed the devastation within Israel, where nearly every region had suffered missile strikes. However, the Universal Military had skillfully avoided civilian areas, with only military facilities suffering the consequences. This precision left nations around the world astounded, for such accuracy implied that Universal Military boasted advanced military satellites and cutting-edge missile technology. Amidst the bewilderment, one cannot help but ponder whether the missiles of the Universal Military come free of charge. The astonishing launch of thousands of missiles, executed without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a saturation strike upon Israel that is nothing short of terrifying. This event has compelled nations around the globe to once again regard the Universal Military with heightened seriousness. After all, every time it chooses to reveal its might, it does so in a manner that leaves the world astounded. Who knows what other aces remain hidden up its sleeve? Perhaps it even possesses nuclear capabilities. The assault on Israel by the Universal Military has provoked a strong reaction. My goodness, is the Universal Military truly this formidable? They act decisively. I'm enamored, exclaimed a netizen from the Flower Nation. I do not believe the Universal Military has erred. They merely seek vengeance for their compatriots, and their strikes have primarily targeted military installations, resulting in minimal civilian casualties, remarked a netizen from Eagle Nation. Have you lost your mind? All of this for a mere handful of individuals? Do you have any idea how many lives have been lost in Israel? My brother perished beneath the missiles of the Universal Military, expressed an outraged netizen from Israel. Haha, it's about time. God above, you have finally brought retribution upon these wretched butchers, retorted a netizen from Palestine. The Universal Military has been far too restrained. If it were me, I would have employed chemical weapons, commented a netizen from Cat Nation. I concur. Those accursed Israelis deserve to be utterly annihilated, added a netizen from Iraq. On the following day after the attack on Israel, President Isaac announced a nationwide state of heightened military readiness and subsequently convened a press conference. He vehemently condemned the military actions of the Universal Military against Israel in front of global media, yet conspicuously refrained from mentioning any intent to declare war on them. Mr. President, Has the action of the universal military not constituted a declaration of war? Will you be retaliating? Inquired a journalist from British Broadcasting Corporation. We have no comment. We are still deliberating, Isaac responded awkwardly, clearly flustered. Declare war? What nonsense. With all military facilities incapacitated, would it not be akin to searching for a light in a restroom? Presently, even dealing with Hamas poses a challenge. He lamented before ultimately leaving the press conference under the protection of his bodyguards, unable to withstand the barrage of probing questions from reporters. Pathetic. Scoffed a viewer named White Fish, who was following the news. He had anticipated a confrontation with Israel, only to find them cowering instead. Consequently, he issued a statement on behalf of the Libyan authorities, declaring that Libya was fully prepared to respond to any declaration of war from Israel. Such blatant provocation was met with feigned indifference by a beleaguered Israel, which was evidently intimidated, leading many to scoff at the notion that the once dominant bully of the Middle East had been brought to heel. Where had the audacious bravado against Palestine gone? Due to the severe toll on its military, Israel suffered repeated defeats in the Gaza Strip, while the previously beleaguered Hamas organization seized the opportunity to mount a large-scale counteroffensive. Both sides found themselves entrenched in a protracted stalemate, refusing to yield. The cessation of aerial threats has significantly alleviated the pressure on Hamas, prompting them to rely on urban structures and engage in street warfare against Israeli forces. In a bid to further antagonize Israel, Hamas has issued a public statement demanding an immediate cessation of resource embargoes and permitting humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip, compelled not to provoke the international military. Israel reluctantly acquiesced, restoring electricity and water supplies while allowing volunteers from the International Red Cross to enter Gaza for relief efforts. The beleaguered Palestinian residents of Gaza, mired in despair, finally glimpsed hope. They embraced one another in tears, having endured weeks of uncertainty. With no water or power, their only solace came from the terrifying roar of Israeli aircraft overhead, leaving them in a state of dread over what tomorrow might bring. For weeks, they had lived in fear, isolated from the outside world, until they learned that it was the international military that had pressured Israel into resuming essential services. Though the Palestinians may not fully comprehend the international military's role, they will forever remember its actions with gratitude, viewing it as a beacon of salvation from their suffering. In a further effort to bolster the image of the international military, a rescue team of 500, equipped with essential supplies, was dispatched to assist the Palestinian refugees in Gaza. The refugees were profoundly touched to learn that their saviors hailed from the international military, leading to a greater appreciation for their efforts compared to those of other nations' aid workers. The story of the international military's assistance in Gaza spread, and through reports from journalists sent by Hamas, the grim reality of the situation was unveiled to the world for the first time. The Gaza Strip lay in ruins, with the stench of decay from countless bodies haunting the landscape. Journalists from the international military discovered a heart-wrenching scene. A Palestinian mother, her eyes vacant, sat cradling her deceased child. Such images struck a chord with viewers worldwide, as Palestinians expressed their fury at the Israeli government's atrocities before the cameras. Moreover, residents recorded instances of Israeli troops invading homes, perpetrating crimes, with women subjected to violations and men tortured. These heinous acts laid bare the reality of Israel's actions for the global community. The Israeli state media, which had long reported its own suffering to elicit sympathy, found its platforms inundated with vitriol from an outraged public. As the situation spiraled beyond control, they swiftly disabled comment sections. Around the globe, protests erupted, with increasing numbers rallying in support of the Palestinians, while support for Israel dwindled. Chapter 78, the Sixth Middle Eastern War. The intervention of the Eagle Nation due to the severe impairment of Israel's military strength, its military prestige has also been shaken. The Hamas organization, along with Lebanon, Iraq, and Syria, seized the opportunity and promptly declared the formation of a united army to wage war against Israel. Faced with the alliance of these four nations, Israel, whose military prowess had significantly dwindled, found itself in a state of urgency. In the past, it would have dismissed such minor adversaries, but the present circumstances were markedly different. Consequently, Israel sought assistance from the Eagle Nation, a country largely under the control of the Jewish populace. The Eagle Nation, recognizing that the collapse of Israel could lead to a united Middle Eastern front against it, swiftly began transporting military equipment to Israel. It also urged its allies, such as the Hans Cat and the United Kingdom, to provide support. Although reluctant, these nations, as subservient allies of the Eagle Nation, felt compelled to offer their assistance. Within a short period, a substantial quantity of weaponry arrived in Israel. Armed with these advanced resources, Israel quickly mobilized a significant number of reserve troops to engage in the conflict. With the sophisticated weaponry supplied by Western nations, Israel effortlessly subdued the Middle Eastern coalition forces. Observing the coalition's disheartening retreat, the White Fish was left speechless, unable to comprehend the coalition's lack of strength. Akin to a gaming scenario where one weakens a boss to near defeat, yet a few inept teammates fail to finish the job. Before long, the Universal Military Corporation welcomed several affluent clients from the Middle East seeking to purchase arms. It was evident that these individuals were agents of the coalition, aiming to acquire weapons to combat Israel. The White Fish, ever the opportunist, instructed Edward to proceed with the sales. Shortly thereafter, these wealthy patrons procured armored vehicles, tanks, artillery, rocket launchers, firearms, ammunition, and suicide drones, providing the White Fish with a staggering sum of $12 billion, which brought a beaming smile to his face. Just as he faced a financial shortfall after purchasing naval assets, this influx of capital was indeed a cause for celebration. 2 weeks later, The Universal Military Corporation successfully delivered the purchased arms to their clients. Armed with these new acquisitions, the Middle Eastern coalition began to remedy their prior disadvantage and initiated a protracted struggle against Israel. The latter, witnessing the coalition's utilization of Universal Military's weaponry, felt a surge of frustration, though they were too wary to provoke the corporation and could only express their grievances in hushed tones. At this juncture, the Pyramid Nation also declared its intention to join the coalition, intensifying the pressure on Israel. Soon thereafter, Jordan also allied with the United Front, marking the official commencement of the Sixth Middle Eastern War. The coalition of 6 nations significantly increased the strain on Israel, transforming what had been a stalemate into a scenario of escalating retreats for the once mighty state. Moreover, numerous regions within the country have fallen victim to the artillery strikes of the Middle Eastern coalition, plunging the nation of Israel into a state of sheer terror. Most countries have begun organizing the evacuation of their citizens from Israel, fully aware that the situation there could become dire. However, how could the United States passively observe the potential annihilation of Israel? Initially, they intensified their military aid to the nation, subsequently dispatching 2 aircraft carrier groups to threaten the coalition forces. Unexpectedly, Iran issued a stark warning, asserting that any intervention from the United States would have severe repercussions, and prominently showcased their domestically developed hypersonic missiles. Faced with this, the United States felt a twinge of trepidation, recognizing the age-old truth that the weak fear the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear nothing. Iran, embodying the latter, posed a credible threat to the U.S. carrier groups. Nevertheless, as the world's dominant power, the United States could hardly back down. Holding on to this notion, the 2 carrier groups proceeded cautiously towards Israel. At this juncture, Whitefish discovered that the U.S. vessels intended to traverse Libyan territorial waters directly, a prospect he could not allow. The chaos in the Middle East had escalated, and if the U.S. wished to assist Israel, he was determined to thwart their efforts and support the coalition forces instead. Feeling the pace was too slow, he expedited the construction of several docks, hastening the shipbuilding process, and his first naval fleet was now complete. Considering that the truth would inevitably surface, he decided it was better to reveal it now to instill fear in the United States. Without hesitation, Whitefish directed Edward to send a warning message to the 2 U.S. carrier groups, instructing them to alter their course immediately. Yet, the United States, having held its position as a global superpower for decades, had cultivated a brazen and arrogant demeanor, making compliance unlikely. Amused by this unfolding scenario, Whitefish commanded all fleets to mobilize. Soon, 3 formidable fleets began to move out, aiming to encircle the 2 U.S. carrier groups. At that moment, various countries monitoring the U.S. fleet noticed something amiss. They observed 3 large, unidentified carrier groups suddenly appearing in Libyan waters, strategically surrounding the U.S. vessels. This revelation sent shockwaves through the monitoring agencies worldwide, prompting rapid reports of the situation. Meanwhile, the 2 U.S. carrier groups, the USS Ford Strike Group and the USS Eisenhower Strike Group, continued their leisurely navigation within Libyan territorial waters, operating under the assumption that Libya possessed no naval forces to pose a threat, and arrogantly believing that the formidable U.S. would not be challenged by the lesser-armed forces. Suddenly, alarms blared across both fleets as radar detected numerous maritime targets. The commanders of both fleets were left in stunned disbelief. What was happening? Commander Thompson of the Eisenhower fleet inquired of the radar operator. The report came back. We have detected a multitude of unidentified maritime targets. Their numbers overwhelming, and they have completely surrounded us. The radar operator stared in disbelief at the information displayed on the radar, drenched in cold sweat. What? How is this possible? Where did they come from? Thompson could hardly comprehend the situation. Unclear, they seemed to have appeared out of nowhere like phantoms. The radar operator was equally baffled by their sudden emergence. Given the gravity of the situation, Thompson swiftly contacted Commander Nathan of the Ford Carrier Strike Group, only to discover that they too had detected numerous maritime targets, indicating that the radar was not malfunctioning. At that moment, the communications officer suddenly detected an incoming frequency and activated the broadcast. A powerful voice resonated through the speakers. This is the Libya 1 carrier group. Repeat, this is the Libya 1 carrier group. Your fleet has severely threatened our maritime sovereignty. Please cease all operations immediately. Cease all operations. Otherwise, we will engage in an attack. Thompson was left in utter disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Did they just mention the Libya carrier group? Yes, the communications officer nodded in astonishment. Where did they acquire such a formidable carrier group? Thompson found it utterly incredulous. Thompson, we have received a warning from the enemy vessels. Damn it, we are completely surrounded. Their missiles have locked onto all our vessels. Nathan urgently contacted Thompson, his tone filled with anxiety. Just as Thompson was about to respond, alarms blared on his flagship, the system indicating that their vessels had been locked onto by missiles. Sir, we are locked on. Damn it. The other ships are also locked on. Even our submarines are locked on. The aide, witnessing all the vessels flashing red, cursed in frustration. Damn it. All vessels enter condition 1 readiness. Thompson swore and issued the command. Soon, both carrier groups entered a state of heightened readiness, with all weapons unlocked. Yet they refrained from taking rash actions. After all, locking onto the enemy vessels would mean declaring war, and the numbers were overwhelmingly in favor of the adversary, who also possessed land-based missiles capable of annihilating them. Chapter 79. Pay the ransom to be freed before long. News of the 2 American carrier fleets being encircled spread like wildfire. Such explosive news created an uproar. as no one had anticipated that the domineering United States could find itself surrounded, especially by Libya, a nation widely regarded as lacking a naval force. The awaiting reinforcements in Israel were left dumbfounded, as they did not expect their aid to be intercepted by an unexpected adversary. The Libyan government swiftly issued a statement, accusing the American fleet of brazenly trespassing into Libyan territorial waters, thereby infringing upon Libya's maritime sovereignty. Libya asserted its rights to detain the American fleet and take all necessary countermeasures, while demanding an explanation from the United States. They also released a video showing 3 carrier groups encircling the American fleets from multiple angles. The footage revealed that the number of Libyan vessels far surpassed those of the United States, and their capabilities were equally formidable. The 3 previously unseen aircraft carriers left the world in shock. Damn it, these foolish politicians. How dare they wantonly infringe upon the sovereignty of other nations? Now, look what has transpired, commented a netizen from the United States. From where has Universal Military obtained such a formidable fleet? I wager that the displacement and technological prowess of these vessels are undoubtedly of the highest caliber in the world, remarked a user from the United Kingdom. Ha. A case of failing to catch the chicken and instead losing the rice. Today, I shall set off firecrackers in celebration. Let the world rejoice, exclaimed a netizen from China. If we too possessed such fleets, would the Americans still have the audacity to act tyrannically over us? Questioned a user from an unspecified country. How will the United States resolve this predicament? Observing the might of Universal Military, it seems they are in for a calamity, commented a user from a certain nation. At this moment, within the Black Palace of the United States, President John was seething with rage. Upon learning that his own naval vessels had been encircled by the Navy of Universal Military, an incredulous disbelief initially consumed him, followed by an intense fury upon confirmation. He had always been the one to encircle others. Never did he anticipate that his own fleet would be surrounded. Yet, they were the ones who had intruded into another nation's territorial waters, leaving him without justification. Jonathan, tell me, from where did Universal Military's 3 aircraft carrier strike groups originate? Do not tell me they appeared out of thin air. 3 aircraft carriers. 3. And so many destroyers and cruisers. How were they manufactured? John demanded of Jonathan. Mr. President, it appears that Universal Military has mastered a form of signal that shields against satellite detection. In numerous locations, our satellites have recorded that area as being entirely blacked out. It is highly likely that Universal Military has covertly constructed these vessels, Jonathan responded. Covertly constructed? You mean to say there exists a company with the capability to build aircraft carriers and destroyers? Either they were manufactured in an incredibly short span, or they have existed all along but remained hidden from plain sight. This Universal Military is truly enigmatic. Garnett, have you uncovered any useful intelligence? John shifted his gaze to a rather formidable-looking man beside him, who was none other than Garnett, the head of the intelligence agency. Apologies, Mr. President. All agents we dispatched have gone missing upon entering Libya. We have suspended our infiltration efforts in Libya for the time being, Garnett admitted with a hint of shame. What? John exclaimed, taken aback. We have sent a total of 6 agents thus far. Initially, we presumed they had met with misfortune, but subsequently, pairs of agents have also lost contact. Could it be that Universal Military has discovered them? It is uncertain, but it is highly probable. Is their counterintelligence capability truly this formidable? What are they concealing? John mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, those agents dispatched to gather intelligence in Libya had merely been detected by a mental detection device and marked as hostile targets, subsequently falling under the control of a mind control apparatus. This was precisely what Whitefish was least concerned about. Any hostile entity entering Libyan territory would be instantly detected and marked, after which the mind control team would engage and dominate them. Inquiring about how the Universal Military might grant passage, we ponder the possibility of negotiating certain conditions. Currently, there are protests and demonstrations occurring domestically, necessitating our explanation. Over 10,000 individuals are encircled, and this is no trivial matter. John is acutely aware that if this issue remains unresolved, his political career will be irrevocably jeopardized. Mr. President, should we adopt a more assertive stance? Negotiating terms may undermine the military prestige of our nation, Jonathan advised. What? Do you wish to instigate war with the Universal Military? Presently, both the Eisenhower and the Ford are completely surrounded, with missiles locked onto them. Should conflict arise, they cannot escape a fated demise, especially since the Universal Military has successfully developed aircraft carriers and destroyers. Can you guarantee they possess no nuclear weapons? Who knows what other weaponry they might be concealing? And that EMP missile, should it be launched onto our territory, the devastation would be unimaginable. The United States may very well tumble from its pedestal as the world's superpower. The Universal Military is no Iraq. They genuinely possess weapons of mass destruction. Unless you are confident in your ability to obliterate their military might instantaneously, refrain from uttering such nonsense. Indeed, Jonathan conceded, overwhelmed by the barrage of criticism. Soon after, representatives from the United States were dispatched to engage with the Universal Military. The envoy was none other than Jenkins, who had previously sought to procure material technology. He never anticipated returning to this place that had caused him such embarrassment. Reluctantly, he steeled himself for the encounter, knowing that failing to handle this matter adequately would cost him his position. He was taken aback to discover that the Universal Military had quietly established 3 aircraft carrier fleets. Jenkins sat in the reception area, feeling somewhat uneasy, when Edward entered. Having received instructions from Whitefish, Edward knew that if the United States desired the fleets to be released, there was but one solution, a ransom of $20 billion. Otherwise, they would simply endure a prolonged stalemate. The fleets were situated within their waters, easily resupplied, while the United States, having journeyed from afar, would soon exhaust its resources. Ambassador Jenkins, we meet again, Edward remarked with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Harboring no fondness for Jenkins, Jenkins, observing Edward's disdainful expression, could only respond with a forced smile. Indeed, Mr. Edward, it has indeed been a while. As they settled into conversation, Edward leisurely sipped his tea, while Jenkins had not even a glass of water before him. Jenkins felt his dignity trampled upon. Yet he dared not express his anger. Mr. Edward, I have come regarding our two fleets. Ah, Mr. Jenkins, you are here concerning those two sitting ducks? The Universal Military is willing to grant passage. Really? Jenkins exclaimed, his surprise palpable. However, Edward's next statement filled him with frustration and indignation. You have violated our territorial waters. To depart, you must pay a ransom. 2 aircraft carrier fleets, totaling $20 billion. What? 20 billion? How dare you not simply seize it? Without the earlier surprise, Jenkins could no longer contain his frustration and erupted in anger. $210 billion. Jenkins, every curse you utter adds another billion, Edward remarked with an indifferent expression. Upon realizing that his words had increased the ransom by $10 billion, Jenkins fell silent. No negotiations. No bargaining. $210 billion, and you may leave. Otherwise, your fleet will not be permitted to depart, Edward stated with an undeniable tone. I need to contact my superiors, Jenkins managed to say, suppressing his fury. Edward nodded. When you come to a decision, we can discuss it further, he said before exiting the reception room. Jenkins, veins bulging and knuckles turning white from clenching, pulled out his phone to reach the president. Soon, Jenkins conveyed the demands of the Universal Military to John. Upon hearing that a ransom of $210 billion was required, John let out a sharp exclamation. What audacity! How dare they demand such a sum? He bellowed, slamming his hand on the desk. Mr. President, we need not bear this cost ourselves. Israel has the funds. They currently rely on us to avoid annihilation. And they can pay the ransom for us, Garnett interjected. John's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Indeed, the Israelites were wealthy. Consequently, he contacted Israeli President Isaac. Upon learning that a payment of $210 billion would secure the release of the American aircraft carrier fleet, Isaac promptly agreed, recognizing that their survival depended on American assistance. He immediately transferred the funds to the United States. John, observing the deposit of $210 billion, reflected with a wry smile. This marks the first time the Americans have shown weakness by paying a ransom. Mr. President, our immediate priority is to assist Israel. Once they are secure, we can address the Universal Military, Jonathan advised. Indeed, John replied, handing over the $210 billion to Jenkins. With the ransom secured, Jenkins sought out Edward to transfer the funds. Upon witnessing Jenkins actually pay the ransom, Edward was taken aback, yet he honored his word and ordered the fleet's release. The released American fleet promptly exited Libyan waters. Ambassador Jenkins, it has been a pleasure collaborating, Edward said with a smile, extending his hand. Humph, Jenkins scoffed, turning to leave. Ambassador Jenkins, acceptance does not imply agreement. Your fleet has yet to exit our waters. I can retract the ransom at any moment and increase the demand. Are you certain you wish to forego a handshake? Edward threatened coldly. Despite his anger, Jenkins returned to shake Edward's hand. After the handshake, Edward took out a handkerchief, disdainfully wiped his hands, and tossed the cloth into a trash can before departing, leaving Jenkins visibly displeased. Watching Jenkins' every move through surveillance, Whitefish chuckled. Edward is truly cunning. It's a good thing this man doesn't have high blood pressure. Otherwise, he might just faint from rage. $21 billion. The Eagle Nation expresses gratitude for your generous sponsorship. The Whitefish gazed at the $21 billion in the account and chuckled. Chapter 80, The Enraged Eagle. After receiving the ransom of $21 billion, the 2 aircraft carrier fleets of the Eagle Nation departed the Libyan waters in a disheartened manner. Unable to traverse through Libya, a crucial passage, they were compelled to take a longer route. It is noteworthy that in the past, no nation dared to challenge the Eagle Nation as it roamed the seas. Yet now it faced such humiliation, forced to take a detour. The journey increased significantly, and after 2 weeks, half a month, the fleets finally entered the Mediterranean Sea. With the arrival of the Eagle Nation, the entire Middle Eastern situation became exceedingly tense. The coalition forces were apprehensive of the Eagle Nation's involvement, fearing that it would lead to a grave crisis. Israel, witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, felt a surge of confidence. For the past half-month, they had endured tremendous strain. Even with their citizen soldier status and the support of the Eagle Nation and Western arms, however, they could not withstand the combined assault of the Six-Nation coalition. The Iron Dome system was nearly incapacitated, unable to fend off enemy rocket fire. Now, the arrival of the Eagle Nation finally afforded them a moment to breathe. The Eagle Nation's purpose for this arrival was not to directly launch missile strikes against the Six-Nation coalition, but rather to instill a sense of deterrence. They warned the coalition to cease their actions. Otherwise, attacking Israel would be tantamount to striking the Eagle Nation itself. Under the pressure of the Eagle Nation's might, the coalition had no choice but to abandon their offensive against Israel. Although their objectives had not been fully realized, Israel was not entirely vanquished. They had indeed seized considerable territory, much of which had reverted to Palestine. In an effort to prevent further escalation, the United Nations hastened to mediate, with China and Russia acting as intermediaries, providing a way for the coalition to retreat gracefully. Consequently, the Six-Nation coalition and Israel signed a ceasefire agreement, stating that any unilateral violation of the truce would be met with the most severe retaliation. Thus, the coalition returned home, marking the end of the Sixth Middle Eastern War incited by Israel and Palestine. Through the diplomatic efforts of various nations, Israel and Palestine also agreed to cease hostilities. Israel was loath to relinquish the hard-won territories it had seized from Palestine and sought to reclaim them. Consequently, the Eagle Nation, adopting a commanding tone, demanded that Palestine return the lands it had occupied back to Israel. However, Palestine was unwilling to comply, which incited further anger from the Eagle Nation. This issue soon began to escalate. Observing the Eagle Nation's coercive tactics towards Palestine, the White Fish, displeased with the Eagle Nation's actions, issued a public statement. Does the Eagle Nation not proclaim itself as the world's police? How can a police force one day award what rightfully belongs to the owner to a robber? Is this not profoundly unreasonable? Does this align with justice? Can a police officer truly collude with a thief? The conflict between Israel and Palestine is fundamentally a territorial dispute, wherein Israel persistently encroaches upon lands that rightfully belong to Palestine, obstructing farmers' access to water sources. Such malevolent actions, astonishingly, receive support, which is utterly perplexing. The recent announcement from Universal Military undoubtedly serves as a resounding slap to the face of the United States. President John of the U.S. reacted to this announcement with fury, vocally denouncing Universal Military. Subsequently, in an effort to further undermine the prestige of the U.S., a mocking statement was issued, thanking the affluent U.S. for a ransom of $21 billion, expressing hope for their imminent return to Libyan territorial waters. This news sparked intense discussion worldwide, with curiosity surrounding the implications of the $21 billion. Was the U.S. unexpectedly released after paying a ransom to Universal Military? Soon, rumors of the U.S. paying a ransom and gaining release spread like wildfire, significantly destabilizing the U.S.'s standing, especially given its previous declarations of never compromising with any nation or organization. Yet, contrary to expectations, it had indeed broken its vow by paying a ransom of $21 billion for its release. In no time, the internet was rife with mockery directed at the U.S. Citizens of Flower Country even created numerous memes, one of which left a lasting impression on Bayou, an image depicting a bald eagle clutching a stack of cash labeled $21 billion. While facing a towering figure adorned with the words Universal Military, the bald eagle exclaimed, "Give me $21 billion, to which the Universal Military giant, looking down upon it, nodded, accepted the money, and kicked the eagle away. This meme was exceedingly humorous, eliciting a chuckle from Bayou. The creativity of today's internet users is truly remarkable. Shockingly, the formidable United States has repeatedly stumbled at the hands of Universal Military. Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? Ha! Exclaimed netizens from Flower Country. What a disgrace. The U.S. has truly embarrassed itself. Isn't it supposed to be the world's hegemon? Why then pay a ransom of $21 billion? Queried netizens from Bear Country. Though I am not fond of Universal Military, I stand by you this time. The U.S. has finally faced a setback. Remarked netizens from Country A. Damn it, President John. Had I known, I would have voted for a pig. I believe a pig could govern the nation better than he does. He has brought shame upon the U.S. Lamented netizens from the U.S. There are those who rejoice and those who seethe. Inside the Black House of the U.S., John furiously smashed objects in his office. A disgrace. An enormous disgrace. Beside him, Jonathan and Garnett dared not speak, believing it best to let the enraged president vent his frustrations. Neither of them anticipated that Universal Military would publicly reveal the U.S. ransom payment, which was essentially an open humiliation for the United States. This incident caused John's approval ratings to plummet by more than half, effectively jeopardizing his prospects in the upcoming presidential election, which was a significant source of his anger. Sanctions. Impose sanctions on me, economic sanctions, technological sanctions, maximizing efficiency by restricting the import and export of global military armaments, and severing diplomatic ties with Libya. Although a declaration of war against global military might is not feasible, John still harbors an ambition to undermine it. Mr. President, with all due respect, it appears that global military does not utilize any of our technology, and thus far, Libya has not established a trade partnership with us. Presently, Libya's goods seem to be entirely for domestic consumption, with little presence in overseas markets. Garnett interjected. Domestic consumption? Are they isolating themselves? John pondered, his curiosity piqued. Uncertainty lingered. Apart from arms, Libya's light industrial products seem to be exclusively for internal sale, or at most, exported to Kusek. That is indeed peculiar. John was inclined to investigate for potential breakthroughs, yet the formidable counterintelligence capabilities of global military dissuaded him from risking his agents' lives. Any method to irritate global military is acceptable. They have egregiously undermined the prestige of our nation. Garnett, you are well acquainted with this matter. You handle it. Certainly, Mr. President. Garnett nodded in agreement. Jonathan, where is Sheffield? I have not seen him lately. John inquired with curiosity. Sheffield is currently investigating information regarding the terrorist Zakiev. The mention of Zakiev, a notorious extremist who established an ultranationalist party, caused John's expression to shift. Indeed, recently Zakiev has been stirring trouble again. Conspiring with Khalid al-Assad from the self-proclaimed Kurdish state in the Middle East, Jonathan confirmed with a nod. These wretched terrorists are as despicable as global military. John expressed his disdain vehemently. Garnett, dispatch some personnel to assist General Sheffield. No problem, Garnett replied affirmatively. In that case, let us adjourn the meeting. There is a class shortly. I will return to update the remaining 3 chapters. Chapter 81. Global military courted by various factions. The sudden revelation of 3 aircraft carrier fleets by global military has garnered widespread attention worldwide. After all, 3 fleets are no trivial matter. Such a naval formation elevates global military's maritime strength to rank among the top 3 globally, establishing it as a formidable force. Many factions seek to draw global military into their respective camps. In the northern star of the flowering nation, Pengguohua, and others are engaged in discussions regarding global military. It is indeed astonishing that global military possesses ballistic missiles and such a significant number of naval vessels, with aircraft carrier scales comparable to ours. Liang Xingdian marveled at the satellite images. The size of these destroyers and cruisers seems nearly equivalent to ours. I am uncertain about the data, but I personally speculate that they are certainly not inferior to the 055 series. Lin Guo remarked with a serious expression. Is that so? Ma Guozheng expressed surprise. It was his first time witnessing Lin Guo hold such a favorable view of another nation's warships. You have witnessed the materials procured from Universal Military, which astonishingly can withstand numerous tungsten core armor-piercing projectiles. The bulletproof vests exhibit similar resilience, even enduring 127mm caliber ammunition. Lin Guo elucidated that the only plausible explanation for Universal Military's ability to supply such formidable materials is that they possess even superior alternatives. Ma Guozheng reflected upon the extraordinary performance of the armor materials at that time, fully agreeing with the assessment. Universal Military harbors numerous hidden cards. The construction of an aircraft carrier is not achieved overnight, but requires rigorous inspections followed by sea trials before it can be commissioned. The fact that Universal Military has already equipped their fleet suggests they have possessed it for quite some time. However, I am intrigued by how these 3 colossal fleets have remained concealed. Zhao Yinming flicked through the photographs, intrigued by the methods employed by Universal Military to keep their aircraft carrier fleet undetected by satellites for such an extended period. The satellite department transmitted images capturing various regions of Libya, revealing that substantial areas are marked by black zones impervious to satellite reconnaissance. Evidently areas Universal Military wishes to keep hidden. Xia Yinwen distributed the photographs to the others, stating that Universal Military must possess some form of advanced technology capable of directly blocking satellite surveillance. If we could utilize such technology, it would render the satellites of the Eagle Nation and other countries utterly blind. Ma Guozheng expressed his astonishment upon observing the black zones depicted in the images. Should we arrange for our personnel to enter Libya and investigate these black zones? Liang Xingdian proposed. However, Pengguohua shook his head in disapproval. No, we are not like the Eagle Nation. If our operatives are captured, it would lead to political disputes. We cannot proceed in such a manner. Universal Military does not pose a threat to us. We must stabilize this relationship. Let us not forget who provided us with the materials and technology, Vincent. Our nation is not one to repay kindness with malice. This is a matter of principle. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Peng Guohua's words. Universal Military has nearly completely offended the Eagle Nation. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. As we also have our grievances with the Eagle Nation, it is imperative to draw Universal Military closer. Although we have breached the first island chain, the Eagle Nation, in an effort to thwart our rise and maintain its global hegemonic status, is rallying its allies to encircle us. Thus, we must seek to ally with all potential partners. Peng Guohua continued, I second that. The others nodded in affirmation. Given the nature of the Eagle Nation, it is certain they will engage in underhanded tactics against Universal Military. With economic sanctions being inevitable, since the Eagle Nation intends to impose economic sanctions, we should extend our support to Universal Military. Xia Yinwen expressed his viewpoint. Indeed, we should strengthen cooperation with Universal Military. Is Libya not currently focused on domestic production and consumption? It would be advantageous to establish trade routes with Libya, as their iron ore possesses high purity, allowing for significant imports. Peng Guohua remarked with a smile. Very well, I will have Fan Qinghua establish contact with Universal Military. Xia Yinwen agreed. It is indeed somewhat envious to behold their aircraft carriers. We have only managed to construct 3, while the global military powers have already matched our numbers. Zhao Yinming remarked with a smile. Our aircraft carriers are commendable as well. Soon, our independently developed Wui, the 3rd aircraft carrier, renamed to avoid any implications, will officially set sail. Liang Xingdian shot Zhao Yinming a look of exasperation. More is better, indeed, for our next carrier. We must certainly develop a nuclear-powered vessel. If the Eagles possess it, we must have it too, Zhao Yinming emphasized, placing great importance on these national assets. Let us wait for next year. Once the Wui is officially commissioned, I will allocate funds to the Navy. Our nation must produce its own nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Peng Guohua nodded with a smile. Upon hearing Peng Guohua's words, everyone felt a surge of excitement, as none had anticipated the construction of the 4th aircraft carrier would soon commence. Recently, the Reagan aircraft carrier from the Eagle Nation docked at the port of the West 8 countries, and it is evident to keen observers that this serves as a warning to our nation. Once our first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is complete, I shall see if the Reagan dares to approach again, Ma Guozheng expressed with enthusiasm. In the Kremlin of the Bear Nation, the current president, Yevgeny, was engaged in conversation with his subordinates. Maxim, what is your perspective on the global military powers? Maxim, the current prime minister of the Bear Nation, responded. President, I believe we should cultivate ties with the global military powers. They share the same adversaries as we do. Our nation's strength has been gradually waning, and the glory of the former Red Alliance is no more. The fact that they can produce such a multitude of aircraft carriers indicates their formidable military-industrial capabilities, which is precisely what we lack. In recent years, we have established a strategic alliance with the Flower Nation. Yet the Eagle-led Western countries are persistently inciting the Bear Nation to join their alliance. This suggests that a confrontation with the West is inevitable. Aside from the Flower Nation, other small countries are of little consequence to us. Conversely, if we can align with the global military powers, our burdens will be significantly alleviated. Maxim analyzed the current situation of the Bear Nation, proposing the cultivation of ties with the global military powers. Indeed, that is accurate. The Bear Nation has been increasingly unruly of late. We must be fully prepared. Yevgeny nodded in agreement. Let us proceed with this plan. We should strive to foster good relations with the global military powers. I have heard that the Flower Nation has recently acquired advanced material technologies from them, and the results have been excellent. If possible, we should also engage in discussions with the global military powers to see if we can procure some valuable resources. Certainly, President. Maxim agreed. By the way, what is the status of the radical organization Zakiev? The intelligence agency reported that he has recently allied with a warlord in the Middle East. Yevgeny suddenly inquired about Zakiev. Although they were significantly weakened after the last purge, we have no recourse now that he has fled to the Middle East. Maxim shook his head. Alas, that wretched scoundrel, having caused so many bloody incidents without facing justice. Sighed Yevgeny. He is a terrorist. Although his initial intentions may be noble, his methods are exceedingly radical, and his ideology is perilously dangerous. I have heard his rhetoric, which shockingly includes plans to launch nuclear strikes to obliterate Western nations and subsequently reconstruct a Red Alliance. Truly, he is mad. Maxim recalled the ominous statements made by Zakiev and felt a chill of fear. Then there is that Makarov, a disciple of Zakiev. They are indeed cut from the same cloth, equally menacing. Yevgeny thought of another individual who regarded Zakiev as a mentor, disseminating his ideologies like a devoted disciple. Indeed. Maxim wholeheartedly concurred. Chapter 82. Extortion in Israel, the magnate Whitefish with the intervention of the United States and the coalition forces. Israel and Palestine formally signed a ceasefire agreement in mid-November. It was agreed that the territories seized by Palestine would be retained, and Israel could raise no objections. Symbolically, Israel compensated Palestine with a payment of $1 billion. Thus, the matter was hastily concluded. Statistics revealed that Israel suffered 560,000 casualties during this conflict, while Palestine endured losses of a staggering 140,000. However, Israel's losses were the most severe, as a significant portion of its military bases and facilities were directly destroyed by retaliatory actions from the global military alliance. Furthermore, many civilian infrastructures were also devastated during the confrontation with the coalition forces. The Israeli economy regressed to levels not seen in a decade, with both nations shrouded in the shadows of war. In the aftermath, Whitefish demanded that Edward present a compensation request to Israel for the unintended bombing of several Libyan citizens. Israel was utterly taken aback by the audacity of the global military alliance, which had rendered its military capabilities incapacitated, resulting in losses nearing $1 trillion, and now expected compensation. Nevertheless, Israel, now intimidated by the global military alliance, felt compelled to acquiesce. Whitefish, however, boldly demanded a compensation sum of $50 billion. To put this into perspective, Israel's GDP for the entirety of 2022 was just over $500 billion. The demand of $50 billion amounted to one-tenth of that. How could Israel possibly agree? If such a sum were to be paid, the national economy would undoubtedly collapse. Just days prior, they had offered $21 billion as a ransom for the release of the American aircraft carrier fleet. Yet, the consequence of refusal was clear. The very next day, Israel learned that the aircraft carriers of the global military alliance were preparing to conduct exercises in the vicinity of Israel. He understood this as a military threat. The American fleet had returned home and would not be back for some time. He could not be certain that the global military alliance would not harbor ulterior motives during this interval, yet he simply could not afford such exorbitant reparations. Consequently, Whitefish lowered the demand to $30 billion. Faced with diminishing options, Israel, in a state of despair, reluctantly transferred the funds. Fortunately, recently, Israel received financial assistance from compatriots overseas, which alleviated their difficulties. After paying the compensation of $300 billion, both parties, in the presence of global media, signed the Israel Accord in the capital of Israel, with President Isaac publicly apologizing. On that day, a profound sense of humiliation enveloped the entire nation of Israel. They could hardly have imagined that they would one day pay such reparations, and subsequently, this day was designated as National Humiliation Day, a day for future generations to remember. However, this was no longer a concern for Bayou, who was currently reveling in the over $600 billion in his account, laughing with glee. System, come forth and heed my command. Serve me well, and you shall be richly rewarded. With newfound wealth, Bayou felt emboldened. The system looked at him in exasperation, at times contemplating the need to report him. Bayou opened the system marketplace and, with a grand gesture, recharged his account with $300 billion. Congratulations, host. You have earned 5 billion merit points. With these points at his disposal, Bayou began to indulge in the pleasures of shopping. Oh yes, everything is for the taking, and what is this? He soon found himself purchasing extravagantly, causing the system to brim with joy, eliciting silly laughter from him. After a shopping spree, Bayou glanced at the remaining balance of several $1,000s, contemplating whether to recharge again, but ultimately restrained himself. As he surveyed the items he had acquired in the system warehouse, he began to comprehend why girls find such excitement in shopping. The majority of his purchases revolved around advanced weaponry and equipment technology. He felt it was time for a significant transformation in the military forces of the universe. After sending all the technological data to Ping, Bayou could already envision the sharp exclamations of astonishment that would escape Ping upon discovering these new technologies. There is no end to what can be created. Baiyu also exchanged for the Sea God Squad from the honor medals, which comprised 4 members: the captain, his mother, a voodoo priest, and a wild rabbit stump. Additionally, he acquired the Wolfpack Squad, a sniping team consisting of 4 members: Black Panther, Vegas, Gray Man, and the Grayfin Shark from Call of Duty 11, a name he fabricated due to uncertainty, featuring Michelle, Gideon, Ilona, and Joker, 3 special task forces in total. He also purchased a large, fully automated intelligent arms factory, along with various technological products. He was preparing to establish a tech company to amass wealth. For selling technological products was undoubtedly among the most lucrative industries. Simultaneously, Baiyu procured Ding Qing from the New World and Zhang Dongxiu from the villain's biography, as well as a domestic talent, Akasaka Ichiro. He intended to position these individuals in the West 8 nations and the Basin Chicken, providing them with funding and manpower to solidify their foundations, ensuring that the universe's military forces could establish a foothold in those regions when the time came. After swiftly exchanging these individuals, Baiyu arranged flights to transport Ding Qing, Zhang Dongxiu, and a contingent of elite personnel to the West 8 nations, while Akasaka Ichiro was dispatched to the Basin Chicken. As for their status as black households, there was no need for concern, as long as there was money. The omnipotent system could smooth over any difficulties. The 3 special task forces that had been summoned were brought to the base specifically constructed for them, where they had the opportunity to meet and greet a number of esteemed elders. It wasn't long before they became quite familiar with one another. Upon returning to the office, Baiyu suddenly recalled Osman, pondering how he was managing Kusek at present. He had already facilitated the entry of sub-base vehicles into Kusek, aiming to expedite the development of its infrastructure. Consequently, he reached out to Osman. Before long, Osman connected via video call. He appeared somewhat haggard, evidently engrossed in work, likely fatigued by the overwhelming political affairs he was handling. "Good day, boss," Osman respectfully greeted. "What has caused you to look this way?" Baiyu inquired. "There has been an excess of pressing matters concerning the nation lately, leaving me little time for rest," Osman replied. "This is unacceptable. You must prioritize your well-being. Such things cannot be rushed. Patience is key. One cannot hastily consume hot tofu. Would you like me to send additional assistance your way?" Baiyu observed his subordinates, all of whom were workaholics, and felt a mix of amusement and concern. This was a minor flaw in those produced by the system, while they were undeniably loyal. Their fervent desire to prove themselves in front of Baiyu often came at the expense of their health. "Indeed, I am rather short-handed. If it is not too much trouble for you, I would appreciate some administrative personnel," Osman responded. "Very well, I shall arrange that. By the way, how have you dealt with those troublemakers?" Baiyu nodded, recalling the landlords who had once resisted authority. "I have taken care of them. They were nothing but cowards. I made an example of one to deter the rest," Osman replied candidly. "That is good to hear. Such individuals must be dealt with decisively," Baiyu expressed his satisfaction. "Now, take care of yourself. Do not overexert yourself. I will send the administrative personnel over tomorrow." "Understood, boss. I will rest once I finish this task." Osman smiled and nodded. "This is an order. Go rest immediately." "Are you ignoring my words?" Baiyu feigned annoyance. Osman, startled, quickly set down his pen and nodded fervently, assuring Baiyu that he would indeed rest. After ending the call, Baiyu allocated some funds to acquire several experts in finance, as well as a number of capable middle management personnel to alleviate Osman's burden. Dear readers, there will only be 3 updates today. It seems there was some revelry yesterday, as I am feeling quite unwell today, but I have managed to push through and provide you with these 3 chapters. I apologize for not fulfilling the promised 4 chapters. Chapter 83. Establishing a technology company and launching the first product soon after, Baiyu arranged for more assistance to support Osman in handling various trivial matters within Kusek. Following this, Baiyu embarked on the establishment of a technology company, intending to accumulate wealth through the sale of technological products. Simply through solid-state batteries, he could directly ascend to billionaire status, or even trillionaire. Thus, he registered a company named Pioneer Technology in Libya and exchanged for numerous employees, transforming Pioneer Technology into a truly deserving entity. After the establishment of Pioneer Technology Company, Baiyu released the company's inaugural product, the Pioneer Smart AI Butler, on global app distribution platforms. This intelligent AI butler stands apart from the myriad of subpar artificial intelligences in existence. It is a genuine rudimentary AI. It not only engages in human-like interactions with its users, but also manages systems on their behalf. Tests have shown that, with the installation of the Pioneer Smart AI Butler, both Android and Apple devices can experience performance enhancements exceeding 40%. To put this into perspective, a 40% increase translates to nearly a 50% boost in performance, all without imposing any burden on the system. Even smartphones from several years past have become remarkably smooth after the installation of the Pioneer Smart AI Butler. Upon launching the product, Baiyu invested significantly in promotional activities to elevate the profile of the Pioneer Smart AI Butler, even employing online marketers to generate buzz. Within just a few days, the AI Butler transitioned from obscurity to gaining a modest reputation, with the majority of downloads originating from China and a smaller portion from various Western nations. As Chinese internet users experienced the convenience of the Pioneer Smart AI Butler, they began to promote it organically. Baiyu further propelled its visibility by purchasing trending topics, catapulting the AI Butler into the spotlight. Its interactive mechanism, reminiscent of conversing with a real person, along with the ability to customize character models, garnered widespread acclaim. Most notably, the Pioneer Smart Butler's astonishing capability to stabilize and enhance the performance of smartphones and computers by an additional 40% has sparked extensive discussion and enthusiasm within China. One user exclaimed in astonishment, "It feels as though I've traveled to the future." When was genuine artificial intelligence developed? I can hardly believe a real person isn't on the other end of this conversation. Another declared, I proclaim the Pioneer Butler a deity. This software is exceptional. It is compatible with all systems and has revitalized my outdated phone. I was considering an upgrade, but it seems I can continue using my device for several more years. Curiously, the user noted the company's registration in Libya, the same location as the renowned Universal Military Corporation, speculating whether there was a connection between the two entities. It appears that Pioneer Technology Company is a venture initiated by Universal Military Corporation to expand into civilian applications, and with such a stellar first product, one can only imagine the quality of future offerings. In a playful tone, another user shared, I've customized my butler model to resemble Raiden Shogun, and her voice is just as charming. Every day, she affectionately calls me husband. It's absolutely delightful. Another exclaimed in surprise, I never anticipated this software could be utilized in such a way. I'm inspired to create a model of Queen Medusa and have her call me master. In addition to the overwhelming positive feedback online, numerous reviewers began spontaneously evaluating the intelligence of the Pioneer Smart AI Butler. In the video, the blogger fervently poses mathematical problems to the Pioneer AI, which unfailingly resolves them in an instant, demonstrating an impressive ability to extrapolate knowledge. The response time is remarkably swift, contrasting sharply with Apple's Siri and other mobile assistants that often provide irrelevant answers or, at times, remain unresponsive. Within just a few weeks, the Pioneer Intelligent AI Butler garnered an astonishing score of 99 in user reviews and consistently ranked first in weekly, monthly, and daily download statistics, achieving unprecedented success in the app rankings of Huaxia. As the Pioneer Intelligent AI Butler gained popularity in Huaxia, Baidu began developing an international version, illustrating the adage that money can drive innovation. The Pioneer Intelligent AI Butler rapidly surged in popularity across the globe, leaving everyone astounded by its intelligence and further amazed by its extraordinary capability to enhance computer and mobile device performance. Consequently, downloads of the Pioneer Intelligent AI Butler skyrocketed, nearly setting a record for the highest download numbers in the history of software worldwide. The intelligence of the Pioneer Intelligent AI Butler attracted widespread attention from governments around the world, as it represented the first true instance of artificial intelligence in human history. In an effort to understand its underlying mechanisms, nearly every government sought ways to decipher the core code of the Pioneer Intelligent AI Butler. However, Baidu had anticipated such moves and had acquired the most advanced quantum encryption technology, rendering any attempts to breach the AI's foundational code a mere folly given the current technological landscape. Observing that nearly half of the global population of 8 billion had installed the Pioneer Intelligent AI Butler, Baidu initiated the first wave of monetization. Since its launch, the Pioneer Intelligent AI Butler had been offered free of charge, but Baidu decided it was time to introduce a fee to accommodate customer sentiments. The pricing was set modestly, 20 renminbi per month in Huaxia and $20 per month in Western countries. There was also an option for a one-time payment, with a fee of 400 renminbi for permanent access in Huaxia and $2,200 in Western nations, compared to the exorbitant fees of other apps worldwide. Baidu's pricing was exceptionally reasonable. Soon, users of the Pioneer Intelligent AI Butler around the globe discovered the introduction of fees. However, upon viewing the prices, most did not express discontent, recognizing that the cost was merely equivalent to a meal. The value offered by such an app at such a low price was undeniably a bargain. Nonetheless, a small faction of users who preferred free access voiced their dissatisfaction online regarding the app's new pricing model, although their complaints were ultimately insignificant and failed to create any substantial uproar. Before long, Pioneer Technology Company had successfully established its reputation through the launch of its inaugural app, rapidly gaining widespread acclaim. It is widely recognized that Pioneer Technology Company is a subsidiary of the Universal Military's transition to civilian applications. The remarkable success of its inaugural product has sparked considerable anticipation regarding what the second offering from Pioneer Technology might entail. Chapter 84. Greetings, I am Baymax. The initial charge for the Pioneer Smart AI Butler has already garnered Baidu nearly $100 billion. Concurrently, the revenues of Pioneer Technology have evoked envy across the globe, as the company has effortlessly ascended to a market valuation of $100 billion. Observing such a substantial influx of wealth, Baidu was struck by the folly of his past. Had he established a technology company earlier, he might have already claimed the title of the world's wealthiest individual. In that scenario, he could have even exchanged for a starship, erasing those who defied him from the global map. With the technological realm flourishing, Baidu was poised to unveil the next product from Pioneer Technology. He promptly returned to the system mall to select suitable products for market release. However, the dazzling array of merchandise once again induced a bout of indecision. At that moment, Baidu recalled a film he had watched in his previous life, titled Big Hero 6. In it, a particularly adorable robot named Baymax captivated audiences and was entirely marketable. Its endearing appearance would undoubtedly win the hearts of many. Thus, Baidu entered relevant keywords and swiftly located all the blueprints and data concerning the Baymax robot. 100 million resource points? Is it truly so expensive? Baidu was taken aback by the price. The materials required to manufacture Baymax were not exorbitant. The most costly element was the chip controlling Baymax's intelligence, which constituted the crux of the design, as the system explained. Upon reflection, Baidu realized that the intelligent chip was indeed the most critical aspect of Baymax in the film. Given his ample resources, he decided without hesitation to proceed with the purchase. He also acquired the production line for Baymax to avert potential shortages during sales. Baiyu forwarded the technical specifications of the Baymax robot to Dr. Sophia, a specialist in robotics at the ARC base. She was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed scientist, renowned as the most knowledgeable expert in the field at the entire ARC research base. Soon, Dr. Sophia returned Baiu's call. Boss, where did you procure this Baymax robot? Her tone was imbued with excitement and eagerness. You need not concern yourself with that. I simply wish to know if you can produce this Baymax robot. Of course, the technology is not particularly challenging. The difficulty lies in the core intelligent chip. However, with the experimental data now available, it is merely a matter of time. I will provide you with a finished product in 3 days. Thank you, Baiyu nodded, filled with anticipation at the prospect of Baymax materializing before him. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Sophia ended the call, eagerly immersing herself in the construction of the Baymax robot. The 3 days passed swiftly, and Baiyu soon received word from Sophia, informing him that the Baymax robot had been successfully developed. Listening intently, Baiyu hastened to the ARC base, arriving at Sophia's laboratory. At that moment, Sophia's tousled golden hair indicated that she had been preoccupied with the affairs of the robot, Big White, over the past 3 days. Soon, Baiyu encountered the prototype of the Big White robot, identical to its cinematic counterpart. Big White was housed within a red box, serving as its charging station, adorned with a display screen that read, in sleep mode. How can I awaken it? Baiyu inquired curiously. You can call its name, Big White, or simply shout to rouse it, Sophia explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Baiyu promptly called out, Big White. At the sound of Baiu's voice, the previously dormant Big White responded immediately. The charging box began to unfold, accompanied by the sound of inflating mechanisms. In the next moment, a rotund figure with chubby arms, a small head, and expressive eyes emerged before Baiyu. Gazing at Big White, Baiyu noted that it resembled the character from the film remarkably. Big White, just as endearingly naive as depicted in the movie, paused momentarily to regard Baiyu before stepping out of the charging station on its short, cylindrical legs. The body is crafted from ethylene resin, a completely harmless material, while the frame is constructed of carbon fiber, which is exceptionally lightweight. Sophia excitedly elaborated. Hello, I am Big White, your personal healthcare assistant. I have heard your call. Big White greeted Baiyu with a cheerful electronic voice, raising its hand with a hint of charm. Hello, Big White. It is a pleasure to meet you. Baiyu replied with a smile. I am equally delighted to meet you, sir. How may I assist you today? Big White inquired, its small eyes blinking eagerly. I have been feeling a bit unwell lately. Could you check my health? Baiyu requested. Certainly, I will begin the scan. Please remain still, Big White responded. I have equipped Big White with a hyperspectral scanner, capable of instantaneously examining all human organs and tissues without any radiation. Scan complete. Your temperature is normal. Respiratory rate is normal. Heart rate is normal, and no significant abnormalities have been detected at this time. Are you still feeling unwell? Big White asked with concern. No. Big White, I believe I am feeling quite well now, Baiyu chuckled. Do you require any further assistance? No, thank you, Big White. Alright. Big White nodded adorably before turning back towards the charging station. As it shrank down, it quickly deflated until the charging station sealed once more. What do you think, boss? Isn't it remarkable? Sophia eagerly inquired about Baiu's impressions, clearly pleased with her creation. It's quite impressive. Is Big White fully operational now? Baiyu asked. Yes. It is ready for mass production at any time. What about its battery life? One full charge lasts an entire day. So there is no need to worry about running out of power. Sophia conveyed the experimental findings to Baiyu. Baiyu felt an immense sense of joy upon hearing the news. As long as the production of the Dubai robot could be scaled up, this personal health assistant would enable individuals to forego daily hospital visits for checkups, propelling Dubai to monumental success. Consequently, Baiyu commenced large-scale production of the Dubai robots, even going so far as to procure additional production lines to ensure that supply could meet the anticipated demand. Each Dubai robot underwent rigorous testing to guarantee quality, and to safeguard against potential hacking by foreign entities, Baiyu implemented robust security measures. Should anyone breach this restricted area, the core chip of Dubai would trigger a defense mechanism, leading to an immediate overload and destruction. Weeks swiftly passed, ushering in January 2024. By now, millions of Dubai units had been produced, marking Baiyu's initial foray into sales. The strategy of hunger marketing was employed to entice a larger audience. Soon, Baiyu announced via the official website of Pioneer Technology Company that the next product would be launched in mid-January. To further promote Dubai, a press conference was scheduled for the day before the sale, inviting a multitude of journalists. As time flew by, January 14th arrived, the day designated for the product launch of Dubai, and also the inaugural press conference of Pioneer Technology Company, renowned for its groundbreaking AI housekeeper. The company attracted significant attention from both domestic and international media, all eager to discover the revolutionary product that would be unveiled. The atmosphere at the press conference was shrouded in mystery, with few aware of the specific domain of the forthcoming product. The venue was exquisitely decorated, surrounded by 3D LED screens showcasing mesmerizing nebulae, creating an immersive cosmic experience. Media representatives from prominent outlets such as CTV from China, CNN from the United States, and BBC from the United Kingdom began to take their seats. As the technical setups for the live broadcast were finalized, the press conference commenced, and within a brief period, millions of viewers flooded the live stream. Had Baiyu not anticipated this surge and promptly fortified the servers, the broadcast might have encountered catastrophic failure. The press conference officially began at precisely 10 a.m. Baiyu, attired in formal attire, took to the backstage to prepare, having decided to present himself as the owner of Pioneer Technology Company at this significant event. As the clock struck 10, the stage lights dimmed, plunging the venue into darkness. with media cameras focused intently on the stage. At that moment, the colossal 3D LED 4K screen illuminated, signaling the commencement of the event. As a CG scene unfolds, a stunning azure planet emerges before the crowd. This is Blue Planet. As the visuals extend, an archetypal figure appears, a primitive man, rendered in striking 3D modeling, exuding an astonishing realism akin to that of a living being. At that moment, the primitive man is meticulously crafting a tool from stone. Suddenly, he raises his head to behold the infinite, resplendent starry sky, which reflects in his eyes, creating a profound connection with the audience. As if they are sharing a moment that transcends centuries, the imagery shifts rapidly, portraying the swift evolution of eras. The primitive man ignites a fire, gathers with others to form a tribe, and begins to construct shelters, heralding the dawn of civilization. Progressing from primitive society to agricultural civilization, and then to industrial civilization. Factories rise like giants, steam engines, trains, explosives, and airplanes emerge, propelling human civilization forward. The advent of computers, chips, mobile phones, rockets, and satellites ushers humanity into the information age. As the narration begins, it resonates through the hall. For billions of years, humanity has evolved incrementally. From rudimentary tools to sophisticated chips and rockets, we stand on the shoulders of giants. Yet today, humanity finds itself at a developmental impasse. Our arrival will definitively resolve this issue. We shall forge the future, embodying the pioneers of human civilization, continuing to guide its advancement. This proclamation, though seemingly arrogant, inexplicably instills a sense of belief in many regarding the capabilities of the Pioneer Company. As the narration concludes, the venue brightens once more. At this moment, Bayou steps onto the stage, drawing the gaze of every camera. His striking appearance captivates the audience. As the enhancements he has undergone bestow upon him an aura of nobility, he stands like a tall, elegant tree, his visage reminiscent of a jade crown, exuding a commanding presence akin to a charismatic CEO from a romantic novel. After marveling at Bayou's allure, the audience becomes curious about his identity. Could he be the owner of Pioneer Technology? Hello everyone. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at the inaugural product launch of Pioneer Technology. I am Bayou, the owner of Pioneer Technology. His revelation ignites a stir in the auditorium, as attendees are taken aback by the actual presence of the company. He's handsome and wealthy. I would gladly bear his children. Get lost, you shameless man. How disgusting. You all, do step aside. Brother by is mine and cannot be taken by anyone. Take a good look in the mirror. Do you really think he would notice you? It's utterly hilarious. A bunch of beauty aficionados. Unlike you, I am eager to see what products Pioneer Technology has in store. On behalf of all employees, I would like to express our gratitude to the global users of Pioneer Technology for their unwavering support. Bayou concludes with a traditional gesture of respect, which sparks fervent discussions among netizens in Huaxia. A traditional gesture? Is it possible that Boss Bai is of Huaxia descent? It seems likely. The gesture of clasping hands is a tradition of Huaxia, as I have not encountered this greeting in other nations. What does his gesture signify? I cannot shake the feeling that he is reprimanding me. Foreigners unfamiliar with the clasping gesture appear puzzled, yet some who are knowledgeable about Huaxia culture offer explanations. In today's society, the burden of life weighs heavily on nearly everyone, with a frenetic pace leaving many unable to visit a doctor even when unwell. Convinced that a few days of endurance and medication will suffice, unaware that procrastination can exacerbate their condition. The relentless rush of life leaves little time for health checkups, making it difficult to identify the potentially fatal ailments lurking within. Bayou's remarks resonate deeply with the audience, as many find themselves ensnared in this rapid lifestyle, unable to pause and tend to their own health. However, Bayou's words have sparked speculation. Could the inaugural product of Pioneer Technology be health-related? But times have changed. Let us now welcome the star of our first product launch, Dubai. With a resounding call from Bayou, a red box ascends beside him, capturing the attention of all present. What could this be? Perhaps a rapid health examination device. Uncertain, they continue to observe, wondering if it is something extraordinary. Noticing the curious expressions on the crowd's faces, Bayou smiles and calls out, Dubai. As he utters the name, the command activates, the charging compartment opens, and the compact Dubai begins to inflate, gradually rising. Moments later, a plump and endearing Dubai comes into view. With little steps, Dubai exits the charging compartment, approaching Bayou. Hello, I am Dubai, your personal healthcare assistant. As Dubai speaks, the venue erupts in excitement, flashes of light illuminating the scene. The viewers in the live stream are equally ecstatic. Is this a robot? Pioneer Technology has created a personal health steward robot. My goodness, am I dreaming? Robots have truly arrived. Has technology advanced to this extent outside? I declare, Pioneer Technology is now legendary at this moment. Are we witnessing history? Chapter 86, the Dubai Launch Event. 2. Dubai, the intelligent robot, feels somewhat constrained by the sudden excitement of the crowd. Its small eyes blink rapidly. This is Dubai, the first personal healthcare assistant robot invented by our company, Pioneer Technology. Dubai, please introduce yourself, Bayou prompts. Facing the media in the audience, Dubai raises its chubby hand and greets them with a synthesized electronic voice. Hello, my name is Dubai. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Dubai's adorable appearance instantly captivates countless hearts. Dubai is simply too adorable. Even my inner youth is stirred. So adorable. If this Baymax robot truly possesses remarkable capabilities, I would eagerly acquire one, regardless of the cost. Given that Pioneer Technology is capable of developing genuine artificial intelligence, this Baymax must undoubtedly be extraordinary. We have incorporated numerous world-class technologies into Baymax. as Bayu waved his hand. A large screen behind him illuminated with all the components and materials utilized by Baymax. The carbon fiber skeleton and the skin composed of non-toxic ethylene resin, along with the hyperspectral scanner, artificial intelligence system, and super-intelligent AI chip. All these awe-inspiring technologies left everyone present utterly astounded. If these claims hold true, then the technological prowess of Pioneer Technology is truly formidable, as each of these innovations could send shockwaves across the globe. The media on site went wild, and the audience erupted in excitement, with the total viewership in the live stream soaring to hundreds of millions. Is Pioneer Technology perhaps extraterrestrial in origin? These advancements surpass even those achieved by the global superpower, the United States. It is simply astonishing. I can only imagine the frenzy these technologies would incite among governments worldwide. I now believe that Pioneer Technology possesses the ability to lead the advancement of human civilization. I regret my earlier mockery of Pioneer Technology and will metaphorically slap myself 20 times in penance. Oh my God, the wonders of cinema have come to life, and humanity is on the brink of a qualitative leap. The live stream chat was inundated with messages praising the invincibility of Pioneer Technology. Baymax, I've been feeling a bit unwell lately. Could you examine me? Bayu inquired. Certainly, Baymax replied. The examination will take 1 minute. Please remain still. With that, Baymax commenced the scan. Moments later, the built-in display on Baymax's abdomen illuminated. Following the examination, all data indicated that you are in excellent health, suggesting that you place great emphasis on your well-being. Your endorphin levels are also stable. What does that imply? It means that your discomfort is not psychosomatic. It must be a mere illusion on my part, Bayu chuckled. Observing Baymax conduct a thorough and professional health check on Bayu in such a brief span of time was impressive. However, many remained skeptical of Baymax's capabilities. Consequently, numerous media representatives raised their hands, eager to experience the examination firsthand. Bayu, of course, acquiesced. He randomly selected reporters from various countries, including CTV from China, CNN from the United States, BBC from the United Kingdom, Pravda from Russia, and Sakura Daily from Japan. The first to undergo the experience was the CTV reporter from China. The CTV reporter was a charming young woman, and upon seeing her, Bayu recognized her as Wang Bing. Hello, Mr. Bai, I am Wang Bing from CTV of China. It is a pleasure to meet you, she said. The pleasure is mine, Wang Bing, Bayu replied with a slight smile. Wang Bing nodded in return, and then Baymax began the examination on her. Just as in the previous procedure, after conducting a thorough scan, the chip within Bai swiftly commenced its calculations, ultimately yielding results. Madam, the analysis revealed, your body is not entirely in optimal health. Numerous hormones within you fall short of the standard benchmarks. What implications might this have? Wang Bing was taken aback by the sudden revelation. Have you been experiencing insomnia lately, accompanied by bouts of fatigue? Wang Bing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth. Indeed, this stems from your prolonged failure to regulate your sleep schedule and inadequate nutritional intake, Bai suggested. I recommend you prioritize rest and incorporate more fruits and vegetables into your diet, which will help restore your hormones and essential elements to their normal levels. Bai elucidated the primary issues and proposed solutions. Hearing that her condition was not severe, Wang Bing felt a sense of relief and expressed her gratitude with a sweet smile. She indeed had neglected her rest and nutrition due to work commitments. Thank you, Bai. No need for thanks. It is my duty to assist you, Bai replied, affectionately patting Wang Bing's head with its plump hand, reminiscent of a gentle friend. May I give you a hug? Wang Bing shyly inquired. Of course, Bai responded, extending its arms to embrace her, its little head tilting adorably as it blinked. Wang Bing nestled against Bai's ample belly, feeling enveloped in comfort, akin to lying atop a mound of soft cotton. She almost succumbed to sleep, but remembering that others awaited her, she reluctantly extricated herself from Bai's warm, soft embrace. The viewers in the live stream were envious of Wang Bing's blissful expression, wishing they could be the ones to hug Bai. Oh, Bai is so gentle. I've decided I must purchase one, regardless of the cost. Wang Bing, as much as I adore you, Bai belongs to me, so kindly release him and allow me to take a turn. How marvelous. I believe I should get one for my daughter. She would undoubtedly cherish it. You upstairs, foreigner, you are quite affluent. I envy you. Bai's exterior is crafted from ethylene resin, enhancing its softness and providing an exceptionally comfortable touch, Bayu explained. Soon, with reluctance, Wang Bing bid farewell to Bai and returned to her position, sharing her impressions in front of the camera, predominantly praising her experience. Following her was a reporter from CNN, a strikingly attractive woman by the name of Sarah Shawn. Hello, Mr. Bai, my name is Sarah Shawn, a reporter from CNN. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Sarah, you may proceed with your experience, Bai replied. Sarah turned, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Bai, who reciprocated with equal intrigue. Hello, Bai, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've been feeling a bit out of sorts lately. Could you assist me with a checkup? Certainly, please hold on, Bai responded, promptly initiating a comprehensive scan of Sarah. Upon scanning, it has been confirmed that your endorphin levels are indeed somewhat elevated, which may be contributing to your recent discontent. I recommend that you consult a psychologist for guidance or engage in conversations with friends and family to alleviate your emotions. Is that acceptable? Thank you, Bai. Sarah was taken aback by Bai's swift analysis. Additionally, I regret to inform you that, aside from the elevated endorphin levels, I have also detected a benign tumor within your body. At this moment, Bai unexpectedly delivered the unfortunate news. Chapter 87. Bai's press conference. 3 What? Sarah's complexion changed upon hearing that she had a benign tumor. Bayu also expressed surprise, not anticipating that Sarah had developed a tumor. The entire venue erupted in commotion. astonished that a CNN reporter had won the lottery of medical revelations. To be precise, it is a thyroid adenoma. However, there is no need for concern. As your tumor is still in its early stages and has not metastasized, it can be entirely removed through surgery without posing any threat to your health. Based on my research, the Mayo Clinic in America is fully equipped to perform the procedure, but an appointment is necessary. Would you like to schedule one? Dubai's display screen flashed the Mayo Clinic's official website, already redirected to the appointment page. As the words left his mouth, the room fell silent. The journalists present were astounded that Dubai not only identified Sarah's benign tumor, but also accurately provided the location and astonishingly assisted her in finding the most suitable hospital for its removal, even facilitating the appointment. Sarah was utterly stunned, overwhelmed by a flurry of both bad and good news. Is Dubai really that remarkable? This is incredibly intelligent. With such a feature, no matter the cost, it must be acquired. How did the pioneer technology company develop Dubai? This is beyond comprehension. Dubai is truly an essential companion for travel. One need not fear perishing abroad. Hurry and market it. My wallet is already yearning for it. Observing Sarah lost in thought, Dubai kindly extended his arms to envelop her in a comforting embrace. Held in Dubai's embrace, Sarah felt a profound warmth, and tears streamed down her face. Thank you, Dubai. No need for thanks. Dubai gently patted Sarah's head in consolation. The atmosphere became quite tender. Miss Sarah, such matters should not be delayed. I strongly advise you to remove the tumor promptly. Bayu interjected from the side. Yes, I will, Sarah nodded. Unable to believe that without Dubai's examination, she might never have discovered the tumor. After bidding farewell to Dubai and Bayu, Sarah entrusted her live broadcasting duties to her colleagues and exited the venue. Following this brief interlude, the next journalist from the British Broadcasting Corporation arrived, a bespectacled, balding man named Albert. Soon, Dubai commenced a scan for him. The gentleman, after undergoing a scan, was informed that his cholesterol levels were elevated, indicating a significant risk of coronary heart disease and cardiovascular complications, potentially life-threatening. Astonishingly, he remarked, "You are absolutely correct. Just the other day, I had a medical examination, and the hospital indicated my cholesterol was high, advising me to moderate my diet." Albert's expression was one of surprise, initially skeptical of Bai. He found himself utterly convinced by the analysis presented. Following Albert was Ivanov, a reporter from the Truth newspaper of the Bear Country, who awaited Bai's diagnostic report with some trepidation. "This gentleman, following the scan, I perceive that your current health status is concerning. However, I have noted that you appear to have undergone heart stent surgery." Bai inquired. "Indeed, that is correct." "My heavens, I did not expect you to uncover that," Ivanov replied, visibly astonished. "This is not difficult to ascertain. Your various bodily elements and hormone levels are quite stable, indicating a disciplined lifestyle and diet. Please continue to maintain this." No problem, Ivanov responded cheerfully, descending from the stage with satisfaction. Soon, the final individual, a reporter from the Foot Basin Chicken Nation's Cherry Blossom Daily, approached. Bai felt a wave of discomfort upon seeing the Foot Basin Chicken reporter. The reporter introduced himself as Hiroki Harada and began his examination with Bai. As before, Bai swiftly completed the scan and reached a conclusion. "I regret to inform you, sir, that my scan reveals your health status to be quite poor. Your cholesterol levels are alarmingly elevated, and several elements fall below the standard values," Bai stated with a tone of regret. To everyone's surprise, Harada shook his head defiantly. "Impossible. I recently had a physical examination, and all my reports were excellent." The crowd, intrigued by Harada's dismissal of Bai's findings, pondered whether Bai had erred. "Oh, but according to my scan, your values are indeed above or below the average. Your lifestyle and diet are exceedingly irregular, and you also suffer from prostatitis, asthenozoospermia, hypertension, and a series of potential ailments," Bai declared bluntly, rendering Harada utterly speechless. It was crucial to note that millions were watching, akin to public execution. Asthenozoospermia. You've made my day. What a self-inflicted wound. Harada, I shall remember that name. I can assure you he has socially perished." The viewers erupted in laughter at Harada's expense. "Still stubborn, are we? Well, now you face the consequences of public scrutiny." The online audience continued to mock Harada mercilessly. Bayu could not suppress a laugh from the sidelines, causing Harada to glare at him in indignation. "My apologies, I merely recalled something amusing," Bai managed to say, holding back his mirth. "You are spouting nonsense." "I do not have such issues," Harada retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment. "I am sorry, but these conclusions are derived from the scan. If you doubt my data, you are welcome to seek verification at a hospital." Hiroki Harada glanced at the barely suppressed laughter of Bayu and felt a profound sense of embarrassment in the presence of his amused colleagues. Incensed, he abruptly exited the venue. "Which gentleman appears to be quite upset?" Bayu inquired, scratching his head in confusion. "It's nothing, Bayu." The calming voice of Bayu reassured him. Following the experiences of 5 reporters, everyone recognized the remarkable capabilities of Bayu. Most media journalists expressed their desire for Bayu to afford them a similar experience. Observing their eagerness, Bayu consented to allow each journalist a complimentary health examination after the press conference concluded. Subsequently, the live broadcast was inundated with inquiries regarding the pricing of Bayu. It was evident that the audience was keen to know about Bayu's price. At that moment, Bayu's words captured the attention of the entire assembly, and the room fell into a hushed silence, with everyone anticipating the sales price of Bayu. Having witnessed Bayu's prowess, the majority believed his price would be steep, leaving many less affluent families feeling disheartened. "We are about to announce Bayu's sales price." As Bayu's words echoed, a countdown appeared on the big screen. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Once the countdown concluded, the sales price for Baiyu flashed on the screen, stating that the price for the Huaxia region would be 49,999, approximately 50,000, while the overseas price would be 20,000 USD. Upon seeing this figure, everyone was momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, thunderous applause erupted throughout the press conference. No one anticipated that Pioneer Technology would set the price so low. So low. I hereby declare that I will only purchase products from Pioneer. Is it still low? How affluent you all are. Is this still considered expensive? Typically, robots of this caliber sell for hundreds of thousands. Oh my god, merely 20,000 USD. How affordable. I must buy one. The sales of Baiyu would officially commence at midnight tonight, and everyone could rush to purchase through our company's official website. The initial batch of Baiyu units would exceed several million, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Well, that concludes today's product launch. We extend our gratitude to all invited to Pioneer Technology's event. Journalists wishing to experience Baiyu can proceed to our product experience area. We also thank our devoted users of Pioneer Technology for their unwavering support. We look forward to seeing you again at our next product launch. With that, the spotlight on stage dimmed, and Baiyu seized the opportunity to exit, hoping to avoid being cornered by reporters. The eagerly awaited Baiyu was then escorted away by the staff. Here is the missing chapter for you. Chapter 88, Baiyu in high demand. With the advent of Baiyu, a tremendous stir was created. Its adorable appearance and the ability to provide health reports from the comfort of one's home captivated many. News outlets were flooded with stories about Baiyu. Could this revolutionary medical robot gradually replace hospitals? Baiyu is the most suitable personal health assistant. Pioneer Technology, a remarkable entity in the realm of robotics, has astounded the world by introducing Big White, a true robot. At a time when the global robotics industry is still in its nascent stages, the advent of what can genuinely be termed the first real robot has sparked speculation. Is the era of robotics truly upon us? On the night of January 14th, just minutes before the launch at midnight on the 15th, a multitude of eager customers gathered on the official website, anxiously awaiting the opportunity to purchase Big White. With only 3 million units available for sale, to prevent scalping, Pioneer Technology instituted a real name authentication system. Thus, each individual could only acquire one Big White after verifying their identity. If a purchaser failed to complete payment within the stipulated time, their purchasing eligibility would be revoked. The company's backend data revealed approximately 80 million individuals were poised for the release of Big White. 80 million, exclaimed Baiyu, taken aback by the overwhelming interest. It was evident that Big White had captivated a vast audience. As midnight approached, the official sale commenced. In a mere instant, millions clamored to click the purchase button, vying for a chance to secure their coveted robot. Within just 2 seconds, all 3 million units were snatched up, resulting in an astonishing influx of $500 billion into the company's account. Selling technology truly brings in wealth swiftly, Baiyu mused, marveling at the rapid accumulation of funds. Congratulations, boss, Ling Hu whispered enticingly in Baiyu's ear. You little fox, Baiyu playfully pulled Ling Hu into an embrace, turning the moment into a light-hearted jest. However, for the 77 million individuals who missed out on purchasing Big White, disappointment loomed large. How could it be sold out in an instant? Were they all sitting on the servers? Woe is me, why was I not among those who secured Big White? Others lamented, I'll pay double the price for a Big White. No, I'll offer quadruple. I promised my daughter I would buy her one. And now I've missed out. Amidst the cacophony, one declared, haha, I got it. I will finally meet Big White. The 300,000 fortunate buyers soon received notifications. Congratulations on securing your purchase of Big White. Your robot has been packaged, and we will expedite international shipping to your address. Please be attentive to its arrival, and if you encounter any issues post-delivery, our customer service is available 24/7. With this message, the lucky purchasers eagerly anticipated the arrival of Big White, each yearning to experience their new companion firsthand. The 3 million units were readily available, and they were swiftly packaged and dispatched to the buyers, each labeled for delivery. In the blink of an eye, a week had swiftly passed, and the majority of buyers had received their eagerly awaited Dubai. However, a small number of buyers residing in remote locations had yet to receive theirs. Though it was merely a matter of time, the internet was flooded with unboxing videos of Dubai. Among these buyers were several prominent streamers from live broadcasting platforms, who, upon receiving their Dubai, eagerly shared the unboxing experience with their fans. As they unveiled the pristine Dubai from its packaging, they wasted no time in commencing experiments. Following the instructions, they sequentially set up their identity information, voice prints, fingerprints, and iris recognition. Furthermore, to prevent loss, the Pioneer Technology Company had thoughtfully included a location service, allowing users to track their Dubai through a mobile app in case of misplacement. Soon, at the enthusiastic calls of the buyers, the Dubai awakened from its slumber. Witnessing the lively Dubai before their eyes, the buyers were filled with excitement. They were quick to embrace the plump body of Dubai, which indeed felt as soft and comfortable as the journalists had described during the product launch. The temptation to rest their heads upon Dubai's body was almost overwhelming. Subsequently, the buyers began to have their health checked by Dubai, who dutifully followed their commands. However, during this period, many bloggers boldly allowed Dubai to perform examinations in front of numerous viewers, resulting in a diagnosis of various ailments, including ultraviolet allergy, hemorrhoids, paronychia, and impotence. Many suffered what could only be described as social death during those days. Nonetheless, the reputation of Dubai was firmly established. Initially, there were those who feared it was merely false advertising, but seeing the first wave of buyers bestow 5-star reviews brought them reassurance. Eager to possess Dubai, People implored Pioneer Technology Company to initiate another round of sales. Naturally, Baiyu, eager to profit, complied and procured additional production lines to expand manufacturing capabilities. After stockpiling 5 million units of Dubai, a second round of sales commenced. Unsurprisingly, within seconds, the 5 million units were once again swept away, resulting in Baiyu garnering a staggering $100 billion. Consequently, Baiyu ascended to the ranks of the world's wealthiest, surpassing investment moguls like Warren Buffett and Larry Ellison, claiming the fourth position on the global rich list and becoming the first ever Chinese billionaire to enter the top 10 and the youngest among them. As for why he was not referred to as a Huaxia billionaire, it was because Baiyu, despite being of Huaxia descent, did not hold Huaxia nationality. Thus he was labeled as a Chinese descendant. In no time, Baiyu's name resonated throughout elite circles. Many seasoned billionaires expressed a desire to meet this young man who had achieved billionaire status in just a few months. Yet, at that moment, Baiyu was blissfully enjoying the company of his 3 wives in a state of contentment. To Baiyu, the wealthy rankings were but a hollow title. Before long, the second batch of Dubai was delivered to the buyers, and, akin to the first, a multitude of absurd incidents unfolded. Nevertheless, the buyers unanimously bestowed 5-star reviews, demonstrating their affirmation of the product. Consequently, the product has become the first of its kind to have no quality control issues since its inception. Furthermore, the customer service provided by Pioneer Technology has garnered significant satisfaction among the buyers. Unlike those sellers who turn their backs or pass the buck after the sale, the customer service team at Pioneer Technology is virtually available around the clock, patiently addressing any inquiries from clients. This exemplary service has earned Pioneer Technology's customer service a distinguished reputation within the industry, attracting an ever-growing number of admirers. Chapter 89. Want to crack it? A daydream. However, the ascent of Pioneer Technology has also incited envy among many competitors. Observing how easily Pioneer has amassed hundreds of billions of dollars with a single robot, they realize they cannot allow Pioneer Technology to flourish unchecked. After all, no one knows whether this pioneering company, capable of developing intelligent robots, might one day create even more groundbreaking products, thereby rendering their own offerings obsolete. Consequently, they aspire to develop a robot akin to the White Giant. But given their limited capabilities, it seems improbable that they could replicate such a creation. Thus, they began to target the White Giant, aiming to decode its core chip and the technology embedded within to discover the means of producing intelligent chips. If they could engineer an intelligent chip, the White Giant would lose its exalted status, no longer standing alone in its uniqueness. However, reverse engineering is far from simple, especially since the White Giant had anticipated such attempts. As soon as these tech companies attempted to breach the chip, they triggered a protective mechanism. A powerful surge of electricity would utterly destroy the chip, rendering the White Giant nothing more than scrap metal. In just a few days, the backend received reports of hundreds of White Giants self-destructing. Upon hearing this news, Baiyu felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated such relentless determination from these individuals, who had managed to ruin so many White Giants in their quest to create intelligent chips. Truly, it is a case of knowingly walking into danger. In a clandestine research facility somewhere in Eagle Sauce country, several scientists clad in lab coats were gathered around a White Giant, conducting experiments. The unfortunate robot was being dismantled by this group of despicable individuals, its outer ethylene resin skin stripped away to reveal the exposed carbon fiber skeleton within. The White Giant, observing the scientists before it, repeatedly implored, "Please cease your actions immediately." Yet, these scientists remained deaf to its pleas, finding the White Giant's protests too noisy and promptly disabling its vocal apparatus. This is the 6th unit. The chips from the previous 5 triggered the protective mechanisms and were incinerated. This time, we must successfully extract the chip, declared a scientist with a hawkish nose and pronounced brows to his colleagues. This is simply too difficult, no matter what methods we attempt. We cannot disable or circumvent the protective mechanisms, lamented a frail female scientist, her expression filled with regret. The defense mechanism of Pioneer Technology is exceedingly formidable. To extract the intelligent chip in a conventional manner, one must insert the correct key, a key whose possession remains uncertain to us. Deciphering it could take decades, remarked a young scientist with a scruffy beard, visibly distressed. The higher-ups have issued a stern directive mandating that we must, by all means, manufacture the intelligent chip. My esteemed colleagues, we must expedite our progress, he lamented, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. What? Those wretched individuals. How can we accelerate our pace when we have yet to grasp the very principles behind this technology? A female scientist exclaimed, her face contorted with anger. Lucy, please. Remain calm, the bearded scientist consoled her. Calm? How can I possibly remain calm? I have been confined to this dismal underground facility for over 2 weeks, and we have made no progress whatsoever. Are we to languish here indefinitely? Steve, tell me, can you develop the intelligent chip? Lucy demanded, her fury palpable as she interrogated the lead scientist. I am uncertain. Pioneer Technology seemingly anticipated that others would covet their chip, thus implementing these robust measures. I will inform Michael. We have exhausted all possible methods, Steve sighed, resigning to the reality that reverse engineering the intelligent chip would indeed require years, if not decades. Let us make one final attempt. If we fail, we shall submit our report to Michael, for we have done all we can, suggested the bearded scientist, glancing at the large white entity. Very well, Lucy and Steve nodded in agreement, and the trio commenced their efforts to crack the code of the white entity. However, as expected, the protective mechanism was triggered, resulting in the immediate destruction of the core chip, rendering the entity utterly inoperative. Alas, we have done our utmost, Steve lamented. gazing at the wreckage of the white entity with disappointment. He meticulously copied all experimental data and proceeded to Michael's office. At that moment, Michael was engaged in a phone conversation. All right, understood. Thank you, he concluded, hanging up the call. Dr. Steve, you have arrived. How did the experiment fare? Michael inquired with a kindly demeanor. I regret to inform you that the sixth white entity has also been rendered inoperative. The defense mechanisms are simply too advanced. Deciphering the security key could take decades, and we have truly exhausted all our efforts. We cannot retrieve the intelligent chip, let alone reverse engineer it, Steve confessed, his expression tinged with guilt. Michael furrowed his brow upon hearing this, yet he did not cast blame upon Steve, for it was evident that no nation had successfully cracked the intelligent chip of pioneer technology thus far. Dr. Steve, this is not your fault. I appreciate your service to our country. I will report this matter to the higher authorities. You may return home to your families today, but you will need to sign a confidentiality agreement. Of course, that is no issue. Serving our country is our solemn duty, he affirmed. Steve was overjoyed to hear that he could return home, as he missed his family dearly. He subsequently handed over a USB drive containing recent experimental data to Michael. Michael then arranged for someone to escort Steve to sign a confidentiality agreement before accompanying him back. Shortly after, Michael reported this news to his superior, who happened to be President John of the United States. Upon learning that the intelligent chip of the white robot could not be reverse engineered, John felt a wave of dissatisfaction. He had initially believed that, given the formidable research capabilities of his nation, it would be most likely to replicate the chip. However, the situation had proved to be quite the contrary. Very well, I understand. If it cannot be produced, then so be it, John said grimly before hanging up the phone. He glared at the photograph of the white robot on his desk, exuding an aura of menace. Pioneer Technology Company, Universal Military Industries, from where have you acquired these technologies? Could it truly be the result of your own research? John harbored doubts about Pioneer Technology Company possessing advanced technologies that even he, a global superpower, could not grasp. His instincts suggested that Universal Military Industries was concealing a monumental secret, though he remained oblivious to the nature of this hidden truth. Chapter 90. Defamation and retaliation due to the inability to crack the intelligent chip of the white robot. The United States had no choice but to relinquish its pursuit. However, they learned that other nations, such as China and Russia, faced the same predicament, which brought them a measure of solace. Nevertheless, true to form, even in the absence of the intelligent chip, the United States sought to instigate trouble, particularly since Universal Military Industries had thwarted many of their plans. Under President John S. directive, as the third round of sales for Pioneer Technology commenced, a barrage of disparaging news about the white robot suddenly flooded the media. Reports surfaced of children suffering severe skin allergies after contact with the white robot, leading to tragic outcomes when timely medical attention was not sought. Other stories recounted instances of the white robot going haywire, injuring elderly individuals who subsequently required hospitalization. Even more absurd were claims of the white robot spontaneously combusting. Such outrageous stories appeared to be crafted solely for the purpose of defamation, proliferating across the news. Additionally, a wave of self-proclaimed users who had purchased the white robot emerged online, spreading an array of unrealistic rumors to sway public sentiment. This tactic proved effective. Aside from the initial buyers who had already experienced the product, prospective third-round buyers were struck by trepidation upon encountering such reports, leading many to demand refunds from Pioneer Technology Company. The potency of rumors was starkly evident, capable of inflicting severe consequences at minimal cost. In response to the refund requests influenced by malicious online defamation, Bayou readily acquiesced. He understood that envious adversaries were attempting to tarnish the reputation of the white robot through slander. However, how could Bayou possibly appease them? He promptly ordered an investigation into all those who claimed to have purchased Dalbai, discovering that they were all recent registrants, their IP addresses changing almost periodically. This indicated that these so-called buyers were merely a smear campaign orchestrated by hired hands against Pioneer Technology Company. Bayou instructed his team to document the evidence and engage the company's most skilled hackers to remotely locate the headquarters of this group of detractors. He aimed to capture all those who, for monetary gain, wove deceitful tales. Subsequently, Bayou also commissioned an inquiry into the wildly circulating reports claiming that a child had suffered severe skin allergies after coming into contact with the Bai, ultimately leading to shock and death. Soon, the dispatch personnel provided feedback, revealing that the alleged incident was nothing but fabrication. The child had indeed experienced a serious allergic reaction, but it was not due to Dalbai, rather from exposure to other allergens, and the child had not died. This was corroborated by the hospital's test reports. Bayou specifically instructed his team to contact the child's parents, hoping they would testify and promising a reward for their cooperation. However, the couple declined, not out of reluctance to testify, but in refusal of the reward, as they were outraged by the news reports that falsely claimed their child had gone into shock and died, something utterly intolerable for them as parents. They viewed Dalbai as their child's best companion. Had it not been for Dalbai's timely intervention, their child could have indeed fallen victim to the media's sensationalist narrative. Grateful for their willingness to testify, the dispatched employees bowed in appreciation. After resolving this incident, the focus shifted to the matter of Dalbai allegedly injuring an elderly family member. Through thorough investigations by the company's staff, it was revealed that claims of Dalbai injuring an elderly person were also fabricated. The elder was in fact healthy at home, with Dalbai attentively caring for them. Upon questioning the elder's family, it became clear that the viral video simply depicted the elder, who had mobility issues, accidentally falling, with Dalbai rushing to assist. However, A malicious actor had manipulated the footage to create the illusion of duh by assaulting the elder. The elder's family was understandably incensed and assured they would publicly clarify the situation. Subsequently, with permission granted, the company employees retrieved the surveillance footage from that day. As for the final incident, the employees examined the location indicated in the video and discovered a stark discrepancy between the footage and the address, confirming that the video was entirely fabricated. After several days of investigation, the employees unearthed that the incident was, in fact, an accident from years prior. With an almost identical background, albeit featuring different individuals, it was evident that computer technology had been employed to insert duh into the scene, then degrade the video's clarity and brightness to achieve a deceptive realism. Finally, having completed thorough investigations into all three incidents, Baiyu observed the increasing tide of disparaging news about Dubai online and recognized that it was time to retaliate. Thus, Baiyu promptly announced the convening of an online press conference, initiating a live broadcast. The news of Pioneer Technology's online press conference swiftly circulated, drawing a substantial audience into the live stream, albeit with a considerable number of trolls among them. Upon entering, these individuals unleashed a torrent of unfounded accusations and insults. Yet Baiyu chose to disregard this cacophony of robotic dissent, recognizing that to vanquish them, one must drive them to madness. Eventually, once all evidence was laid bare, these trolls would merely become the jesters of a spectacle. Greetings, everyone. I am delighted to reconnect with you. I trust you have all witnessed the recent online frenzy regarding the alleged incidents involving our product, the claims of it injuring an elderly person and spontaneously combusting, leading to a child's tragic demise. Here, I solemnly declare that the videos circulating on the internet are fabricated. During this period, we dispatched our employees to locate the individuals featured in the footage. Fortunately, we successfully found the protagonist of the video, and I shall now present the interview with them. As Baiyu concluded, two videos were subsequently aired. The first featured the parents of the child, tenderly cradling their remarkably healthy son, testifying in front of the camera on behalf of Pioneer Technology and affirming their gratitude towards the product. We are immensely grateful for our Bai, as without it, a tragedy could have genuinely occurred. Bai has become an integral part of our family and is my son's best companion. The heartfelt revelations from the child's parents ignited a fervor among netizens and media reporters alike, confirming that the previously circulated video was entirely fraudulent. The second video diverged from the viral narrative of Bai's alleged rampage against the elderly. It depicted Bai compassionately assisting an elderly individual who had fallen due to mobility issues. After helping the elder to their feet, the individual expressed heartfelt praise for Bai. As the footage illustrated, the claims of Bai's unruly behavior were utterly unfounded, revealing that someone had intentionally manipulated the visuals to tarnish its reputation. Upon viewing the second video, many loyal users of Pioneer Technology erupted in anger, vehemently denouncing the media's deceitful tactics for the sake of sensationalism. Damn it, I knew Bai could never act that way. I've owned it for so long, and it has never caused a problem. They recognized the envy harbored by those unable to create their own innovations, seeking to destroy what they could not possess. The sudden emergence of so many purported buyers was clearly orchestrated by trolls, having used Bai for an extended period without issue. They shared anecdotes of purchasing one for their parents, who now humorously claimed not to recognize them as their child. Subsequently, Baiyu publicly debunked a third video, citing past reports to provide concrete evidence for the viewers. He then presented proof of the trolls' attempts to malign Pioneer Technology, further reinforcing the integrity of his company. The internet is not a lawless domain. We express zero tolerance towards the unfounded slander directed at our company by numerous media outlets. Soon, you will receive a legal notice from our attorneys, and you shall face the consequences for your actions. After providing clarifications, Bayfish promptly announced the conclusion of the press conference. Following the event, those who initially sought refunds and returns reconsidered and repurchased to buy. For the misguided masses blinded by rumors, Bayfish did not strip them of their opportunity, allowing them a second chance to acquire to buy. Supplementary introduction. This introduction aims to refresh readers on the current array of weaponry available from Huanyu Military Arms, preventing any need for speculation regarding forthcoming armaments. Overview of active weaponry employed by Huanyu military personnel: assault rifles, LR rifle, EX rifle, Mr. rifle, DR bullpup rifle. Submachine guns: LR submachine gun, CQQ submachine gun, SMBC indoor tactical submachine gun. Handguns, briefly mentioned. Grenade launchers: K-23 individual smart grenade launcher. K-26 anti-material sniper grenade gun, considered an extended sniper variant of K-23. Shotguns: TTQI tactical fully automatic shotgun, TTQI tactical semi-automatic shotgun. Designated marksman rifles: CR fully automatic designated marksman rifle, LC semi-automatic designated marksman rifle. Sniper rifles: AMR tactical anti-material sniper rifle, CQBI bolt-action precision sniper rifle, CQBI semi-automatic sniper rifle. Machine guns: LMG squad-use machine gun, MMG 127mm heavy machine gun. Grenades: KL offensive high-explosive grenade, KT defensive grenade. Rocket launchers: Type 23 individual 80mm rocket launcher, IRL 120mm anti-armor rocket launcher. The Hairdresser anti-tank missile, featuring cold launch and automatic target locking capabilities, boasts a twofold range compared to other anti-tank missiles worldwide, enabling strikes from above to achieve lethal effectiveness, with an effective range of 5 kilometers. The Guardian 2 air defense missile can autonomously lock onto enemy aerial units, launching a self-guided missile to neutralize airborne targets, employing a cold launch method, with a range of 6 kilometers. Overview of standard equipment for Huanyu military personnel. Second generation individual exoskeleton, tactical smart combat helmet. Overview of Huanyu military special forces weaponry. ICR rifle, ICR submachine gun, ICR sniper rifle, tanks, Rhino medium tank, Grizzly light tank, heavy tracked main battle tank Apocalypse, heavy multi-purpose tracked main battle tank Flashpoint, wheeled assault tank, White Horse, armored vehicles, wheeled all-terrain infantry fighting vehicle Lynx, Hyena rapid fire support armored vehicle, Xiangui I transport armored vehicle, wheeled high mobility infantry fighting vehicle White Deer. Rocket artillery, Mantis Star box rocket launcher with a maximum range of 400 kilometers, Hellfire multiple launch guided rocket system with a maximum range of 600 kilometers. Arrow Rain self-propelled rocket launcher with a maximum range of 300 kilometers, Firefox unmanned rocket launcher with a maximum range of 200 kilometers, wheeled self-propelled artillery Steel Feather. Snow Leopard ground heavy tracked self-propelled artillery. Missiles, the Executioner short-range missile, Divine Arm ground-based medium-range missile with a range of 5,000 kilometers, and the Divine Shot ground-based long-range ballistic missile with a range of 8,000 kilometers, along with the White Horse intercontinental strategic missile exceeding 10,000 kilometers. Lingbao ground-based short-range air defense missile, the Patriot, now renamed Defender Type 1 ground-based medium-range air defense missile, and the Chenlong sea-based medium-range air defense missile. Rainflower air-to-ground missile, Blue Sky beyond visual range air-to-air missile, and the super anti-ship missile Kuan Gang. Air Force overview. Deer Type 1 armed helicopter, Nightingale transport helicopter, Apache Type 1 armed helicopter, Razor armed helicopter, transport helicopter Owl, Marine Stallion Type 1 large transport helicopter, tactical reconnaissance helicopter Little Eagle, and Osprey Type 1 transport helicopter. Drones, striking integrated stealth drone Wood Kite, high altitude integrated reconnaissance drone Sky Eye, Loyal Wingman system Shadow Storm, Dragon attack drone. Fighter jet Red Dragon Type 1 ground-based light, 4th generation fighter jet, and Phoenix Type 1 ground-based heavy 4th and a half generation stealth fighter jet. Heavy electronic warfare aircraft Thunder. Intruder Type 1 3rd and a half generation fighter jet, Black Hawk near 4th generation fighter jet, Reaper ground attack strike aircraft, Naval Aviation 4th generation Sea Sparrow. Naval Aviation Light 3rd and a half generation carrier-based aircraft Bluebird, early warning aircraft, large early warning aircraft listening, transport aircraft Kunping super large ocean-going transport aircraft, Dragon Knight large transport aircraft. Aerial refueling aircraft AC-130X modified aerial gunship, and Cormorant large anti-submarine aircraft. Navy overview. Fearless class destroyer, Sea Dragon aircraft carrier, Aegis class missile cruiser, Sea King ballistic missile strategic nuclear submarine, and Hurricane class amphibious assault ship, Typhoon class missile attack submarine, Tianchi class comprehensive supply ship, Sea Crab class frigate, and Thunder class ballistic missile submarine. Additionally, the four-legged accompanying land combat robot Howler, aerial fortress. Chapter 91, Exercises. I too will join. After the incident of defaming the Great White Past, the White Fish also held many media outlets accountable for fabricating rumors, leaving no media outlet unscathed, all of which submitted legal letters. These media outlets, under public pressure, had no choice but to publicly apologize. They initially sought to profit from the Great White's popularity, but ended up suffering losses. They faced not only public apologies, but also substantial compensation costs. Some prominent media outlets, wishing to evade compensation, attempted to hire lawyers to sue Pioneer Technology, but Whitefish swiftly assembled a formidable team of attorneys, turning the original compensation into a prison sentence, allowing these media outlets to experience the terror of litigating against Pioneer Technology. Observing the Pioneer Technology lawyers dismantle the opposing counsel's arguments left netizens in awe. Ultimately, the judge sentenced the heads of the media outlets involved in lawsuits against Pioneer Company to several years of imprisonment and additional economic compensation. The heads of these prominent media outlets, realizing that a matter that could have concluded with mere compensation had transformed into a prison disaster, were filled with regret. Simultaneously, Whitefish also forwarded the IP addresses of various online trolls to the corresponding national governments, which began apprehensions based on these addresses. In a swift operation, several hundred criminals were apprehended, yet the fate that awaits them is of little concern to Bayou. Within the hallowed halls of the White House, President John observed with a sense of resignation as the unfavorable public sentiment against Pioneer Technology was deftly reversed. Ironically, it was he who had enlisted Garnett to undermine the reputation of Pioneer Technology, only to witness a most unexpected failure. Mr. President, undoubtedly, Pioneer Technology has fortified its vigilance following this incident. Future endeavors will not be so easily accomplished, Garnett remarked from the side. Indeed, Pioneer Technology possesses remarkable capabilities. They managed to trace the origins of all video evidence in a remarkably short span, thus reversing the narrative. Their personnel are more effective than your agents, John jested, eliciting a slight bow of shame from Garnett. Heighten the surveillance on the products of Pioneer Technology. Many citizens have purchased their Baymax robots. We still lack clarity on the intricacies of this matter. Additionally, we must impose stricter tariffs on Pioneer Technology, John asserted. Sir, might that not be somewhat inappropriate? The public will undoubtedly protest, cautioned Commerce Secretary Raimondo. The security of our nation is paramount. It is not I who compelled them to purchase Baymax, John replied, shaking his head in steadfast determination. Very well, I shall comply, Raimondo conceded with resignation. Jonathan, contact our allies and request that they dispatch fleets to engage in joint military exercises with us in the Mediterranean as we approach February, John commanded Jonathan. Military exercises? In the Mediterranean? Jonathan inquired, surprised, as such maneuvers would be akin to provoking Libya at its doorstep. Indeed, Congress has sanctioned this action. The global military-industrial complex has displayed excessive aggression towards us. We must retaliate, lest the world perceive that our nation is no longer formidable, John replied. Understood. Which fleets shall we deploy? Let us send the Eisenhower and Ford carrier strike groups. They suffered a slight in Libya and will surely seek retribution. John decided after a moment of contemplation. Understood. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was late January. At the behest of the United States, the nations of Foot Basin, the United Kingdom, West 8, Hans Cat, and Foot Basin dispatched fleets to the Mediterranean. The news of the joint military exercises involving the United States, the United Kingdom, West 8, Hans Cat, and Foot Basin spread rapidly, igniting fervent discussions. Upon learning that the exercises would take place in the Mediterranean, it became clear to all that this joint endeavor was primarily aimed at the global military-industrial complex. Speculation abounded regarding how the global military-industrial complex would respond to the joint exercises of the five nations. In the office of Dawn Base, Bayou smirked disdainfully at the images transmitted by reconnaissance satellites. How laughable. The United States seeks to conspire with its four sycophants to thwart me. Should we not dispatch the first and second fleets to seize their exercise venue? Inquired the fox spirit who was attending to Bayou. No need. The only genuine threat here is the United States. As for the other four? They are hardly worth consideration. Let them come. I wish to see if they can instill fear in me. The boss is indeed formidable, and the clever fox is quite playful. Subsequently, Bayou contacted Edward, instructing him to publicly declare that military exercises would also take place in the Mediterranean, albeit at a location distinct from the five nations of Maligian. Moreover, he asked Edward to explicitly state that these exercises were not directed against anyone. Soon, Edward disseminated this information. Upon learning that the global military would conduct naval drills, everyone understood this was a counter-response from global military. Do you think military exercises will intimidate me? Very well, I shall conduct exercises as well. The assertion that this military exercise targets no one further solidified the rift with Maligian. Given that Bayou's fleet was in close proximity to the Mediterranean, they swiftly arrived at the designated exercise area to commence their drills. It was unprecedented to witness 3 aircraft carrier groups conducting exercises in the same maritime zone. As global military had cautioned that live ammunition would be used during the drills, all vessels were required to navigate around the area, leaving only the fish and the aircraft carrier groups of global military in the waters. In the days leading up to the arrival of the Maligian Joint Fleet, the aircraft carrier groups of global military executed a grand maritime military exercise, launching a plethora of missiles and rockets without restraint, while anti-submarine aircraft and carrier-based planes flew daily. Countries surrounding Libya were on high alert, as Libya was now nearly the most powerful overlord in the Black State, with few rivals on the Blue Planet. After several days, the Maligian Joint Fleet finally reached the designated area for military exercises in the Mediterranean. The commander of the Eisenhower Aircraft Carrier Group, our old acquaintance Thompson, peered through his binoculars at the fleet of global military, which was a mere dozen nautical miles away, his face flushed with anger. The memory of being encircled lingered vividly in his mind, and as a naval admiral, he held his reputation in high esteem. However, that encirclement had become a lifelong disgrace. Thompson, this is Nathan, please respond, crackled the intercom. Thompson lowered his binoculars and picked up the intercom to reply. Go ahead. Our allies have arrived. The exercises can commence. Understood. Thompson nodded at the screen displaying the fleets of the other 4 nations requesting to join the channel. Soon, the joint fleet commenced their military exercises. The two parties seemed to maintain a peaceful coexistence, each minding their own affairs, yet both were acutely aware that such tranquility would not endure for long. I apologize for the late update. I overslept. Chapter 92. Expulsion as expected, the joint fleet soon began to engage in covert maneuvers. The Maligian fleet launched an anti-submarine aircraft under the pretext of conducting exercises, but in reality, it sought to gather intelligence by approaching closer. However, the radar of global military detected the opposing aircraft as soon as it took flight, observing it encroaching upon their exercise waters. 2 bluebirds swiftly took to the skies to conduct reconnaissance and interception. Damn Americans, always looking for trouble, cursed the second aircraft in the formation. Relax. You know their nature well. It's strange if they don't stir up trouble, chuckled the lead pilot. Alas, I have just witnessed the most exhilarating segment, and now I must rewatch it. The wingman pilot is quite exasperated. It would be prudent to observe once we have expelled the American aircraft. Indeed, soon, 2 Bluebird fighter jets encountered the American P-8A anti-submarine aircraft. At that moment, the American anti-submarine plane was perilously close to entering the military exercise airspace, only to unexpectedly collide with the intercepting fighter jets from the universe military. By the heavens, their response was remarkably swift, exclaimed the African-American co-pilot in frustration. Clearly, their radar capabilities are formidable, the observer teased. What say you, Captain? Shall we return? Another technician inquired of the Caucasian commander. For the time being, let us fly along the periphery and observe their reaction, the captain replied, withholding any further action. Thus, the anti-submarine aircraft merely adjusted its course and continued along the edge. The pilots of the 2 Bluebirds, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain their laughter. Oh dear, this little rascal. As per our usual protocol, I shall issue a warning. While you move in closer to drive them away, the lead pilot instructed his wingman. No problem. In no time, the wingman broke formation and accelerated to the side of the American anti-submarine aircraft. What are they up to? The African-American co-pilot could clearly see the Bluebird pilot through the window, who audaciously gave him the middle finger. By all that is holy, this scoundrel is insulting me. The African-American co-pilot, incensed by the affront, reciprocated with a raised finger of his own. Huh, the Americans are clearly rattled, chuckled the wingman pilot at the sight of the flustered co-pilot. Enough of this tomfoolery. I shall commence my warning, the lead pilot said, somewhat exasperated. Just as the lead pilot prepared to issue his warning, unexpectedly, the Americans preempted him. Libyan military aircraft, we are conducting operations in international airspace, while outside the legal boundaries of any nation. Please vacate the area, over. Vacate the area? The lead pilot was taken aback. Astonished that the adversary would audaciously play the victim, he promptly retorted with authority, American military aircraft, this is the Libyan Air Force. You are encroaching upon our military exercise airspace. Vacate immediately. I repeat, vacate immediately. Otherwise, we shall intercept you. With that, he maneuvered the lead aircraft to accelerate alongside the American anti-submarine plane, swiftly passing in front of it. The turbulence generated by their flight caused the anti-submarine aircraft to wobble slightly. Holy moly, these fellows are utterly deranged. The captain, witnessing such reckless behavior, erupted in a tirade. Attention, the aircraft on our left is closing in on us, the observer noted as the wingman approached the anti-submarine plane, finally halting a mere dozen meters away. Another warning. American military aircraft, this is the Libyan Air Force. You are encroaching upon our military exercise airspace. Vacate immediately. I repeat, vacate immediately. Otherwise, we shall take action against your aircraft. The lead pilot reiterated emphatically. They are serious. These individuals might genuinely open fire, remarked the technician, visibly anxious. I will contact HQ for further instructions, the captain stated, hastily reaching out to headquarters. After a brief report on the current situation, the headquarters responded that navigation should continue without concern. What on earth? Has HQ lost its mind? The African-American co-pilot was perplexed and astonished by the order from HQ. You heard that. Continue to execute the command, the captain sighed helplessly. The anti-submarine aircraft continued to fly along the perimeter. Damn it, still skirting the line. The wingman pilot glared at the American anti-submarine aircraft that had yet to depart, filled with anger. Since they refused to heed the warning, they cannot blame me for being merciless. The lead pilot activated the fire control radar, locking onto the American anti-submarine aircraft. Inside the American aircraft, alarms blared. Warning, warning. Enemy locked on. Damn, we are locked on. They are serious. The African-American co-pilot was utterly unable to remain calm upon realizing they had been locked on. HQ, we are locked on. Repeat, we are locked on by enemy aircraft. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, the captain hastily contacted HQ, only to be instructed to continue. Damn it, do they want us to get shot down? The technician cursed vehemently. I do not wish to die. The observer's face turned pale with fear. Whoosh. At that moment, the lead aircraft fired a missile, which did not directly hit the anti-submarine aircraft, but flew past it as a warning. They truly fired. American military aircraft. This is your final warning. The captain of the anti-submarine aircraft, recognizing the imminent threat of being shot down, chose life over honor and promptly maneuvered the control stick to turn away. Watching the American anti-submarine aircraft retreat in haste, the lead pilot also disabled the fire control radar. What an obstinate fool, both incompetent and reckless. Forcing me to fire a missile before leaving, the lead pilot muttered. The radar indicated their departure. The mission was complete. Eagle's Nest, this is Eagle 02. We have completed the interception mission, requesting return, over. Eagle's Nest acknowledges, Eagle 02, you may return, over. Received. Just as the two aircraft prepared to return, the radar suddenly began to alarm. The pilots looked down and were shocked to see two pursuers had appeared behind them. It seems the Americans were not willing to give up easily, the lead pilot jested. Let us see what they're up to. The wingman pilot turned back. Soon, the two parties' aircraft encountered one another. F-18 Super Hornet? Are the Americans preparing to engage us? The wingman pilot instantly recognized the enemy aircraft as America's third-generation carrier-based fighter. Uncertain, stay vigilant. I have transmitted the information back to Eagle's Nest. What model are David's aircraft? I've never seen them before, the American F-18 wingman inquired curiously. If you ask me, who should I ask? I haven't seen them either, but I believe their aircraft are definitely superior to our junk. Jason suggested we should have some fun with them. David is also seeing the Qingmiao fighter for the first time. Oh yeah, that's the way to go, Jason agreed. American military aircraft, this is the Libyan Air Force. You are approaching our military exercise airspace. Leave immediately. Repeat, leave immediately. Otherwise, we shall intercept you, as previously warned. Execute some high maneuvering moves to intimidate them, David remarked, glancing at the pursuing Bluebird fighter jets with a smirk. No problem, he replied, and the two began to manipulate their aircraft to showcase their skills. This group of fools, why are they still pretending? In the eyes of the long-range pilot, the duo appeared as clowns performing a clumsy act. Ha! These two imbeciles, do they truly believe such childish maneuvers could scare us? The wingman pilot laughed heartily. Come on. Let us show these two what real skill looks like, just like in training. Training? Alright. Subsequently, the two pilots of the cosmic military, maneuvering their Bluebird fighters, exhibited even more impressive high maneuver operations right before the two American pilots. It is noteworthy that the Bluebird is a generation and a half fighter, its performance rivaling that of some fourth-generation aircraft. The F-18, a third-generation fighter, attempting to demonstrate maneuverability against the Bluebird, was akin to a mere mortal brandishing a weapon before a deity, inviting its own demise. The two American pilots soon found themselves tightly pursued. unable to shake off the relentless chase of the cosmic military pilots. Damn it, they're too close, we can't break free. David's expression turned grim. He had initially intended to display their prowess to intimidate the opposition, only to realize he was the one made to look foolish. What kind of fighter is this? How can it be so fast? Our F-18 is simply no match. Nathan felt a wave of frustration as he watched his wingman being toyed with. In a real battle, both of them would have been shot down by now. Meanwhile, on the Eisenhower command ship, Thomason and Nathan watched as their pilots found themselves at a disadvantage. Recognizing that this provocation had ended in complete failure. Thus, Thomason ordered their return. Upon receiving the command, the two pilots felt a wave of relief. Quickly turning their aircraft to depart. Go back to your mothers, cowards. Newbies, learn a few more years. You fly worse than my grandmother, huh? The two pilots of cosmic military mocked the retreating American pilots. The two American pilots felt their faces flush at this moment. They sensed their pride had been trampled into the ground. Only 2 chapters will be updated today. There will be an explosive update tomorrow. Chapter 93, The Giant Squid Activates. Thus, the initial confrontation between the United States and the cosmic military ended with the Americans fleeing in disgrace. The following day, at the behest of Whitefish, the cosmic military disseminated the news of their aerial confrontation with the United States over the Mediterranean, accompanied by video footage. The entire video was captured by onboard cameras from the 2 cosmic military jets, depicting the American anti-submarine aircraft swiftly turning to escape after being locked onto by missiles. While the later 2 F-18s, attempting to engage, ended up being outmaneuvered and suppressed, ultimately fleeing in disgrace. The footage concluded with the taunts of the 2 cosmic military pilots. It was a case of not only defeating them but also shattering their spirit. The United States had never faced such humiliation. John furiously berated Eisenhower and the commanders of the Ford Carrier Strike Group, Thomason and Nathan. He had not anticipated their utter ineptitude, allowing the United States to suffer yet another loss of face on the international stage. Were it not for the commencement of the joint military exercises and the general aversion to last-minute changes in command, he would have long since dismissed the 2 individuals. Presently, the video is circulating wildly across the internet. For the first time, people from various nations witness the self-proclaimed world police, the United States, faltering under the prowess of a formidable military force, with its so-called elite troops being toyed with like children by the pilots of this formidable adversary. It is noteworthy that the United States pilots typically possess combat experience, yet they find themselves bested by these relatively obscure aviators. The 2 pilots from this formidable military force exhibit remarkable dominance, relentlessly pursuing American aircraft, evoking sympathy for the 2 American pilots, a moment of levity shared by netizens from China. Isn't the United States supposed to be the world's hegemon? How is it that they struggle against a mere company? A sentiment echoed by netizens from Russia. It is indeed a disgrace. These 2 pilots have brought shame upon our nation, lamented a netizen from the United States. The United States has lost its former grandeur. As the saying goes, what rises must eventually fall, and it seems the United States is on the brink of descending from its pedestal of global supremacy. Remarked a netizen from France. Is the United States encountering its nemesis? Perhaps it should steer clear of this formidable military force, suggested a netizen from Germany. As a lighthearted jest, a netizen from the UK noted that the performance of this military force's carrier-based aircraft has thoroughly outmatched the American F-18 Hornet. Following their initial defeat, the morale of the entire joint fleet has plummeted, and pilots David and Jason have faced reprimand from the irate Thompson and Nathan. Following their aerial setbacks, Thompson and Nathan have resolved to bide their time and endure the remainder of the joint exercises before departing this contentious arena. However, unbeknownst to them, the principle of reciprocity prevails. As the United States initiated the provocation, they too must respond. He has conceived a brilliant scheme that promises to culminate in an unprecedented event during this 5-nation joint military exercise. At the command of Whitefish, in a shadowy underwater lair, several colossal eyes flicker open, and they surge forth from their cavernous abode. Their immense forms rival the mythical sea monsters of cinema. They head unerringly towards a singular destination, the military exercise zone of the 5-nation joint fleet. These creatures are none other than Whitefish's concealed biological weapon, a colossal squid. For the first time since their creation, Whitefish has deployed them, confident that they will create a spectacle that will astonish the world. After a considerable passage of time, as darkness envelopes the sky, within the C2 maritime zone of the 5-nation military exercise, a Dragon-class attack submarine from Japan, named the Takebayashi, navigates stealthily beneath the waves. It is yet another uneventful day. The purpose of this exercise remains unclear. A young soldier from Japan complains with a sigh. Haha, Tanaka, it's only been a few days and you're already restless, chuckles a fellow soldier of similar age. Be quiet, Akiyama. Yesterday, it was you who clamored to meet your beloved Misa, the soldier named Tanaka retorts. You're just envious of me. Ryuichi Akihara wore an expression of indifference as he retrieved a photograph from his pocket, revealing a rather charming image of a girl. What are you all doing? At that moment, an older man adorned with the insignia of a sergeant approached. Senpai Kobayashi. The 2 promptly stood and saluted. Oh, nothing much. Just passing the time with some idle chatter, Akihara responded candidly. Well, you've worked hard these days. Just hang in there a few more days. And once the Americans lose interest, we can return home, Kobayashi said with a smile, showing no sign of reproach. Understood, the 2 nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the technician responsible for monitoring sonar furrowed his brow, having briefly perceived a peculiar sound, one that resembled not the whir of propellers, but rather the calls of some creature. However, the noise soon dissipated, leading the technician to believe he might have imagined it. After confirming